Chapter 161 Curiosity Kills. This made him alert instantly. And after thinking for a while, he also understood the reason. Shushu is now in stealth mode. And with the nature of the high temperature armor, then the area where Shushu is located will have a place without any snow. It seems that these two people found it strange here, so they came in to check it out of curiosity. Mo-Ran quickly connected to the audio of Shushu, intending to see the other party's reaction. Why is there no snow in the alley? And there is a square ground. A man's eyes drifted to the alley, and found that there was a place without snow. It's probably because someone parked their car there before, so it's not covered by snow. Don't be curious. Let's hurry up and look for resources around. The man didn't listen to his companions and jumped in. That's too weird. Why do you have to block the alley with a trash can after you leave? Come on. Come in and see what's going on there. The man replied to his companion and then walked over there on his own. Don't be curious. Hurry up and follow me to find resources. Oh, you are so stupid. Seeing that the man couldn't be persuaded, the man outside had to jump in together. The two began to walk in. And gradually they also noticed something was wrong. Hey, do you feel that there seems to be a hot thing in front of you? It seems so. It seems to be getting closer and closer to us. As the two approached, they gradually felt a heat flow. When the two came to the square area without snow, they could already feel a high temperature coming towards them, which shocked them. Oh my god! Such a high temperature. There must be something in here. But I can't see anything. Can that thing be invisible? Although they felt the high temperature coming towards them, they could not see the object emitting high temperature. It seems to be right in front of me. I'll reach out and touch it. A man stretched out his left hand and slowly reached forward. Ouch! My hand? What's that? The man quickly pulled back his left hand and blew on it. Oh my god! You scared me. What's wrong with you? The man's sudden move really scared his accomplice next to him. My hand was stabbed by something. And it's very hot. The man stretched out his left hand. And at this moment several black dots appeared in his palm. Damn! There won't be something invisible there. The two quickly moved away. And then one of them grabbed a handful of snow and threw it straight over. Sizzle. 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 The snow was inexplicably evaporated in the air, and quickly turned into a cloud of white smoke. There is really something. There is really something in there. Call them over quickly, and tell them that we found something incredible here. The two quickly took out their walkie-talkies and planned to make contact. Shoo. Crush them. And then come in my direction. Understood? Captain. Shushu's cold mechanical voice sounded. And Mo-Ran watched what was about to happen. Hey. Brother. We are here. Buzz buzz buzz. A low engine sound suddenly sounded, interrupting the two people who were talking. Then, they were horrified to find that the area not covered by snow was gradually approaching them. I'm Chow. This. Don't be me. Run. That thing is coming. The two were not stupid. Seeing this scene, they quickly ran away. But Shushu was faster and easily caught up with the two. Click. Puff. Click. Puff. The figures of the two disappeared in an instant, leaving only two pools of red meat on the ground. Shushu rushed out of the alley and continued to move in the direction of Mo-Ran. Wherever he passed, the ice and snow on the ground instantly evaporated into mist. Hey! What are you two doing on the intercom to call me? Hey! Chow! Are you looking for trouble? After cursing, the man turned off the intercom in his hand. If you were not so curious, maybe you and your companions could see the sun tomorrow. After turning off Shushu's screen image, Mo-Ran came to the entrance of the parking lot and waited. Chapter 162 New News. It didn't take long for Mo-Ran to see Shushu's current distance on the screen. He opened the explosion-proof door at the entrance to the maximum, and stood by to wait. Click. Click. Clatter. Shushu started to slow down when it reached the underground entrance, and then crushed the rolling door in front of it. The composite steel tracks rubbed against the ground, making a creaking sound. Shushu rolled over the threshold of the explosion-proof door, and the heavy tonnage caused the threshold to deform. When Shushu drove in completely, Mo-Ran closed the explosion-proof door casually. There is a gap, but the impact should not be great. So who cares? The deformed lower door frame produced a gap, but Mo-Ran didn't care about it because the explosion-proof door could be closed. After letting the rat stop at a suitable position, Ran turned and entered the interior. He took off his armor and went to the command room to enjoy the movie. After all, the number of resources he now has is unlimited, so there is no need to go out again. He is now naturally waiting for that guy to play some new tricks. Today's unlimited grant has been refreshed, and Ren used it on the durability of the 203mm naval gun this time. Hee. Unlimited ammunition plus unlimited durability. My naval gun is completely invincible. Looking at the current 203mm naval gun, Ren couldn't help but smile. Time passed bit by bit, and 6 o'clock in the afternoon soon arrived. The cold wind that had stopped for a day whistled again, and snowflakes fell all over the sky again. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock, and the voice in the sky sounded, "Hello. Hello. Good evening. Ants. Everyone and I are old acquaintances, so I won't waste your time, and we'll just make it short. Are you here? What are you going to do now?" Ren turned off the movie and began to listen to the content of the voice. 1. In the next period of time, the weather will get worse day by day. Your body, weapons, and vehicles will be affected. Please pay attention at all times. 2. Companions will appear after 12 o'clock tonight, and as time goes by, the types and numbers of companions will increase, and they will also change slightly. Supplies will drop randomly after they are eliminated, provided that you can do it. 3. Weapons and armor are open for upgrades. You can make the rags in your hands more powerful. Weapons and armor can be decomposed to get parts. Parts can be upgraded to some special things and used to repair the durability of weapons and armor. Module upgrades are unlocked, which can make the modules added to the vehicle more powerful. Powerful equipment and vehicles will be your measures to resist the enthusiastic companions. 4. Supply boxes will be dropped from time to time. Up to 5 will appear. Their locations will appear in front of you. Please find them before others get there first. They contain supplies and weapons, as well as some special and wonderful props. 5. From now on, if the number of people in an area decreases, there will be no merging. As long as the number of people in 10 areas drops to 0, then the real sun will guide you to escape from this place. Don't be stopped by the hospitable friends. Please remember that the situation will get worse as time goes on, so don't leave the 10 areas too late. And there may be such a solution in the supply boxes. Either escape alive or be buried here forever. Choose. Ha. The sound in the air disappeared again, and only the cold wind howled everywhere. Chapter 163 Upgrade. After listening to what the voice said, Ren also understood what the other party meant. Another way to let the players kill each other. It's really a tried and tested method. Ren opened the regional channel, and the news of the players and it was already flying all over the sky. Oh my god! What does he mean by this? What does it mean that the number of people in 10 areas is reduced to 0? The number of people in 10 areas is reduced to 0. And there is also a method of hiding in the supply box. What does this mean? Are you too stupid? You can't even see this. I really don't know how you survived here. It means that the players in 10 areas must be wiped out before the remaining areas can leave this world. What a cruel method. Just like the situation in the previous world. And that so-called friend. Is there something bad going to happen again? It must be something used against us. My god. We have to deal with the severe cold and the unknown things. Who is the mastermind behind this game? They are simply playing with our lives. The news in the regional channel was chaotic, and countless players began to discuss fiercely. Friend, it seems to be some kind of hostile creature such as the snow monster. You can go out and check it out tomorrow. But now you have to upgrade the armor first. And all the modules installed on the vehicle. All of these need to be upgraded. Ren turned off the panel, got up, and went to the armor room. Ren opened the manufacturing panel and found that weapons and armor could be decomposed. After a while of understanding, Ren also understood the rules. Weapons and armor can be decomposed to obtain parts, which are elementary, intermediate, and advanced. At the same time, the number of parts obtained by decomposition is also random. The level and number of parts are probabilistic. People with bad luck will lose their weapons and get nothing. At the same time, weapon and armor parts can be converted to each other. Of course, such an operation requires twice the parts. It's true. But for me, who has a little bit of luck, it's just like playing. Ren quickly picked out a bunch of weapons that he didn't like, and then chose to disassemble them. The number of disassembly was N+. and Imo-ran converted half of the weapon parts into armor parts. Then Imo-ran came to the information screen of the armor, and began to click the screen frantically. The three-dimensional data of the armor began to rise rapidly, and Imo-ran's fingers were also clicking as fast as afterimages. After a long time, with the last click, the last data of the armor reached the maximum level. Finally, it's done. Imo-ran's hands were shaking, and he felt that these hands almost didn't belong to him. Then Imo-ran disassembled all the modules that had been stockpiled, and obtained a large number of module fragments of different levels. Using these module fragments, Imo-ran upgraded all the modules installed on Shushu. Imo-ran left the armor room with shaking hands, and came to the bathroom with a tired face. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Imo-ran climbed onto the command chair and began to rest. Tired. So tired. Time passed by minute, and soon it was 12 o'clock. The cold wind outside was still howling, but the falling snowflakes began to grow a little bigger. The white snow on the ground began to bulge one after another, and there were some movements in the snow piles. A pair of blue and turbid eyes appeared, and the eyes were full of dead silence and murderous intent. These snow piles began to move on the white snow, as if looking for something. Chapter 164 Monsters in the Snow. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Imo-ran slowly woke up from his sleep. Ah! Get up! Get up! Stretching, Imo-ran stood up from the command chair. Go to the bathroom to brush teeth and wash face. Then start to eat breakfast. During breakfast time, Imo-ran opened the channel and started to browse the news. Huh? Someone disappeared inexplicably, and the missing person's avatar all turned black and white. As soon as he opened the regional channel, Imo-ran could see a lot of such news. Many players who went outside to deal with the snow never came back again. Some who went out with their companions disappeared after turning around. When he opened the private message of his friend and sent a message, he found that the other party's page had turned black and white. The page turned black and white, which means that this person is dead. It seems that it is very likely that the so-called little friend did it. Could that kind of monster be invisible? Looking at the messages above, Imo-ran also became alert. If this is really the case, then what's the point of playing? At this time, his old acquaintance Zhang Tian sent a message with a picture attached. Those players who disappeared inexplicably were killed by this kind of monster. This kind of monster hides in the snow. They will sneak up on you when you relax your vigilance. When he gets close to a certain distance, he will suddenly rush out and drag people into the snow. Everyone must be careful of the snow piles. This kind of monster hides in the snow piles. Looking at the large number of messages sent by Zhang Tian, Imo-ran clicked on the picture he attached. In the picture, there is a human monster lying, and the whole monster seems to have been drained of water. The skin on the body is very wrinkled and tightened, showing a burnt black appearance. Irregular teeth protrude from the mouth, and two pairs of gray-blue eyeballs are located in the eye sockets. There are no fists on the long arms, but two sharp-boned sickles. The muscles in the legs look abnormally developed, and the toes are covered with sharp claws. At this moment, there were many bullet holes on the monster, and blue blood flowed out of it. At this moment, Zhang Tian sent another message. After these monsters are destroyed, they will soon turn into a pile of white snow. We searched in the white snow for a while, and found two items that fell down. Then, Zhang Tian sent information about two items. Snow Monster Blood Essence Ordinary. Apply it on an object to effectively resist the invasion of severe cold on the object. Resistance time, 1 hour. After taking it, it can slightly increase the body temperature, but taking too much will have unknown effects. Snow Monster Meat. After using it, it can slightly increase the satiety value and alleviate the disease effects caused by severe cold. Excessive intake will have unknown effects. We just killed a few more monsters, and these two items are 100% dropped. If you are lucky, you can also drop some supplies. As soon as Zhang Tian's news came out, it quickly caused heated discussions among many players. Damn! So those who disappeared like this. These monsters are too stupid. It's true. We killed a monster, and found a beheaded player in the snow pile where it was. I saw a person being dragged in with my own eyes. When we drove us out to rescue him, he had been cut into pieces by the monster. This kind of monster rushed out of the snow very quickly, but the speed after that was just like that of an old lady, and it was easy to be killed. And these monsters seem to have a low IQ. Just throw a stone over, and they will be lured out. More and more players are sharing on the channel how to deal with this kind of monster. Chapter 165 Monsters Attack Method. Monster? Looks like I have to go out and take a look. Ren swept the breakfast on the table, and then cleaned all kinds of pots and pans. After doing all this, he took a short break and turned to the armor room. After putting on the armor, Ren walked out of the mouse and came to the explosion-proof door. A lot of white snow spread in through the gap below. Click, click, click. Ren turned the opening handle above, and the handle that had been frozen for a long time made a series of sounds. It feels so easy to turn. It's worthy of being a full-level armor. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the current materials, the power of the armor cannot be fully released now. Ren was not disappointed with this situation. After all, in the powerful force, if there is no part that can bear it, then this force cannot be exerted. Pulling open the explosion-proof door in front of him, a snow-covered wall appeared in front of Ren. The snow is really heavy, directly blocking the entire entrance. Shoo shoo. Start the flamethrower and burn all the snow. Ren ordered Shoo shoo. He had no intention of digging it out by himself. Understood, Commander. Shoo shoo's cold mechanical voice came out, and the vehicle began to move slowly to the door. The flamethrower on the turret popped out and aimed at the door in front. Hoo! 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 The raging flames sprayed out, and the white snow in front of him instantly evaporated into countless white smoke. In just a few seconds, the white snow at the entrance of the underground parking lot disappeared instantly. The flamethrower slowly extinguished and then retracted into the turret. Shoo shoo. Hold the explosion-proof door closed after I go out. Understood, Captain. Ren walked out of the door and closed the explosion-proof door. Shoo shoo immediately stepped forward and held the explosion-proof door in front of him. Well, don't worry about it this way. Someone will go in when you go out. Ren pushed the explosion-proof door, and the door did not move. Ren turned and walked upwards, and soon came to the street above. The ground above was covered with about 30 centimeters of snow, and a lot of snow piles could be seen at a glance. Sure enough, there are monsters in the snow piles. They are really a bunch of idiots. Ren looked around, and with the help of his perspective ability, he could clearly see that there were monsters curled up in the snow piles. Those monsters quickly noticed Ren and began to move slowly towards him. In just a short while, the distance between those snow piles and Ren had narrowed a lot. This squatting walking posture is a bit funny, but it is also magical. In this movement, the snow covering the body will not fall off. Moreover, the places they move to would actually fill up the snow. If you don't pay close attention, you can easily be attacked by them. Ren walked towards the nearest snow pile, and when the distance was less than half a meter, the snow pile in front of him suddenly opened, and the monster inside quickly rushed out and pounced on Ren. Two bone sickles quickly hooked Ren, and then dragged him inside with force. But the expected situation did not happen. No matter how hard the monster tried, it could not move Ren at all. It was also at this time that Ren saw clearly the monster's attack method. It turned out that this snow pile was not snow at all, but a part of the monster's body. They used this thing to hide themselves. Two clawed toes are now firmly grasping the ground to ensure their stability, so as to better hunt. As long as the sneak attack is successful, they can quickly pull the person in and hide. Then, they kill silently without anyone noticing. Chapter 166 No More Protection Cards. The monster kept exerting force, and its two slender arms began to tremble slightly. The bone sickle kept rubbing against Ren's back, making a series of clicking sounds. The gray-blue eyes revealed great doubts at this moment. Young man, you are confused. Your bald little head doesn't seem to be working well. Ren stretched out his right hand and placed it on the monster's skull, and then his 5 fingers began to exert force. Crack! Puff! Crack! The monster's skull was instantly crushed by Ren, and a black unknown object mixed with blue blood. It instantly sprayed out from the forehead and stained Ren. Puff! The monster's arms fell down, and Ren let go of his right hand, and the monster fell straight to the ground. Then the whole monster began to turn white, and the next second it shattered into countless white snow. Ren bent down and rummaged inside, and found 2 items dropped by the monster, and a material. This is the material for making cold-resistant protective coating, but it's a pity that it's of ordinary quality. It seems that there will be higher-level monsters appearing, and then we will hunt and collect them. Throwing away the 2 dropped items, Mo-Ren decided to test the armor, activating the flying device on his back. Mo-Ren instantly soared into the sky, and continued to rise to the sky. And the height was getting higher and higher at this moment. Don't go any further. You will pass out due to lack of oxygen. The danger warning in his mind suddenly sounded. And Mo-Ren quickly stopped flying upwards. Huh? Lack of oxygen. Although Mo-Ren was confused, he still descended back to the ground. After thinking for a while, Mo-Ren also understood. Yes. Lack of oxygen at high altitude. My armor does not have a pressurization system. And this situation will indeed occur. After having the ability to fly, I actually forgot this important issue. Mo-Ren returned to the inside of Shushu and came to the arming room. After taking off the armor on his body, Mo-Ren entered the storage room. After searching inside for a while, he found a diving suit. Using a diving suit to transform, maybe this problem can be solved. Mo-Ren brought the diving suit to the armor room and placed it on the table. Then he chose to transform. While waiting for the transformation, Mo-Ren came to the command room to watch a movie. After all, he was quite leisurely now. You have challenged the opponent to a duel. If the opponent does not agree within 5 minutes, it will be considered a failure. As the winner, you will get 80% of the opponent's resources. Well, hey, there is no protection card. Mo-Ren, who was lying on the command chair watching a movie, sat up from the chair instantly. He waited for a day yesterday, but he didn't expect that he would be caught today. Hee. My second card is ready. If this guy dares to refuse, I will open another one immediately. Mo-Ren drew a duel card and prepared it attentively. The opponent has changed the ordinary vehicle duel to a life and death vehicle duel. Yo, you are very brave. That's a good decision. Just send it over to reunite with your brother. Looking at the newly appeared panel, Mo-Ren showed a charming smile and then clicked on the confirmation. You have agreed to the life and death vehicle duel. The map selected by the opponent is Duel Field. Enter the map in 10 seconds. Well, the good show is about to start. Let's have a cup of milk tea and be happy. Mo-Ren stood up and walked out of the command room, and began to choose delicious milk tea. On the other side, Mo-Ren, today happens to be my brother's birthday. So use your life as a gift to my brother. I was still thinking about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own initiative, which is really a bargain for me. Yamada Hanako looked up at the vehicle in front of her, which was a bus armed to the teeth. The body of the vehicle was full of heavy iron plates, and there were countless cannons and machine guns. There was also a missile launcher on the roof, and a missile was being loaded on it at the moment. Looking at the countdown that was about to end, Yamada Hanako stepped onto the vehicle. Chapter 167 2 Discus. As the countdown ended, Shushu was instantly wrapped in a ball of white light. When the white light dissipated, Shushu's figure disappeared in the underground parking lot. Mo-Ren drank milk tea and crossed his legs, waiting for the white light in front of him to dissipate. As the white light wrapped around him slowly dissipated, Mo-Ren and Shushu appeared in a huge duel arena, surrounded by dilapidated stands and walls, and golden yellow sand on the ground. In the sky at the top, there was a blazing sun hanging there. This environment feels like a dream back to the first world. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Mo-Ren set his sights on the vehicle in the distance. Well, this weapon is pretty good. It seems that some tricks have been used. Mo-Ren began to think about what method to use to destroy it. On the other side, well, where is Mo-Ren? How can he not see anything? Yamada Hanako looked at the opposite side and found that there was no Mo-Ren's vehicle. Hey, why is there no response? Oh, by the way, Shushu's electronic camouflage coating is still on. Mo-Ren realized that this thing was not turned off after discovering that Yamada Hanako on the opposite side had not moved for a long time. Shushu, turn off the electronic camouflage coating. Understood. Captain. Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out, and the appearance of the vehicle began to appear. It appeared. That's Mo-Ren's vehicle. Looking at the steel behemoth in the distance, Yamada Hanako suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart, especially the red turret. The two thick gun barrels made her feel scared. Attack! Attack quickly! All weapons are activated. Yamada Hanako suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and roared loudly. Boom! 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 Duh. Two steel plates with openings rose up to protect the glass in front of the bus. All the weapons on the bus opened fire at the same time. Bombs of various calibers and sizes poured down on Shushu like raindrops. Bang! Bang! Ping-pong! The moment the various shells hit Shushu's armor, they all bounced strangely. Will you hit the mouse? If you meet him head-on, you should hit his crotch. The turret is also fine. But unfortunately, I have already replaced it with a new one. Looking at the armor with sparks flying everywhere, Mo-Ran couldn't help but sigh. Shushu. Rush over and crush that vehicle for me. Mo-Ran has already thought of a way to destroy the opponent, which is the same fate as her brother. Just thinking about this idea makes people feel very excited. Understood? Captain! Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out, and the vehicle began to move. Damn it! What kind of vehicle is that? Why can't it be penetrated by shells? Why? Looking at the unscathed steel behemoth, Yamada Hanako was in disbelief. Then she saw the steel behemoth rushing towards her. Back off. Back off. Missiles. Yes. Launch the missiles. Yamada Hanako screamed loudly, and several of her men quickly climbed onto the roof and began to control the missiles. Manually aimed missiles. This thing can't hit me. Through the enlarged screen, Mo-Ran could tell at once that it was a manual launcher. Mo-Ran. Go ahead. Yamada Hanako pressed the launch button on her hand, and the missile on the roof flew out instantly. Looking at the missile flying at high speed, Shushu slightly tilted the car body. The missile just rushed past and exploded behind. Dodge, dodge? Yamada Hanako was stunned when she saw this scene. While she was still confused, Shushu had already come in front of her. Dodge! Dodge quickly. Bang! Boom! Shushu instantly hit the bus and pushed it against the wall behind. The whole bus instantly turned into a discus and was split into two by the front blade. So now it is two discus. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Well, it's all burned into molten iron, so it will definitely not come back to life. Looking at the red molten iron on the ground, Mo-Ran was relieved. To cut the grass, you have to remove the roots and dig the ground, so that the spring breeze will not blow it back. Chapter 168 Supply Box Drop. The party accepting the duel has died. You are the winner of this duel. You have obtained 100% of the opponent's resources and the vehicles used by the opponent. The panel that appeared in front of Mo-Ran, and the square block suspended in the air. Remove the unnecessary things inside, and put all the remaining supplies into the storage room. Shushu was wrapped in white light again, and when he appeared, he had returned to the underground parking lot. Done. Done. Continue watching the movie. Mo-Ran sipped milk tea, crossed his legs, and continued to watch the unfinished movie. After calculating the time, Mo-Ran got up and came to the arming room. The diving suit has been modified at this moment, and Mo-Ran installed the modified diving suit into the armor. At this moment, the armor has become a sealed hole, and the pressure inside can ensure that Mo-Ran can move normally anywhere. At the same time, the gas needs to be replenished regularly to ensure the pressure inside. However, this is no problem for Mo-Ran, and the infinite endowment directly solves the problem. Puff. Sizzle. Sizzle. The moment the back of the armor opened, a large amount of white gas came out from it. Mo-Ran stepped forward and pressed his whole body into it, and the back slowly closed. Some white gas came out from around the armor, and soon disappeared. I don't think there is any change. I'll go out and check it out first. Mo-Ran left the underground parking lot, and took off into the sky. The scenery below was getting smaller and smaller, but Mo-Ran did not feel any discomfort. Not only that, he felt particularly sober, which was completely different from his performance in the previous armor. Mo-Ran kept flying in the air, feeling the changes now. Just then, dark clouds began to appear in the originally clear sky. The sun's rays were gradually blocked, and the city below began to become gray, as if it was about to rain. Well, the weather has changed. It seems that something is going to happen. Mo-Ran stopped flying and looked down from a high altitude. Then the mechanical sound came from the sky. Supply boxes will be delivered in 1 minute, and the delivery location will be displayed immediately. Supply boxes will disappear in 3 hours. Please get them before they disappear. After the mechanical voice finished broadcasting, it disappeared without a trace. It turned out that the supply boxes were delivered, but the day seemed to be getting darker and darker. As the dark clouds continued to accumulate, the light below became darker and darker, as if it was about to enter the night. Time is up. The supply boxes have been delivered, and the current number left is 5. 5 light blue lights fell from the sky and appeared in 5 directions in the distance. Ran looked down and saw the lights of many vehicles appearing in the city. This city is like a huge maze, and all players are dropped in the center of the maze. The drop point of these 5 supply boxes is outside the range of all players. It seems that these 5 supply boxes are not as easy to get as imagined. A large number of monsters began to gather on the streets below, and many players had conflicts with monsters. Ren picked a supply box that was closest to him and flew over there at high speed. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Ren arrived at the location of the supply box. This is a small park, and the supply box is now located in the center of the park. There is a raised platform with a blue box on it. Sure enough, this box is not easy to get. There are so many monsters around, and a new monster has appeared. Ren floated above the park and looked down with perspective. There were large and small snow piles in the park, and there was a monster hidden in each snow pile. Chapter 169 Group Fight. In the smaller snow piles, there were monsters of the type that had been seen before. In the larger snow piles, there was an enlarged version of this monster. Not only did the body and limbs become thicker, but it also had 6 arms. At the front of each arm was a sharp bone sickle. And this monster had a lot of bone armor on its body, which looked very hard. As Ren continued to lower his altitude, the monsters below also noticed it instantly. All eyes stared at Ren, their eyes full of killing desire. What are you looking at? A group of chickens walking on the ground. But I can fly. If you dare, jump up and hit me. Looking at the group of monsters staring at each other below, Ren laughed with contempt. Controlling the armor to fly to the high platform in the center, Ren began to descend towards the supply box below. Through perspective, he found that there were a lot of food in the supply box, and there was also a black cylindrical handle. Although it was not clear what it was, he could know it as long as he opened the box. That black handle seemed to be the grip of some kind of weapon. Ren was descending while thinking about the black handle in the box. At this moment, a large snow pile next to it began to move slowly towards the high platform. Bang! Then the monster inside suddenly rushed out and pounced directly at Ren in the air. Well, I'm Chow. Ren, who heard the noise, quickly turned around and saw a monster coming towards him. 6 arms opened and hugged Ren fiercely. Both parties flew out and then fell to the ground in the distance. Bang! 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 The surrounding monsters were like trigger traps, hitting Ren one after another. A ball formed on the ground in an instant, and Ren was pressed down like a pile of people. Countless bone sickles scratched on the armor, leaving white scratches. I'm Chow. This big one can actually jump so far. And they actually played a group fight. These monsters are too shameless. Also, don't bite me with your rotten mouth. Get out of my way. The monster that hugged him first opened its mouth and actually started to bite him. Looking at the mouth full of rotten teeth, Ren directly gave the other party an invincible iron fist. Bang! Crack! Puff! The ugly head exploded instantly, and the whole monster collapsed powerlessly. The blades on both sides of the wrist guards popped out instantly, and Ren began to punch and kick on the spot. With every punch and every blade, a monster turned into white snow and dissipated. The flying device behind him started, and Ren kept bumping around on the ground around him. He kept throwing the monsters off his body and flew towards the platform at the same time. He picked up the supply box on the platform and threw it into the sky. Ren stretched his hands behind him and directly tore off the head of the last monster behind him. Then he flew quickly and grabbed the supply box steadily in the air. Is this the feeling of being beaten up by a group? It's really a good experience. Looking at the monsters with fangs and claws below, Ren was getting more and more angry. I'll give you a little gift. And then go. Ren waved his left hand, and dozens of high-explosive grenades with rings pulled fell instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, and the monsters below were instantly blown to pieces. Holding the supply box in his arms, Ren flew to a tall building next to him. He buckled the lock ring on it, and then opened the supply box. Chapter 170 Polymer Laser Blade. Invisible Badge. When the supply box is opened, you can see the food inside. After putting all the food into the space bracelet, Ren picked up the black handle at the bottom. Polymer Laser Blade. The blade composed of energy has extremely powerful destructive power. The power of the light blade depends on the upper limit of energy. The more energy provided, the stronger the power. There is also a charging cable tied to the side. which is very considerate. Ren pressed the switch above, and a blade composed of blue laser appeared instantly. The laser blade with the upper limit determined by energy is a perfect match for my armor. Ren weighed it a few times and found it very handy and cool. Putting the laser blade into the space bracelet, Ren took off and rushed to the next supply box. More than 20 minutes later, Ren arrived at this supply box. A huge building appeared in front of him. With the help of perspective, Ren quickly found the innermost supply box, which was also full of food. At the same time, at the bottom of the box, there was a round black badge. A badge? Is it another strange prop? Get it first. Ren landed from the sky and then went straight to the door of the building. Bang! Kicking the door open, Ren entered. Bang! 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 Duh. As soon as he entered, Ren's hands were full of firepower. This building is full of monsters, so Ren naturally has to clean it up. While cleaning, he quickly approached the location of the supply box. It didn't take much time for Ren to come to the room where the supply box was placed. Looking inside through perspective, there are at least 50 monsters waiting inside. Bang! The community is here to deliver warmth. Ren kicked the door open and waved his left hand inside. Dozens of high explosive grenades with pull rings flew out instantly, and Ren quickly hid behind the wall. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion sounded from the room, accompanied by surging flames and burning gunpowder smoke. When everything settled, Ren activated the perspective to look inside. It was already a mess inside, and all the monsters had turned into white snow all over the ground. This kind of monster clearing efficiency is really high. It's really right to carry a few loud ones with you. Ren turned and entered the room and came to the supply box. Opening the buckle on it, Ren opened the supply box. First put all the food inside into the space bracelet, and then Ren picked up the black badge. Invisibility badge. Wearing it will give you an invisible effect for 5 minutes. During the invisible time, the heat, smell, sound and other information emitted by you cannot be detected. You will not exit the invisible state when attacking or being attacked. After 5 minutes of invisibility, the invisibility badge will enter a 48-hour cooldown period. After browsing the information of the item in his hand, Ren's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my god! This thing is amazing. It's simply a magic weapon for being the sixth or escaping. When the time comes, I will also add this item to the transformation, and see what effect it will have when installed on the armor. After putting this item into the space bracelet, Ren rushed to the next supply box without stopping. It's almost been more than an hour now, and some players should be arriving at the supply point. He wants to do the last job before these people arrive. Chapter 171 Mo has accepted it for you. A convoy of more than a dozen vehicles was driving towards a square. Countless monsters rushed out from the side and hit the vehicles fiercely. Weapons were stretched out from the car windows and shot at the monsters around. Oh my god! Who is so fast? 2 supply boxes are gone. It's only been a short time since the start. It's probably only been more than an hour. What car is so fast? We are almost there. Everyone, work harder. It's the square in front. The vehicles were full of people, and countless players were attacking non-stop. As the team entered the square, more monsters attacked them, especially those larger monsters, whose armor plates provided very good protection. Their weapons attacked those monsters, but they couldn't kill them immediately. The team's forward speed was slowed down, and all of this was seen by Ren on the roof. It seems that I'm not too late. These players have just arrived when I arrived. Ren turned his head to look at the center of the square, where there was a supply box on a high platform. The screen in front of him began to enlarge, and then Ren activated the perspective. The supply box was full of food, a pair of gloves and a backpack-style battery. The battery and gloves seemed to be a hole, and a wire could be seen extending from the battery. Then it split into 2 ends, each connected to the gloves. Battery plus gloves. Could this be an electric shock glove? This is very likely. By judging the items inside, Ren roughly guessed what this was. Everyone, come on. As for this supply box, I, will take it for you. Looking at the convoy slowly advancing inward, Ren under the helmet grinned. Take out the invisible badge from the space bracelet, and then use it directly. Ren's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, as if he had never been there. The flying device behind him started, and Ren quickly flew to the supply box in the middle. When he came to the side of the supply box, Ran unlocked the lock on it, and then opened the supply box. With a wave of his left hand, all the supplies inside were transferred to the space bracelet. Done. Yo. Ran closed the supply box again, and then accelerated to fly away. The monsters around all looked at the supply box that suddenly opened and then suddenly closed with a confused look on their faces. Huh? Finally, all these monsters have been cleared. There are too many of them. The supply box is right there. Hurry up. If you go too late, it will be gone. Get out of the way. The supply box belongs to me. No one can steal it. More than a dozen vehicles rushed to the platform in an instant, and many players got off the vehicles. At this time, everyone had a serious disagreement over the distribution of the supply box. Bang! Shut up. Let the person who has a say come forward. Let's distribute it evenly. Arguing here will not get any results. A man took out a pistol to deter the quarreling crowd, and only then did they calm down. One player in each vehicle walked out, and more than a dozen people came to the platform. The supplies inside should be distributed evenly. We have all worked together all the way. Do you think this request is reasonable? The man who fired the gun said, and the others nodded in agreement. Then the man bent down and opened the supply box in front of him. This. Why is it empty? What's going on? Why is there nothing in the supply box? Fuck you. Are you kidding us? We came all the way here, but in the end there is nothing. Looking at the empty supply box, everyone present was stunned for a moment. The calm crowd started to quarrel again, and the conflict between them gradually escalated. Bang! Bang! Duh. The winner led the loser supplies away, and the loser will sleep forever in this land. Chapter 172 Laser Blade. Ran sped through the air, and soon returned to the underground parking lot. The shoo-shoo behind the explosion-proof door slowly moved away, and Ran pushed the door open. He closed the door, locked it, and then entered the inside of shoo-shoo. He first came to the armor room and took off the armor he was wearing. The folding mechanical arm stretched out from the ceiling and began to clean and repair the armor. Ran took out the 3 items in the bracelet and placed them on the table. Looking at the gloves and the battery, the information of the item was presented in front of him. High-voltage electric shock gloves. When the backpack battery is fully charged, the electric shock gloves can release up to 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. The high-voltage electricity released later will be determined by the remaining power in the backpack battery. 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. This can be used to electrify the whole village. My armor has unlimited energy. If it is equipped with this thing, I will be transformed into a high-voltage electricity master. Shatter the darkness with the power of high-voltage electricity. Thinking of this, Ran couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. What are you hesitating about? There is no need to hesitate. Ran directly put the 3 items into the converter. The 3 items were picked up by the folding mechanical arm and then put into the converter. It's past 11 o'clock. It's time to start cooking. After taking a look at the time on the panel, Ran turned and entered the kitchen. Cookie, wash dishes, rest, then come to the armor room. The 3 items have been modified. It's time to install them on the armor. Ran clicked on the installation, and the folding mechanical arm took the 3 modified parts to the armor. After a series of ping-pong and bang-bang, the 3 items were successfully installed on the armor. Finally, everything is installed. So let's test the new equipment now. Ran rubbed his hands and entered the armor with excitement. The back slowly closed, and the screen in front of him lit up again. A large amount of white gas spurted out from the surface of the armor, and the entire armor entered a sealed state. Ran left shoo-shoo and came to the outside of the parking lot. Try the laser blade first. This cool thing must be tried first. Ran raised his left and right hands, and then activated the laser blades. Buzz! Buzz! 2 red laser blades popped out instantly, and the blazing heat radiated. The air around the blades was distorted, and the 2 laser blades made a dull buzzing sound. Just listening to this sound, Ran could feel the danger of the 2 laser blades. It's so cool. Ran focused his eyes on the telephone pole next to him and gently waved his right hand forward. Without feeling any resistance, a red cut instantly appeared on the pole. Clang! The cut pole collapsed, and the cut was emitting blazing heat. The metal on it was melted into molten iron, turning red. What an effect! This is better than the broken knife before. Then Ran looked at the wall in front of him, and just swiped a few times, and then pushed gently. Bang! A square gap was instantly cut out of the wall in front of him. And the gap was extremely flat. The surface was red molten rock, emitting blazing heat. It feels like cutting a cake. The effect is so strong. But can the current armor really adapt to such a strong high temperature? Ren put away the laser blade and then looked at the two wrist guards. It was intact, without any changes. No changes. It seems to be fine. That's right. If it can't withstand it, it can't be installed. After checking that there was no problem, Ren began to test the next component. Chapter 173. Let me wake you up. The next part to be tested is the modified invisible badge. Ren activated the invisible function, and the armor disappeared instantly. Some monsters that moved over saw this scene and looked around in confusion. I'm so close. But this monster didn't find me. Ren came to a snow pile and kept waving his hands and making various movements. As a result, the monster was like a blind man, with no reaction at all. Paw! Ren raised his right hand and then slapped it. The monster was instantly slapped and flew away, and half of its face was severely deformed. In the end, he still looked around in confusion, not understanding what happened. Ren ejected the laser blade, and the monster in a daze instantly pounced on Ren. Swish! The red light blade flashed by, and the monster that pounced on him was instantly split into two halves. Thick black smoke came out of the cut, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Well, the invisibility has been lifted. So can't I use weapons? Looking at the monster's reaction, Ren knew that the invisibility had been lifted. So he immediately experimented and soon came to the conclusion that it was invisible. After being in the invisible state, the surface of the armor is a hole. If various weapons are ejected, then this hole will be destroyed. If Ren does not use any weapons, and only uses his fists and feet, his invisibility will not be destroyed. So that's how it is. But this effect is not bad. After all, my invincible iron fist as big as a sandbag can kill a kid with one punch. After continuing to be invisible for a few more big fights, Ren began to test the last component. The last one is the high-voltage electric shock gloves. I wonder what kind of surprise it will bring me. Ren looked at his hands, and then activated the high-voltage electric shock. Crackle. Crackle. At the moment when the high-voltage electric shock was activated, countless arcs appeared on Ren's hands. They were like a group of flexible L's, jumping flexibly between the 5 fingers. Ren gradually moved his palms closer, and the group of flexible elves jumped between his 2 palms. Wow, oh, they look so cool. Ren turned his head to look at a snow pile next to him, and then slowly walked over. The monster in the snow pile didn't know the danger was coming, and still rushed out to grab Ren. Look at your cloudy and dull eyes. It must be because you have been beaten too much. Let me, a kind-hearted give you a free refreshment. Ren stretched out his hands and held its head very gently. The monster instantly felt Ren's love and danced with excitement. Yes. 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 Good. Very energetic. Great. Very good. Seeing the monster so full of energy, Ren was almost moved by his love. His hands left the monster's head, and the monster instantly fell to the ground. His body began to turn white, and then broke into countless white snow. Alas, young people are just in good health, and they fall asleep wherever they go. Ren looked at the screen and found that the current high-voltage electric shock was only in a low-energy state, with the current protection of the armor. If it goes up, it will not be able to withstand it, and will be dangerous to Ren. Yes, anti-electric ability. I actually forgot this problem. It seems that the armor still has many defects and many places still need to be improved. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, Ren wrote this down in the little notebook in his heart. But next, I have to have a good time. Hee. Ren rubbed his hands and looked at the snow piles with a smile. The monster suddenly became clear at this moment and quickly moved away from Ren. Ouch. Don't run. Let me, sober you up. Ren quickly chased after them and provided them with free sobering services. Ah, it's so loving. The author is very moved. Right. Chapter 174. The second supply box delivery. After waking up a few more people, Ren reluctantly returned to the underground parking lot. All the delivered supply boxes have been picked up, and this supply box delivery is over. At this moment, the mechanical sound in the sky sounded. Ren looked back and looked up, and the cloudy sky began to brighten at this moment. Opening the panel, you can see that the number of people in the upper left corner has decreased compared to before. It's a good way to reduce the number of people, but I'm afraid it's not over yet. Ren turned off the panel and turned to enter the underground parking lot. In the next few days, Ren stayed in the mouse and did not go out. After all, there is nothing worth going out for outside, so it is better to stay inside and watch movies. As time goes by, the temperature keeps dropping every day. The sunshine time during the day is also shortening day by day. At this time, some new types of monsters wandering outside have appeared. In a blink of an eye, time has come to the 5th day. The supply box will be released in 1 minute, and the release position will be displayed immediately. The supply box will disappear in 3 hours. Please go to get it before it disappears. Ren, who was resting after lunch, woke up immediately after hearing the mechanical sound. The second supply box is released. I hope there will be some good things in it. Ren stretched his body and shook his head to wake himself up. After putting on his armor in the armor room, Ren walked out of Shoo and came to the explosion-proof door. The explosion-proof door was already covered with frost, and a lot of snow had spread into the gap below. He opened the explosion-proof door and saw a thick snow wall in front of him. Hoo-hoo. The snow at the entrance of the parking lot was burned clean, and Ren closed the door and asked Shoo to block it. 5 blue beams of light fell from the sky and scattered in 5 directions. Ren activated the flight device and flew towards the place closest to him. Today's temperature is -32 degrees, and the howling cold wind has become stronger than before, and the falling snow is a serious obstruction to vision. Ren flew rapidly in the snow curtain in the air, and the armor began to be covered with a thin layer of frost. It didn't take long for Ren to arrive at a forest park. Through perspective, he could clearly see the supply box under the forest. Turning off the stealth function of the armor, Ren began to lower the altitude. As for why he turned off the stealth function, it was because Ren wanted to have a collision with the newly appeared monster. After descending to a certain height, Ren turned off the flight device directly. Bang! The armor fell at a high speed and then landed steadily on the ground. Then Ren raised his left hand and activated the protective shield. A light blue protective shield appeared instantly, and several sharp ice spears hit it in the next second. The protective shield did not move at all, and the ice spear shattered and fell to the ground. Ren turned his head and looked over there, where there were several gorillas covered with white hair. Their forelimbs were unusually thick, and their height was about 1.7 meters. Their bodies were also very large, and the more peculiar thing was that they had long ice spears growing on their backs. Ren had seen this kind of monster in the regional channel. They moved very fast and could climb, but their bodies were particularly fragile, and they were basically killed in one shot as long as they were hit in the weak points. This monster was good at long-range throwing attacks, and the weapons thrown were the ice spears growing on the back. After the ice spears on the back were thrown, they would grow again within a few hours. So this kind of monster would run away after a wave of attacks, and would never fight any lingering battles. Therefore, many players died from this kind of monster, and they would lose their lives if they were not careful. Chapter 175 Ghost Armor. The next second, more ice spears flew out from all directions. Ren quickly activated the protective shield on his right hand, and the protective shield on both hands easily blocked all the ice spears. The fierce ice spear attack soon stopped, and all the monsters that had thrown them quickly fled from here. Although it is a weapon made of ice, the power it shows cannot be underestimated. Ren turned his head and looked at a big tree next to him. Countless ice spears were densely inserted on it. If it were an ordinary person, he would basically be pierced into a hornet's nest. Click, click, click. At this moment, a clicking sound came from far away. Listening to the direction of the sound, Ren turned his head to look over there. He saw a 2-meter-tall humanoid armor approaching him little by little. The whole body armor was dark gray, with scratches and gaps everywhere, and looked tattered. The whole armor looked very heavy, and it made a clicking sound with every step. There was a huge sword on the back of the armor, although it was full of gaps, but the huge sword was still extremely sharp, and the blade flashed with cold light. Through the gap in front of the helmet, you can see a blue sphere looming inside. Oh! It turns out to be the ghost armor that we have talked about a lot recently. through the news on the world and regional channels in the past few days. Ren also learned about this monster. This monster appeared on the 4th day, and it looked like a huge humanoid armor. Through some gaps in the armor, you can see that it is empty inside. So because of this, some people named it ghost armor. The defense of this monster is particularly terrifying. Whether it is guns or various explosive attacks, it is difficult to cause damage to it. It is simply an invincible existence. And the power is very strong. It can easily destroy a house. For low-level vehicles, it is like tearing thin paper by hand. So when this monster appears, it makes all players feel very headache. Fortunately, the monster is very slow and not very flexible. As long as you don't bump into it, this monster is not a big threat to the player. But if it finds the base, then evacuating before it arrives is the best choice. Schwa. At this time, the armor is less than 10 meters away from Ren, and the giant sword behind him is also pulled out by it. At this moment, it is tightly grasped in the hand and continues to approach Ren step by step. Ren looked up at the sky. Dark, fierce cold wind, and so much snowfall. It's really bad weather. The speed of the player must be greatly reduced. It seems that I can play a little with this kid. At this moment, the monster has come to Ren, and the giant sword in his hand is raised and chopped down quickly. Ren moved to the side, and the giant sword fell beside him. Boom! The giant sword chopped deeply into the ground, and the ground shook slightly. Oh! This blow must have at least a few tons of force. This thing is really powerful. Now Ren next to him can intuitively feel that the force just now is definitely not light. I heard that you are very tough, but I don't know if you can withstand my laser blade. The laser blade in his right hand popped out instantly, and Ren chopped towards the left wrist of the armor. The laser blade easily cut the wrist, and the left arm of the armor was instantly separated from the wrist. The incision was flat, and it exuded traces of high temperature and melting. Chapter 176 Cold Steel. So easy? It seems that the strength of my laser blade is not low. Seeing that the effect was so immediate, Ren was also a little shocked. In the previous world channel, there were players using laser weapons to attack armor. It can indeed cause damage to armor, but the effect is not as good as Ren's. Through the cut arm, you can see that there is indeed nothing inside. At this moment, the armor relies on his right hand and raises the giant sword again to chop at Ren. Ren once again dodged easily by turning sideways, and then cut off its right hand together. Even if both wrists were cut off, the armor still mechanically repeated the chopping action. Like a set machine, it keeps executing commands according to instructions. Ren moved away from the armor a little bit, and then used a 12.7mm machine gun to shoot. The bullet instantly shot out from the right wrist guard and hit the armor accurately. Ping ping pong pong. Sparks flew all over the armor instantly, but the bullets only left a few scratches on it. Yes, this defense is really good. Even if the composite steel plate is shot at one point continuously, it is not as good as this. Then Ren activated the heavy sniper rifle, and the storage box on the right side of his back opened instantly. The modified heavy sniper rifle was placed on Ren's shoulder, and then it quickly opened fire. Boom! 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 3 armor-piercing bullets were fired instantly, hitting one point of the armor in succession. Sparks flew from the place where it was hit, but it just dented a little, and was not penetrated. Wow! It's not penetrated at all. This effect feels better than composite steel. What material is it made of? Ren's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Isn't this new powerful material here? But this thing is too invincible. Doesn't it have any weaknesses? Ren activated his perspective ability, and began to look up and down at the armor in front of him. You know what? He really saw something inside. The inside of the armor was empty, but in the helmet at the top, there was a blue sphere inside. There is only that one ball inside. Could that be the armor's weakness? Let's try it first. Ren jumped onto the armor's shoulder, then tore off the eye shield on the helmet. Through the opening on the helmet, Ren clearly saw the blue ball inside, raised his right hand, and aimed at the ball. Then a 12.7mm bullet was fired instantly. Pa! The blue ball was instantly shattered, and the shattered fragments quickly turned into white snow. The armor, which was still moving, paused for a moment, and then began to tremble violently. Ren quickly jumped down from above, and came to the side to watch what happened next. After a few seconds of violent shaking, The armor stopped quickly as if the power was turned off. Clang, clang, clang. The armor parts fell one by one, and the whole armor became a pile of parts on the ground in an instant. Then the parts began to turn into white snow, and then slowly dissipated. Ren bent down and fumbled for a while, and took out a piece of metal from the white snow. Cold steel. It has extremely strong hardness, and has a strong resistance to various means of destruction. Special effect. The temperature around it becomes lower, and the hardness of the cold steel will also increase accordingly. This metal is too good. There is also this special effect. It seems that I have found a better metal. I will be busy next, putting this piece of metal into the space bracelet. Ren activated the stealth function, walking towards the high platform next to it. There was a blue supply box. Chapter 177 Special Level Items. Through the ability of perspective, Ren has clearly seen the items in the supply box. There are a lot of food, warm items, and a red blueprint. Coming to the supply box on the platform, Ren unlocked the lock and opened it, putting the food and warm items into the space bracelet. Ren picked up the blueprint and began to examine it. High-energy particle emitter. This weapon can release a high-energy particle arc, causing devastating damage to the target. The weapon has two attack methods, which can be switched freely in any situation. Long-range attack mode. Concentrate energy to release high-energy particle arcs, and can attack single targets within a range of up to 600 meters. Close-range attack mode. Disperse energy to release high-energy particle arcs, attacking multiple targets within a 100-meter radius at the same time. This weapon is a special item, and it will be automatically destroyed when the internal energy is exhausted. It's awesome to see this introduction, and I successfully got another special weapon. It just so happens that today's infinite gift has been refreshed, and it just happens to be used on this. Putting the blueprint into the space bracelet, Ren took off to the next place. The bad weather effect is very good, and the speed of those players has been greatly reduced. Ren received 3 supply boxes in a row before all the players arrived. This time, when the supply boxes came, Ren took down 4 supply boxes by himself. Just like that, in front of a bunch of monsters. All the supplies inside were looted. In the remaining 3 supply boxes, Ren obtained 3 very special supplies. Kinetic projectile machine gun special weapon. Fires special kinetic bullets, which can cause extremely terrifying gnawing effects on targets with physical protection. The maximum killing range of the bullet is 1,000 meters. Beyond this range, the bullet will immediately lose its killing effect. The machine gun has a locking function. Once the target is locked within a range of 500 meters, the fired projectiles will automatically lock the target. Gnawing, the projectile will eliminate the physical defense hit, making it no longer have the integrity of protection. This weapon is a special firearm with 50 rounds of ammunition. When the ammunition is used up, the weapon will be automatically destroyed. This weapon is of special grade, and the second one will not appear before the weapon is destroyed. Energy shotgun. Fires 5 spherical lightning projectiles, causing devastating blows to targets within a certain range. The spherical lightning projectile will explode after hitting the target, melting the hit part in an instant. The electric current generated by the explosion will cause penetrating attacks on the target and destroy all electronic components inside. The effective range of this weapon is 150 meters, and the spherical lightning projectiles beyond the range will disappear. The weapon has 10 rounds of ammunition, and it will be automatically destroyed when the ammunition is exhausted. Alpha Chrome Metal Replacer. After use, the structural material of the entire vehicle will be replaced instantly, and all of them will be converted into Alpha Chrome Metal. Alpha Chrome Metal is indestructible, immune to any special attacks, and ignores all types of penetration damage. The replacement lasts for 3 minutes, and the metal will disappear after the time is up. Oh my! Dark Gold Special Blueprints. The first time I've seen such a thing. The effect of each of them is too amazing. At this moment, Ren had already returned to Shushu and was observing these 3 items. Each item exudes a dark gold light, and it is obvious that it is not a simple item. These 3 awesome things are placed here, and Ren doesn't know who to give the infinite endowment to first. Chapter 178. Transform the kinetic projectile machine gun. First, transform this kinetic projectile machine gun and use it to replace the 12.7mm machine gun used by the armor. However, this is a special weapon. Can this thing really be transformed? Forget it. Never mind. We will know after trying it. Mo Ren picked up the kinetic projectile machine gun and brought it to the table. Then clicked to convert. And the mechanical arm quickly brought the machine gun into the converter. Transformation in progress. Remaining time, 2 hours. The screen in front of him popped up a message showing the current progress bar. It seems that it can really be transformed. So let it be transformed and see what the effect is. After confirming that the kinetic projectile machine gun could be modified, Mo Ren also set his sights on other items. Install these 2 special vehicle weapons first. As for this alpha chrome metal, this is simply an extremely powerful prop. You must wait until the infinite endowment is refreshed before using it. Otherwise, if you accidentally use it, it will be useless to cry anywhere. Mo Ren removed the 23mm cannon and H2MB heavy machine gun on the turret. The 23mm cannon was moved to the front and top of the vehicle body, and the 2 H2MB heavy machine guns were installed on the left and right sides of the vehicle body. Then, the missile launcher was installed on the right side of the turret, and the flamethrower was installed on the left side. After making enough space, Mo Ren installed the 2 special weapons on the turret. After doing all this, Mo Ren came to the command room to wait, watching the movie to kill time. 2 hours passed quickly. Report. Commander. The weapons have been modified. Shu Shu's cold mechanical voice came out, and Mo Ren got up and left the command room. Entering the arming room. The kinetic projectile machine gun has been modified at this time. Mo Ren chose to install on the screen, and the folding mechanical arm above his head began to get busy. The original 12.7mm machine gun on the right hand was removed and replaced with a modified kinetic projectile machine gun. It seems that there is no change. Put on the armor to check it out first. After looking around the right wristband, he found that it had not changed much from the original appearance. The back of the armor opened, and Mo Ren pressed himself against it. The back slowly closed, and the screen in front of him lit up. Mo Ren raised his right hand and then activated the kinetic projectile machine gun. The wristband opened a gap in the middle, and a 6-barrel gun instantly appeared. The appearance was like a super mini Gatling gun, and each barrel had a red LED light strip running through it. At the same time, a locking aiming frame appeared on the screen in front of Mo Ren. It really looks like a super mini Gatling gun. But don't forget the bullet issue. Mo Ren used infinite endowment on the kinetic projectile machine gun, and the 50 rounds of spare bullets instantly turned into an infinite symbol. Done. Let's go out and test the power of this machine gun. Mo Ren turned and left the underground parking lot and came to the street above. At this moment, not far away on the street, there was a ghost armor standing there. Mo Ren immediately chose it as the target, and the aiming lock box in the middle of the screen turned red instantly. And below the lock box, the current distance of the target was also marked. 314 meters. Just within the 500-meter range of bullet tracking. Let me see the bullet that will turn. Mo Ren pointed the muzzle of the gun at the sky and then pulled the trigger. Swish, 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 swish. The red kinetic projectile shot out from the muzzle instantly, like bright red meteors. They drew a perfect arc in the sky, and then stabbed down from the top of the armor like a sharp sword. The top of the armor was instantly opened, and dense holes appeared on the helmet. It looked like it had been corroded by strong acid, and it looked very hideous. The blue ball inside was instantly shattered, and the entire armor turned into white snow after a moment. Chapter 179, Collecting Cold Steel. Wow! This bullet can really turn, and it is worthy of its gnawing properties. The armor touched by the bullet was dissipated in just an instant. This shows that anything with physical properties cannot stop this kind of bullet. No wonder there are only 50 bullets, and the second one is not allowed. This thing is too strong. Mo Ren raised his right hand and aimed at the wall in front of him, then pulled the trigger. Swish, swish, swish. The red kinetic projectile shot out from the muzzle and hit the wall instantly. The originally intact wall was instantly pierced with countless small holes. TSK. 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 It's such a terrifying gun. The effect is too amazing. Mo Ren came to the pile of snow and took out a piece of cold steel from it. I'm just outside now, so I can collect some more cold steel and replace the armor today. Mo Ren activated the flying device and went to the sky to search for the whereabouts of the armor. After a while, he found one in another street, slowly descending from the sky. The aiming lock box on the screen turned red instantly, and Mo Ren raised his right hand and fired at another street. Swish! The energy projectile flew out instantly, and the figure disappeared at the corner of the street. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out from another street and instantly hit the helmet of the armor. The blue ball inside was pierced and shattered, and the armor shattered into a pile of parts, and then slowly turned into snow. It seems that once locked, no one can escape within 500 meters. In the following time, Mo Ren kept searching for armor everywhere. Every time a kinetic projectile flew out, an armor turned into white snow. The amount of cold steel in the space bracelet was also gradually increasing. Well, more than 10,000 pieces of cold steel. This amount should be enough to transform the armor. And there will be some left by the way. The sky was already dark at this moment, and the sun's rays disappeared at 5 o'clock. The howling cold wind mixed with blizzards kept raging in the city. It's past 6 o'clock. It's time to go back and eat. Mo Ren controlled the armor all the way back and soon returned to the inside of Shu Shu. After taking off the armor on his body, Mo Ren began to invest in materials for transformation. The folding mechanical arm carried pieces of cold steel into the manufacturing machine, and the forging production line began to operate. During this time, Mo Ren came to the kitchen to start making dinner tonight. After eating and drinking, Mo Ren took a short rest and then came to the arming room. All the parts made of cold steel have been replaced with the original armor parts. Now the armor is made of cold steel from head to toe. Well, not bad. The hardness of the armor has risen to a big level, and it has released a lot of properties. Observing the armor through the virtual screen next to the round table, every piece of information on it made Mo Ren very satisfied. After being satisfied, Mo Ren returned to the command room and continued to enjoy the movie and massage. There are no players in the area. The area has been destroyed, and the remaining disappeared areas, 1 out of 10. At 11:03 p.m., the mechanical sound rang out from the sky. However, the mechanical sound did not end, and it continued to sound in the following time. The time came to 12:27. During this time, 6 areas have been reported. Huh? What's going on? How come so many areas disappeared in just over an hour? Mo Ren, who was watching a movie all night, noticed something was wrong and immediately turned off the movie being played and opened the World Channel to see what was going on. Chapter 180: Transferring Players. Opening the World Channel. The news inside is rolling all over the place. It is already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and this phenomenon is obviously abnormal. After browsing the news inside, Mo Ren also understood why. The so-called solution is in the supply box, and the meaning is like this. In today's supply box delivery, some people have picked up some special props. The most common one is an item called a cross-region teleporter, which can transfer 200 people to a designated area. Mo Ren kept looking up, and he really saw someone sharing this prop. Cross-region transfer device. Up to 200 players can be transferred to the designated area, and the transferred players can carry the vehicle. After transferring to the designated area, the positions of all players in the area will be displayed on the transfer device. Only when all players in the area are eliminated or all the transferred personnel die, they cannot leave the area. The whole body of the transferred personnel will be wrapped in red edge light, and this effect cannot be removed. And after the transferred personnel enter the area, all players in the area will not receive a prompt. An area can only be transferred once at most, and it cannot be repeated a second time. It seems that the players who obtained the cross-area transfer device took action at night. Although this behavior is quite shameful, this is the law of this world, and only the strong can survive. Mo Ren is not a saint. After all, he has also killed many people. Mo Ren turned off the World Channel and lay back in the command chair to watch the movie. However, he still opened the regional channel to see if there was any situation. As soon as the regional channel was opened, there were also many messages scrolling in it. Mo Ren roughly browsed it, and then immediately jumped up from the command chair. Well, there are also transfers in our area. When did it happen? Mo Ren immediately browsed the messages and began to check the messages from these players. Everyone, don't sleep. Hurry up and wake up the people around you. Everyone, pay attention. There are teleporters coming into our area. I'm being chased by them now. They are just like the hostile targets in the game. There is a circle of red light around their bodies. Everyone must be careful when seeing such people. What? It's like this. Hey, where are you? Why don't you talk? Everyone, get ready. These people came in using the cross-area teleporter. The rules of this prop are... Fuck. What a disgusting rule. If we can't kill them, we will die. There were more and more messages in the regional channel, and more players woke up from their sleep. It seems that we can't continue to watch the late-night movie tonight. Alas, I didn't expect to have to work overtime so late. Mo-Ran turned off the panel and turned to enter the armor room. When he came out, Mo-Ran was already wearing armor. Those transferred players can see our position, but we can't know it here. It seems that we need to release the Hummingbird drone bomber for reconnaissance, so as to accurately know their position. Thinking of this, Mo-Ran began to walk towards the back exit. Ding. At this time, Mo-Ran's friend's private message rang. Someone sent me a private message. Who could it be at this late hour? Mo-Ran stopped and opened the private message from his friends on the panel. Brother Mo-Ran, come and help us. Those transferred players are on our side. The firepower of these guys is too fierce. My brothers and I can't stand it. The person who sent the private message was Zhang Tian, and he also attached a location information. Hold on. I'll be there soon. After sending the message, Mo-Ran quickly came to the explosion-proof door. Woohoo! Woohoo! The snow at the entrance was burned clean, and Mo-Ran quickly flew into the sky after closing the door. According to the location information provided by Zhang Tian, Mo-Ran accelerated and flew over there. Chapter 181, There is still a problem. Boom! Boom! Da-da-da-da. The sound of continuous gunfire sounded, which was so dazzling in the dark night. In front of the gate of a community, a fierce conflict broke out at this moment. 10 fully armed vehicles kept moving forward, and various weapons on the vehicles kept attacking. Some fully armed players went around from both sides and cooperated with the vehicles to continuously attack the community. At this moment, many vehicles had been destroyed inside the community. The destroyed wreckage was burning, and the people inside were already dead or alive. Many vehicles in the rear took advantage of the cover of the building and kept firing back. There were also many players with weapons attacking at the windows of the buildings on both sides. F***K. What a bunch of bastards. Sneaking over here to attack. F***K. Zhang Tian carried an RPG rocket, aimed at the vehicles outside, and pulled the trigger. The rocket flew out instantly and hit the front of a vehicle. Boom! The heavy baffle in front of the vehicle was instantly penetrated, but the vehicle behind was not damaged. A green light enveloped the entire vehicle, and the vehicle was restored to its original state in an instant. These bastards are too tough. And the repair kit that is constantly used. It's really fucked up. Zhang Tian quickly hid behind a wall and began to reload the RPG rocket in his hand. Brother Zhang Tian, some people have come in from the left and right. A player ran over in a panic and reported to Zhang Tian. Shua, how can those guys be the commanders and be pulled in from the side? Tell the brothers to hold on. I have sent a message to Mo-Ran. Zhang Tian shouted loudly. At this moment, the sound of gunfire outside was getting closer and closer. I know. The player responded and ran out quickly. Shua, this pressure is too strong. Countless bullets shot in from the window, forcing Zhang Tian to not raise his head to shoot. Boom boom. Da-da-da. At this moment, the fierce gunfire outside suddenly stopped. No sound. What happened? Zhang Tian carefully poked his head out and found that all the vehicles had stopped firing at this moment. Zhang Tian leaned out of the window and looked to the left and right, and saw many headless bodies on the ground. Judging from the red edge light on the body, Zhang Tian determined that these people were all transferred players. What's going on? Why are all those people dead? Zhang Tian looked at this scene with a puzzled face, not understanding what happened. Then a figure slowly floated down and appeared in front of him. I'm so scared. Zhang Tian was instantly startled and hurriedly stepped back a few steps. At this moment, outside the window, there was a set of floating armor standing there. Zhang Tian, why are you so nervous? Didn't you ask me to come here? Mo-Ran's voice came out of the armor, with a little mechanical sound. A few seconds ago. It's here. Just in front of that. Mo-Ran quickly activated the kinetic projectile machine gun in his right hand and the heavy sniper rifle on his back. Shoo shoo. The heavy sniper rifle is under your control, and the target is those players emitting red edge light. Understood? Captain. Shoo shoo's cold mechanical voice came out, and the heavy sniper rifle on his shoulder fired instantly. Boom boom boom. The heavy sniper rifle fired continuously, and the attacking transfer players on both sides were headshot one after another. When the gunfire stopped, only a group of headless bodies were left on the ground. Imoren arrived above the community at this moment, and the kinetic machine gun in his hand opened fire instantly. With the help of perspective, the players in the vehicles were easily harvested. Boss Missouri ran. It turned out to be you. Did you get rid of all those guys? Zhang Tian understood at this moment, and said with a happy face, well, those transfers have been dealt with by me, and the rest of the stall is left to you to take care of. After Imoren finished speaking, he turned around and began to return. Boss Missouri ran. Take care. Zhang Tian's voice sounded from behind, and at this moment, his eyes were full of admiration. When he came out just now, Imoren released some hummingbird drone bombers. Those hummingbird drone bombers destroyed another large force, and Shushu was counting the number of people killed at this moment. Report to the driver. A total of 199 people have been killed, and one person is still alive. Shushu's voice came out, and Imoren, who was flying back, was stunned. No way. There is still a problem with the information rushed out over time. Damn it! Imoren had no choice but to let Shushu release more hummingbird drone bombers to find the so-called problem. Shushu in the parking lot took action, and used the gun barrel to open the explosion-proof door in front of him. Countless hummingbird drone bombers came out in droves, densely spreading throughout the city. Chapter 182 Overtime is over. They shuttled flexibly in the city, searching every corner. Shushu quickly processed and analyzed, and soon found the transferred player. Report to the captain. The target has been found, because the distance with other people is too close. If the hummingbird drone bomber launches an attack, it may affect other people. Shushu's cold mechanical voice sounded, and a video screen appeared on the screen at the same time. The picture shows a mansion, and a group of people are confronting in the yard at this moment. A group of players wearing down jackets are holding various weapons against the transferred player in front of them. The transferred player on the opposite side is not only not afraid, but seems to be talking to the other party. On the ground next to him, there were 3 knockdown players lying on the ground. The 3 players seemed to have suffered considerable damage, and bright red blood could be seen flowing on the white snow. Well, okay. I have to go there again. Shushu. Mark that location, and recover all the other hummingbird drone bombers. Understood. Captain. A mark appeared on the screen in front of Imoren, and he began to fly in that direction. A large number of hummingbird drone bombers lined up, and began to return to the drone cabin in an orderly manner. With such cold weather, and such severe blood loss, if you don't do as I ask, you will slowly bleed to death. And don't think about fighting with me. The armor I'm wearing is not so easy to be penetrated. A player with red light around his body stood in place, his eyes constantly scanning the group of players in down jackets in front of him. Under the down jackets were pure and beautiful faces, which made him feel dry in the mouth. Fortunately, I didn't act with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity. My luck is so good that the place I found is full of women, and all of them are good-looking. Ziyin and others on the opposite side heard this, and gnashed their teeth in anger. Everyone, put down your weapons. Looking at the 3 sisters on the ground, Ziyin had no choice but to say so. Sister Ziyin. No. Yes. If we don't have weapons, we will all be in danger. That guy is not a good guy at first glance. It will be very dangerous if we don't have weapons. Hearing what Ziyin said, the other sisters strongly objected. But, Ziyin certainly understood what everyone meant. But she couldn't watch the 3 sisters die in vain. Hurry up and decide. This time is not. Bang! Bang! Before the player finished speaking, his head suddenly exploded. The headless body shook for a while, and then fell heavily to the ground. This scene happened so suddenly that no one could react for a moment and was stunned. Hurry up! Everyone stop being dazed and move the 3 sisters in for treatment. Ziyin reacted quickly and ran to the 3 sisters on the ground first. The others also reacted and hurried forward to help. Ziyin looked up at the sky and saw only blizzards and the dark night sky. Who is it? Imoren was quite surprised when he saw the head that exploded like a watermelon. My god. Shushu is so accurate. He can shoot a headshot at a distance of 10,000 meters. And it's a blizzard now. But it doesn't affect him at all. Imoren put the heavy sniper rifle behind him into the storage box and began to return to Shushu. All 200 transferred players have been eliminated, and tonight's overtime has come to a perfect end. Chapter 183 Keep the props and wait for my notice. Returning to the inside of Shushu, Ran took off his armor and began to wash his face and brush his teeth. After all, it was almost 1 o'clock now, and it was time to get ready for bed. After washing up, Ran lay on the command chair and began to sleep. It was late at night, and there were not only strong winds and snow outside, but also many players who moved to other areas. Some players were quietly killed in their sleep, and some players found out in time and fought back. The winner gained life and resources and left gracefully, while the loser lost life and resources and slept here forever. In another area, Mr. Ichiro Yamamoto. All the players who went to Area 21 are dead. A player from Sakura Country ran over in a hurry and reported to a man sitting at the table. Bang! Baka! They failed. What do those guys do for a living? They gave them 10 of the best vehicles and a set of powerful equipment, and told me that they failed. Are you kidding me? Baka! The wine glass in his hand slammed heavily on the table, and Ichiro Yamamoto said angrily. The player immediately lowered his head and dared not say a word. Ding! At this moment, a message suddenly came from a friend's private message. Ichiro Yamamoto opened the private message and found that it was sent by John from the United States. John, it's been so long. Why haven't I received the news of the destruction of Area 21? Looking at the message sent by John, Ichiro Mitsumoto knew that he would definitely be scolded. Sorry, John. The guys under my command are not up to the task. They failed to take over Area 21. But don't worry. I still have a powerful prop here. I will never let you down. After Ichiro Mitsumoto sent the message, he also attached a prop information. Ice Wind Tornado Generator. Generate 10 powerful ice wind tornadoes, which will descend on the place with the most players. After descending, the ice wind tornado will move forward autonomously and destroy everything along the way. At the same time, it releases strong low temperatures and sharp ice spikes everywhere. John couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw the message sent by Ichiro Yamamoto. But when he saw the prop sent, his frown relaxed a little. This prop is very good, but don't use it yet. Leave this prop and I will notify you to use it when the time is right. The edited message was sent, and Ichiro Yamamoto on the other side quickly replied. Understood. Looking at the reply message, John raised his hand and turned off the panel in front of him. Now there are only 2 areas left, and I guess the next stage will come soon. Area 21 must be destroyed. No one is allowed to survive. I know that you, Ran, eliminated the 200 transferred players without even thinking. But soon, a very powerful opponent will be waiting for you. I want to see how you deal with it. John's tone was cold, and his right hand was constantly playing with a transparent ball. In the transparent ball, a small dragon bone was looming. John's self-esteem was extremely strong, and he would never allow anyone to be stronger than him. The special family created his current personality. From the time he was born to now, being the first has always been his life principle. For Ran, this strange man who suddenly appeared, it would be best to control him. But it is a pity that Ran cannot be controlled. So the guy who cannot be controlled can only be eliminated. There are no players in the area. The area has been destroyed, and the remaining elimination area is 10 out of 10. Chapter 184 The Changing World. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was 6 o'clock in the morning. As the time of 6 o'clock arrived, the violent blizzard outside stopped instantly. The whole world fell into an extremely quiet state, which was completely different from the situation before 6 o'clock. Those monsters wandering around also turned into white snow at this moment. The temperature around began to rise, and the snow on the ground began to melt. The whole world was quiet. Very quiet. So quiet that it made people feel weird. The sun in the sky rose again, still without any temperature. The time came to 8 o'clock. Ah! Well, get up. Ran stood up from the command chair and stretched his body. Brushing teeth and washing face is the first thing every day. Then start making breakfast and enjoy it. While eating breakfast, Ran still opened the regional channel to understand the situation. It's so strange outside today. Such a strong blizzard has stopped. Yes, those monsters wandering outside are gone. What happened? And the temperature is rising. It doesn't feel cold now. And it's so quiet outside. I can't hear any sound at all. It feels so creepy. Is this going to do something again? I see that the 10 areas are full. The number of 10 areas has been filled. Can we escape from this place? I don't think it's that easy. Something bad must be waiting for us. The news in the regional channel was rolling, and many players were discussing the strange things that happened today. The blizzard stopped. The monsters outside disappeared, and the temperature outside continued to rise. There are already 10 areas with quotas. It seems that there will be big moves soon. Through the player messages in the regional channel, Mo-Ren also understood what happened today. After breakfast, Mo-Ren began to use today's unlimited endowment. It's time to fix the alpha chrome metal. But I didn't notice it yesterday. It turns out that Shushu's tracks have been infinitely durable. My little brain really can't remember it. Retracting the infinite durability given to the tracks. Mo-Ren picked up the alpha chrome metal replacer. It looks very much like a module. But the dark golden light that is constantly emitting is destined to be extraordinary. Do you want to use the alpha chrome metal replacer? The effect will last for 3 minutes. Yes, no. Looking at the panel that popped up in front of him, Mo-Ren chose yes without hesitation. As the confirmation button was clicked, the replacer in his hand emitted a dark golden light. Then the entire replacer began to melt and turned into a dark golden liquid. These liquids flowed through Mo-Ren's fingertips and dripped onto the ground, then slowly melted into the entire vehicle. Seeing this, Mo-Ren quickly opened the vehicle information panel. Sure enough, he saw that the entire structure of Shushu had been replaced with alpha chromium metal. Next to it, a 3-minute countdown appeared at this moment. Infinite endowment. Looking at the countdown, it kept jumping. Mo-Ren immediately used infinite endowment on it. With the use of infinite endowment, the countdown that was originally jumping stopped instantly. Then countless garbled codes wrapped the countdown. And when the garbled codes on it disappeared, the original 3-minute countdown has now turned into an infinity symbol. Successful. Time has become infinite. Now Shushu is indestructible. But there are still airtightness and air factors. These two will also be taken care of at that time. Having just experienced the battle armor, Mo-Ren is naturally very clear about this problem. Although Shushu has now been equipped with an air filter module, that kind of thing cannot be guaranteed 100%. As for the remaining infinite endowment, Mo-Ren used it on the energy shotgun launcher. After all, this is a special level item, and Mo-Ren naturally gives it priority. Chapter 185 New Game. After finishing all this, Mo-Ren returned to the command room and began to enjoy movies and massage. Time passed quietly, and a day passed. Such an unusually calm day aroused the suspicion and panic of the players. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, the voice in the sky came out at this time. Hello, all ants. It's a pleasure to see you again. Players in 10 areas have completely disappeared. What a happy news. But you don't need to be disappointed, because I have brought you better news. Our game is not over yet. The fun is just beginning. I've been waiting for a day, and judging by the tone, he must be full of bad intentions. Mo-Ren turned off the movie screen and began to listen to what the voice said. Now please start your vehicles so that you can dodge better later. From what he said, it seems that something is going to happen soon. After hearing this, Mo-Ren quickly got up and went to the armor room. He put on the armor and went outside, opening the explosion-proof door in front of him. After doing all this, Mo-Ren returned to the inside of Shushu. The voice in the sky continued to explain the next content. Our game this time is called Maze Escape. Now let me explain the rules to you. 1. The maze is crisscrossed. Only by moving towards the direction of the real sun can you successfully get out of the maze. 2. There are not only you in the maze, but also some special friends. Their presence makes the maze not so deserted. 3. The maze is safest during the day because there won't be so many friends. You can rush as much as you want. But the maze is the most dangerous at night. Friends will become very unhappy, and there will be a lot of them. 4. There is a rest area in the maze. As long as you keep rushing all day, you can reach the rest area before 6 o'clock every day. The rest area is a very safe place. But remember to close the door. Otherwise your friends will run in, and you will suffer. 5. The end of the maze is a huge circular square with a tall square stone pillar in the center. If you see the square stone pillar, it means you are not far from the end. You must get to the end as soon as possible. Every 3 days, the maze will usher in bad weather, and the inside of the maze will change, and the exit you can escape from will be reduced by 1. As time goes by, the bad weather will gradually increase, and there will be no escape loopholes. Ha ha ha! Isn't it great and interesting? So hurry up. 6. The time of the maze is as follows. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun will appear and dispel all darkness. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun will disappear and darkness will cover everything. Please pay attention to the time. 7. The maze is closed, hard, and indestructible. Running away honestly is the most correct choice. Okay. This is the content of the next game. I believe everyone has remembered it clearly. Then I won't waste your time. To celebrate the start of the new game, let's have a happy warm-up first. Everyone, get ready. The sound in the sky disappeared instantly. And then in the next second, boom boom boom, the ground suddenly shook, as if it was experiencing a huge earthquake. Shoo shoo. Get out now. Understood. Captain. The jet engine started instantly, and Shoo Shoo rushed out of the underground parking lot at an accelerated speed. Oh my god. What the hell is going on? As soon as he came outside, Mo-Ran was shocked by the surrounding situation. All the buildings were constantly moving on the ground, and they were constantly splitting and combining. Huge walls appeared and began to move and merge. Shoo Shoo moved quickly to avoid these constantly moving buildings. Gradually, players began to appear in front of Mo-Ran. He even saw a vehicle being crushed and merged into a building because it failed to dodge in time. When everything was settled, all the players were gathered in a huge square area. There were huge high walls on all four sides, and a tightly closed double door in the middle. On both sides of each door, you can see a huge wheel. The place you are in is called the rest area. The sun will rise at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please remember to move towards the real sun. A voice suddenly came from the sky, and then slowly disappeared. Chapter 186. The surrounding scene. As the voice gradually faded away, the whole world fell into silence again. Only the sound of the engine that came and went became the only sound in the world. One vehicle after another turned on the lights, and the bright light dispelled the darkness around. Shoo Shoo slowly moved to the edge, and there was a big door not far from here. Go outside and take a look. It's just that the armor on my body hasn't been taken off yet. Mo-Ran got up and left the command room. When he appeared, he had already come outside. At this time, the outside was no longer quiet, and various vehicles began to move. Players who knew each other gathered together and surrounded each other's vehicles. More and more lights swept around, dispelling the darkness in this area. Mo-Ran's eyes swept around, and everything around him looked particularly strange. The ground under his feet was made up of various roads and surfaces. It was like various pigments mixed together, twisted into various strange shapes. And these unrelated things were spliced together, and the ground was surprisingly flat. Mo-Ran looked up at the high wall in front of him, and the situation on it was exactly the same as the ground. Looking up, the height of this high wall was 150 meters. Various types of houses and buildings were stacked and fused together, like a scrambled Rubik's Cube, but they are tightly combined with each other, and there is no gap. Mo-Ran stretched out his hands and touched the high wall. The surface was flat and smooth without any protrusions. Mo-Ran made a fist with his right hand and punched forward with a force. Bang! A loud sound came out, and Mo-Ran's fist hit the wall heavily. The movement here instantly attracted a lot of people, and many lights shone towards Mo-Ran. This place must be protected by some kind of protection. The force of my punch just now was not small. According to this situation, the sky above must also be sealed. Mo-Ran retracted his fist, and the wall in front of him was smooth and flat, without any damage. Mo-Ran raised his left hand and replaced the shotgun ammunition with a single-headed bullet. Then he looked up closely and fired the shotgun in his left hand instantly. Bang! A single-headed bullet was fired instantly and hit the sky above. An invisible transparent barrier stopped the flying single-headed bullet directly. Sure enough, the sky above is covered with an invisible barrier. Through the enlarged screen, Mo-Ran saw the single-headed bullet hit some invisible barrier. The bullet instantly deformed and lost power, and fell back to the ground under the influence of gravity. The bullet hit the height of the unknown barrier, which happened to be the highest point of these high walls. The invisible barrier. I don't know if the kinetic projectile machine gun can penetrate it, but let's talk about this later. Now someone is looking for me. Mo-Ran turned around slowly, and saw that there were several vehicles approaching him. With the help of perspective, Mo-Ran could easily see the players in these vehicles. He didn't know the others, but there was a familiar face in the leading vehicle. It turned out to be Zhang Tian. Why did he come to me? One of the people in the vehicle was Zhang Tian, and these vehicles were the vehicles used to transfer players last night. Rand's tense body slowly relaxed. He thought the other party was looking for trouble. At the same time, a vehicle slowly drove over from both sides. And the target was Rand. Rand took a glance and found that the people in the vehicles were all familiar people. Well, all the familiar people are gathered together. Are you going to play mahjong with me? Rand simply stood there and waited. He wanted to see what these people wanted to do with him. Chapter 187 Communication. Zhang Tian and others arrived first. And the convoy soon stopped in front of Rand. The door of the vehicle in the front opened. And Zhang Tian walked down with a silly smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Rand. We meet again. It's really thanks to you that night. Zhang Tian smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Rand. And Rand naturally greeted him with courtesy. Just call me Rand. I don't dare to flatter you with the word boss. I prefer to be called ordinary. Rand said. After all, calling me boss in the game is okay. But it's a bit strange in reality. Well, okay. Then I will call you Brother Mo from now on. Brother Mo. What are you wearing? It looks so cool. Zhang Tian kept looking at Rand up and down. And was very curious about the suit he was wearing. It's just a set of armor I made myself. Are those people behind you your friends? Rand responded. And then looked at the players behind Zhang Tian. Yes. These 3 vehicles belong to my group of brothers. And those behind are some friends. Zhang Tian explained. And Rand also understood the relationship between them. The 2 vehicles on the left and right also came here at this time. On the left is a fully armed commercial vehicle. And the door of the commercial vehicle is open. The people who came are Sushi and others. Each of them is wearing high-quality armor. And the weapons in their hands are all automatic rifles. The vehicle on the right is an SUV, which is also armed to every corner. Sinyan and her sister got out of the car, also fully armed. Brother Mo, do you know these people? Zhang Tian looked at this scene and turned to ask Rand next to him. We often trade with each other. And we are familiar with each other over time. We are all close friends. Rand nodded and looked at Sushi who came first. Brother Rand, it's really not easy to meet you in person for the first time. The armor you are wearing is quite handsome. Pulling off the mask on the helmet, a beautiful face is revealed. Can't you just call me by my name? You have to add a brother at the end. I know you are older than me, so there is no need to emphasize this every day. Hearing Rand's words, Sushi was stunned for a moment. Click! Pinching off the mask on the helmet, Sushi walked away angrily. Before leaving, she gave Rand a big international gesture. Huh? What does she mean? Rand was confused by Sushi's actions. Zhang Tian, who was standing by, saw this and felt his mouth twitching wildly. Ha ha ha. You are too straight. Talking to a girl like this? Ha ha ha. Xianyao laughed out loud when she saw this scene. Rand. We meet again. Xianyang came to Rand and shook hands with each other. After hearing what Xianyao said, Rand also understood what she meant. Okay. It's just that I don't have enough emotional intelligence. Okay. Hey. Brother. Where's your vehicle? I didn't see it. But it seems a bit hot here. Is there anything in front? Zhang Tian looked around and found that there was nothing around Rand. I activated the electronic camouflage coating. So you can't see it. It's actually always here. Rand looked back and then asked Shu to remove the invisible camouflage. After all, Shu will be discovered sooner or later. And Rand can't hide it forever. The air in front of him fluctuated. And Shushu's figure gradually appeared. Hiss! My god! What a cool vehicle! Looking at the steel behemoth in front of him, Zhang Tian couldn't help but sigh. Wow! It's so big! And are those 2 naval guns on it? Xinyo was also shocked by the steel behemoth. And her face was full of shock. Is this the vehicle used by Rand? It's really shocking. Sinyan was also shocked. And her eyes kept sweeping over Shushu. Wow! Sushi! Look! What a shocking vehicle! Anan looked at the steel behemoth. Her eyes were full of shock. TSK! The car is pretty good. But the people are really not good. Sushi took a look and continued to speak angrily. All the players in Zhang Tian's group gathered around with shocked faces. The group of players gathered the vehicles together and formed a semicircular area. A bonfire was lit in the middle. And everyone brought out tables, chairs and food. Everyone sat together to communicate. And the warm scene seemed to be in the previous world. Chapter 188 Four Sons. The atmosphere in your group is really good, which is really rare in this world. Looking at the bustling group of players, Ren felt like he was back in the previous world. Although the current situation is quite special. We all have a kind heart. But everyone is not a soft persimmon. We can unite into a thick rope against strong enemies. Zhang Tian took a big sip of beer and started talking. Su Shi and others and Xi and Yen sisters also joined in. And the atmosphere of everyone was peaceful and joyful. I say, Ren, why do you always wear this set of armor? Don't you feel bored? Xinyo took a bite of the barbecue and looked at Ren, who was chatting with Zhang Tian. She was really curious about what the guy under the helmet looked like. Well, okay. It's really weird to wear a helmet and communicate with you. Ren thought about it and felt that it was really weird. He had obtained a prop to hide his identity before, which could prevent any photo and video recording. It was the same module used on Shushu. So he was not worried about showing his true face. He grabbed both sides of the helmet with both hands and then turned on the helmet switch. Puff! The moment the helmet connection was opened, a cloud of white smoke spurted out. After picking up the helmet, Ren's face appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was sitting close to each other at this moment, and the action of opening the helmet naturally attracted many people. Brother Mo, you are so handsome. When I first saw your profile picture, I really didn't believe it. But now I really believe it. Zhang Tian picked up a bottle of beer and handed it to Ren, and opened it for him. It's understandable. After all, my appearance is really strange. I used to wear a hat and contact lenses when I went out. Ren took the beer and drank from the bottle. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. But why is your hair white? And your eyes? Are you mixed race? Xinyo immediately came over and looked at Ren with curiosity. Sinyan, who was standing next to him, looked at Ren, and her eyes suddenly flashed with intelligence. Wow, so handsome. So this is what Ren looks like. His appearance is too amazing. The eyes of the surrounding players fell on Ren, making him feel embarrassed. There were also several male players who looked at Ren with something wrong, looking at him with hunger. Damn, isn't it a very wrong choice to take off the helmet? The reactions of the people around him naturally fell into Ren's eyes, especially those male players. When they looked at each other, Ren felt a chill all over his body. The time spent together is always short, and everyone quickly went to rest early. After all, tomorrow is the beginning of the escape maze, and one must always maintain good energy. More than a dozen players are on night patrol to ensure the safety of everyone. Time always passes quickly, and in a blink of an eye it is 5 o'clock the next day. The sky is still gray at this moment, but a large number of players have woken up. Everyone is eating breakfast and waiting for 6 o'clock. The time came to 5:57, and Ren put on his armor and came outside. Good morning, Brother Mo. Well, good morning. As soon as he came out, he met Zhang Tian, and the two greeted each other. There are still 2 minutes left. The sun should appear, but I don't know what the correct sun means. Zhang Tian looked up at the sky, and he had been thinking about what this question meant. There should be a fake sun to confuse our direction. Ren also looked up at the sky, and he thought this possibility was the greatest. All the players present looked up at the sky, and the sky was getting brighter and brighter at this moment. The sun hidden in the horizon was about to rise. As the time of 6 o'clock arrived, the dazzling sunlight pierced the sky and dispelled all the darkness. Four suns appeared. Zhang Tian looked at the sky in disbelief. At this moment, 4 suns were slowly rising from 4 directions. Chapter 189, the second use of danger warning. The 4 suns continued to rise, and slowly stopped after reaching a certain height. The 4 suns corresponded to 4 directions. This strange scene shocked the players present. Oh my god! Brother Mo. This. There are 4 suns here. Damn! Zhang Tian said in shock. He was confused by the scene in front of him. Don't panic. There must be only one real sun among the 4 suns, and the other 3 are fake. Fake sunlight should have no temperature. Everyone can feel it carefully, and know which sun is real. Hearing Ren say this, everyone immediately took action. Everyone faced 4 different directions, feeling the sunlight coming from those directions. No. The sunlight on this side has no temperature. It's the same here. I can't feel the temperature on this side. It's the same here. The sunlight on this side has no temperature either. I feel it. The sunlight on this side has temperature. It didn't take long for everyone to find the sun with temperature. The direction where the sun shines is the gate not far from everyone. The sun in 3 directions has no temperature. Only this direction has it. It seems that the sun in this place is real. Zhang Tian felt it, and found that only the sunlight in this direction was warm. After determining the direction, everyone started driving to the gate over there. That sun does have temperature, but the speed at which these suns rise is a bit abnormal. It's better to confirm it again. I hope my method is effective. Mo Ran raised his right hand and pointed it at the sun in one direction, and finally said silently in his heart, I want to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with that sun. There was no reaction in his mind, and Mo Ran quickly changed direction. After trying 2 directions in a row, the voice in his mind did not sound. Is it not possible? It seems that this danger warning cannot be used in this way. Mo Ran pointed his hand towards the sun with temperature, intending to conduct the last experiment. I want to fly up to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. As Mo Ran finished his silent recitation, the voice in his mind sounded again. You idiot. I think you are going to float up to the sky, and you want to go up and shoulder to shoulder with the sun. I think you want to become a pile of ash. Listening to the old voice in his mind, Mo Ran was instantly happy. It really works. Is it because I have this idea? So he mistakenly thought I was going to do this. So the danger warning came out. Is this the second use of the danger warning? Just like the recycling of infinite endowment. After getting a positive answer, Mo Ran turned and entered the inside of Shu Shu. The vehicle started quickly and drove in that direction. Zhang Tian and others had already arrived in front of the gate. They divided into 2 teams and began to push the huge turntable. Boom! The turntables on both sides began to rotate, and the gate in the middle slowly opened, making a rumbling friction sound. Mo Ran also came here at this moment and joined the queue to open the door. With Mo Ran's joining, the speed of the gate opening instantly became much faster. Boom! The gate was completely opened, and a maze passage leading to an unknown direction appeared in front of everyone. The sun, which was emitting warmth, was now suspended in the sky in front. I'll lead the way, and everyone just follow me. After Mo Ran finished speaking, the others all nodded in agreement. After all, it was reassuring to think that such a steel giant would lead the way. Here, this is the walkie-talkie we use for chatting. Take it, and we'll keep in touch at all times. Zhang Tian took out 3 walkie-talkies and distributed them to Mo Ran, Sushi, and Xin Yin. After receiving them, the 3 people tested them and confirmed that the walkie-talkies could be used normally. Mo Ran turned and entered Shu Shu, and the vehicle accelerated and entered the passage first. The rest of the people followed closely behind. Following behind Mo Ran, seeing that everyone entered the maze first, the players present began to act. Some people chose the same direction as everyone else, while others liked to take a different path and chose different gates. Chapter 190 The Right Path. After taking off his armor, Mo Ran came to the command room. As soon as he entered the command room, he could see a 3D terrain map that was spreading. The radar view above was constantly scanning the surroundings, and the information obtained was loaded into the terrain map. At this moment, the 3D terrain map suspended in the air was forming a maze. Is this the maze ahead? It looks really complicated, and there are many detours and dead ends. Mo Ran enlarged the terrain map in front of him and began to observe the appearance of this maze. Shu Shu, use the sun above your head as a direction mark to calculate the way out of the maze in front of you. Understood? Captain! Shu Shu's cold mechanical voice came out. And then he began to calculate. Not long after, a road marked by a red line began to spread. The starting point of the red line was at a crossroads, and Mo Ran looked up and looked forward. He found that it was a crossroads not far ahead, and the starting point of the red line was the road on the left. Go to the left? Isn't this deviating from the sun in front of you? Shu Shu, is the left the only correct way out? Looking at the route planned by Shu Shu, Mo Ran asked with a puzzled face. Report to the captain. Yes. After calculation, only the road on the left can leave this maze area. Shu Shu's cold mechanical voice answered Mo Ran's question. The road marked by the red line was winding and looked very messy. As Mo Ran zoomed out the 3D topographic map, he found these messy lines. After zooming out, it turned out to be a line that kept rising to the left. Rising to the left? Is there any pattern? But I'd better notify them first. Looking at the intersection that was about to arrive in front, Ren picked up the walkie-talkie next to him. Then he briefly explained the matter. Although everyone was puzzled, they still chose to believe Ren. The convoy soon arrived at the intersection, and Shushu turned to the left. The people behind followed closely, and turned into the passage on the left. From now on, everyone began to go deeper into this unknown maze. The roads inside were crisscrossed, and huge walls intersected each other. Shushu was in the front, and the rest of the people followed closely behind. Hey, why did they go to the left? Isn't the sun in the front? Isn't the sun in the front? They should go to the passage in the middle. The players who came behind the crowd stopped at the intersection and looked around in confusion. The one leading the way is Ren. I think it's right to follow him. I choose to go to the left. Yes, there must be a reason why Ren went to the left. So I decided to follow him. Maybe he made the wrong choice. The direction of the sun is clearly in the middle. I choose to go in the middle. After many players discussed, a large number of them chose to follow Ren, and some chose the middle road. The players' figures quickly disappeared from the spot, and everyone drove towards the chosen channel. Today's infinite endowment has been refreshed again, so use it on the high-energy particle emitter. With the activation of infinite endowment, the energy of the high-energy particle emitter instantly became infinite. The next journey was much more boring, and Ren kept observing the surrounding environment. Gradually, he found that these high walls seemed a little different. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that the high walls on this road are a little different in length from those at the corner before? Thinking of this, Ren sat up from the command chair and then enlarged the 3D floating terrain map in front of him. Shushu, are the sizes of these two high walls the same? Ren selected two high walls on the terrain map, one on this road and the other on another road. Report to the driver. The sizes of these two high walls are different. Their heights are the same, 150 meters, but their widths are different. The widths between them are 24 meters and 25 meters respectively. Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out and answered this question. Chapter 191, A Curious Monster. Then Ren asked Mouse to mark the area of each high wall, and found that the high wall on the road was 24 meters. And the rest of the walls were all 25 meters. 24 meters? 24 hours a day. Does that mean it corresponds to this? Yes. If you observe carefully, you can indeed find the difference between these high walls. Ren opened the world channel, and found that some people had already calculated this conclusion. The convoy continued to move forward without stopping, even at lunchtime. After enjoying lunch, Ren came to the command room while eating fruit after lunch. At this moment, it was past 12 o'clock, and the sun in the sky had dropped a little compared to before. Ren looked at the 3D topographic map. At this moment, the rising route has turned into a downward trend. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. This has something to do with the route ahead. Lying comfortably in the command chair for massage, Ren watched a movie out of boredom. Time came to more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the mechanical sound of Shushu suddenly sounded at this time. Report to the captain. There are multiple targets approaching us at 385 meters ahead. Hearing Shushu's voice, Ren quickly turned off the movie and stood up, looking at the floating 3D topographic map in front of him. You can see that there are multiple red dots approaching this side. There are quite a few. About 70 red dots. Everyone, pay attention. There are multiple unknown targets approaching us. Ren picked up the walkie-talkie next to him and quickly told the others the news. Understood. Received. Voices soon came out of the walkie-talkie, and everyone quickly took action at this moment. The weapons were ready for use, and the weapons on the vehicles were also in place. The speed of the convoy began to slowly decrease, and everyone looked forward with a vigilant look. Shushu, start the 23mm quad-mounted machine gun and H2MB heavy machine gun, and wait for my firing order at any time. Of course, good things can't appear so quickly. These two weapons are enough to deal with little Karami. Understood. Captain. Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out, and the machine guns in front and on both sides popped out instantly. After taking a look at the information on the 3D terrain map, Ren looked up and stared at the corner in the distance. At this moment, the convoy came to a very narrow and long passage, and those unknown targets were at the corner in front. Soon, the first thing rushed out from the corner, followed by the second, the 10th. Hey! Oh my god! What the hell is that? Shushu! Open fire and destroy them. Looking at those things rushing over, Ren felt nauseous and felt like his lunch was about to pop out. It was a spliced hunting monster, with all kinds of animals spliced together all over its body. The parts and trunks of various animals merged with each other to form a weird meatball. On this disgusting meatball, you can even see the heads of many kinds of animals. And these heads are alive. And they are making all kinds of piercing howls at this moment. The mixed howls of various animals soon came over. Understood, Commander? The cold mechanical sound of shoo-shoo came out, and the weapon opened fire instantly. Boom boom boom. Da-da-da-da. Countless 23mm machine gun shells and 12.7mm bullets were instantly sprinkled like raindrops. Huge blood flowers bloomed on the bodies of those monsters and tore their bodies apart. Oh my god! What the hell is that? Zhang Tian looked at the monsters rushing towards him from a distance, feeling extremely shocked and disgusted. The other players looked at the monsters, feeling extremely shocked and disgusted. Boom boom boom. Da-da-da. The sudden sound of gunfire brought everyone back to their senses. Fire! Fire quickly! Kill those monsters! Zhang Tian roared. And all the players immediately controlled their weapons. Instantly, guns roared, and countless shells flew towards the monsters. The monsters were broken into pieces one after another, and bright red blood and various pieces of meat began to appear on the ground. Chapter 192 Arrival at the Rest Area. The convoy has completely stopped at this moment, and the vehicles behind have stepped forward to join the attack. Under the powerful suppression of various weapons, all the monsters rushing over were completely eliminated. The ground of the passage ahead was covered with a lot of bright red blood and mincemeat. Seeing the monsters being eliminated, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Imo, what are those things? They look too disgusting. At this moment, Zhang Tian's voice came from the intercom, and Ren also responded. Those should be monsters in the maze. There are more than 2 hours until 6 o'clock. Let's hurry to reach the rest point before 6 o'clock. We may encounter monsters again on the way, so let everyone pay attention. Understood. The stopped convoy started moving again, running straight over the messy ground in front. Hey! Sister! This is too disgusting. Xinya looked out through the car window, and immediately retracted her sight after just one look. Don't look. Close the window tightly. We will leave here in a while. The scene around here suddenly made many players behind feel very disgusted. In the following time, the convoy was attacked by several waves of monsters, and as time went on, the frequency and number of monsters gradually increased. There was even a lizard monster climbing on the wall, which could also spray a kind of venom. The venom fell on the ground, and a puff of white smoke instantly rose. With this effect, it is obvious that you must not get stuck. It seems that we are almost at the rest area. This large square area in front should be it. Through the 3D topographic map, Ren saw a huge square area in front, and the surrounding passages began to become wider, slightly different from the previous passages. Ren also found on the topographic map that the passages here are connected in all directions. Each of them can lead to different gates of the rest area, but the length of the journey is different. Shushu turned left and right all the way, leading everyone to the shortest route. The time came to 5:47. After passing the last corner, the entrance of the rest area appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the players following behind the crowd have caught up with the last convoy. Shushu rushed into the rest area first, and then stopped at the final center. The cabin of the Hummingbird unmanned bomber in front opened, and the missile launcher on the right side of the turret also popped out. Assign manpower to each gate, and quickly close the entrance gate. Understood. After sending the message, Ren put down the walkie-talkie and turned to enter the armor room. After putting on the armor, he left Shushu and flew towards the last gate. Zhang Tian and his group split into 2 teams and went to the left and right gates respectively. Some people stayed where they were and waited for the players behind to enter and then closed the gate. Ren was the first to come to the gate at the back and grabbed the huge wheel and started spinning. Boom! The gate made a huge noise and began to merge to both sides. Damn! Why is this gate so loud? This must be done on purpose. The loud sound of the gate scared Ren, and he immediately activated the perspective to look outside. Sure enough, not long after, the figures of the monsters appeared at the corner. Zhao! Sure enough, it was intentional. It seems that the monsters in the maze are particularly attracted by the sound. Shoo shoo! Launch an attack immediately to prevent monsters from approaching from any direction. Ren quickly gave the order. The armor provided him with great power, so his gate can definitely be closed before the monsters arrive. But the gates in other directions are uncertain. Understood, Captain. Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out, and the hummingbird drone bomber and missiles were launched instantly, rushing in 3 different directions. This scene puzzled the players present, but they soon found out. The monsters that rushed over were suppressed by drones and missiles, and some players quickly joined the attack queue. Chapter 193 Players with Bad Luck. These monsters have extremely strong vitality, and each head on them is a separate individual. Even if there is only one head in one part, they can still limp forward, and the limbs of the animals above have been strengthened, and their claws have become extremely hard and sharp. It can have a significant impact on vehicles, and vehicles with insufficient protection can even be destroyed. Boom! With Ren's rapid rotation, the entrance gate was quickly closed. Turning to look at the other 3 gates, the progress of closing is about to be completed. Boom! 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 Not long after, with 3 sounds coming out, the gates in 3 directions were successfully closed. All the players on the battlefield breathed a sigh of relief and began to look for familiar groups to gather together. Ren returned to the inside of the Shushu and drove slowly to a corner. The weapons outside the car body returned to the body one after another, and the appearance of the Shushu became a whole again. Zhang Tian and others also drove towards Ren and arrived here soon. A lot of people are missing. It seems that they all failed to get here. Ren scanned the surrounding players and found that there were February 10th fewer than at the beginning. Yes, I hope they can have better luck and find another rest area. Zhang Tian glanced around and sighed deeply. But everyone knew that those who didn't get here in time were probably in danger. Somewhere in the maze, a vehicle was fleeing madly. Behind him, a group of monsters were chasing him relentlessly. There were also several lizards climbing up the wall quickly, spitting out a ball of green saliva from time to time. The vehicle below was frantically avoiding the saliva, but several large holes had appeared on the roof. White smoke was coming out around the hole, and the metal on the surface had long been corroded and disappeared. Zhao. MB! What kind of monsters are those? And the lizard that climbed up the wall and spit. What on earth is that? The roof of the car has been corroded with a large hole. Old third. Wake up! A man in the car shook another person frantically. At this moment, the man's right hand had been corroded for the most part. Only half of the broken right arm was left, and the whole person seemed to be poisoned, and the skin turned very green. Zhao, I told you to follow Ren, but you insisted on running to the middle. MB! Who knew this would happen? Besides, wasn't the sun right in front of me? What was wrong with me driving to the middle? The 2 people in front of the car quarreled instantly, without paying any attention to the corner in front. A monster was rushing over there, and it was approaching them at a high speed. When the 2 found out, they were already very close to the monster. Oh my god! Damn it! The player in the main driving position was horrified and quickly turned the steering wheel. There happened to be a corner next to it, and the vehicle made a sharp turn and rushed in instantly. The man quickly looked back and found that the monster was almost touching the back of their car, just when he breathed a sigh of relief and thought he was safe. In front. Look at the road ahead. The man in the co-pilot suddenly shouted, and the others hurriedly looked forward. There was a high wall at the front of the passage, and they ran into a dead end. At this moment, the monster had rushed in from the corner, and the distance between the 2 was constantly shrinking. Ah! Help! Help! Then, in helpless screams and panic, groups of monsters instantly submerged the vehicle. Chapter 194 The next day. As time came to 6 o'clock, the last sunlight in the sky completely disappeared. Darkness enveloped the world again, and the vehicles in the rest area lit up one after another. Scattered lights lit up, dispelling the darkness around. After a long day of running around, everyone can finally stop and have a good rest. Some people are busy cooking, while others are busy repairing vehicles and replenishing ammunition. The night passed in a flash, and time came to the next day in a blink of an eye. 5:57 in the morning. All the players in the rest area have already woken up, and now everyone looks up at the horizon. 6 o'clock in the morning. For sun slowly rose from the horizon, and the bright sunlight once again filled the world. After judging, everyone quickly locked onto the only sun that was emitting warmth. Zhang Tian. When the door is opened, let everyone be careful. There may be monsters hiding behind the door. Mo-Ren had already known the situation behind the door through perspective. And the monsters that were blocked outside did not leave. But he couldn't say it directly. So he used the word maybe. Brother Mo. I understand. Being careful can make the boat last for 1,000 years. I understand this principle. Zhang Tian nodded, indicating that he understood what Mo-Ren meant. Zhang Tian led the team to the front of the gate, and various weapons and artillery were aimed at the gate. The rest of the people also took out their weapons and pointed them at the closed door in front of them. Seeing that Zhang Tian and the others were ready, Mo-Ren began to turn the huge wheel. Boom boom. The heavy door slowly opened, making a particularly loud rumbling sound. Mo-Ren did not open it quickly, but left a small passage and slowly slowed down. The monster behind the door roared and squeezed into the passage, rushing towards the crowd desperately. Fire! Destroy these monsters! Zhang Tian roared, and the machine guns and artillery that had been waiting for a long time opened fire instantly. Boom boom boom. Duh. Countless shells were fired instantly, suppressing all the monsters that tried to rush in. For a long time, the fierce gunfire slowly stopped, and the monster behind the door had turned into blood and flesh all over the ground. After seeing that all the monsters outside had been eliminated, Mo-Ren began to turn the wheel quickly. Boom! The door was fully opened, and the bloody passage appeared in front of everyone. Mo-Ren took the lead in boarding Shushu, and then the vehicle drove into the passage. Zhang Tian and his group followed closely behind Shushu. The remaining players followed one after another, and no one went to other passages alone. After driving for a day, the situation was very similar to yesterday. Whenever it reached more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, monsters would rush out from unknown places. It's just that the time and number of monsters appearing have increased slightly compared to yesterday. Boom! Boom! As all the doors were successfully closed, everyone arrived at the rest area again intact. It was a thrilling day, but the number of people today has not decreased, which is really good news. Zhang Tian looked at the many players present and found that the number of people today had not decreased. There was no tension between the players as in the past, and everyone began to talk and laugh. Today, the time when the monsters appeared seems to be a little earlier, and the number has also increased significantly. This situation will definitely intensify, and the road ahead will definitely not be easy. Mo-Ren took a sip of beer and spoke slowly. Yeah, you're right. The road ahead is definitely still long, but I don't know how far we are from the end. Mo-Ren and Zhang Tian sat around the campfire, chatting with each other. The night gradually deepened. Time passed in a flash, and the third day slowly arrived. Chapter 195, the third day. Boom boom boom. Duh. After clearing all the remaining monsters at the door, everyone set out on today's journey again. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Mo-Ren turned off the movie in front of him, and then looked at the 3D topographic map floating in front of him. At this moment, a large number of red dots were approaching, and one of the red dots was particularly large. Such a large red dot. It seems to be some kind of new monster. Mo-Ren picked up the intercom next to him and notified the news of the monster's attack. Understood. Got it. The intercom quickly sent a reply, and Mo-Ren asked Shushu to activate the old 3 weapons. Then Mo-Ren released a hummingbird drone bomber and went to the front to investigate the situation. The drone cabin in front opened, and a small black figure flew out instantly. After turning a few corners, Mo-Ren saw the groups of monsters. The target with the largest red dot was running at the front of the monster group. It was a huge creature similar to a buffalo. Its whole body was full of swollen muscles, and it was covered with pieces of bone armor. The most exaggerated thing was its head, which had a huge bone shield like an umbrella. His head was cone-shaped, with a row of densely packed small eyes on each side. It seems that this is the new monster, and looking at the bone armor all over its body, this guy's defense coefficient is probably very high. No wonder those monsters are following closely behind it. Looking at the image sent by the hummingbird drone bomber, Mo-Ren made a simple judgment about this monster. But its limbs are not thick, and there is no protection. It seems to be a very easy place to attack. So stay here. Locking one of its front legs, Mo-Ren immediately ordered an attack. The hummingbird drone bomber flying to the rear turned around and quickly rushed towards the monster. The front legs of the monster in the picture kept enlarging, and then the whole picture disappeared instantly. Mo-Ren looked at the 3D topographic map. The red dot slid for a while, and then stayed there without moving. No matter how high your defense is, it's useless. You can't run without legs. The team soon encountered the group of monsters. After a fierce battle, the attacking monsters were all destroyed, and the team set sail again towards the rest point. Boom! Boom! All the entrance gates were closed, and the afterglow of the sun in the distance slowly disappeared. Everyone arrived at the rest area safely again. Today is the third day. The so-called bad weather and changes every 3 days. I'm afraid it will appear tomorrow, so we may need to pay more attention tonight. Everyone sat around the campfire, and Imoran began to explain the situation. Indeed, that's what the voice told us. If there is an emergency, it is likely to be after 12 o'clock tonight. Zhang Tian on the side also took over and explained his point of view. Everyone discussed it one by one, and the time soon came to more than 10 o'clock. Most of the players went to rest, and the remaining players stayed to stand guard. Time came to 12 o'clock in a blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. With the arrival of 12 o'clock in the morning, the ground suddenly shook violently. In the maze outside the rest area, there was also a very loud rumbling sound, as if it was undergoing unknown changes. Chapter 196 Heavy Rain. Change. All the sleeping players were awakened, and everyone quickly went outside to check the situation. Report to the captain. There was a strong vibration outside, accompanied by a loud noise. The cold mechanical voice of Shushu sounded, and Imoran quickly woke up from his sleep. Looking outside through the panoramic view, you can see that many players have come outside. At this moment, all the vehicles and players are shaking constantly, and the ground is experiencing vibrations. Imoran opened the panel to check the time. 12:02. It seems that something new is going to happen again. Go outside to check. Imoran got up and left the command room, turned around and entered the arming room. After putting on the armor, Imoran left Shushu and went outside. Brother Imo, the maze outside seems to be changing. It seems that the situation has begun. As soon as he came outside, Zhang Tian quickly came over and said, the ground, which was shaking violently, slowly calmed down at this time. Well, I think the situation is not over yet. There should be something else next. Boom, boom. Before Imoran finished speaking, a dazzling lightning appeared in the air, followed by an extremely loud thunder. Then came the second, the third. Thick lightning followed one after another, as if to tear the black curtain in the sky apart. The loud thunder never stopped, shaking people's eardrums. Tick, tick, clatter, clatter. Huge raindrops fell from the sky, and turned into a downpour in a few seconds. The raging rain fell from the sky, and the people in the rest area seemed to be under a waterfall. Oh my god! It's raining so hard! Brother Imo, let's get back to the car. Zhang Tian covered his head and ran to the vehicle, then got in. The players present also ran quickly and got into their respective vehicles. However, Imoran did not return to Shushu, but stood there and observed the surroundings. It seems that the transparent barrier above is one way. You can come in from the outside, but you can't get out from the inside. But the rain is too heavy. It doesn't look like normal rainfall at all. With such heavy rainfall, the rest area is likely to be flooded. Thinking of this, Imoran quickly looked at the ground and found that in just a short time, 3 or 4 centimeters of water had accumulated on the ground, and it was still climbing up today. Imoran saw this scene and quickly came to the nearest door, and then started to turn the wheel next to it. There have indeed been changes outside the maze. It seems that the road tomorrow morning may be very difficult to walk. While turning the wheel, Imoran looked outside through perspective. It was found that the monster behind the door had disappeared, and the original ground had become a muddy dirt road. Fierce rainstorms will disappear in the maze in an instant, but if they fall in the rest area, they will accumulate on the ground. Boom! The gate was opened a crack, and the rainwater accumulated on the ground flowed out through the crack. It seems that opening a crack is not enough. The rainfall is too heavy. Although the rainwater flowed out, the water level on the ground was still rising slowly. Imoran activated the armor and flew to the other 3 gates, opening a crack in each of them. As the 4 gates were opened a crack, the water level on the ground began to slowly drop. In this case, it will not rise anymore. It seems that the so-called bad weather is a rainstorm, but there will definitely be something else after that. I hope to reach the end before the next one comes. After doing all this, Imoran controlled the armor to fly back to Shushu. At this moment, the whole Shushu was wrapped in white smoke, and countless raindrops fell on the high-temperature armor and were evaporated. It looked so conspicuous, but this white smoke is really thick. In critical situations, it will be a good means of concealment. Turning into Shushu, Mo-Ran came to the arming room and took off the armor. Chapter 197 Departure. After taking off his armor, Mo-Ran came to the command room, and Zhang Tian's voice came from the intercom next to him. When asked why Mo-Ran opened the door, Mo-Ran also explained the situation just now. So that's the case? And the ground outside the door gap has turned into a dirt road. It seems that this will have a significant impact on driving. I hope the situation is not that bad. That's right. So arrange more people to observe tonight. It's not clear whether the rainstorm will remain the same or continue to change. This requires more attention. The two sides chatted with each other for a few words, and then hung up the call. Shushu. If the water level continues to rise and exceeds 5 centimeters, wake me up immediately. Understood, Captain. After instructing Shushu, Mo-Ran covered himself with a small blanket and fell asleep again. The time came to 5:54 in the morning. After breakfast, Mo-Ran washed the pots and pans, washed his hands, and went to the command room. Through the panoramic view in front of him, he could see that the heavy rain outside was still falling. The rain had decreased a lot compared to the beginning, but the current rainfall was still heavy. I'm afraid the sun won't appear today. It seems that we need to judge the road by the width of the high wall. Mo-Ran looked up at the sky above, and the whole sky was as gloomy as ink. The time came to 6 o'clock, and the sun in the sky did not appear. Brother Mo, the sun didn't come out today. Which road should we take? Zhang Tian's voice came from the intercom, and Mo-Ran picked up the intercom and answered. We judge by the width of the high wall. As long as the width exceeds 24 meters, it is not a real road. Only the width of 24 meters is correct. In fact, Mo-Ran already knew which door was correct, but it would be bad if it was too obvious. No problem. Let's start now. The news spread quickly, and the vehicles in the rest area started to move. Players came to the gate one after another. Some opened the door, and some were on guard against the monsters behind the door. Boom! All the gates slowly opened, but the expected monsters did not appear. The players took the tools that could be used for measurement and went out to measure the width of the high wall outside. The long passage was composed of many high walls, and the connection points could be seen if you looked carefully. Mo-Ran came to the rail gate and opened it. After measuring it in a serious manner, Mo-Ran returned to Shushu and told everyone the news. It's 24 meters here. How much is the distance over everyone's side? It's 25 meters here. This direction is wrong. It's also 25 meters here. This direction is wrong. It's also 25 meters here. This direction is not the real exit. After getting accurate information, everyone returned to the vehicle. Then they drove the vehicle to the correct gate, and Shushu had been waiting at the door. After seeing everyone arrive one after another, Shushu started and drove into the passage first. The heavy tracks rolled on the muddy dirt road, and the 188-ton weight instantly pressed the ground down a little. It's really some mud. If ordinary vehicles drive in, the thickness of the mud on the ground will be at least half of the tires. Shushu was in the front to open the way, and the vehicles behind rolled on the tracks to move forward. Mo-Ran also removed the high-temperature armor. Otherwise, the thick white smoke would definitely make the people behind invisible. The convoy sped along the dirt road, and the torrential rain continued, blocking everyone's sight. Chapter 198 The Twists and Turns of the Road. The maze seems to have become more twists and turns, and coupled with this muddy dirt road, it seems that everything is trying to slow us down. It may be very difficult to reach the rest area before 6 o'clock. Through the 3D terrain map in front of him, Mo-Ran found that there were a lot of corners and turns in the maze. The terrain of the maze is now completely different from before. A lot of sticky silt was thrown onto the body of the vehicle as it ran. Then it was washed clean by the heavy rain from the sky. And this situation continued, including today. I have accumulated 4 times of unlimited endowment. If I hadn't paid attention, I wouldn't have cared. It seems that I don't have to worry about the number of infinite grants in the future. After thinking carefully, Mo-Ran, who was idle, found that he had so many infinite grants that he hadn't used. Then Mo-Ran used infinite grants once and changed the durability of the high-energy particle launcher to infinite. After all, weapons will be destroyed, so there is no need to worry after the upper insurance. In the following time, Mo Ren focused on the front. After all, the weather outside was really too bad. Report to the captain. A sinkhole was found 275 meters ahead. The cold mechanical voice of Shushu came out, and Mo Ren enlarged the 3D terrain map in front of him. It was found that there was a sunken area on the road ahead. By measuring the area, it was found to be a rectangular area more than 2 meters deep and 7 meters long. After passing a corner, a straight passage appeared in front of him. The ground was still a muddy dirt road, and a puddle appeared on the ground not far ahead. The location of the puddle was exactly where the pit was marked on the map. The puddle almost covered the entire dirt road, and there was not enough space on both sides to pass. It seems that this place must be filled up. Otherwise, the vehicles behind will not be able to pass. Mo Ren picked up the walkie-talkie and notified the news. So there is a pit. That's great. I have a lot of stone pillars here to block it. Zhang Tian's voice came out soon, and the convoy just arrived in front of the pit. The vehicles of Zhang Tian and others opened one after another, and players wearing raincoats appeared holding stone pillars one after another. Mo Ren also put on his armor and went down to help, so as to reduce the delay. Plop, plop, plop. With a relay of many players, the pit in front was soon filled with a large number of stone pillars. Everyone returned to the vehicle, and the stopped convoy set off again. Crack, crack, crack. The two largest tracks of Shushu rolled over, and the stone pillars below were crushed very tightly. The time came to 2 p.m. What are these yellow marks? Are they new monsters? Mo Ren looked at the 3D topographic map in front of him, and there were many yellow dots marked on the ground not far ahead. These yellow dots stayed in place motionlessly, looking very suspicious. The 23mm machine gun was instantly activated, and Mo Ren stared at the front closely. After turning a corner, a not too short passage appeared in front. Then, one by one, clay figures appeared in the passage, and they just stood there quietly, hearing the movement from the vehicle. These clay figures quickly turned around and began to rush towards the convoy. There was a blue ball looming on their heads. At this moment, all the yellow dots on the map turned into red hostile targets. Boom, boom, boom. The 23mm machine gun opened fire instantly, and holes were blown out of the mud figures. But these holes were quickly filled with mud, as if there had never been any wounds. Chapter 199 Clayman. It moves quite fast, and its body has a recovery effect. The monster that appeared today is a bit interesting. The blue ball on its head should be its weakness. The effect may be the same as armor. As long as it is broken, it will make this monster disappear. Looking at the reactions of those monsters, Mo Ren had a shallow understanding of this new monster. Shushu. Aim at the blue ball on its head and break it. Understood? Captain! Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out, and the machine gun's bullet point instantly locked on the heads of those claymen. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Each bullet of the machine gun hit the ball accurately and smashed it easily. The clay figures whose balls were smashed instantly burst into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Within a few seconds, the clay figures in front burst into mud all over the ground. Then Mo Ren told Zhang Tian and others about the new monster and its weakness. The blue ball on the head is the weakness. Brother Mo, I understand. In the following time, the convoy encountered more clay figures. This kind of clay figure is not only very powerful, but also can turn into a piece of mud and spread on the car. It blocks the view of the vehicle, so that the people inside cannot observe the situation outside. It can also wrap around the weapon, making it unable to fire and causing the barrel to explode, unless the blue ball is destroyed. It is difficult to remove it from the vehicle. As time goes by, the monsters begin to rush out from all corners. The number is several times that of a few days ago, and there are a lot of densely packed ones. Whoosh whoosh. The flamethrower on the right side of the turret pops out, and the surging flames instantly spray out. Like a violent fire dragon, it swallows all the monsters in front. The scorching heat swept over, and the monsters turned into squeaky charcoal in just a moment. Time passed by minute, and the gray sky became darker and darker. The ubiquitous darkness began to cover the world, and the vehicles in the convoy turned on their lights. Beams of white light shone out, dispelling all the darkness around. It was 6 o'clock, and we were still 1.5 kilometers away from the rest area. Roar! Roar! When it was 6 o'clock, a very loud roar came from the maze. The roar was like thunder, as if a large number of unknown monsters had awakened. The monsters rushing towards the vehicle suddenly became extremely violent. Their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red light, and their mouths opened to a very scary angle. The particularly harsh and unpleasant roars continued to come out, and their own speed became extremely fast. It's past 6 o'clock. It seems that these monsters are all violent. Ren looked outside through the panoramic view, and countless monsters were constantly rushing towards Shu, trying to fight steel with flesh and blood. The end is naturally to be crushed into pieces by Shu. The sharp blade hit the corner like a guillotine, cutting the monster in front of it in half. The spiked armor on the surface is like a pair of sharp claws, and the monsters that touch it are instantly torn off large chunks of flesh and blood. Shu is like a meat grinder entering the battlefield, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of these monsters. Boom boom boom. Da. Zhang Tian and his group in the back opened fire at full power, suppressing all the monsters that appeared on the left and right. Soon, after passing the last corner, the entrance door of the rest area appeared in front of them. This gate seems a little different. Why is there a light on the top? Ren zoomed in on the whole view and found that a round light had appeared on the top of the gate. It looks like something strange is going to happen again. Never mind. Let's go in and close the door first. Shu's speed increased instantly, and he rushed into the rest area first. Chapter 208 Different Rest Area. As soon as Shu entered the rest area, Ren flew out from behind wearing his armor. Drawing an arc in the air, Ren flew towards the gate at the back. At this moment, the heavy rain that had been falling all day began to slowly stop. Huh? Why is there a square cover in the middle? When Ren flew over the half-court, he noticed a huge square cover on the ground. Although he felt very strange, Ren did not stay for too long. When Ren arrived in front of the gate, he found that the huge wheels on both sides of the gate had disappeared. Now, instead of that, there is a switch lever on the right. Pull rod? Why is the wheel replaced by a pull rod? Never mind. Closing the door is the most important thing. Ren came to the pull rod, grabbed the handle of the pull rod and pulled it down. Beep! 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 A shrill alarm sounded instantly, and the light bulb above the door instantly flashed a dazzling yellow light. Boom boom. Then the door made a shrill friction sound and began to slowly close to both sides. Damn! You actually play like this? It's too shameless. Are you afraid that the monsters don't know? Ren looked outside the door and found that many monsters had rushed out of the passage outside. Ren swung his left hand outward with force, and hundreds of anti-infantry mines flew out instantly, just like a fairy scattering flowers. Ren quickly flew to the next gate after finishing all this. Pulled down the lever, spread hundreds of anti-infantry mines, and then do the same for another gate. Ding! 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 Boom! The shrill alarm and friction sound rang continuously, and the lights on the gate kept flashing. At this moment, the people behind also arrived at this time, and they were shocked by the scene in the rest area. Ren flew back to the entrance gate, and there was no need to worry too much about the other 3 gates. It is not so easy to successfully break through the mine array composed of hundreds of anti-infantry mines. Sizzle! Zhang Tian and his team's vehicles drifted in a rotation, with the front of the vehicles all facing the gate entrance. The cannon machine guns on the roof opened fire instantly, constantly suppressing the monsters rushing in. The players at the back stepped on the accelerator and rushed madly to the rest area. They were afraid of falling behind and becoming food for those monsters. The players at the back were particularly unlucky, and were stopped in an American style by the monsters, who were chasing them relentlessly. The vehicle lost control and skidded on the muddy road, and then flipped directly to the ground. The monsters surrounded the vehicle frantically, tearing off the outer skin of the vehicle with their sharp claws. They grabbed the desperate players inside, and then cruelly tore them apart and ate them. Seeing that the number of people behind him was almost the same, Ren pulled down the lever at the entrance of the gate. Ding! 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 Boom! The gate issued a shrill alarm, and began to slowly close towards the middle. Boom boom boom! Continuous explosions were heard, and Ren turned his head to look at the 3 gates. A large number of anti-infantry mines were triggered, and dense steel balls were pushed by the explosion. Like a violent storm, they hit the monsters. The monster closest to them was instantly evaporated into mincemeat, and blood flowers also bloomed on the bodies of those farther away. The speed of the monster was greatly reduced, and the gate was successfully closed before the monster arrived. When the last vehicle rushed into the rest area, the people at the door opened fire instantly. Countless shells formed an iron curtain, suppressing the monsters that rushed in. When the gate was closed small enough, the firepower of the people slowly stopped. Boom! Puff! Many monsters still wanted to squeeze in through the never-closed gate, and the result was naturally that they were crushed into a pile of blood. Oh my god! Finally safe. 3/10 of the people behind are almost gone. These violent monsters are too scary. Safe. Finally safe. This afternoon's journey is really a nightmare. Looking at the closed gate, all the players breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 201 Possible Unknown Situations. The players gathered at the door began to disperse, and look for teammates they knew to form a team. Everyone's vehicle was covered with claw marks of various sizes. They began to repair the vehicle, and make various ammunition to replenish weapons. Shushu slowly drove to the edge and stopped. And Zhang Tian and others' vehicles also approached. At this time, Mo Ren came to the middle of the rest area and looked at the cover on the ground through perspective. It was found that this huge cover was an iron door with a hollow passage underneath. An iron door that may be opened at any time. And there is a hollow passage below. Why do you want to make this thing? Will something climb up from the passage? Mo Ren looked up at the gates around him. And a conspiracy slowly emerged in his mind. The iron gate that was originally opened by a wheel has become a pull rod. Just pull the pull rod to control the gate. How is the gate controlled to open? Or it may open automatically. It seems that tonight, I am afraid it will not be very peaceful. Mo Ren left the middle cover and returned to Shushu. Brother Mo, this rest area seems different. Completely different from the one we stayed in together. Zhang Tian came up at this moment. And he also found the strangeness of this rest area. Yes, this place is not normal. Something big may happen tonight. Everyone must be vigilant. Mo Ren nodded and told everyone about the possible situations he had thought of. What? The gate might open automatically. No way. This is too scary. Xinyao made a sound of disbelief. And so did the others around her. The gate is a problem. But what I care most about is the cover in the middle. After my observation, it is a passage that can be opened. And something unexpected may come out of it. Mo Ren continued to put forward ideas and told everyone about the huge cover in the middle. Then we will continue to use stone piers to enclose that place. Whether there is something coming out of it or not, at least it can provide a little blockage. Zhang Tian also spoke. And the others thought this method was feasible. Everyone quickly took action, and used a large number of stone pillars to encircle the outer perimeter of the cover. The players present saw this scene, and came forward to ask in confusion. Zhang Tian and others also explained the possible situation. And the other players were horrified after hearing it. After all, it was regarded as a place of safety and rest. And no one would have thought that such a fatal problem was hidden. The surrounding players also stepped forward to help. And some people even made some barricades to join the blockade. After all, this matter concerns one's own life. And no one will go against one's own life. The outer perimeter of the huge cover was instantly surrounded by 3 layers of barriers inside and outside. Even at the exit of each gate, various blocking facilities were arranged. Everyone went to bed early after dinner. After all, they had experienced too many things that day. Not to mention that there might be emergencies at night, which made everyone's heart lift. Shushu, pay attention to any situation in this venue. If anything happens, wake me up immediately. Understood? Captain. After instructing Shushu, Mo Ren also prepared to rest early. Before resting, Mo Ren also told Gu Lao about this idea. In the past few days, Mo Ren has been communicating with Gu Lao. I know Mo Ren. I will pay more attention. And you too. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mo Ren hung up the panel. Then he covered himself with his small blanket and fell asleep. The rest area soon became quiet, with only a few players on night patrol. The first half of the night was very peaceful and quiet. And when time came around, and it was 3 o'clock in the morning, the change suddenly happened at this moment. Chapter 202, Sudden Attack. Beep! 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 Boom! The piercing alarm sounded suddenly, and all the players in the rest area woke up suddenly. Everyone quickly got up, put on their equipment, picked up their weapons, and went outside. At this moment, the light bulbs on all the gates flashed a dazzling yellow light, which made people's eyes uncomfortable. The piercing alarm sounded, and the yellow light kept flashing. These scenes made the hearts of the players present jump, along with the flashing lights. The 4 gates began to open slowly. The heavy gates slid on the ground, making a particularly loud friction sound. Some players who were closest to the gates ran to the front of the gates, hoping to close the gates by operating the levers. But no matter how hard they tried, the entire lever didn't move. What's going on? Why can't the lever be pulled down? It seems to be locked. No! Let's leave the gate quickly. Get away from the gate quickly. The monsters in the maze are about to rush in. Everyone, defend quickly. The gate was already 1/3 open at this moment, and bursts of roars came from the dark passage ahead, accompanied by the sound of running from far to near. A large number of maze monsters were rushing towards the rest area. All players drove their vehicles and quickly moved away from the constantly opening gate. Report to the driver. Something special happened outside. The moment the gate alarm sounded, the cold mechanical voice of Shushu came out. Ran, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and looked outside through the panoramic view. The light bulb on the gate flickered yellow, and all the gates were slowly opening. Shua! This is too stupid. Not letting people sleep in the middle of the night, and actually launching a sneak attack. Ran quickly got up and left the command room, and ran quickly into the armor room. After putting on the armor, Ran left Shushu and went outside. Brother Imo, it really happened. These gates are all opened automatically and cannot be closed. As soon as Ran came outside, Zhang Tian quickly came over. All of you guard the other 3 gates, and leave the remaining gate to me. After Ran finished speaking, he quickly flew towards the gate, and Shushu followed closely behind. Zhang Tian and others started the vehicle and quickly drove towards the other 3 gates. Boom boom! At this moment, all the gates were fully opened, and a harsh and unpleasant roar came from the dark passage. Under the illumination of various lights, monsters appeared in front of everyone one after another. Fire! Fire quickly! Those monsters are coming! Attack quickly! The monsters in the maze are rushing. Boom boom boom! Da 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 da! The various artillery and machine guns on the vehicle fired instantly, and countless shells formed an iron curtain, suppressing the monsters in the passage. Shushu drifted and stopped at the gate, and the flame launcher on the right side of the turret popped out instantly. Whoosh whoosh! A hot high-temperature flame instantly sprayed out, turning into a ferocious fire dragon rushing into the dark passage. The dark passage was illuminated by the flames, and the monsters rushing in groups were instantly swallowed by the flames. Under the scorching of the high-temperature flames, they turned into crackling charcoal. Also let the high-energy particle launcher come out to show its eyes. I have never used this weapon before. As Ran's order was issued, a hole opened above the turret. A very sci-fi weapon slowly rose, and its shell was light blue. The overall shape is rectangular, and the hole is divided into 4 separate parts. In the middle, there is a conical coil. A thick cable is connected to the back, and the cable goes all the way to the inside of the mouse. Zizizi. A large number of particles began to be produced in the emitter, and then these particles were continuously accelerated. When the high-energy particle emitter was fully charged, a thick particle arc instantly ejected. It was like a lightning bolt tearing through the darkness and hitting a monster directly. Bang! The monster exploded in an instant, and its body was instantly torn into powder by countless particles. The particle arc trend did not decrease, and it kept sweeping across the channel. All the monsters hit by it were instantly turned into powder. Chapter 203. The cover is opened. Wow! The effect of this weapon is too powerful. Even if it is switched to short-range splitting mode, the particle arc emitted is not reduced at all. Looking at the power displayed by the high-energy particle emitter, Ran was amazed again and again. Under the bombardment of the particle arc, the monsters in the passage were instantly killed. Now all the monsters are pressed in the corner, and they will be killed immediately if they dare to show their heads. The flame of the flamethrower slowly disappeared, but it still maintained the aiming state. It seems that this place can be safely handed over to Shushu. I will go to support other gate entrances, but pay more attention to the cover in the middle. I believe it will also be opened. Ran turned his head to look at the middle position. The cover on the ground was motionless at this moment. Ran activated the armor and came to the next gate, then took out a high-concentration C4 explosive from the space bracelet, set a 5-second countdown for it, and then threw the bomb into the passage with force. Boom! 5 seconds later, a huge fireball rose in the passage. The violent shock wave spread to the surroundings. and the surrounding monsters turned into fragments in an instant. Ren kept moving at the 3 gates, throwing various explosives into the passage. Under such fierce firepower, the monsters in the passage could not break out at all. Time passed unknowingly, and it was 4 o'clock in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all the players' attention was on the passage ahead, and the cover in the middle slowly opened at this moment. The cover opened silently, without making any sound. A figure in the air slowly landed and stood next to the cover. Sure enough, it was opened secretly. It's really an old 6 thing. Now everyone's attention is on the door. No one will find this thing at all. At this moment, the huge cover on the top has been fully opened, revealing a square dark passage. Ren came to the edge of the cover and looked down. Under the night vision function of the screen, Ren could see the internal situation clearly. The tunnel was 15 meters deep, with 4 tunnels branching out from the bottom, leading to different directions. At this time, Ren noticed that there was a rustling sound that was getting louder and louder. Ren immediately activated the perspective and looked into those tunnels. Damn! What the hell are those things? When he saw the things in the tunnel, Ren felt his scalp tingling. The 4 tunnels were full of dense spiders. No, it should be said that they were unknown creatures similar to spiders. That kind of monster was a very large spider, and the bodies of various creatures grew on these spiders. And the surface was covered with a lot of rusty iron sheets. And it had 4 sharp forelimbs. Each forelimb was transformed into a sharp machete, covered with various rusts. On the back of this spider monster, there was a large gas tank. Many wires extended from the gas tank, and all of these wires were inserted into the body of the spider monster. Ren used perspective to look at the inside of this monster, and found that it was filled with a lot of explosives of different specifications. These monsters were rushing towards the middle channel along the passage at this moment. Oh my god! Such a big gas tank! And so many explosives in the body. It seems that this monster will explode by itself. We must remind Gu Lao and others that this monster must not be allowed to come out from inside. Ren quickly threw a bunch of white phosphorus grenades to seal the exit of each channel. Then, while throwing high explosive grenades, he told Gu Lao the news through a private message. Chapter 204 Self-Destructing Monster. It seems that what Ren said is right. The middle passage will indeed be secretly opened. Gu Lao looked at the middle position, and the huge cover was indeed slowly opening. There were layers of obstacles around the cover, and many soldiers were on guard with guns. The other 4 gates were now firing continuously, and the monsters in the passage were completely suppressed. Ding! At this moment, the reminder sound of the friend's private message sounded. Gu Lao opened it, and found that it was a message from Ren. Just after reading the message sent by Ren, Gu Lao's face changed instantly. Quick! Tell the soldiers to stay away from the middle passage. Explosives. Throw a lot of explosives into the passage. Gu Lao shouted anxiously. Although the people around him were very confused, they still carried out the order quickly. The soldiers around the cover quickly evacuated, and some soldiers came to the cave entrance with various explosives. The explosives were activated and then thrown into the passage. The soldiers who had done all this quickly evacuated. A few seconds later, boom, 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 several explosions came from below, but more violent explosions followed instantly. Boom, boom, a violent explosion shock wave instantly blasted out from the passage entrance, followed by a raging flame rising into the sky. The violent explosion swept around, shaking the eardrums of everyone in the rest area. The violent explosion did not stop, but continued and intensified. The ground under everyone's feet began to tremble. My chow. Gu Lao. You throw a nuclear bomb down there. Why is it so loud? This explosion is too violent. What exactly happened down there? I'll explain it to you later. Let's talk about it after the explosion. Gu Lao shouted at the top of his voice. The explosion was too loud now. Raging flames rushed out of the passage, and violent explosions continued below. This scene stunned all the players in the rest area. But everyone still focused on the passage ahead. What a vicious trick. If the monsters inside escape, there's no need to say anything. The players in this area will definitely be wiped out. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ren couldn't help but frown deeply. The violent explosion lasted for about 3 minutes before the movement below gradually stopped. Then the huge cover slowly closed, and everything just now seemed to have never happened. In another area, countless spider monsters quietly crawled out from under the cover and rushed towards the players, who were busy dealing with the gate. When these players reacted, they were greeted by the 4 sharp machetes of the spider monsters. Every time the machete of the forelimb fell, a player was cut into several pieces of torso. The players present all aimed their firepower at these monsters. But this was the worst thing they had ever done in their lives. The monsters hit by bullets exploded instantly, and the iron sheets covering their bodies turned into fragments under the explosion. Then, under the power of the explosion, they swept across the 4 directions, instantly killing and injuring most of the surrounding players. And such spider monsters kept crawling out from the middle passage. Ah! What kind of monsters are these? Why are there monsters crawling out from the middle? Help! Save me! Save me! My legs! My legs are cut off! Boom! 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 The violent explosions continued, and the players' miserable wails became the voiceover. Balls of flames rose up, and the lives of the players remained here forever. The sudden appearance of spider monsters caused most of the players in many areas to be killed or injured. Many players also noticed the passage in the middle, so they made preparations in advance. So when facing spider monsters, most areas can easily deal with them. This sudden battle in the second half of the night is enough for everyone to remember for a long time. Chapter 205 End. Time passed by minute, and it was 5 o'clock in the blink of an eye. As the time of 5 o'clock arrived, the maze monsters that had been attacking began to disappear. The sound of gunfire that had been resounding for a long time also slowly stopped at this time. Boom! The 4 doors began to close slowly, and the friction on the ground made a violent sound. Boom! Looking at the tightly closed doors, all the players can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Huh? It's finally over. The energy of these 2 hours is really invaluable. Yes! Suddenly I woke you up from a good sleep. And then I had to face tens of thousands of monsters. What was that violent explosion just now? It was too scary. It seems that there was an explosion below. The whole ground can feel a slight tremor. All the players began to talk about what happened just now. At the same time, they kept repairing and replenishing ammunition for the vehicles. Now it was past 5 o'clock. It was about to set off for another day, and the equipment in hand must be kept in good condition at all times. Brother Emo, what happened just now? I saw that the explosion seemed to come from the middle passage. Yes. What on earth was that? The power of this explosion was too terrifying. Zhang Tian and others came to Moran and asked about what happened just now. Just now, there were monsters trying to crawl out from below. These monsters. Moran explained the situation to everyone. And at the same time, he opened his right hand. A 3D projection slowly appeared on his hand, which was exactly the spider monster just now. This function was newly added by Moran. He added the useless projector to the armor. The effect was quite good, and various images could be projected around. After listening to what Moran said, and the 3D projection of the monster on his right hand, everyone's face was full of shock, and they were particularly grateful for Moran's attention. In the remaining time, everyone started to eat breakfast and waited for the arrival of 6 o'clock. As 6 o'clock came, the whole world became bright again. The 4 identical suns were hanging in the sky again. After determining the direction of today's departure, Moran opened the door in that direction. Boom! The door slowly opened, and the dirt road outside had long disappeared, and the ground returned to its original state. Shushu took the lead, and everyone followed closely behind. It was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Moran turned off the movie in front of him and looked forward. At about this time, today's monsters should meet them. It was 3 o'clock, and the road was calm and no monsters were encountered. Strange. What's going on? Why didn't any monsters appear today? Looking at the time on the panel, Moran was immediately confused. Report to the driver. An unknown person is approaching ahead. Shushu's cold machine voice suddenly came out, pulling Moran out of his thoughts. Finally, a monster has come. Huh? Unknown people. Aren't they monsters? After listening to Shushu's report, Moran looked at the 3D terrain map in front of him in confusion. There were more than a dozen yellow markings on it, and they were constantly approaching the convoy. Yellow markings, not hostile targets. Could it be that, like the Clayman that day, some new monster has appeared again? Moran picked up the intercom and informed everyone of the situation. The entire convoy began to slow down, and then slowly stopped. Zhang Tian and others' vehicles moved forward to the rear of Shushu on both sides, and the various weapons on the vehicles were aimed at the passage ahead. Everyone loaded their weapons and aimed them at the corner of the passage ahead. While everyone was waiting, a group of naked people rushed out from the corner. Chapter 206 People? Monsters. The group of people rushing out from the corner were naked, including men and women. They kept waving their hands and shouting for help. Save us! Help! Ah! But everyone's expression was extremely exaggerated, with their facial features and mouths wide open. And the voices were very stiff. One word at a time. Like a machine. We should be walking in the front. But how could someone run out from the front? And the behavior of these people looks very strange. There is something wrong with this group of people who suddenly appeared. Imoran activated the perspective to look at the people in front. And the information he got shocked him. That group of guys are not human at all. They are hidden monsters. With the ability of perspective, Imoran easily saw through the insides of these people. There are no human organs and bones inside. Instead, there is flesh and blood mixed together, and the torso parts of various animals, all mixed together in this human body. Brother Imo, how come someone ran out from the front? And I feel they are so strange. Should we go out to rescue them? Zhang Tian's voice came from the intercom. And Imoran quickly picked up the intercom and replied, Don't go out. Those outside are not normal people. I'm afraid they are new monsters. I'll try and know. Imoran put down the intercom, then asked Shushu to start the H2MB machine gun and shoot at the person in front. The H2MB machine gun on the left popped out, and then a 12.7mm bullet was fired instantly. Duh! Bang! The bullet instantly hit the person in the front, and his head exploded like a watermelon. The headless body continued to move forward by inertia, and then fell heavily to the ground. We will know once we try. Brother Imo wants to. Zhang Tian and others were puzzled by Imoran's words. But suddenly a gunshot was heard. Everyone quickly looked forward, only to see a person's head exploded instantly. Various tissue fragments were scattered all over the ground, and the headless body fell heavily to the ground. But soon, someone immediately discovered something was wrong. Look! That person is not bleeding. Oh my god! His head was blown off, but not a drop of blood was shed. All the players found that the headless body lying on the ground did not shed any blood. But the next moment, something even more shocking happened. The headless body on the ground suddenly shook violently. Then countless scarlet flesh gushed out from the broken end. And these flesh and blood instantly combined into an irregular limb monster. It was composed of various animal limbs that had been stripped of fur, and all kinds of smelly mucus were dripping on it. Squeak! The monster let out a sharp roar and rushed over with its limbs. Is this its true form? It looks disgusting. Shushu! Kill them! Looking at the monster rushing over, Imoran quickly ordered. Understood. Commander. The 23mm cannon and another H2MB machine gun popped out, and then instantly opened fire. Boom boom boom. Duh. The fierce sound of gunfire came out, pulling the people in the back out of shock. Zhao! These people turned out to be monsters. What a sinister method! If you don't pay attention, you will be inviting wolves into the house. Attack quickly. Kill these ugly monsters. The many vehicles in the back fired together, and countless shells formed an iron curtain to press against the monsters. Chapter 207 The weakness is fire. The humans who rushed over were instantly smashed into pieces, turning into pieces of debris on the ground. But not long after, scarlet flesh and blood emerged from these pieces. Then, one after another, irregular limb monsters appeared, screaming and rushing over. What greeted these limb monsters was an iron curtain composed of countless ammunition. Their limbs and torsos were smashed one after another, turning into pieces of meat on the ground. But soon, the flesh and blood on the ground began to reassemble. Then, they recovered into complete limb monsters, and continued to scream and rush over. My chow! Did you see it? Those monsters can actually be resurrected. What the hell? They were all beaten into a pile of rotten meat. But they can still be put together. How to fight this? This thing can't be invincible. Looking at the scenes in front, the people behind didn't know how many times they were shocked. Shushu! Start the flamethrower. Looking at the monsters that kept combining, Imoran said to Shushu lightly. Understood. Commander. The flamethrower on the side of the turret popped out instantly, and then a fire dragon roared and rushed towards the monsters. Squeak! Squeak! The monster wrapped in flames screamed shrilly, and the scorching heat instantly made the surrounding monsters flee quickly. But before he ran far, he was swallowed by the fire dragon. It seems that this monster is very afraid of fire. We need to tell Gu Lao and the others this information. Seeing the reactions of these monsters, Mo Ran knew what they were afraid of. When the blazing flame slowly dissipated, only piles of charred fragments remained on the ground. The battle was over, and the convoy that had been stagnant for a long time continued to move forward. A new monster that hides in human form has appeared. Gu Lao looked at the message sent by Mo Ran, which recorded the characteristics and weaknesses of this monster. Well, okay. I'll remember what you said. After replying to Mo Ran's message, Gu Lao turned off the panel in front of him. Then he told everyone around him the new information he had received. Report: a group of unknown people were found ahead. Just as everyone was discussing with each other, a soldier suddenly reported. Gu Lao and others looked at the display screen, which showed the group of naked people. These are the monsters that Mo Ran just mentioned. Tell the soldiers to use flame weapons to eliminate them. Looking at the picture on the screen, Gu Lao quickly gave an order. The vehicles leading the way in front of the convoy all set up a flamethrower on the roof. The hot flames gushed out and instantly swept across the group of monsters in front. Squeak! 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 The monster in the flames screamed miserably, and then turned into charred fragments and scattered all over the ground. More and more players in different regions encountered this kind of human, and some alert players expressed suspicion and attacked. Successfully saw through the monster's disguise and protected his life. Some players were not alert and accepted these people, and as a result, they were killed by these monsters. As more and more news appeared on the World Channel, no one believed in this sudden human anymore. The convoy continued to move forward and encountered many monsters in the following time. Looking at the monsters rushing in groups, Mo Ran directly gave them a baptism of fire. The time came to 5:43 p.m. and everyone successfully arrived at the rest area. Looking at the familiar lever gate and the huge cover in the middle, everyone knew what they would encounter today. Everyone felt very fucked up, but they could only quickly repair and replenish vehicle ammunition. After that, they ate and went to bed early to ensure that they were energetic in the second half of the night. Chapter 208: The End. The night passed quickly, and the shrill alarm sounded at 3 o'clock on time. At this moment, the players in the rest area had already woken up, and everyone was looking at the door in front of them in full alert. Beep! 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 Boom! The shrill alarm and friction sounded continuously, and countless rioting monsters rushed towards the rest area. Looking at the monsters in the passage, all the players quickly pulled the trigger in their hands. Boom boom boom! Da-da-da! The guns roared, and the iron curtain composed of bullets continued to suppress the monsters. Boom boom! Boom boom! With the closing of all the gates, the tower defense came to an end. It's finally over. My hands are so sore from operating the machine gun. When will this continuous battle end? This is a huge consumption of resources. Yes, whether it's repairing weapons or replenishing ammunition, these all require a lot of resources. We haven't replenished resources for such a long time, and now we don't have many resources left. Many players began to discuss resource issues, and Mo Ran saw all of this. We can't get any resources in the maze, and we have to continue fighting. It seems that even if we reach the end of the maze, there is definitely something waiting for us. Time soon came to 6 o'clock, and 4 suns rose from the horizon again. After determining the correct direction for today's departure, the convoy drove towards the maze again. After going around in circles, it was 12 o'clock noon in a blink of an eye. After enjoying lunch, Mo Ran lay on the command chair and picked his teeth leisurely. At this moment, Mo Ran found a square object flashing on the high wall in front. As he continued to move forward, the appearance of the square object became more and more. Mo Ran looked at the 3D projection in front of him and found that a huge area appeared at the front. What a huge area! It seems that is the end of the maze. The looming object should be the square stone pillar in the center. Through these 2 pieces of information, Mo Ran knew that they were not far from the finish line. Brother Mo, look up. It's the square stone pillar at the finish line. We are not far from the finish line. Oh my god! We are finally at the finish line. It's been so uncomfortable these past few days. The voices of many people came from the intercom, and everyone was full of excitement and excitement. We are not far from the finish line. But don't be too happy too soon. Stay alert on the next journey, and beware of possible unexpected dangers. Brother Mo understands. It's better to be safe than sorry. I understand. Indeed, the further we go, the more likely something will happen. Time ticked, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. During the day's journey, the group did not encounter any monsters. This abnormal scene began to make everyone feel that something was wrong. We didn't encounter any monsters. It seems that something is going to happen next. Looking at the huge square stone pillar in the distance, Ren felt that there was something indescribably strange about it. After passing the last corner, a wide and straight passage appeared in front of him. The end of the passage suddenly opened up, and it was the huge terminal square. The huge square stone pillar was quietly sitting in the middle square at this moment. Looking at the square stone pillar in the distance, Ren activated his perspective ability to look over. Humph. I knew that there was indeed a big treasure waiting for us at the end. Chapter 209 Waiting. With the ability of perspective, the interior of the square stone pillar is clearly visible. At this moment, an extremely huge snake is buried inside the huge square stone pillar. The whole giant snake is integrated with the stone pillar and fits tightly inside. This huge square stone pillar is about 1,500 meters high, and the length of the giant snake is the same. The width is about 10 meters, and the giant snake inside is not much different from it. The giant snake is black all over, and huge scales cover its body. Each scale is at least half a meter in size, and looks extremely hard. The head of the giant snake is at the top of the stone pillar, and the huge eyes are closed at this moment. It was embedded in the stone pillar like a fossil in amber. Shua! What a big treasure! What a big surprise! It seems that there will be a fierce battle next. Looking at the giant snake in the stone pillar, Ren's mouth twitched. The convoy moved forward quickly, and soon entered the huge square. The square was a standard circle, and the area inside was very wide. According to incomplete estimates, the diameter of this square is at least 10,000 meters. The ground was covered with huge stone slabs, all tightly spliced together. The square was a closed circular area, and the only entrance was the passage behind the crowd. Being in this huge square, everyone felt incredible. When the last vehicle entered the square, a high wall instantly rose from the ground at the entrance. Boom! The violent sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. Damn! Why is the passage behind closed? It seems that there is no exit in this square. I looked around and didn't find the second exit. Isn't this the end? Why are we locked in here? What happened? Why is the entrance closed? Just when everyone was very puzzled, a mechanical sound suddenly came from the sky. All players in Area 21 are the first to reach the end of the maze. Escape from the maze and enter the final 15-hour countdown. All monsters in the maze have disappeared. All players are requested to reach the end before the countdown ends. Those who fail to reach the end before the countdown ends will be directly killed on the spot. As the mechanical sound in the sky ended, a panel appeared in front of everyone at the end. Please wait patiently for the countdown to end at the end of the maze. Okay. Look at the time. We will fight the boss at around 9 o'clock tomorrow. Ren glanced at the stone pillar in the middle. The giant snake inside almost filled the entire stone pillar. Time slowly came to 6 o'clock, and the dark night fell on the world again. Bonfires were lit up in the huge square, and players who knew each other sat together. Brother Emo, this square is so strange, especially the huge pillar in the middle. I have the same feeling. That pillar doesn't seem to be a good thing. Everyone sat around the bonfire and chatted, and the topic all came to the huge pillar. After all, it was really strange to have such a large square with only such a lonely pillar in the middle. Everyone just needs to pay more attention. If there is anything strange about that pillar, you will know everything when the countdown ends. The night gradually deepened, and everyone began to fall asleep one after another. Watching the last 3 minutes countdown, Ren came to the armor room. Ren, wearing the armor, returned to the command room, and his eyes fell on the huge square stone pillar in front. Come on, little baby. Let your brother see how noisy you can be. Chapter 210 The Giant Snake is Resurrected. The 15-hour countdown ends. Players who have not reached the end of the maze on time will be killed now. The mechanical voice in the sky sounded, and the content was transmitted to the ears of every player. This is a ruthless order, coldly announcing the arrival of death. The players who have not reached the end instantly show despair, and they did not even have any time to think. The transparent barrier above the maze fell in the next second. The barrier fits perfectly with the ground, leaving no gap in the middle. The players and vehicles instantly turned into thin cicada wings, as if they were specimens fixed in a thin sheet. Areas with few players began to merge, And soon there were areas with enough players. The voice in the sky sounded at this moment. And what it said made all the players shudder. Congratulations. You have successfully reached the end of the maze. Your performance really impressed me. But it's not over yet. I have prepared a small ending game for everyone to put a perfect end to our game. I think everyone has seen the pillar in the center of the square. There is a super big snake hidden in it. Hearing the voice in the sky, all the players in the square looked at the pillar in shock. Those players closest to the pillars jumped onto their vehicles and fled quickly. Everyone has reached the end of the maze, so there must be a big boss to fight at the end, which is our next minigame. So please work hard and destroy the 100 areas of the boss the fastest. Everyone will receive a high-level reward. And the player with the largest contribution to the boss will receive a special reward and an additional small gift. Now the game begins. The voice in the sky slowly disappeared, leaving behind the players who had not yet reacted. In the giant square pillar in the center of the square, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils suddenly opened. Crack! 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 The pillar in the center of the square began to change, and countless huge cracks instantly covered the entire pillar. A large number of fragments fell from the pillar, and the entire huge pillar began to slowly collapse. A large amount of rubble and smoke filled the air, making it difficult to see what was inside. Everyone get ready. There will be a tough battle next. Mo Ren held a walkie-talkie while staring at the smoke in front of him. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the behemoth inside slowly appeared in front of everyone. It was a giant snake with a body size of nearly 1,000 meters, covered with black scales. Its scale shone with obsidian light, and each scale was half a meter in diameter, looking so indestructible. The huge snake body coiled together, as spectacular as a small mountain. Its head was triangular, and its eyes were like two blood-red gems, flashing bloodthirsty light. At this moment, the huge and ferocious snake head was looking down at everyone present. Looking at the giant snake hovering in the center, all the players present felt fear and panic. But in the next second, two panels popped up in front of everyone. After seeing the content above, everyone felt overwhelmed and unbelievable. Player, Ichiro Yamamoto. Use the ice wind tornado generator in this area. 10 powerful ice tornadoes will be generated. Please be careful. Player, John Shakas. Use the Frostbone Dragon in this area. The Frostbone Dragon will be generated immediately. Please be prepared. Chapter 211. The battle begins. I hope you liked the little gift I sent you. And then? Go ahead. John's face was full of grimace as he watched the ball disappear in his hand. So you're here to make trouble. I didn't plan to go out, but it seems I'm going to go out and stretch my muscles. Mo Ran turned off the two panels in front of him and looked up at the sky through the panoramic view. At this moment, there was a piece of ice that was constantly condensing and growing in the sky. At the same time, in this huge square, 10 small tornadoes were forming and growing. The tornado began to emit cold air, and layers of frost began to appear on the surrounding ground. At this moment, the giant snake in the center also took action and rushed towards a group of players. The group of players began to flee for their lives, and various weapons on the vehicles kept bombarding the giant snake. But the scales of the giant snake were very hard, and various ammunition could only leave shallow dents on it. More and more players around joined the battle, and weapons on various vehicles roared. Brother Mo. What should we do now? These two bastards are going to kill us. Mo ran. What should we do now? We won't have to deal with two monsters at the same time. Listening to the voice coming from the intercom, Mo Ran spoke. Don't panic. You just deal with the giant snake, and leave the rest of the Frost Ancient Dragon to me. After saying this, Mo Ran hung up the call and looked up at the 10 frozen tornadoes that were forming. Shoo shoo. Release the Hummingbird drone bomber to destroy those 10 tornadoes. Understood. Captain. A hole opened in front of the vehicle, and 50 Hummingbird drone bombers quickly flew out. Each 5 drones formed a formation and quickly flew towards the 10 tornadoes that were forming. Then, they turned around and rushed straight to the bottom of the tornado. Boom 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 boom. The Hummingbird drone bomber detonated at the bottom of the tornado, and the violent explosion instantly dispersed the tornado that had not yet formed. Okay. I've solved an extra problem, and I've decided to kill the remaining bone dragon myself. Mo Ran turned and left the command room. And before leaving, he ordered Shoo Shoo. Shoo Shoo. Kill the snake. Understood. Captain. Shoo Shoo's cold mechanical voice came out. and Imoran's order began to be executed. The rear hatch opened, and Imoran started the flight device and rushed directly into the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. Shushu started the vehicle and rushed towards the giant snake at a start. Zhang Tian and others behind him also started the vehicle and began to rush towards the giant snake. It seems that the end area is not sealed. I didn't encounter the barrier even though I flew so high. Imoran continued to rise into the air and was not blocked by any barrier. The ice block in the air has grown very large, and inside it is a giant dragon with only bones left. A ball emitting blue light begins to appear in the chest of the bone dragon. Then a large amount of blue ice appears on the skeleton, protecting the blue ball. The wings with only bones left are also wrapped in ice, forming a thin layer of wing membrane. It is so well protected. I am really afraid that others don't know the weakness is here. Imoran surrounded the ice block and kept observing the situation inside. Then the next second, a bewitching blue flame instantly appeared in the dragon's originally empty eye sockets. Crack! 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 Bang! The huge ice block instantly had a lot of cracks, and it exploded in the next second. The bone dragon flapped its wings and floated in the air, staring at Imoran in front of it. Roar! A loud dragon roar came out, and the bone dragon flapped its wings fiercely and rushed towards Imoran. Hee hee. My game has also begun. Chapter 212 in battle. A vehicle was being chased by a giant snake. No matter how hard the driver tried to get rid of it, he couldn't get rid of the giant snake behind him. Soon, they were forced to the corner at the edge of the square. The giant snake raised its head, spit out its tongue and hissed, as if mocking the people in the vehicle. Looking at the vehicle being forced to the edge of the corner, the giant snake opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Ah! Go! Go! I'll bite you! A player on the roof of the car controlled a heavy machine gun and shot at the giant snake frantically. But what greeted him was only the bloody mouth that kept getting bigger. The players in the vehicle screamed heartbreakingly, and their consciousness completely disappeared at this moment. The giant snake's teeth easily penetrated the iron sheet of the vehicle and crushed everything inside. The vehicle was instantly bitten into a pile of scrap metal, and then swallowed by the giant snake. The giant snake's thick steel tail swept across, and directly pulled the two vehicles behind it out. The vehicles that were pulled were instantly severely deformed, turned into a pile of scrap metal and flew out, and then fell heavily to the ground. Several players in the vehicle did not die immediately. They were stuck in the car. The damaged vehicle began to leak fuel, and then was directly ignited by a small spark. The players in the car screamed in fear. Their fate was already determined, and only death was waiting for them. Boom! The raging fire ignited the ammunition inside, and a ball of orange fire rose up instantly, under the bombardment of various weapons and artillery. Even the giant snake's scales, no matter how hard they were, began to suffer a lot of damage, and many scales fell from its body. As the scales fell, the flesh below was quickly attacked. Hiss! Feeling the pain from all parts of its body, the giant snake was instantly enraged and violent. The huge body began to roll and sweep more crazily, and some vehicles that could not dodge in time suffered. Buzz buzz buzz. Crackle crackle. The rat rushed towards the giant snake quickly, and the two tracks rubbed against the ground, making a particularly loud sound. The huge 203 naval gun above slowly turned to the rear, and the vehicle's speed increased again. Then it aimed at a section of the giant snake's body and crashed straight into it. Bang! Puff! The sharp blade easily cut off the epidermal scales, and then the flesh below. The weight of Shushu is 188 tons, plus the current speed of 150 kilometers per hour. The kinetic energy generated is extremely terrifying. The body of the giant snake was instantly penetrated, and the flesh inside was easily cut off. The sharp spiked armor was like a pair of claws, tearing off all the flesh around. The scales on the side of the giant snake bulged, and then they were penetrated and torn. The rat, covered with minced meat from head to toe, rushed out, leaving a hideous blood hole behind. A large amount of bright red blood gushed out from the hole, instantly dyeing the nearby ground bright red. Hiss! Roar! Roar! The giant snake hissed in great pain and quickly turned its head to look at the place where it was attacked. But what came into view was a red cannon that had been aimed at its head. Aim at the target and start firing. A locking crosshair appeared on the panoramic screen, and the target was the giant snake's head. The giant snake's pupils suddenly shrank, and it felt a strong threat of death. The desire to survive made it react instinctively, and its head suddenly shifted to one side. Boom! The 203 naval gun fired instantly, and the air around the gun seemed to be torn apart, producing a deafening sound. The flames from the muzzle were tens of meters long, like a fire dragon gushing out, and the intense, high temperature caused the surrounding air to deform. 2 tearing armor-piercing shells flew out of the muzzle at an astonishing speed, rubbing against the air and making a sharp whistling sound. It was like the sickle swung by the god of death, slashing towards the head of the giant snake. Chapter 213. The battle is over. Puff! The giant snake reacted quickly, but its left jaw was still hit by a tearing armor-piercing bullet. It penetrated its jaw directly and flew out from the rear. Half of the giant snake's jaw was torn apart in an instant, and the remaining half of the jaw just drooped down. A large amount of blood kept pouring out, and the giant snake kept rolling on the ground in pain. Shushu made a rotation drift, turn around and rush towards the giant snake again. Aim at the target. Start firing. The rotation aiming of the naval gun was very slow, so this time Shushu aimed at the upper part of the giant snake's body. At the same time, the tearing armor-piercing bullet in the naval gun was replaced with a high-temperature shock bomb. Boom! The 203 naval gun fired again, and 2 high-temperature blast bombs flew out with a whistle. Boom! The giant snake did not pay attention to the shells at this time, and the 2 high-temperature blast bombs instantly hit the upper part of its body. At the moment of the explosion, the air around the shells was instantly heated, forming a huge fireball. The fireball expanded rapidly, covering everything around it. Inside the fireball, the temperature and pressure reached extremely high levels. The scales, flesh, and bones of the giant snake were reduced to ashes in an instant. Boom! The broken upper body of the giant snake fell to the ground, and the head was still opening and closing, as if it had never died. Aim at the target and start firing. The 203 naval gun slowly turned and slowly aimed at the head of the giant snake on the ground. Boom! The shells flew out with a whistle, like the death side slashed by the god of death. This time the giant snake could no longer dodge, and the shadows of the 2 shells gradually enlarged in its eyes, and then disappeared completely. Boom boom! A ball of fierce fire rose up, and waited until the raging flames dissipated. The head of the giant snake had been shattered, leaving only some charred objects with white smoke on the ground. Wow! This is called a cannon. The impact it brings is too strong. Zhang Tian scratched his somewhat dazed ears, and looked at the cannon above Shushu with excitement. The surrounding players were not much better. The power of the ship's guns had a great impact, and the violent sound of the bombardment made many people feel uncomfortable. At this moment, a figure slowly landed in the air, and Mo Ran returned to Shushu with an unhappy face, looking at the frostbone dragon rushing towards him. Mo Ran quickly activated the laser blade. Shwa! Shwa! The blade instantly popped out of the wrist guard, and the scorching high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. Come on! Let me play with you. Boom! Bang! Boom boom boom! Just as Mo Ran was about to rush up, the frostbone dragon in front of him instantly broke into pieces. A tearing armor-piercing bullet penetrated its abdomen, and then hit the ball in the abdominal cavity directly. The tearing armor-piercing bullet exploded instantly, and countless shrapnel swept across. The entire Frost Ancient Dragon was destroyed into a pile of broken bones in an instant. The core was destroyed, and these fallen broken bones turned into bits of white snow in the air and disappeared. Ah! Ah! This. Where is the dragon? Where is such a big bone dragon just now? Looking at the scene in front of him, Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He had no idea what happened. The ancient dragon in front of him just turned into fragments and disappeared in front of him. Report to the commander. The giant snake has been destroyed, and the frostbone dragon has been destroyed. The cold mechanical voice of Shushu sounded in the helmet, and the corners of Mo Ran's mouth twitched wildly for a few times. Xiao! No more playing. Let's go! Humph! Mo Ran snorted angrily and returned with an unhappy face. Chapter 214. Sit tight. The broken body of the giant snake turned into white light and slowly dissipated, and the mechanical sound in the sky came down at this time. The giant snake has been eliminated in Area 21. The current area ranking, 1. All players get a high-level reward. Mo Ran's contribution value in Area 21, 98.93%. After all areas in the battle, If the highest percentage does not appear, the reward will be awarded to Mo-Ran. As the mechanical sound in the sky fell, a purple treasure chest appeared in front of each player. Take the treasure chest in front of you, and all players enter the opening moment. With such a high contribution, you should be sitting tight. Let's see what this treasure chest can bring out first. Mo-Ran looked at the purple treasure box on the ground, unbuttoned it, and then opened it. As the purple light gradually disappeared, Mo-Ran looked down at the inside of the box. In the box on the ground, a pile of metals were neatly stacked. Pick up a piece of metal and look at it, and the information of the metal will be displayed in front of you. Tungsten titanium alloy. It has extremely high hardness, and the items made of it can withstand various damages such as high temperature, low temperature, high pressure, low pressure, strong acid corrosion, strong resonance, severe impact, electromagnetic radiation, radioactive radiation, and other damage factors. Special processes are required to make equipment. Otherwise it can only be fused, and fusion can only play 30% of the effect of the item. Looking at the information of the metal in his hand, Mo-Ran's eyes lit up. Good stuff. The material of the new armor is here. As for this special process, I believe the armor manufacturing machine can solve it perfectly. Mo-Ran immediately carried the pile of metal to the armor arming room, then took off the armor and began to transform it. The mechanical arm brought the pile of tungsten titanium alloy to the left, and the manufacturing production line on the left began to operate. During the transformation period, Mo-Ran came to the command room to entertain and wait. Don't eat the sour radish. How is this possible? Listening to the mechanical sound coming from the sky, John's face was full of disbelief. John, be careful. Ahead. The player next to him suddenly shouted, and John looked up and looked forward. Outside the cabin, a thick steel tail was whistling and whipping. Fuck. John was shocked and quickly pulled the joystick in his hand. The helicopter quickly made a defensive evasion, but the side was still hit hard by the steel tail. The part that was hit was directly dented, and the helicopter instantly turned outward out of control. John quickly controlled and finally stabilized the helicopter that was spinning out of control. Fuck. Fortunately, the structure and materials have been strengthened. Otherwise the helicopter would have been destroyed and everyone would have died. No. Now is not the time to think about this. Let's kill this giant snake first. John put aside his distracting thoughts and continued to control the helicopter to kill the giant snake. At this moment, the giant snake on the ground was experiencing fierce artillery fire, and many blood holes of various sizes had appeared on its body. Mo-Ran is really fast. It has been solved in just a short time. Gu Lao took a sip of the tea in his hand and looked up at the screen in front of him. On the screen at this moment, a 1,000-meter giant snake was shrouded in endless artillery fire. Various artillery shells and missiles exploded and cracked on its body, and the scales on its body fell off like raindrops. Blood holes of various sizes began to appear on its body, and blood was constantly gushing out of each blood hole. The intense pain made the giant snake roar angrily, and it roared and wanted to rush forward. It was greeted by more fierce artillery fire, and the life of the giant snake disappeared as the blood continued to flow. Boom! The huge snake body fell to the ground, and then turned into dots of white light and disappeared. More and more areas successfully eliminated the giant snakes, and the 100 places were soon filled. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was 12 o'clock. The voice in the sky sounded again at this moment. Chapter 215 Offensive and Defensive Mecha. Time is up. The game is over. There are not many ants that died this time. But it doesn't matter. Our journey will end. There is plenty of time for everyone to die. Ha ha ha. Now please return to the vehicle and sit down. And fasten your seat belts. In another minute, we will embark on a journey to a new world. The sound in the sky slowly disappeared, and all players began to wait for the end of 1 minute. You are the player with the highest contribution value in the entire area, and the special reward and additional reward have been issued. A panel appeared in front of Mo-Ran, and then a golden treasure chest and a small box slowly appeared in the air. Mo-Ran took the two items from the air, and then opened the golden treasure chest first. A burst of golden light flowed, and a square module appeared in the treasure chest. A module exploded. Let's see what good stuff it is this time. Mo-Ran picked up the module in the box, and then began to look at its information. Offensive and Defensive Mecha Combat Unit. Obtain a Mecha Combat Unit. And it also comes with an offensive and defensive mecha inside. The offensive and defensive mecha will not carry any weapons. And the structural material of the body is ordinary steel plate. You can equip the mecha with weapons and replace the structural material in the combat unit. The weapons used by the mecha require special forging. And you need to invest in weapons for research and development. During the research and development process, you will gain technology points, which can be used to strengthen the core parts of the armor. The mecha has a built-in control system that can obey the simple commands you give. Without the assistance of artificial intelligence, the armor can only play 50% of its effectiveness. Precautions for using the mecha, blah blah blah. After browsing the module in front of him, Immoran's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my god! Mecha! This is so cool! Let's release it and see it. Immoran used this module without hesitation. The module slowly turned into white light and dissipated, and an automatic steel door appeared on the wall next to it. Click, click, click. The steel door in front of him slowly opened to both sides, and Immoran walked in. Pa! 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 The lights above turned on one after another, completely illuminating the space inside. Immoran looked inside and began to observe the structure inside. The area of the battle unit was very large, and the space inside was about the size of 3 standard football fields. The ground under his feet was light gray, made up of pieces of sharp-edged steel plates, cold and smooth, exuding a metallic luster. The surrounding walls were the same, without any decoration or any extra lines. There were only light bulbs for lighting above, and some thick cables exposed. There is a row of huge machines at the back, which looks like an assembly line. On the far left, there stands a very sci-fi house. The whole house is angular, and the edges are covered with flowing light strips. Through the transparent glass outside, you can see that it is full of various research instruments. In front of the house, a huge virtual screen rises from the ground. Immoran turned his eyes to the middle, where a big guy was standing at the moment. It was a huge humanoid mecha, and its height reached more than 10 meters. It stood tall, like an unshakable steel fortress. Its appearance was cold and mighty, and its whole body was spliced with steel plates. Each steel plate is closely connected to form an indestructible whole. The surface of the mecha is mainly gray, giving people a very calm and heavy feeling. The whole mecha is full of streamlined sci-fi appearance, exquisite design and smooth lines. Its body proportions are flawless, and its muscle lines are clear, showing an unparalleled sense of power. At this moment, it is standing quietly on the lifting platform, and there are several mechanical arms behind it to firmly fix it. At the same time, several thick cables extend from the back and connect to the back of the mecha. Wow! The first time I observed it so closely, the impact brought by it is really shocking. Immoran came to the bottom of the mecha and stretched out his hands to touch it. The cold metal texture was transmitted from the palm of his hand to the brain, giving people a very unreal feeling. Chapter 216 Understanding the Mecha. Report to the captain. I have established contact with the mecha combat unit. I have established contact with the mecha, and I will have full control over the mecha. Shushu's cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the space. Shushu, let this big guy move and take a few steps. I'll see the effect, Immoran said as he walked away. Understood. Captain. Shushu's cold mechanical voice sounded, and the mecha in the center of the venue began to move. Squeak. With a sound of air, the cable connected to the back separated and disconnected, and a large amount of white smoke instantly gushed out. The white smoke filled the air and disappeared after a while. Then, the mechanical arms that fixed the mecha began to open one by one. Buzz buzz buzz. A startup sound began to be heard from the body of the mecha, and then LED lights began to light up one by one. Then, the screen in the head area also lit up. Then the mecha moved, and the right foot took the lead in stepping out of the lifting platform, followed by the left foot. Bang! Bang! The mecha walked on the ground, making a series of dull sounds, waving his arms. Every punch contained 1,000 pounds of force. So handsome. It's just a boy's dream. Shushu. Lift me up. I want to see it closer. Understood. Captain. The mecha slowly came to Immoran and knelt on one knee, then stretched out his right hand and spread his palm. Immoran stepped on his palm and grabbed the thumb next to him. The mecha began to slowly stand up and held Immoran steadily in his palm. The more you look at it, the more handsome it is. It's even more handsome when you look at it up close. But how can such a big mecha get out? Is it through the square area above the head? Mo-Ran looked up and found that there was a square area at the top of the lifting platform. It was also the only area without electric lights. I'll take a look at it later. Now I'll enjoy it carefully. After admiring it up close for a while, Mo-Ran let the mecha put him back on the ground. Then the mecha took a step and returned to the lifting platform. The mechanical arm at the back stretched out and fixed the mecha firmly on the platform. Then Mo-Ran came to the left and looked at the big screen in front of him. The big screen recorded the specific information and data of the mecha, as well as options such as researching weapons and replacing body materials. Well, this is a bit like the arming room next door. But this one requires materials, and the quantity is not small. Mo-Ran began to study the functions above. And soon, he had a general understanding. The first is the weapons of the mecha. In order to make weapons suitable for mecha use, first, you need to consume a weapon and disassemble it for research. Random enhanced weapons will be derived from this weapon. And this kind of research is probabilistic. Regardless of success or failure, the weapons used for research will disappear. In simple terms, just like thousands of descendants. You don't know the process, and you will know it only after it comes out. Of course, this kind of probabilistic thing is nothing in front of Mo-Ran's little bit of luck. Then, there is the structural material of the mecha, which can also be called the defense type. The structural material is the same as that of the armor. If there is a good material, it is the best. At the same time, you can install protective plates for the arms, wrist guards, joints and other parts of the mecha to make it more resistant to attacks. At the same time, you can install some auxiliary systems for the mecha, such as flight and shields. Of course, this also needs to be studied. There are also technology points. Whether the research succeeds or fails, you will get technology points, and the number of successful ones will be greater. Technology points can be used to strengthen the mecha, increasing its attack, defense, speed, and energy. The energy core level will affect the power and speed of the mecha. It seems that you need to max them out first, and then use unlimited endowment. Mo-Ran began to look on the screen to see what weapons to invest in research. The warhead is connected to the storage room, which is very convenient. Chapter 217 Different Tips. The first point is flight and shield. These two are definitely the first consideration. The fuel jet backpack and shield generator were made, and then they were put into research. Then various artillery machine guns and other heavy weapons were put into research. Mo-Ran also found the turret that Shushu replaced and put it into research. There can only be 10 research queues at most, which feels a bit too few. But they can all be studied at the same time, and it only takes 3 hours, which is still okay. Then Mo-Ran opened the panel and looked at the data of the items he now has. He found the tungsten titanium alloy in it, and then changed the current number to unlimited. Such a useful metal must be unlimited. So now we start to change the mecha structure material. Mo-Ran began to operate on the huge screen, and began to put in tungsten titanium alloy and the advanced materials he now had. The steel plate on the ground opened, and thick mechanical arms stretched out from it. Each mechanical arm carried the materials selected by Mo-Ran, and put them into the huge machines behind. Bang! Boom! Whoosh! Chiss! The loud knocking and forging sounds were endless, constantly echoing in this space, like an exciting symphony. The surging flames and sparks complemented each other, and continued to gush out from various large machines, like gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky. The smoke produced by burning and forging seemed to float in the air like layers of clouds. The steel surface of the wall next to it opened, revealing one exhaust channel after another. A strong suction force began to be generated inside, sucking out all the smoke floating in the air. It's really noisy. It feels like I've come to a steel mill. Mo-Ran turned and left the mecha combat unit. After all, it was really noisy inside. Mo-Ran came to the command room and looked outside through the panoramic view. Outside was an unknown area as dark as the abyss, and everyone was pulled into this unknown place again. It seems that I have to wait for 24 hours. Now it's just a good time to take a look at this small box. The things inside should be hints about the next world. Mo-Ran sat on the command chair and then opened the small box in his hand. The box in his hand was opened, and a piece of white paper was quietly lying inside. Mo-Ran took out the white paper and began to study the information on it. Looking at the information on the white paper, Mo-Ran couldn't help but frown. This time the white paper was different from the previous one, and it was full of patterns. A very vast and huge island was drawn on the white paper, and its area almost covered the entire white paper. And this island was shrouded in fog, and almost 90% of the area was gray. At the same time, a very high area bulged in the center of the island, which seemed to be a very huge mountain. The outermost part is a circle of coastline, and a little further in is a dense jungle. This is also the only place that is not shrouded in fog, but there is also a little gray feeling on it. However, these are not what Ren cares about. What he cares about most is the gray fog. At this moment, in this fog, there is a looming. Is that a dinosaur? No. It should not be called a dinosaur. It should be a strange monster mutated from a dinosaur. At this moment, there is a looming dinosaur in the fog. Through the memory in his mind, Ren saw that it was a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This Tyrannosaurus Rex looks hideous and terrifying, like an evil ghost in the abyss. Its body was covered with pus and blood holes, as if it had been tortured by hell. The rotten flesh was all over its body, and the white bones inside were clearly visible, which was horrifying. There were also various limbs growing on its body that did not belong to it. These limbs grew suddenly and looked like twisted monsters. For example, it now had two heads glued together, and its mouth was cracked all the way to the back of its head. The teeth inside were sharp and curved, and many of them pierced the mouth skin and were exposed, which made people shudder. It seems that in the next world, there may be something incredible waiting for us. The white paper in his hand began to turn into white light, disappearing bit by bit in Ren's hand. Chapter 218 Manufacturing, Equipment and Upgrade. In the following time, Ren started to watch movies to kill time. Report to the captain. The research queue has been completed. Listening to the news reported by Shushu, Ren stood up and came to the Mecha combat unit. As soon as he entered, he could see the Mecha in the middle that was torn into pieces. At this moment, several large mechanical arms were constantly replacing and welding, installing new parts on the Mecha. Ren came to the display screen on the left and began to operate it. All 10 research queues have been completed, and Ren began to click one by one in order. Super Quantum Shield. Compress the core energy of the Mecha and release it to generate a super quantum shield covering a range of 20 meters. The super quantum shield is indestructible and can block any form of attack. The shield consumes a lot of energy, consuming 40% of the Mecha's energy per second. Once the Mecha's energy is too low, there is a risk of overheating and destruction of the organism. So please use it with caution. Materials required for manufacturing shield generator. Well, the improved effect is really good. This thing is simply an invincible plugin. But there are too many materials required, and many of them are unheard of. Looking at the materials required for manufacturing, Ren felt a headache for a moment. However, when he browsed down, he found that the missing materials could be supplemented with technology points. Moreover, the successful research of this item also gave him more technology points. It turns out that technology points can be used to supplement. That's not easy. Look at my unlimited grant. Looking at the remaining technology points displayed in the upper right corner of the screen, Ren directly used unlimited grant to change it to an unlimited number. With unlimited technology points, Ren directly replenished the materials needed for the super quantum shield. Then he clicked on production, and the row of large machines in the back immediately started to work. Then Ren used technology points to upgrade the Mecha while clicking on the second research item. Energy Jet Propulsion System. Install multiple jet systems on the Mecha to improve its combat, assistance, speed and other aspects. At the same time, the Mecha gains the ability to fly, allowing it to move quickly in any environment, and it will not be affected by any harsh environment, special attack interference, etc., so that the jet propulsion state will be interrupted. Materials required for manufacturing. This is also a must-install component, so that the Mecha can have the ability to fly. Use technology points to replenish the missing materials, and then put them into manufacturing. The remaining 8 researches are open one by one, and each one is a very powerful weapon. Overload Energy Cannon. It consists of 6 30mm coaxial cannons, and can fire 6 energy projectiles at the same time. Can cause serious damage to any form of shield and enemy. The machine gun will continue to heat up under continuous shooting, thus entering a high temperature state. In the high temperature state, the firing speed and projectile power will continue to increase, up to 10 times the effect. In the high temperature state of the machine gun, the energy consumption generated by shooting will increase by 10%. Energy heavy cannon. Fires a compressed energy shell. The energy shell is extremely fast and can hit enemies at a very long distance. At the moment the energy shell explodes, an electrical storm will be generated with a diameter of 200 meters, causes damage and influence to enemies within the range, and destroys electronic components. Super heavy shotgun. Sprays a large amount of special explosive bombs within a range of 30 to 120 degrees forward. Can instantly evaporate anything in front of it in a very short time. The warhead is filled with concentrated explosives, which explodes the moment it hits the object. The smaller the firing angle, the longer the range of the projectile, and the less the power reduction. The mecha can carry 50,000 explosive bombs, which need to be replenished after they are used up. 2 auxiliary, 3 mecha weapons, and the remaining 3 are the same as before. It should be related to the research of the same weapon. But this modified weapon is really powerful. Use technology points to replenish the required materials, and then put all of them into manufacturing. After using technology points to upgrade the mecha to the maximum, Ran shook his sore hands and left the combat unit. Chapter 219 The Strange Island. Time passed by minute, and soon it was noon the next day. After lunch, Ran sat in the command chair and opened the panel to look at the time above. 11:58. There is about 1 minute left. It seems that we will reach that place soon. Looking at the dark outside, Ran began to count down the last time in his heart. 331. As 12 o'clock arrived, the dazzling white light instantly enveloped the entire vehicle. When the white light outside dissipated, Ran also saw everything around him clearly. At this moment, Shu was on a black beach, and white bones of different sizes could be seen everywhere on the beach. Some bones were buried deep underground, but the exposed bones were still very large. Behind him was a dark ocean with white foam floating on it. He could even vaguely see some floating black objects in the rolling waves. If he looked closely, it seemed to be the broken body of some creature. The black sea water washed the beach again and again, bringing with it some unknown black fragments. The border of the ocean was a thick gray fog, making it difficult to see what was inside. The sun could not be seen in the sky above, and the entire sky was in a gray state. In the distance ahead was a large forest, with trees that were dark green, and the appearance is very strange. The trunks and branches grow twisted and intertwined. The outer edge of the forest is a relatively flat grassland. The weeds on the grassland are dark green, and some have even turned black. Looking towards the distant sky, there is a large area shrouded in gray fog. The whole world is full of weirdness and silence. Only the sound of waves hitting the beach is particularly loud. There is no sign of any life, and there is a breath of death everywhere, which makes people feel very creepy. The environment of this place is really unique. After looking around the surrounding environment, Ran didn't know how to describe it. At this time, the voice in the sky came out. All ants. Good afternoon. What do you think of this new environment? Do you feel very quiet and particularly cultivated? Okay. I won't say so much nonsense. Just briefly say a few words to you. First of all, we are going to play a very fun game on this very big island. As for what game it is, I will tell you at 6 o'clock tomorrow. The only thing you have to do is to find a place to rest well. Otherwise, when the game starts, you won't have time to sleep well. The second is to slightly modify the number of players. Now there are 200,000 players in this area. With so many people together, everyone will not feel lonely and alone. Okay, that's all I have to say today. I will tell you the rest tomorrow. Now, find a safe place and recuperate. The voice echoing in the sky slowly disappeared, as if it had never been there. 200,000 people. Why has the number of people in the area increased? Listening to the voice, Ran opened the regional channel on the panel. It was found that the number of people in the area above had reached 200,000. At this moment, the news in the channel was scrolling fast, and many players were discussing the strange environment around them. There were also many players in the same area who posted messages on it, and started looking for people in the same area. Not long after, players in the same area really met each other. After lurking in the two channels for a while, Ran also knew the locations of these players. Players in the same area were basically deployed very close to each other, and they could meet each other quickly as long as they drove a distance. And the areas were distributed in 10 equal parts of this island. What is the purpose of this distribution? But let's go to the grass in front first. The seawater has a tendency to rise, and it will flood the beach soon. I took a look at the seawater behind and found that it had risen a lot compared to before. Crack, crack, crack. Shushu began to drive towards the grass in front, and the two tracks crushed the sand below. The black seawater was squeezed out of the sand along with some sticky substances. Chapter 220 The Shadow in the Unknown Space. When the voice in the sky came out, in an unknown dark space, a shadow suddenly jumped up from the chair, and a hoarse and unpleasant voice came out. But it revealed excitement. Hee hee. Hee hee. God is God. God. Come. Come. God is coming. Hee hee. Eliminate. 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 Player. Player. God will give. Give me. Freedom. Eternal life. The game. Start. Eliminate the player. The voice like the devil in hell kept coming out, echoing in this dark space. Then the shadow stretched out his hand and pressed forward, and a row of surveillance screens in front of him began to flash snowflakes. Then the picture began to stabilize, and the images on the screen were exactly the various places on this island. Players. Kill. 1. None. Leave them all. Kill them all. Hee hee hee. Under the light of the monitoring screen, an ugly humanoid monster slowly appeared. It looked extremely ugly, like a demon escaping from hell. Its body was full of various mutated limbs, as if it was made up of different creatures. Its skin was corrupted, and its body was covered with rotten flesh and pus and blood. You could also see various mucus dripping down. The whole head became abnormally deformed, and the two eyeballs protruded from the eye sockets, showing an abnormal blood color. The mouth is very wide, revealing the sharp teeth inside, as if it can easily bite anything. The nose is flat, with almost no bridge, as if it is made of various rotten meats, which looks very strange. Its ears are abnormally large, stretching outwards, and covered with some black pus, especially the body, which is covered with various strange limbs, some like claws, some like wings, and some like tentacles. These limbs are constantly wriggling, as if they have their own life. At the same time, there is a pair of huge wings on the back, and the feathers on the wings have fallen off, revealing rotten flesh and bones. The legs have also mutated, becoming abnormally thick and covered with black scales. The hands and feet have become sharp claws, which look extremely sharp and seem to be able to tear apart any object easily. It is like a monster that has walked out of the abyss, which makes people shudder. At this moment, the ugly face has a weird smile, staring at the screens intently. Shushu stopped on the grass, and Imo-Ran put on his armor and came outside. Swish. Imo-Ran walked on the grass as high as his calf, making bursts of rustling sounds. It's too quiet around here, and I can't hear any insects chirping at all, except for the sea that keeps gurgling. Imo-Ran turned his head and looked back. At this moment, the sea water has submerged the original position. After strolling around outside, I heard the hum of engines coming from a distance. Imo-Ran turned his head and looked over there, and saw several vehicles coming on the enlarged screen. They came quite fast. It seems that they are not far from each other. Before, Imo-Ran felt that so many people were crowded in one area, and they might be doing some kind of group activity again. Just then, Zhang Tian, Ziyin and others sent a message, so Imo-Ran sent his location over. Zhang Tian and others arrived at Imo-Ran's side first, followed by Ziyin and Xi and Yin sisters. Brother Imo, this place feels so weird. I came all the way from there, and all I could see were bones all over the beach. Zhang Tian began to tell his experiences along the way. Yes, we came from there, and saw a very large skull on the beach. It looked a bit like a dinosaur. Shinya followed closely, and began to tell the story. Dinosaurs? Didn't that thing die a long time ago? Have we traveled to the Jurassic period? Is this a dinosaur island? No way. Wouldn't it be very dangerous for us? But we didn't find anything along the way. It seems that there are no living things here. Everyone sat together and began to discuss various speculations and doubts. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The originally bright environment has become as dark as the abyss. Only the bonfire lit by everyone has become the only light in the darkness. Shushu. Be alert around. Wake me up immediately if anything happens. Understood. Captain. After instructing Shushu, Imo-Ran covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. Some players were patrolling outside, and the outermost circle had been surrounded by stone blocks. Chapter 221 You only have 30 days. Time ticked. And soon it passed 12 o'clock. As 12 o'clock passed, some changes began to occur in the thick fog. A large number of unknown black shadows began to appear in the fog, shuttling through it like ghosts. They seemed to be looking for something, but they never took a step out of the fog from beginning to end, as if they were restricted by something. Time passed quietly, and in a blink of an eye it was 6 o'clock the next day. The world, which was originally as dark as the abyss, began to gradually brighten after 6 o'clock. Everyone gradually woke up from their sleep and came to the outside of the vehicle. I feel a little cold. But this kind of cold is so strange. It feels like the air conditioner is on. Zhang Tian rubbed his arms, and the others felt the same way. Everyone started to make breakfast and then started to enjoy it. It was 7 o'clock, and the voice in the sky came out at this time. Good morning, ants. The new day is really full of energy. I guess everyone is awake. So I will start to announce the rules of the game hearing the voice in the sky. The people who were still chatting immediately quieted down. Our game this time is called Escape from the Alien Island. Everyone needs to escape from here within 30 days. As for why, you must have seen the huge object in the mist in the distant sky. It is an active volcano ready to erupt in 30 days. As for how powerful it is, well, it is easy to destroy the entire island. Hearing this, everyone looked at the huge object in the mist in the distance with shock. Before everyone was shocked, the voice in the sky continued to talk. Since you want to escape, you need to make a tool to escape. And this tool is a boat. You need to make a boat within 30 days. 100 people form a team. Select a player as the captain of the team. The captain needs to guide others in the production steps. So please choose a smart person. You can form a team by yourself and choose who will be your captain. Or you can form a team of 100 people and choose a captain from them. The captain has the ability to command all captains and obtain the production progress of all ships at the same time, and can observe the missing steps of the ship and make corrections in time. And you can concentrate all your shipbuilding points in a certain area. But if you are wiped out, you will have nowhere to cry. So you must defend yourself well. Please remember that a ship can have a maximum of 100 people. One more person will not work, but less is fine. But the captain can ignore this rule and go to any team's ship. After the team is successfully formed, the captain will receive a supply box, which contains a blueprint and operation steps for making a ship, as well as a site and the necessary equipment. Of course, these sites and equipment are blueprints, which requires you to collect resources to build them. The blueprints of the ship are fixed, so you don't have to worry, as long as you follow the steps in the blueprints and operation manuals. Everyone can easily build a ship, and all the resources you need are on this island. But it would be too boring to just let you build a ship. The island not only has resources, but also monsters who are very kind to you. So please be careful not to lose your life when collecting resources. There are supply boxes and some treasures scattered on the island. Of course, you need to have skills to get them. After midnight every day, the supply boxes and materials on the island will be restored to their original state. So you don't need to worry about the raw materials. What you need to worry about is whether you can complete the work in time. It may be a good idea to rob other people's shipbuilding sites. Once the shipbuilding site is determined, it cannot be changed. So you must build a defense to resist those dirty players and monsters that rush out of the fog at any time. Monsters will attack from time to time. You need to be alert 24 hours a day. But don't forget to build the ship. Remember, every day is precious. It will determine whether you can escape from here. Otherwise you will be buried here with this island. Ha ha ha. The sound in the sky began to disappear slowly, and soon disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 222. Start teaming up. As the voice disappeared, an area appeared above each player's panel. In this separated area, a countdown was ticking, and teaming information appeared inside, and everyone could serve as a captain or form a team. After digesting the content of the voice in the sky, the players present were all shocked and unbelievable. Did I hear it right? 30 days? We have to build a ship within 30 days. I have a feeling that the size of this ship may not be small. How can this be done? And there are monsters on the island. How can people play? This guy must be doing it on purpose. The players present were instantly excited, and everyone started a heated discussion. After Zhang Tian had a conversation with Mo Ran, he took out a loudspeaker from the vehicle and shouted, "Quiet, everyone. Be quiet. Now is not the time to discuss. We must hurry up. As Zhang Tian shouted, the noisy players present quieted down. I see a lot of new players have joined. You count the number of people and determine how many people are there in total. Zhang Tian looked at the leaders of the convoys, who nodded and quickly began to count. Not long after, Zhang Tian's convoy, as well as the new players who joined later, the number of all players present was quickly counted. There are 594 people in total, which can be divided into 6 teams, with 99 people in each team. The number is just right, so that each team can achieve a balance. After discussing with Imoran for a while, Zhang Tian continued to pick up the loudspeaker and shouted, there are 594 people in total. We can be divided into 6 teams. Plus you and I are the leaders of 6 teams. And we will be the captains of these 6 teams. Each team has 99 people. And the extra ones will be automatically assigned to other teams. And this captain will be Brother Mo. Everyone has no problem with this allocation. Right? Zhang Tian stood on the roof of the car, and his voice was transmitted to the ears of the players present through the loudspeaker in his hand. No problem. I think this decision is very good. With Mo Ren leading me, I feel very relieved. I have no problem. No problem. The players present spoke up one after another, and everyone agreed with this decision. After all, Mo Ren's strength is obvious to all, and no one will give up the opportunity to hug thighs. Okay. Then it's decided like this. Then let Brother Mo come to form a team and say a few words. After Zhang Tian finished speaking, he turned around and jumped off the car. Mo Ren activated the back propulsion device and slowly flew into the air. Wow! Nearly 600 pairs of eyes are looking at me. It's my first time speaking in front of so many people. I'm really nervous. After calming down, Mo Ren spoke slowly, and his voice was amplified by the armor. Thank you for your trust. I am very honored to be the captain. Since I have been appointed as the captain, I will ensure that everyone leaves here safely. Now let's start forming a team. The shipbuilding site is chosen in this area. Mo Ren clicked on the area on the panel and then created a team. He confirmed himself as the captain and then sent the team formation information. The people below received it soon, and everyone clicked to form a team. Soon, this team of 100 people was established, with Mo Ren as the team leader, Zhang Tian and the other 5 leaders as captains, and the 99 players were divided into 6 teams. As the teams were determined, a box slowly appeared in front of the 6 captains. Everyone opened the box, and inside were several drawings and a book of operating procedures. Mo Ren opened the box in his hand and took out a blue folder from it. Chapter 223 Construction. Layout. Mo Ren opened the folder in his hand, and a light blue grid appeared on the ground below. Edit mode? It seems that this is the ability of being a captain. Looking at the area below that has become a grid, Mo Ren understood it all at once. But the size of the ship being built is really large. It is 100 meters long and 24 meters wide. The folder recorded the process and information, and Mo Ren immediately understood the data of the ship. Mo Ren slowly landed from the air, and at this moment, the 6 captains on the ground had already started a discussion. Oh my god! A 100-meter ship. This size can fit 1,000 people. Yeah. It's more than enough even with the vehicles. You must have made it so big on purpose. The slipway, dock, slide rails, cranes and other equipment all need to be manufactured first. The total amount of work is really not small. Damn it! Woodworking table, sawing area, furnace, blacksmith shop, and tools. All of these have to be built. It's fun. It's okay to build a ship. You also need to build so many things. Are 30 days really enough? And there are upgrades for this thing. Wooden ships, ironclad wooden ships, and steel ships. It's hard to build a wooden ship. As soon as he landed on the ground, Mo Ren heard the fierce voices of the 6 people. The players around him also gathered around, all with shocked and helpless expressions on their faces. Brother Mo. Look! Look at this thing. How can 30 days be enough? Zhang Tian immediately gathered around and told Mo Ren about these things. There are indeed a lot of things that need to be made, so we must hurry up. Mo Ren opened the folder in his hand and then clicked on it. The ground under everyone's feet instantly turned into a grid, and some blue building shadows slowly appeared on the ground. Everyone looked at this scene with curiosity and reached out to touch the shadows, without touching anything. This shadow seemed to be just an invisible projection. Every 2 docks are connected in a row. So there are 3 rows in total. The area I divided is where we build ships. Then we divided more than 70% of the personnel to go to the distant forest to collect resources. The rest of the people stayed where they were and began to build a defense line at the edge. At Morant's command, more than 70% of the players drove their vehicles and began to go to the distant forest. The remaining 30% of the players began to build iron nets and fences at the edge. The materials used to make ships and equipment can only be the materials generated on the island. The materials owned by the players themselves cannot be used in this aspect. Infinite empowerment cannot be used in front of so many people. But I have plenty of ways to speed it up. Looking at the mecha in front, Ren smiled on his handsome face. In the past, Ren had already made the mecha infinite in all the places that should be infinite. The mecha now can be said to be a completely invincible bug. Bang! Boom! Ping pong! The movement of the large equipment in the back slowly disappeared, and the mechanical arm clamped out a newly made giant sword. With the giant sword clamped, the mechanical arm slowly came to the side of the mecha. This is a giant sword that is enough to make people astonished. With a length of about 8 meters. The overall color is dark black, and some areas are painted bright red. The huge and heavy sword body flashed with cold light, which made people shudder. One side of the sword was a sharp blade, and the edge flashed with deadly light, which could easily tear everything apart. The other side was a ferocious sawtooth, which was staggered like sharp teeth and flashed with cold light. As long as energy was released into the giant sword, this row of ferocious sawtooth could rotate rapidly, and it could also release strong high-voltage electricity, making any enemy hit feel extremely sour. The whole giant sword was made of tungsten titanium alloy, revealing a heavy metal feel from top to bottom. A sword mouth was opened on the back of the mecha, and the mechanical arm inserted the giant sword into it, leaving only a black metal handle. After a few minutes of driving, the convoy soon arrived in front of the forest. I feel a little unhappy that the mecha's first appearance was used to chop wood. After muttering a few unhappy words, Ren turned and left the combat department, and then came outside. Chapter 224 Silent Forest. In front of me is a very dense forest, with twisted and intertwined trees and branches, which looks very strange. Their shapes are like strange limbs, as if they want to tear apart all creatures that enter. The leaves are also green and dark, as if they were eroded by something. The color is like a pool of rotten dead water, without any vitality. The lush leaves are connected together, blocking all the light from the sky. Looking through the gaps in the trees, there is only darkness everywhere, like an abyss. The darkness is so deep that people dare not imagine what is hidden inside. The whole forest was terribly quiet, without any sound. No birds or insects chirping. Not even the wind blew the leaves. Everything here seemed to be frozen, and time stopped flowing here, and a faint rotten smell could be smelled in the air. Gulp. This is the first time I've seen a tree that looks like a ghost. The whole forest is so weird. It's so dark inside. There won't be any ghosts hiding in there. Smell the air carefully. There seems to be a very disgusting rotten smell. It really is. It seems to be coming from the forest. Looking at the forest in front of them, all the players present felt creepy. If you have a saw, use it. If you don't have one, use an axe. Roll up your sleeves and get ready to work, Zhang Tian shouted. Then open the rear door of the vehicle. Then a red robot slowly appeared under the control of a player. The robot moved on 2 tracks, and its body was square. 2 sturdy mechanical arms, one on the left and one on the right, had been replaced with 2 electric saws. The player controlled the remote control in his hand, and the robot began to drive towards the tree in front. Buzz buzz buzz. Click. The electric saw on the mechanical arm buzzed, and a tree fell down. The fallen tree instantly turned into 3 2-meter-long trunks. And there are a total of 7 such robots in Zhang Tian and others' fleet. More and more robots are put into work, and more trees are turned into trunks. The decomposed trunks are then moved into the vehicle by some players. Good robot. It's time to release my mecha. Looking at the people who started to get busy, Ren ordered Shoo Shoo. Shoo Shoo. Release the mecha. Understood. Captain. The mecha has been dispatched. Puff. The charging and data cables on the back of the mecha were disconnected, and a large amount of white gas gushed out. The LED light strips on the mecha were all lit up, and then slowly dimmed. The mecha's eyes began to light up, emitting a blue light. The fixed mechanical arms at the rear were all opened, and the lifting platform began to push the mecha up. The cover above slowly opened, revealing the sky outside. Brother Imo, what are you looking at? Is there something there? Seeing Imo Ren looking up at the sky at a 35-degree angle, Zhang Tian came over and said with a puzzled look, I'm waiting for a treasure. It will appear soon. Imo Ren spoke lightly, his eyes fixed on the top of the Shushu turret. A huge cover had appeared there at some point, and the cover had been fully opened inwards. Baby? Hey. Why is there a big cover on the turret? Where? I'm afraid. Zhang Tian, who was originally confused, suddenly said I'm afraid, and then looked at it with a shocked face. The surrounding players were also attracted by it, and looked at it. Then there was an endless stream of wow, which kept coming one after another. A steel giant slowly appeared in front of everyone, and the sci-fi and gorgeous appearance shocked everyone. At this moment, the lifting platform has risen to the top, and the mecha has completely come out. Boom! Boom! The mecha jumped lightly, and jumped to the open space next to it. A dull sound came out instantly, and the ground also trembled slightly. Chapter 225 Collection. Manufacturing. Well, the weight of the mecha is really not light. Shushu. Cut down all the trees in front of you. Understood? Captain. Shushu's cold mechanical voice sounded, and then the mecha drew out the giant sword behind it. Buzz buzz buzz. The saw teeth on the giant sword immediately rotated, as fast as an afterimage, and made a particularly loud buzzing sound. Then he aimed at the row of trees in front, and then slashed with a sword. Schwa! Crack! 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 A cold light flashed, and the trees in front of him fell down in piles in an instant. The fallen trees disappeared one after another, and became tree trunks all over the ground. Schwa! Crack! 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 Another sword slashed out, and a large area of trees in front of him became tree trunks all over the ground. In front of the mecha, no matter how thick the trees are, they are like grass, without any resistance. Wherever the mecha passes, only tree trunks are left on the ground. The players present stopped their work one after another, and everyone was stunned to watch this scene. Okay. Stop being dazed. Come and help move the tree trunks. Imo Ren woke up the confused people, and then put a large area of tree trunks into the space bracelet. Imo Ren followed the mecha and kept putting tree trunks into the space bracelet. Oh my god! At this speed, I feel that we can finish ahead of schedule, and stop for a few days to drink tea. Zhang Tian stared blankly, and slowly uttered these words. The other players nodded, and everyone felt the same way. Everyone got busy again, moving the tree trunks on the ground into the vehicle. As they continued to move inward, they could already see some stones mixed in the forest. The giant sword swept across, and all the trees and stones were broken in half. The broken ends on the stones were hideous and terrifying, as if they were completely broken by the giant sword. The outermost part is trees, and the stones are further in. The iron ore is probably in the deepest part. Imo Ren and the mecha had already gone deep into the forest, and the surrounding trees began to become sparse. Gray fog began to appear in the air, and the thicker it got the deeper it went. Let's go back and clean up the tree trunks in the bracelet first, and then the mecha will stay outside to cut down trees, and I'll go in and explore alone. Let the mecha return to the outside of the forest. And Imo Ren activated the battle armor and flew to the shipbuilding site. As soon as he returned to the shipbuilding site, he could see Zhang Tian and his group unloading. 6 sawing areas have been created in the open space in front. The sawing area is a 3-meter long and 1-meter wide rack with a rotating blade on the side. There is no power support, but the blade keeps rotating. Put the collected tree trunks on the sawing area and then push them towards the blade. The blade can break the tree trunk, and the broken tree trunk will turn into 3 to 5 wooden boards. Then Zhang Tian and others use the blueprint again and place 6 woodworking tables in the other corner. The woodworking table released by the blueprint is blue as a whole. Put the wooden boards into the shadow in order, and the overall structure of the woodworking table begins to appear. After a certain amount is put in, the entire woodworking table is manufactured. So this is how the blueprint is used. Put the corresponding materials in. After a certain amount is reached, it can be manufactured successfully. Imo Ren can clearly see that there is a progress percentage on each blueprint. However, it seems that only Imo Ren can see this percentage, and other players including the captain cannot see it. The captain only has the ability to place drawings and command steps. As the woodworking table was built, Players began to put wooden boards into it. The woodworking table is a table 5 meters long and 4 meters wide, with a small virtual screen displayed on it. Select the item to be made on the screen, and then put the wooden board on the table. The wooden board will disappear, and the item can be made when the materials are sufficient. Mo-Ren found an open space and released all the tree trunks in the bracelet. The number of them, like a small mountain, really shocked the players present. After clearing the items in the bracelet, Mo-Ren activated the armor and flew towards the depths of the gray fog. Chapter 226. Deep into the fog. Mo-Ren flew in the air for a while, and then landed at the edge of the deep forest. The trees here are extremely sparse, and the leaves on the branches are extremely scarce. Each leaf is as if it is stained with ink, becoming extremely black, and all twisted and deformed. The entire trunk is also pitch black, as if it has been burned by a raging fire. There are many huge cracks on it, which look like eye sockets without eyeballs. Gray fog began to appear around, and a foul smell of decay was revealed in the air. What a rotten smell. How many things must die to emit this smell? After opening the armor helmet and taking a small sip, Mo-Ren almost vomited in the helmet. Report to the captain. The current oxygen content in the air is 21%, which contains long-term inhalation will cause adverse reactions in the body. The mechanical voice of Shushu sounded in the helmet, reporting the content of the air to Mo-Ren. This air is indeed problematic. It seems that the situation will become more serious the further inside. Mo-Ren kept walking inside, and the gray fog around him was already very thick. Mo-Ren was completely wrapped in the gray fog, and his vision could only see 5 meters ahead at the farthest. This fog is so annoying. I can only squint my eyes to see the road. Mo-Ren squinted his eyes and activated his perspective while going deeper into the fog. As he went deeper, the trees around him became sporadic. Stones of different sizes began to appear on the ground, and each of them had a strange shape. Wood, stone, and iron. These are the 3 main resources. We can't let go of so many stones. Mo-Ren began to search around and put the stones on the ground into his space bracelet. While searching, Mo-Ren noticed a little red light on a tree. Is that a surveillance camera? As the field of view expanded, a camera was firmly on the tree. The camera's view was facing Mo-Ren, and a little red light flashed in the middle of the camera. Why is there a camera here? It seems to be in working order. When Mo-Ren was about to take a closer look, Shushu's cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the helmet. Report to the commander. There are 10 unknown targets behind the left side, approaching your position at a speed of 64 kilometers per hour. Hearing this, Mo-Ren quickly turned around and raised his left and right hands, and then pulled the trigger of the weapon. Bang, 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 bang. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of shotgun shells, mixed with countless kinetic projectiles, swept towards the fog in front like raindrops. Roar! Roar! A harsh and unpleasant roar came from the fog, as if it was the sound of a whale from hell. Bang! 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 A few sounds of falling and friction were heard, and Mo-Ren stopped shooting. His perspective ability was activated, and Mo-Ren looked over there through the thick fog. He saw 10 bodies lying in a mess on the ground covered with black mud. That's a velociraptor, but its appearance is really disgusting. It's all mutated. There were 10 motionless velociraptors lying on the ground, with rotten flesh all over their bodies, and the white bones of some parts were clearly visible. The head was an irregular shape, with a high forehead bone and deep blood-red eyes. Some of them even had a big hole in their abdomens, and their organs had long since disappeared. The entire chest cavity was empty, and some thick liquid was flowing out of it. Mo-Ren slowly came to the front of a velociraptor, ready to squat down and take a closer look. Roar! As soon as Mo-Ren bent down, the velociraptor lying on the ground suddenly jumped up. The entire head split into several petals, like a blooming flower. The entire mouth was full of sharp teeth and full of stringy mucus. Fuck! Before Mo-Ren could react, the entire helmet was bitten by the velociraptor. Countless sharp teeth rubbed on the helmet, and the 2 claws began to tear at the breastplate. Fuck you! Get off me! Mo-Ren grabbed the velociraptor's neck with both hands and then pulled it hard. Sizzle! Puff! The velociraptor's body was separated from its head in an instant, and the agitated velociraptor instantly calmed down. But its head was still tightly biting on the helmet, and half of its spine was still left behind. Throwing away the body in his hand, Mo-Ren began to tear the head off his helmet. Fuck! You scratched the handmade paint I just sprayed. You really deserve to die. Looking at the head in his hand, Emo-ran immediately slapped it a few times. Swish, 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 sweeping the bodies on the ground. He really found a few pretending to be dead. It seems that the dinosaurs here have mutated, and have mutated into zombies. It is useless to attack the body. The brain and central nervous system must be destroyed. Looking at the velociraptor that was still biting with only half of its body left, Emo-ran slowly raised his right foot, and then stepped on its head. The originally restless velociraptor calmed down and fell asleep beautifully. The time came to more than 11 o'clock in the afternoon. I have basically emptied the surroundings, and the space bracelet is almost full. It's time to return. During this time, Emo-ran collected a lot of stones. Of course, he also encountered many small dinosaurs such as velociraptors. And after a battle, the armor was colorful, with a layer of various rancid liquids on it, and a lot of minced meat could be seen. After taking a look at the supplies in the bracelet, Emo-ran started flying and began to return. Chapter 227 Warning. Leave here immediately. The mecha grabbed a large bundle of tree trunks with both hands, and then placed it on the roof of a vehicle. Then several players climbed onto the roof, and used ropes to secure it firmly. It is worthy of being the mecha of Emo-ran. This speed and efficiency. The speed of this mecha is much faster than us moving one by one. The ropes are tied. Transport the wood back, and the next car will come forward. We will rest and eat after loading one more trip. Everyone hurry up. After tying the knot in his hand, Zhang Tian picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. The vehicles with the wood tied started, and slowly drove towards the shipbuilding site. Some vehicles also had cargo boxes hanging on the back, filled with large and small stones. The vehicles waiting in the back came forward one after another, and lined up in a straight line. The mechas began to load wood on these vehicles, and the other players reinforced them, while everyone was busy. In the bushes far to the right, 2 players were lying down, observing everyone with telescopes. Oh my goodness! That's a mecha, and he's so efficient in cutting down trees. Damn! There's a truckload of wood after a truckload of wood. The speed is too terrifying. Looking at the scenes in the telescope, the 2 were shocked. Go! 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 Stop looking. Tell the big brother about this. Yes. 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 With so many resources and that mecha, the big brother will definitely praise us when he knows. The 2 began to run back, and then got on a motorcycle hidden in the bushes. Well, are you sure what you said is true? If you dare to fool me. After listening to the report of the 2, a middle-aged man with stubble on his face was instantly full of disbelief. It's true. Big brother. We'll record a video. You watch it. One of them opened the panel and played the enlarged video. After watching the content of the video, the middle-aged man with stubble on his face instantly brightened up. So many materials. Especially that mecha. It's just too good for my taste. Looking at the mecha in the video, the middle-aged man with a stubble on his face was full of enthusiasm. But brother, this mecha seems to have a giant sword. It looks so dangerous. Ouch. Before the man next to him finished speaking, he was immediately forced to fight by the middle-aged man. What are you afraid of? I have more than 2,000 brothers, so many vehicles, and countless artillery weapons on them. Is there any fear of a mecha with only a knife? Let more than 80% of the brothers get ready and go with me. After the middle-aged man gave the order, his men were quickly ready. 27 vehicles plus more than 1,600 people drove towards that direction. The mecha that was loading the tree trunks suddenly stopped, then threw away the wood in its hand, and turned to look to the left. Huh? What's wrong? Is there something over there? Everyone looked puzzled and looked over there. 27 unknown vehicles are approaching, suspected of having malicious intentions. Please everyone retreat behind me. Shushu's cold mechanical voice was accurately transmitted to the ears of everyone present through the mecha. What? Someone is coming. Quick! Unload all the wood on the car. Everyone prepare weapons, and so on. At Zhang Tian's order, those vehicles that had not yet loaded wood began to retreat behind the mecha. The vehicles loaded with tree trunks unloaded the wood, and slowly retreated to the back of the mecha. All the players immediately loaded their weapons, and stared at that direction. They didn't have to wait for long, and saw a convoy of 27 vehicles. They rushed towards them, and stopped more than 200 meters ahead. Everyone listen to me. Leave all your vehicles and supplies to me. And this big mecha. The rest of you, Get out as far as you can. The middle-aged man picked up the loudspeaker next to him and shouted. But everyone ignored him. And the mecha took the lead. Warning! Leave here immediately. Otherwise I will start a military expulsion. Leave immediately. Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out. And it was transmitted through the mecha's external speaker. Hey! Hey! You are so awesome. But you don't accept my toast? Come on! Brothers! Kill them all! As the middle-aged man finished speaking, several vehicles in front of the convoy rushed up with the accelerator. The target insists on approaching. Start to drive it away by force. The mecha's hands immediately deform. And 2 overloaded energy machine guns appeared instantly. Boom boom boom. The next second, countless energy bullets shot out. Like a violent storm. They poured madly towards the vehicles rushing over. Those vehicles covered with heavy steel armor were like thin pieces of paper at this moment. Countless energy bullets penetrated through. And several vehicles instantly turned into a hornet's nest. Boom! Boom! The ammunition in the vehicle was detonated. And several fireballs rose up instantly. Pa! The middle-aged man's loudspeaker fell to the ground. And he stared at the scene in amazement. Last warning. Leave here immediately. Otherwise I will expel you again. Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out. Without any emotional temperature. Cold and murderous. Looking at the vehicles that fled in panic. Zhang Tian and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 228 The Preliminary Foundation. I didn't expect to meet a player so soon. But this first battle of the mecha. How should I put it? It feels a bit too boring. Looking at the fleet fleeing away. Ren slowly landed from the air. Oh my god. I was shocked. It turned out to be you. Brother Emo. Your condition, Zhang Tian and others looked at Ren in surprise. And their legs were particularly conscious to move away. My own condition? Looking at the reactions of the crowd. Ren lowered his head to check. Oh! This picture is quite beautiful. With sticky blood that has not yet dried on his body. You can see pieces of meat stuck to it. And a half-rotten large intestine hanging on the shoulder. From head to toe. The whole body exudes a strong stench of decay. Ren picked up the large intestine on his shoulder and threw it into the forest. Is there any water? Let me rinse it first. Ren looked at the situation from head to toe and found that it was indeed quite sloppy. Yes. Yes. Hurry up. Pull out the water pipe in the car. Several players entered the vehicle and quickly pulled out a water pipe from it. Zhang Tian took the water pipe, opened the valve, and began to rinse Ren. Under the flushing of the water flow, the blood stains and meat on the armor were quickly washed off. The stench that permeated the armor gradually became less strong. Brother Emo, what's going on inside? Did you fight with monsters? Zhang Tian turned off the water pipe in his hand and came to Ren and asked. There are indeed many monsters inside. Let's go back and talk about the specific situation in detail. Well, okay. With the assembly of the mecha, the roofs of these vehicles were soon filled with tree trunks. The vehicles started one after another and began to slowly drive towards the shipbuilding point. The mecha picked up 2 large bundles of tree trunks on the ground and then started the flight function. Whoosh whoosh. Several blue flames instantly sprayed out from the soles of the mecha's feet, thighs, back and other areas. The ground was suddenly filled with flying sand and rocks. And the airflow generated by the tail flame of the mecha swept the surroundings. The mecha's feet began to slowly leave the ground, rise into the air, and fly towards the shipbuilding site. Ren also picked up a large bundle of tree trunks and began to fly towards the shipbuilding site. Since we are here, we should maximize the benefits before leaving. Looking at the mecha slowly flying in the sky, and the 2 large bundles of tree trunks it was carrying. At this moment, all the busy players in the shipbuilding site were staring at the sky in amazement, looking at the materials that were almost filling up the open space. Everyone had to push the edge defense line outward a little. It seems that everyone is still quite fast, and the foundation of the dock is almost ready. At this time, there are already 4 fully completed foundations, 2 of which are already building beams for the ship. The 2 docks in the last row are also under construction at this moment. Everyone first dug out the grass on the ground and dug 20 centimeters down. Then the rat repeatedly rolled on it and compacted all the soft ground. The players on the other side began to destroy the stones and smash them into small pieces. Then put them into the furnace that had been built on one side. And soon you can get some rectangular stone bricks. Then put these fired stone bricks into the prepared ground. When a certain number of them are reached, a complete ground can be formed instantly. There are 5 short columns on each side, and there is a gap in the middle of the short columns, which is used to place beams. The structure of the first dock is basically completed, and it can be completed as long as it is covered with wooden boards. The 50% progress displayed above allows Emoran to clearly know the current progress. Everyone stop what you are doing. It's noon. Everyone should take a break and eat. Under the shouting of Zhang Tian and others, many busy players stopped their work. Shoo shoo. Let the mecha crush those huge stones into pieces. Emoran looked at the huge pile of stones and ordered Shoo shoo. Understood. Captain. Shoo shoo's cold machine voice came out, and the mecha slowly came to the huge pile of stones. He grabbed a huge stone with both hands and squeezed it hard. Crack. 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 The huge stone instantly broke apart and became a pile of small stones. Well, this is efficient. I guess we can finish this pile of stones soon. Looking at the mecha that was constantly breaking stones, Emoran turned around and entered the Shoo shoo. Chapter 229 The Situation in the Fog. Entering the armor room, Emoran took off his armor. The folding mechanical arm above stretched out and began to carefully clean the armor on the round table. At the same time, the exhaust vents on both sides were open to remove the stench in the air. Hey! This stench is really bad. It's just like rotten meat that has been pickled for several years. The moment he took off his armor, the stench penetrated into Emoran's nasal cavity. Not wanting to stay any longer, Emoran turned around and left the armor room. Entering the kitchen, Emoran began to make today's lunch. After lunch and resting for a while, Emoran put on his armor again and came outside. The armor has been cleaned at this moment, and there is no odor left on it. The players around have almost rested and have started to build one after another. Emoran looked around and soon found Zhang Tian not far away. At this moment, Zhang Tian was discussing the steps in the operation manual with the other 5 captains. Hey, Brother Emo. You are here. Hello, Brother Emo. Seeing Emoran coming, Zhang Tian and others greeted him. Everyone is busy. It just so happens that you are all here. I just want to tell you about the monsters in the fog, Emoran said, stretched out his right hand and started the projection. A velociraptor appeared in the projection, as well as 3D projections of other small dinosaurs. Each dinosaur in the projection had a hideous shape, with rotten flesh and mutated limbs all over its body. Watching the scenes in the projection, everyone felt creepy and nauseous. The monsters in the fog are these dinosaurs. After my observation and research, I found that these dinosaurs have undergone serious mutations, and there are many limbs on their bodies that do not belong to the body. Not only that, these dinosaurs seem to have become a kind of zombie-like living dead. They do not feel pain, and their vitality is extremely tenacious. Only by destroying the brain or the center can they be completely killed. And some dinosaurs are very smart, especially this kind of velociraptor. They will use fake death to confuse people, so that they can relax their vigilance and approach. At the same time, the gray fog is poisonous, and long-term inhalation will affect the body. Emoran began to tell everyone about the gray fog and the situation inside. After listening, everyone present had serious and unbelievable faces. Oh my! If you are bitten by a dinosaur that has turned into a zombie, will you be infected? I think it is very likely. After all, the fog has problems. Not to mention these dinosaurs. Looking at the distribution of resources, it seems that if you want to find steel, you must go to the deepest part. The deepest part is covered by gray fog. If you want to go in, we must prepare some antitoxic facilities. Yes, we also need to prepare some strong flashlights to improve the vision in the gray fog. Listening to everyone's conversation, Emoran couldn't help but be a little surprised. The vision in the fog is very poor, and there will be mutant dinosaurs that suddenly rush out. Are you sure you want to go in and explore with me? The situation inside is very unpredictable. After listening to Emoran's words, everyone laughed after a while. Brother Emo, look at what you said. We have come all this way. It is a kind of happiness to be able to see the sun the next day. Just live every moment happily. Since entering this game, I have been hovering between life and death almost every day. It's like an unknown adventure, and you never know whether the future is dark or bright. Although we may not be able to escape the game until we die, before the end of our lives, experience this kind of adventure that we have never had before. Not to mention, it is a kind of enjoyment. I have been busy and tired for most of my life. I am alone without children, and often think about the meaning of life alone. This kind of adventure with an unknown ending is an experience I have never had in my half-life. Everyone started chatting with each other, and everyone's face was filled with happiness. Looking at the smiling faces on the screen, Ren felt an unknown feeling in his heart. What a group of incomprehensible guys. They may lose their lives at any time, but they can still see it so openly, which is really unpredictable. After a period of discussion and confirmation, everyone began to disperse to various places to be busy. Chapter 230. The dock is built. Zhang Tian and the other 6 captains took the step book and began to direct the construction steps of the players. Ren and the Mecha handled the heavy beams and placed them in the right place. The dock structures were built one by one, and the players put the wooden boards that had been piled up into them. With the last wooden board put in, the last dock was declared successfully built. 6 wooden docks, 280 meters long and 60 meters wide, stood quietly on this open space. Ren, who was in the air, looked down, then took out the folder from the space bracelet and opened it. At this moment, the item marked with the dock has a green check mark behind it. 6 docks have been built. The remaining ones are the slipways for fixing ships, the cranes for lifting, and the slides for subsequent launching. After these are completed, we can officially start shipbuilding. Ren continued to look at the information on the folder. At this moment, the slipways and slides of docks 1 to 3 are being constructed at the same time. 190 players per dock. The slides and slipways are being constructed at the same time. The slide is similar to the track of a train, but its size and width are larger. A V-shaped groove is located on the slide, and there are 2 rows of rollers for sliding below. The bottom of the ship in the blueprint can be perfectly stuck in this V-shaped groove. There is a row of inclined piers on both sides of the slide rail, which are used to fix the 2 sides of the ship. First use wood to build it, and then use stone bricks to upgrade it. It has a stronger load-bearing capacity to cope with the subsequent upgrade of the ship. Time flows slowly and silently, and it will arrive at 6 o'clock in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the sky has become very dark, and lights are lit in the shipbuilding site. At the same time, several searchlight towers are lit up, and the white light sweeps into the distance. The player who controls the searchlight follows the light landing point and begins to patrol the surrounding situation. Lights were turned on in the docks, and all the players were busy. Click. Time quietly came to 6 o'clock, and at this moment, the voice in the sky came out. Good evening, Ants. The day is about to end. Have you collected enough resources today? And how far is the progress of shipbuilding? Listening to the voice in the sky, the busy players put down their work. Everyone began to prick up their ears and listen to the voice in the sky. I won't keep you in suspense. I'm here to inform you that I want to provide you with tools for exploration. I believe everyone has seen the dense forest. The narrow space can't fit the vehicle. This is really a headache. There is also the gray fog in the distance, which contains toxic substances. So I brought 2 tools for you. One is a pure electric motorcycle, and the other is a pure electric protective suit. The pure electric motorcycle is small in size, moves fast, and does not make noise. It can accommodate up to 2 people. The pure electric protective suit has a certain degree of protection and can provide you with clean oxygen, but you must protect the gas cylinder behind you, which is not that strong. So put on a few more layers of armor to protect yourself and the gas cylinder. Of course, it doesn't matter if these 2 items are damaged. You can repair them with your own resources. Of course, the number of repairs required must be multiplied by 2. At the same time, these 2 items need to be charged, so you must always pay attention to the power. It is recommended to bring a few more power banks. Each team will get 2 of these 2 exploration tools. The number is very small, so it is recommended to rob others. These things will be sent to the captain of the team at 6 o'clock tomorrow. At the same time, I have a message for everyone. Your novice protection period today has ended. From tomorrow, monsters will attack from time to time, so everyone must be careful. In order to prevent everyone from not adapting, I specially arranged a wave of monsters. Come on, everyone. The sound in the sky slowly disappeared, as if it had never been there. Then the player who was patrolling on the searchlight tower seemed to have discovered something. He immediately put down the telescope in his hand, grabbed the loudspeaker next to him, and shouted. A group of black things rushed out of the forest ahead, about 50 in number. Attention everyone! Mutated dinosaurs are coming! Mutated dinosaurs are coming! The other searchlight tower shone forward, and a group of black shadows were seen rushing out of the forest quickly. Hearing this, the players dropped their work and ran quickly to their respective vehicles. The various weapons on the vehicles were aimed forward, and the weapons in the players' hands were loaded one after another. Report to the commander. A large number of hostile targets are approaching. Should we kill them? Listening to Shushu's voice, Ren said calmly. No. Shushu. Keep alert. Understood, Commander. After answering Shushu, Ren turned to look at Zhang Tian and others beside him. Zhang Tian. It seems that you want everyone to get used to this mutant dinosaur. After listening to Ren's words, Zhang Tian turned his head and said, That's right, Brother Mo. Through your virtual images, everyone has seen these mutant dinosaurs. But that is fake after all. Only by seeing and dealing with them in real life can everyone understand how to deal with them. Yes, watching 100 times is not as good as fighting once. Although Brother Mo has told everyone. But only after real combat can we know how to deal with these mutant dinosaurs. Everyone talked one after another, and opened the safety of their weapons. After listening, Ren nodded slightly, and then moved to the side to watch the battle. Chapter 231 Dealing with the Dinosaur Corpse. The shadows moved very fast, and soon rushed to the crowd. Under the illumination of several searchlights, the shadows appeared clearly in front of everyone. They were mutant velociraptors, and their appearance was terrifying and weird. They were covered with rotten flesh, and the flesh and blood in some parts had long disappeared, revealing the white bones inside. They were covered with various mutant limbs, like bugs filling their bodies. These limbs were long or short, thick or thin, and presented various strange shapes, making it impossible to imagine how they grew. The whole head of the velociraptor split open one after another, like a bunch of blooming flowers. Hiss! Roar! Roar! The bloody mouth full of smelly mucus was making a sharp and piercing roar, irritating the eardrums of everyone present. Oh my god! This is a dinosaur. Are you sure it's not a genetically mutated monster? This feeling is too exciting. I didn't feel this way when I looked at the projection of Ren. Those are velociraptors. What are those limbs on their bodies? They are so weird. Don't worry about what they are. They must be monsters that want our lives. They are in range. Fire! Completely destroy these mutant dinosaurs. Aim at their heads and central nervous systems. Give them a good beating. Looking at the group of velociraptors approaching rapidly, the players on the scene quickly pulled the triggers in their hands. Boom boom boom. Duh. All kinds of weapons roared in an instant, and bullets were sprinkled on the mutant velociraptors like meteors. Balls of fire exploded in the group of velociraptors, tearing the surrounding velociraptors apart. Blood flowers exploded on the heads of the velociraptors, and then they were swept into pieces by bullets. Under the fierce attack, one velociraptor after another had its head blown up, and its headless body fell heavily to the ground. The number of velociraptors rushing in was quickly reduced by half. But these velociraptors are very adaptable, and they soon found a way to deal with it. The velociraptors on the scene quickly dispersed and kept running in an S-shaped pattern. The entire group split into 3 groups, rushing in 3 directions: left, right, and center. The head kept shaking, making it impossible for the players to aim. Under the velociraptor strategy, the originally concentrated firepower was quickly dispersed. The artillery replaced the large-scale high-explosive bombs and carried out large-scale bombing on the left and right sides, blocking their movement routes, breaking their dog legs first, and then blowing up their dog heads. Looking at the current situation, Zhang Tian quickly made a response. All vehicles' guns were quickly replaced with high-explosive shells with a larger explosion range and fragmentation effect. Boom 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 boom. Several high-explosive shells exploded on both sides, and the flying shrapnel and shock waves quickly swept around. The velociraptors that were constantly drifting and moving were soon seriously affected. Everyone fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity, and before they struggled to get up from the ground, they were shot in the head by countless bullets. It didn't take long for all these mutant velociraptors that attacked to be successfully killed. The searchlight carefully swept over the corpses and began to check the velociraptors whose heads were not damaged. As long as the head was intact, it would be smashed into pieces. After a careful inspection, everyone was relieved. What a terrible stench. These mutated velociraptors are so disgusting. It's so smelly. I feel like I'm going to explode if I smell it for another second. It seems that the bodies of these dinosaurs will not disappear. It's so smelly to leave them here. After the battle, many players came to the outside of the defense line. Everyone began to observe the dinosaur bodies on the ground. And everyone was horrified, looking at the velociraptor bodies all over the ground. Emoran thought for a while, then turned to Zhang Tian and others and said, "These dinosaur bodies will not disappear, so we must dispose of them properly. This kind of flesh that has been rotting for an unknown period of time may carry some unknown virus. If it is piled here like this, we may be infected with some disease." After listening to Emoran's words, Zhang Tian and others nodded in approval. After all, even if we don't consider the possibility of infection with the virus, the smell alone is enough to make everyone uncomfortable. Several flatbed trailers and some hooks of sufficient length were made. Players put on masks and protective clothing and used hooks to hook the corpses on the ground to the flatbed trailers. Then they pulled them to the beach and dumped the corpses into the sea. The rolling waves rolled up the dinosaur corpses and brought them into the dark ocean. Then, alcohol and disinfectant were used to disinfect the blood on the ground, and soil was used to cover it. With this operation, the stench in the air soon disappeared. Then, the players who were in close contact disinfected themselves, and then washed their bodies. I hope other players can realize this problem. These corpses are definitely not that simple. Looking at the corpses swallowed by the waves, Emoran had a hunch that this kind of thing would definitely bring some kind of problem. Then Emoran opened the private message of his friend and sent this new information to Gu Lao. "Emoran, I understand. I will properly handle these dinosaur corpses." Looking at Gu Lao's reply, Emoran raised his hand and turned off the panel. Let the soldiers wear protective clothing and masks. Use tools to throw the dinosaur corpses on the ground into the sea, and disinfect the blood on the ground, and cover them with soil. After getting Emoran's reminder, Gu Lao quickly issued this order. The soldiers quickly put on protective clothing and used tools to deal with the dinosaur corpses. After this small battle, many thoughtful players realized the problem. They began to properly deal with the corpses and disinfect the ground. Some players did not do so, but just piled up the corpses and burned them. Everyone's choice is different, which also indicates that everyone's fate is different. Chapter 232 Communicate. As time goes by, the world becomes dark like the abyss again. At this moment, the shipbuilding site is brightly lit, becoming the brightest star in the darkness. After solving the sudden invasion of dinosaurs, the players stop their work to rest and eat. After dinner, Emoran, Zhang Tian and other 6 captains gathered together to discuss the next task. In this day, we have built all 6 docks. Everyone's construction speed is very fast, so let everyone rest well tonight. No need to work overtime. Let everyone maintain a good mental state. After Emoran finished speaking, the others nodded in approval. After all, with the help of Emoran's Mecha, it's hard for us not to be fast. Ha ha ha. But the voice said that the novice protection period has disappeared. Does that mean we are in the protection period for the whole day? I think it should be. After all, it was said at the beginning that monsters will attack from time to time. But we haven't encountered any all day. Doesn't that mean that after 12 o'clock tonight, we are likely to be attacked by mutant dinosaurs again in the second half of the night? It is very likely. After all, in the second half of the night, it is indeed the most difficult time to concentrate. Then arrange more people to keep watch tonight in case there is an emergency in the second half of the night. After talking about this topic for a while, everyone shifted the topic to tomorrow's exploration. 2 electric motorcycles per team. Our 6 teams have a total of 12. So there are a total of 24 people. The forest is too dense, and the vehicle can't enter it at all. And there are those thick gray fogs. Even if the vehicle enters, the vision will be seriously affected. Electric motorcycles don't make noise. It seems that they are designed for us to deal with the mutant dinosaurs inside. Now that we know that this monster is a mutant dinosaur, there will be no Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tyrannosaurus, and other ancient powerful hunters in the deepest part. At this point, everyone shuddered. If we want to describe ancient creatures, then only the word powerful is the most appropriate. Not only is it powerful in strength, but it is also very large in size. So the electric motorcycle is equipped to us just to make us escape faster. Emoran spoke slowly. From the previous confrontation in the fog, Emoran has already found that the deeper he goes, the larger the dinosaurs he encounters. so it is not surprising to encounter such a huge prehistoric overlord. But what is the purpose of doing this? The electric motorcycle is so small. We can't carry any resources at all. So why are we allowed to go in? Yes. Why are we allowed to go in if we can't bring any resources? Are we allowed to go in and fight? Everyone was extremely confused for a while, and they didn't understand what the guy's intention was. I think there should be space on the electric motorcycle, or something to store supplies. Anyway, we will know what his intention is tomorrow, Emoren said after thinking for a while, thinking that this possibility is very high. After continuing to talk, everyone dispersed. Zhang Tian and other 6 captains found the players of their teams and began to select 2 suitable people from them for tomorrow's exploration team. Emoren also returned to the rat, took a bath, and watched a movie comfortably. As the night deepened, the players began to rest. The number of players who stayed to keep watch also increased several times compared to before. Several searchlight towers kept sweeping into the distance, and the players next to them kept observing the surroundings with telescopes. Chapter 233 Tools arrive. Time passed silently, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. It was 5:27, and it would soon be 6 o'clock. It was no longer so dark around at this moment, and the last batch of night watch players had been replaced to rest. The players began to wake up one after another, and began to wash their faces and brush their teeth with sleepy eyes. Mutated dinosaurs are coming. Mutated dinosaurs are coming. While everyone was busy with their own things, the player patrolling on the searchlight suddenly shouted loudly. Several searchlights around instantly turned their direction and shone towards the distance. Under the illumination of the light, 10 mutant velociraptors were seen rushing towards this side rapidly. Some players, who were brushing their teeth, immediately ran to the vehicle weapon position and quickly controlled the artillery in their hands. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery on several vehicles opened fire one after another, and balls of fire exploded in the group of velociraptors. Duh. Some players holding toothbrushes and foam in their mouths controlled machine guns and kept shooting at the velociraptors. There were only 10 velociraptors this time, and they were gathered in a relatively concentrated manner. The battle did not last long, and the 10 mutant velociraptors were quickly killed. Cough, cough, cough. I swallowed the foam for brushing my teeth. Cough, cough, cough. Damn! I swallowed it too. This is great. I can save a cup of water for brushing my teeth. Oh! Don't worry. That thing won't die. This little episode was quickly dealt with, and the body of the velociraptor and the ground were disinfected. At 6 o'clock, a box slowly appeared in front of Zhang Tian and the other 6 captains. Opening the box in his hand, the box instantly turned into a ball of blue light. The ball of light stretched and deformed on the ground, and then turned into 2 electric motorcycles and 4 sets of protective clothing. This electric motorcycle is good, and it looks a little handsome. Looking at the appearance of the 2 electric motorcycles, everyone's eyes lit up and quickly gathered around to observe. The overall shape of this electric motorcycle has a mechanical style, and you can see many streamlined edges and corners. The shell seems to be made of aluminum alloy, and the weight of the whole motorcycle is not heavy. The front part has a wide windshield and a square display screen. Below the windshield is a headlight combination, which consists of 2 xenon headlights on the left and right. There are 2 cushions in the center of the body, and a large capacity battery pack is below. The rear part is an upward taillight combination, which consists of multiple LED bulbs, and there is a box above the rear of the car, and a panel will appear when the box is opened. There are a total of 15 item slots in the panel, which seem to be used to store things. Then, there are 4 sets of protective clothing on the ground, which appear to be silver-white in appearance. The protective suit is a whole, with a rectangular oxygen tank on the back. There is a transparent mask on the head, which can see the 120-degree range in front. There is a small screen tied to the wrist of the left hand of the protective suit. The protective suit does not feel very thin, and some key parts are thickened. This electric motorcycle is quite handsome. But why does this protective suit look so strange? Are you sure it won't leak air when you go in through such a big zipper on the back? Picking up the protective suit in his hand, you can see a long zipper on the back. Zhang Tian unzipped the zipper and put on the protective suit. The players outside helped to pull up the zipper and put on the stickers next to it, and the protective suit was put on. Zhang Tian tried it and found that although there was a large zipper on the back, the protective suit had no signs of leakage at all. It really doesn't leak. How does this thing do it? It's quite interesting. Then Zhang Tian raised his left hand and looked at the screen, which showed the oxygen content for 1 hour. This oxygen is too little. There is only 1 hour of time at full energy. Looking at the 1 hour countdown on the screen, Zhang Tian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Mo Ran looked around the outside, and then pulled out a charging cable from the bottom of the oxygen tank on his back. He stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the charging plug with his thumb and index finger. Zhang Tian looked at Mo Ran's operation in confusion, not understanding what he was doing. Mo Ran released a little electric shock, then looked at the screen on Zhang Tian's left hand. Hey! It's full. The remaining time of oxygen has returned to 1 hour. Brother Mo. What's your trick? Looking at the countdown that was restarted, Zhang Tian was shocked. I released a little electricity to try it out. It seems that there is no need to worry about energy consumption. Let the selected players get ready, and we will set off immediately. Putting the charging cable back to the bottom of the oxygen cylinder, Mo Ran patted Zhang Tian on the shoulder and said, as expected of Brother Mo, I will go and get them ready now. Zhang Tian turned and left, and began to gather the selected players. Chapter 234 Entering the Fog. Soon, 24 players wearing protective clothing were ready. Each person wore a layer of armor, and some key parts were equipped with a protective plate. This set of armor is not only light in weight, but also has a protective effect that cannot be underestimated. These are the armors made by Zhang Tian and others, and they are also the equipment worn every day. Weapons and ammunition are indispensable, and these are equipment related to life. Brother Zhang Tian, as the captain, you ran out. Didn't you say yesterday that I would go? Looking at the fully armed Zhang Tian, a young man next to him muttered dissatisfiedly. It's not my dock number 5 yet. There's not much use for me to stay here. Don't complain, kid. You will have a chance to get out later. Zhang Tian patted the young man's shoulder with a smile on his face, and the young man opposite couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Players wearing protective clothing got on the electric motorcycles and started the vehicles. The screen of the electric motorcycle began to light up, with a large speedometer in the middle. There was an energy box at the bottom, and the 1 hour countdown was starting. The surrounding players opened the door, and 12 electric motorcycles rushed out one after another. Shoo shoo. Always be alert to suspicious people coming, and suppress them directly if the warning is ineffective. Let the Mecha perform auxiliary operations, and be ready to support me at any time. Understood, Captain. Listening to the mechanical sound coming from the helmet, Mo Ran activated the armor, and flew away from the shipbuilding site. The Mecha rose from the warhead, and began to assist in the construction of the ship. The players present entered the docks 1.2.3 one after another, and continued to build the unfinished tracks and slipways. The remaining players kept patrolling around, alert to any possible situation. After the 0 hour refresh, the large area of forest that was cut down yesterday has been completely restored. The trees grow closely together, and 12 electric motorcycles shuttle flexibly in the forest. Mo Ran manipulated the armor to dodge left and right, and was at the front of the team to lead the way. It didn't take long for everyone to go deep into the forest. A few meters ahead was the extremely thick gray fog. Wow! We drove for such a long distance, and the electric motorcycle and chemical protective suit are still fully charged. I didn't expect that MOG's armor can also be charged wirelessly, so there is no need to worry about the power supply problem. Everyone stopped in front of the thick fog and began to do the final check before entering the fog. Mo Ran looked at the circle of small dots on the side of the screen, and then spoke to everyone. The range for continuous charging is about 300 meters, so don't be too far away from me. Long before, Mo Ran let Shushu invade the protective suit and electric motorcycle. At this moment, the positions of all players and vehicles are accurately displayed on the screen, and Mo Ran let Shushu create an energy range with his own armor as the center for continuous charging. As long as the protective clothing and motorcycle invaded by Shushu are within this range, they can provide them with a steady supply of electricity. This not only solves the energy problem, but also allows Mo Ran to know the location of everyone. The player sitting at the back of the electric motorcycle picked up the weapon and put his finger on the trigger of the fuse box. As long as anything happens, the safety can be quickly opened and the trigger can be pulled. After seeing that everyone was ready, Mo Ran took the lead and flew into the fog ahead. The people behind followed one after another, and the front headlights of the electric motorcycles turned on one after another. The dazzling light tore through the fog and illuminated a certain distance ahead. Once entering the fog, the vision was quickly obstructed. Shoo shoo. Start the 3D terrain scan and replace the screen view with a virtual image. Understood, Captain. As Emo-Ran's voice fell, the screen in front of him changed rapidly. The view filled with fog disappeared instantly, turning into a panoramic 3D appearance. The surrounding ground, grass, and trees all turned into virtual models, which were clearly reflected in Emo-Ran's eyes. The 3D terrain on the screen was the same as that on Shushu, although the range of action was not as large as that of Shushu. It was enough to deal with this kind of fog. Shushu's hacking is really useful. It is also an invisible and powerful weapon. By the way, the servers that were moved out of that building before, give them to Shushu. Maybe Shushu's computing power will be more powerful. Emo-Ran suddenly remembered those servers. He didn't know how long he had been piling them up. After confirming this idea, Emo-Ran decided to implement it when he returned. The crowd moved all the way to the depths of the fog, and the route was exactly the one Emo-Ran had taken before. The mutant dinosaurs on this route were basically cleared by Emo-Ran, so it was also a relatively safe route. Chapter 235 Revenge. The convoy continued to go deeper inside, and various broken bodies began to appear on the ground along the way. They were cut into pieces of various sizes and thrown on the ground like garbage. These bodies were all from various mutant dinosaurs, which were killed by Emo-Ran on that day. At this moment, these bodies on the ground have been highly corrupted and began to turn into a black viscous substance. This viscous substance spread to the surrounding ground like glue. The off-road tires of the electric motorcycle rolled over it, making a puffing sound. After going deeper inside for a while, Emo-Ran came to the tree where the camera probe was found. Looking up at the tree, the camera that was originally placed has disappeared. At this moment, only half of the broken wire is left at that position on the tree. The gap is uneven, as if it was forcibly torn off by some external force. The camera is gone. What a pity. I wanted to use hackers to check it out. Looking at the half-torn wire, Emo-Ran had to give up this plan. After returning from the tree, Zhang Tian and others immediately surrounded him and asked, "How is it, Brother Emo? Did you find anything in the camera? It's not really like what was said before. This is an artificially created dinosaur island. I think it's very likely. After all, how could there be such a thing as a camera in Jurassic World?" Listening to everyone's words, Emo-Ran shook his head and said, "The camera above is gone. It should have been pulled away by something. Let's keep going forward. There is another camera ahead." The stopped convoy set off again and drove deeper into the fog. Looking at the convoy slowly leaving the shipbuilding point and the figure flying in the sky, a player who was lying in the grass and observing immediately put away the telescope and ran back. Brother. The group of players they explored has gone out. 6 electric motorcycles, 24 people, and something flying in the sky. The player ran to the middle-aged man and told him the news. The middle-aged man, who was sitting on the chair with his head down and thinking, heard it and slowly raised his head. At this moment, his face was filled with murderous intent. So many of my brothers were killed. So many of my brothers are dead. Revenge. I want revenge. Ah! The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse and angry, and he almost roared at the end. The players next to him sat upright and did not dare to make a sound. At this moment, a thin player next to him suddenly spoke. Big brother. It seems that we went to fight the other party first, and now we are going to take revenge. This is not a bit. Bang! Before the player finished speaking, a bullet pierced through his forehead. Plop! The player looked at the middle-aged man with a dull face, and then fell heavily to the ground. The bright red blood kept gurgling along the bullet hole and flowed on the surrounding ground. The players around saw this, and quickly moved away from the body on the ground. The middle-aged man slowly stood up from the chair, and a cold and hoarse voice came out. At this moment, there was a pistol with white smoke in his left hand. The rule of this game is the law of the jungle. I led my brothers to do this. Is it wrong? The middle-aged man's voice was neither loud nor soft, just reaching the ears of every player present. Big brother is right. Revenge. We want revenge. Yes. Revenge. We want revenge. The players present did not dare to neglect and immediately shouted loudly. The middle-aged man swept the players present with a cold look and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Very good. Then now, let's go! Go and avenge those brothers. Chapter 236 Velociraptor Park. Emo-Ran and others continued to go deeper inside, and soon came to the location of another probe. But when Mo-Ren looked over there, only half of the broken wire remained there. Huh? The probe here was also torn off. What's the situation? Is it related to those mutated dinosaurs? Looking at the broken half of the wire, Mo-Ren was confused for a while. However, Mo-Ren did not stop or think, and continued to lead everyone to go deeper inside. After going deeper for more than 20 minutes, the current location is already a place that Mo-Ren had never reached that day. The speed of the convoy slowed down a little, shuttling silently in the fog. At this moment, a large mesh object appeared on the screen in front of Mo-Ren. That seems to be a very tall wire mesh wall. By judging the 3D virtual graphics, Mo-Ren identified the virtual object in front of him. There seems to be a wire mesh wall in front of us. Everyone start to slow down. We are almost there. Okay. We understand. Understood. Start to slow down. Mo-Ren's voice was accurately transmitted to everyone's ears through the Bluetooth headset. This was also what Zhang Tian and others wore before. Of course, this headset was also invaded by Shu Shu. The convoy began to slow down slowly. And soon, a tall wire mesh appeared in the fog ahead. The electric motorcycle stopped in front of the wire mesh, and everyone came to observe it. This wire mesh is so thick. I have never seen such a thick wire mesh. Such a thick wire mesh. It seems to be used to block dinosaurs. Looking at the wire mesh wall in front of them, everyone present was amazed. I'll go up to see the height of the wire mesh wall. You guys be careful around. After instructing everyone, Mo-Ren flew towards the fog above. After flying about 30 meters, Mo-Ren successfully reached the highest point of this wire mesh wall. At the highest point is a row of inward curved wire mesh, which can effectively prevent things inside from climbing out. There is also a row of inward curved wire mesh on the other side. Not only that, there are some exposed wires on these iron nets. Through observing these wires, Mo-Ren felt that this should be suitable for the electric net that releases electric shocks. It seems that this place is really an artificial dinosaur island. Such a thick iron net wall, and the electric net on the top. It seems to be to prevent the dinosaurs inside from running out. This island should be divided into many areas. After checking both sides, Mo-Ren returned to the bottom. As soon as he returned to the bottom, he saw Zhang Tian and others gathered in front of an iron net wall. Brother Mo, come and look here. There seems to be a notice board here. Zhang Tian called out, and Mo-Ren raised his foot and walked in the direction of the crowd. When I got closer, I found that it was an iron plate welded to the iron mesh wall. The iron plate was covered with a layer of black unknown substance, which seemed to be some dried liquid. Under this layer of unknown substance, there seemed to be a few big words written. Mo-Ren took out a towel from the space bracelet and then wiped it vigorously on the iron plate. The stain on it was very stubborn, but after wiping it, the words on it could be vaguely seen. Velociraptor Park. Velociraptor Park. It seems that the area we are in is where velociraptors are fed. It's really a modern font. It seems that this place can be confirmed to be an artificial dinosaur island. But it's still unclear why this dinosaur island mutated and who built it. No matter who built it, it seems that there is a problem with its development. Everyone started to speculate on the problem of the island's mutation. The laser blade popped out of his right hand, and then swiped it against the iron mesh wall in front of him. Soon, an entrance to another area appeared in front of everyone. Let's continue to move forward, and we should be able to find a lot of iron ore inside. Mo-Ren picked up a pebble-sized piece of iron ore from the ground and put it into his space bracelet. Everyone got on the electric motorcycle again and drove inside through the hole cut by Mo-Ren. Not long after everyone left, a group of players driving electric motorcycles came to the entrance of the cave. Looking at the tire marks leading to the inside, these players followed closely behind. Chapter 237 Missiles are coming. In the shipbuilding site, several players are located above 6 docks. Each of them holds a telescope in his hand and looks around from time to time. Each dock is nearly 80 meters high, which is an excellent observation point. Oh, I feel so bored. It would be great if something could happen. A young man put down the telescope in his hand and sat on the roof board. Pa! The next second, a head bang hit him hard on the head. Ouch! Daddy! Stop hitting me. It hurts. The young man covered his head instantly and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a grin. You little brat. If nothing happened, just be happy and keep your mouth shut. The middle-aged man raised his hand and was about to hit him on the head again. When the young man saw this, he immediately used his hands and feet to escape. Ha ha! Old son. Be gentle. Don't hit your kid silly. Yes. Yes. It's a loud head bang. I can hear it from such a long distance. Several loud laughs came from the tops of several docks nearby. Ha ha. The little brat is talking nonsense again. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Old son also smiled helplessly, then raised the telescope in his hand and shone it forward. With just one look, the corners of old son's mouth that had been smiling disappeared instantly. In the telescope, a huge convoy was emerging from the horizon. The direction of the convoy was the shipbuilding site on their side. Then the next second, Lao Sun saw a scene that shocked him even more. A launcher was slowly rising on the top of a vehicle, and a missile was placed on the launcher. At this moment, the missile on the roof of the vehicle was aimed at their direction. Then the missile started instantly and flew towards them with a roar. A long tail flame was left in the air, and the missile in the telescope was getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this scene, Lao Sun's pupil suddenly shrank, and then he grabbed the horn on his body and shouted loudly, "Attention! Everyone! Pay attention! Missiles! There is a missile coming towards us from the right." Lao Sun's voice was transmitted to every player through the loudspeaker. Everyone's hands suddenly shook, and then they reacted quickly. What? Missiles! There are missiles flying towards us! Quick! Dodge quickly! Everyone find shelter immediately! The missiles were extremely fast, and everyone knew that it was impossible to intercept them. So they quickly looked for the nearest shelter to dodge. Detected a long-range attack approaching at a very fast speed, and the super quantum shield was activated. The mecha that was assisting the operation quickly put down the things in its hands. And then, the super quantum shield was activated instantly. Buzz! A purple shield with a diameter of several thousand meters instantly spread outward rapidly with the mecha as the center. Now the energy of the mecha has been upgraded to the maximum level by Moran, and it has been infinitely strengthened. Theoretically, the super quantum shield of the mecha has an infinite coverage range. The super quantum shield appeared instantly, completely covering the entire shipbuilding site. From the outside, it is an opaque purple light shield, and from the inside, there is nothing. The next second after the super quantum shield was covered, the attack of the missile also followed instantly. Boom! Looking at the missile flying rapidly, Lao Sun quickly pounced on the young man to protect him under his body. After waiting for a long time and finding nothing, Lao Sun slowly opened his eyes and looked over there. What is this? Lao Sun stared in disbelief, and saw a fierce fireball suddenly appear in the air in front of him. It was the missile that was flying rapidly, but it seemed to be blocked by some invisible barrier. TM. What is that? It's purple. Is it a shield? Looking at the scene in front of him through the telescope, the middle-aged man's face was full of shock and anger. Damn thing. No matter what you are, Lao Biao, will kill you all today. No one can stop me. Step up the accelerator and charge forward. Fire all the cannons and machine guns. Kill them for me. Grabbing the intercom beside him, Lao Biao roared heartbreakingly. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by anger, and his eyes had become very red. Hearing the roar coming from the intercom, the players in the vehicles did not dare to delay and operated according to it. However, some vehicles in the convoy slowly slowed down and fell to the back. Lubia, you are such a brainless old guy. You actually want to go against him, Moran. If you want to die, I won't stop you. By then, I will be the boss of the convoy. No wonder so many people are willing to follow me. A young man shook the red wine glass in his hand and looked at the vehicles in front with a smile on his face. According to the report of his trusted players and the current Area 21. So the young man was very sure that the person they were dealing with was most likely the boss Missouri ran in this area. After drinking the red wine in the glass in one gulp, the young man began to appreciate what was going to happen next. Chapter 238, Come to Steal the House. The players in the dock hid for a long time, and the explosion caused by the missile did not appear. What's going on? We don't seem to be attacked by missiles. Could it be that the missile missed and didn't hit us? The mecha seemed to have activated some shield just now. Could it be that the missile was blocked by this shield? The players present did not react for a while, and no one knew what happened. A large number of malicious targets are detected approaching, and they are ready to be repelled by force. Please prepare to evade. The cold mechanical sound of shoo-shoo came from the mecha, and the mecha started to leave the dock. As soon as the mech stepped out of the dock gate, A player rushed in from outside. Everyone, pay attention. A large group of unknown vehicles are coming from the far right. The missile just now was launched by them. Quick! Everyone, take up your weapons and prepare to fight the enemy. After listening to Shushu's mechanical voice and the words of the players outside, the players in the dock knew what happened at this moment. Oh my god! Someone is here to attack. They come to steal the house so early in the morning. Everyone, don't just stand there. Go out and deal with the enemy. The players present ran out of the dock and drove all the vehicles distributed around to the right defense line. The drone cabin in front of Shushu opened, and a hummingbird drone bomber flew out of it. The figure easily passed through the super quantum shield and then flew towards the convoy in the distance. The convoy below was easily photographed by the drone in the air, and then the picture appeared on Rant's screen. Isn't this the group of people from yesterday? It seems that they are here for revenge, which is really interesting. Gradually, Ren found that more than 60% of the vehicles suddenly began to leave the convoy. Their speed continued to decrease, and soon they left the convoy for a long distance. Then these vehicles slowly stopped and watched from a distance. What do these people behind want to do? Are those in front the vanguard? But this is not right. There seems to be a leading vehicle in the front and back vehicles. Looking at the situation on the screen, Ren was very confused for a moment. However, he was too lazy to care about such things, and he could just leave it to Shushu to handle. Shushu, all the enemies who attack will be eliminated. Understood? Captain. Turning off the screen in front of him, Ren instantly raised his left hand and pulled the trigger in the mist. Bang! Puff! Squeak! A sharp sound came out in the mist, and a spider that pounced from the tree was instantly decapitated. Several bullets instantly tore the ugly head, and sticky dark green blood splashed in the air. The line of sight swept to the right, and one after another locked red dots appeared instantly. The kinetic projectile machine gun in the right hand pulled the trigger, and the red kinetic bullet was fired instantly. The scarlet stream of light shuttled rapidly in the mist, instantly piercing through the spiders entrenched on the trees. Ren flew in the air at a high speed, and Zhang Tian and others were closely located below. At this moment, everyone was moving quickly in the forest, surrounded by straight and tall trees. The whole tree was black and flowing with mucus, covered with various cracks and white spider webs. Rotten and blackened bushes can be seen everywhere around, and the ground is full of potholes and black water. A few meters away from everyone, there are several spiders jumping out of the mist. These spiders are very large, each reaching nearly 5 meters. A thick layer of black scales grew on the body, with various irregular sharp spikes growing on it. 6 pairs of red compound eyes grew on the hideous and disgusting head. Below the compound eyes, there was a pair of breathtaking huge mouthparts. The huge mouthparts opened, and a pool of smelly green liquid sprayed out from them. They raised their sharp forelimbs and slashed with unmatched power. But the fierce attacks of these spiders all fell on a blue shield. This blue shield blocked all attacks and protected everyone safely. Zhang Tian and others moved safely in the shield, while the players in the back seat fired out from time to time. The bullets easily passed through the shield and hit the compound eyes of the spiders' heads. The bullets penetrated and destroyed the center of the ugly head. The spiders that were hit screamed shrilly, and then fell heavily to the ground and did not move. Well, this kind of shield is easy to use. The previous one was too inconvenient to use. Looking at the spiders outside that were waving their fangs, but could not do anything about the shield, Ren was very satisfied with the current shield. Everyone stopped shooting. Save some ammunition. These spiders can't do anything about the shield. Let's find a place to get rid of them. Looking at the people below who were shooting from time to time, Ren said to them through the headset. After all, with this indestructible shield, there is no need to waste ammunition. Brother Mo understands. Everyone just needs to get over the urge to shoot. There is no need to waste bullets on these monsters. What a big spider. And the black shell on its body is quite hard. It is difficult for bullets to penetrate it. But the head is very fragile. One bullet can easily kill it. Speed up. Speed up. Hurry up and leave this forest. The black water on the ground is really annoying. It splashes all over your body. The speed of the crowd increased again, and they began to speed up to leave this forest. As the speed continued to increase, the spiders chasing behind began to disappear in the fog. Chapter 239 Energy Heavy Cannon. Boom boom boom. Da 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 da. The gunfire of the vehicles that were rushing at them roared. and various machine guns were madly spewing flames. Various gun bullets were like a rain of stars, rushing towards the crowd. Oh my god! Those guys are firing! Hide! Hide quickly! Be careful of artillery attacks. Find a bunker and hide immediately. The moment the opponent's vehicle opened fire, the players present looked for the nearest place to hide. But everyone present felt very strange. Although they saw the opponent's weapons spewing flames, they did not hear any sound. The enemy shells came one after another the next second, all of which suddenly exploded in the air a few meters away from everyone. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in the air, blocking all the attacking shells. All the bullets fired were also deformed in the air. Then they fell under the action of gravity, and a large number of bullets and fragments soon appeared on the ground. Oh my god! Oh my god! What's going on? All the shells and bullets were blocked. And did you hear it? There was no sound at all. This is too. It's amazing. It's worthy of being a mecha made by a Moran. It's too powerful. All the players present swallowed their saliva and turned their heads to look at the mecha, their eyes full of shock. Swish. Whoosh. The missiles on the opponent's vehicle were reloaded again, and a missile came whistling again with a tail flame. However, the players were not afraid this time, and everyone was concentrating on watching the missile getting closer and closer. Boom! The missile hit the protective shield instantly, and a ball of fierce flames broke out instantly. The strong explosion swept in all directions, but the people inside the shield could not hear it at all. Swish! So exciting! Feeling the missile whizzing in the face at such a close distance. This feeling is simply unheard of. This shield is too powerful. Those guys on the opposite side can't hit us at all. Wait a minute. If the opposite side can't hit us, then we can't hit them either. After all, there is a layer of shield here. A player who was controlling the vehicle weapon suddenly said, and the other players felt that it was true. After all, with such a shield, the opponent can't hit in, and we may not be able to hit out. But the next second, Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out, answering everyone's question. The super quantum shield is unidirectional, so there is no need to worry about this problem. After hearing Shushu's voice, the eyes of the players present lit up. Does this mean that they can't hit us, but we can hit them? It seems to be true from what the mecha said. Let me try it. The player loaded the heavy machine gun on the vehicle, then aimed outside and pulled the trigger directly. Duh. The bullets of the heavy machine gun flew out easily, and were not blocked by the shield. Oh my god! It really works. The bullets we fired will not be stopped. What are you waiting for? Everyone grab your weapons, and give those idiots outside a good beating. The players turned their artillery to aim, and then pulled the trigger in their hands. Boom 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 boom. Various artillery roared continuously, and countless shells were fired at those vehicles. Bang! Bang bang bang. Boom boom. The shells hit those vehicles directly, and blasted holes in their armor one after another. The enemy's vehicles began to evade left and right to avoid the shells of the crowd. Malicious units approached the last warning area and began to be eliminated by force. The cold mechanical sound of Shushu came from the mecha, and the right back began to open. A part stretched out from it, and then began to transform and combine. Not long after, an energy-heavy cannon was steadily placed on the right shoulder of the mecha. The main body of the energy-heavy cannon is a huge metal cylinder, more than 10 meters long. The surface of the cylinder is covered with various complex circuit pipes and countless heat sinks. These heat sinks emit dazzling blue light, indicating that the energy-heavy cannon is in an activated state. The target has been locked, and long-range strikes have begun. The cold mechanical sound of Shushu came out, and the energy-heavy cannon on the shoulder of the mecha began to charge. Buzz buzz buzz. The humming sound of the electric current continued to come out, and a red light began to appear at the muzzle, and it became redder and redder. Red electric current appeared on the cannon body, and kept wandering around the entire cannon. The heavy cannon was quickly charged, and the red light at the muzzle had become very scarlet and creepy. Bang! A red energy ball burst out instantly, like lightning, leaving a long red tail in the air. Boom boom! The ball of light instantly hit a vehicle in the middle, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, with unmatched destructive power. The entire ball of light burst instantly, and countless thick red lightning spread rapidly around. Like a red storm, it swept across the entire convoy. The vehicle hit by the ball of light instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. The surrounding vehicles were hit by red lightning, and hideous red penetration wounds appeared on the vehicles. A powerful electric current swept through the entire vehicle, and any electronic equipment inside exploded and burned instantly. Under the ravages of the electric current, the players in the vehicle instantly turned into a pile of burnt ash and disappeared forever. Boom, boom, boom. The ammunition and fuel inside were detonated, and those out-of-control vehicles instantly turned into balls of rising fire. Chapter 240. The episode ends. Looking at the burning flames in the distance, all the players were deeply shocked. As early as when the mecha activated the heavy cannon, many players around noticed it. Such a loud humming sound of electricity, and the red lightning that kept jumping on the cannon. Everyone knew very well that the power of this cannon must be extraordinary. But no one would have thought that the power of this cannon would be so terrifying. In just a few seconds, those vehicles that rushed over had turned into flames burning all over the ground. As for the players in the vehicles, they might have already turned into charred ashes. Gulp. Gulp. All the players present swallowed their saliva at the same time, and a large number of swallowing sounds were heard around them instantly. In the distance ahead, the remaining vehicles behind had already disappeared without a trace. Why not run away quickly? Are you staying here to wait for the cannon to bombard you? As expected, it's Ran, the boss. Such a terrifying method. I must hug his thigh when I have the chance in the future. Recalling the scene just now, the young man couldn't stop trembling all over. All the hostile targets disappeared, and the super quantum shield covering the shipbuilding site slowly disappeared. The Hummingbird drone bomber circled in the air, and then flew back to Shushu's drone cabin. The sudden crisis was resolved, and everyone was busy with construction again. As Ran and others continued to go deeper, they encountered more and more giant spiders. The dense giant spiders were endless, rushing out from the fog in all directions. They kept attacking the shield with sharp forelimbs and mouthparts. But no matter how they attacked, they could not shake the shield. The white spider webs covered the ground under their feet, and the surrounding trees were also covered with a thick layer of spider webs. The electric motorcycle came all the way, and the wheels had been entangled with several circles of white spider webs. These spider webs are very sticky, and entangled in the wheels have a significant impact on the speed. Ran threw his hand, and several high-explosive grenades with rings pulled flew out of the space bracelet. Boom, boom, boom. The high-explosive grenades flew out of the shield and exploded in the dense swarm of spiders. Most of the spiders gathered around the shield were killed or injured instantly, but they were soon replaced by countless spiders. Damn! The number of spiders is too terrifying. It's so dense and endless, and they look so disgusting. They make my hair stand up. The stickiness of these spider webs is too strong. It feels like driving into a large area of glue. At this moment, Ran suddenly noticed something happening ahead. Under the 3D virtual display, many thick strips appeared between the trees ahead. These strips were densely packed, crisscrossing between the trees. What a thick spider web. How big can a spider produce such a spider web? It seems that there is an incredible big guy ahead. Looking at the strips on the 3D virtual, Ran immediately saw that they were countless spider webs. But these spider webs were only a little bit thicker. After reminding Jean Tian and others, everyone continued to move forward in a straight line. Detours? Detours are impossible. There is no point in taking a detour with a shield. Gradually, the spiders that originally gathered outside the shield began to decrease, and finally disappeared completely in the mist. Why did all these spiders run away? Didn't they bite us all the way here? I don't know. We haven't even left the forest yet. These spiders suddenly ran away. Isn't something going to happen? Just as everyone was talking, Ran's voice came through the headset. Everyone, pay attention. There is a particularly huge spider approaching us. Chapter 241. Improved Dragon Breath Bomb. After hearing what Ran said, everyone quickly opened the safety of their weapons, alert to what was going to happen next. The screen in front of Ran was divided into two parts. One was a 3D virtual terrain screen, and the other was an echolocation screen. The 3D virtual screen allowed him to see the surrounding environment clearly, and echolocation allowed him to see the moving objects around. At this moment, more than 100 meters to the right front of everyone, a huge creature was moving quickly between the trees. 17.31 meters. It's really a huge spider. It's amazing that it can climb trees with this tonnage. Through the information transmitted by the echolocation screen, Ran already knew the size of this spider clearly. As for why it can run on the tree despite being so big, Ran thinks it has something to do with spider webs. The white spider webs are densely packed, wrapping the entire tree tightly. There is a group of people behind us, and they seem to be heading towards us. What are they trying to do? Ren suddenly saw on the echolocation screen that there were more than 20 moving targets approaching them. Before Ren could think about it, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and fell directly onto the shield. Ren immediately looked up, and what came into his sight was a huge and ugly spider. This spider was huge and weird, with a hard black shell all over its body. The carapace was covered with various irregular spikes, and the gaps between the spikes were filled with various broken bones and rotten flesh. The two sharp forelimbs were cooperating with the ugly head to bite the shield continuously. The rest of the limbs were open, firmly fixed on the shield. The most worrying thing was its abdomen, which split open in an instant, like the open mouth of the abyss. Many tentacles grew out of it. Each tentacle was covered with sharp spikes and barbs, and was covered with various dark green mucus. This dark green mucus dripped on the ground, and bursts of white smoke instantly rose from the ground. These tentacles madly wrapped around the shield and kept exerting force, trying to crush the shield. Seeing this thing at such a close distance, Zhang Tian and others only felt nauseous. The players in the back seat raised their weapons and attacked the spider above. The bullet penetrated the spider's abdomen, and the pain made it even more violent and angry. The action of biting the shield became more brutal, but unfortunately it still couldn't do anything to the shield. Your cock is really ugly. You like to hug people, right? Then let you feel the modified dragon breath bullet. Ren replaced the ammunition in his left hand with the dragon breath bullet, and then pulled the trigger at the spider above. Bang 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 bang. The bright white flame jet gushed out and instantly bombarded the spider's abdomen. The metal jet of thousands of degrees hit the abdominal cavity, and the soft abdomen was instantly pierced and burned. A large amount of dark green liquid gushed out, and the metal fragments turned the inside upside down. This unknown tissue part flowed out through the hole. The flames remaining in the abdominal cavity did not disappear, but continued to burn. Squeak! A shrill scream came out, and the spider let out an extremely painful howl, quickly let go of the shield, and started running away as if escaping for life. Ren raised his right hand, and the red locking frame fell on the spider, and then pulled the trigger in his hand. Swish 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 swish. The red kinetic projectile was like a shadow, instantly catching up with the fleeing spider. The projectile was poured into the spider's abdomen, crushing and eating everything along the way. Then it penetrated through the ugly head and tore it into a pile of fragments. Boom! The huge spider body fell to the ground fiercely, and dark green liquid continued to flow out of the hole, on the ground covered with white spider webs. The green liquid was particularly conspicuous. Well, not bad. Not bad. The improved dragon breath bullet is good. Adding white phosphorus, solid gasoline, and metal jets, as well as fragments made of tungsten titanium alloy. This is really a good bullet. Ren was very satisfied with the effect of the current dragon breath bullet. The lethality was completely incomparable to the previous one. Chapter 242. If you don't want to die, get out of here. In the following time, everyone continued to move forward at full speed through the images on the 3D virtual screen. As long as they continue to move forward for more than 3,000 meters, they can leave this forest. On the way, Ren kept turning left and right, but the group of players behind him kept following closely. No matter which direction Ren and others went, they could not get rid of the group of players behind them. Are you still following? It seems that these people are targeting us. They should have props for tracking. The ground was full of white spider webs, and the wheels stuck with spider webs could not leave any conspicuous marks at all. And the other party kept following closely behind, which further showed that the other party had some purpose. Brother Biao, those people seem to have discovered us. Their route has been in an S shape. A younger brother looked at the information on the tablet and turned his head to look at the man on an electric motorcycle next to him. The man was sturdy and his protective suit looked a little tight on him. Humph! So what if they discovered us? They killed so many of our brothers. No wonder my dad is so angry. Release all the self-destruct drones. Watch the road carefully. Don't hit the trees. The man picked up the walkie-talkie and notified all the players in the team of the news. Understood, Brother Biao. Don't worry. No problem. Let's blow up these bastards. The walkie-talkie soon responded, and the players sitting in the back seat took out a self-destruct drone from their backpacks. The main body of the self-destructing drone is a shuttle, and it is now full of bombs. He took out the drone controller, and then pressed the start button on the drone. The drones started one after another. And then, boom boom boom, the drones exploded instantly in the hands of the players. And the flames and shock waves generated by the explosion swept around. The two players on the vehicle were instantly blown to pieces. And the electric motorcycles under them were also severely damaged. Some players were very close. And several parts were instantly taken away by the shock wave of the explosion. The whole convoy was in chaos. And many frightened players fell heavily to the ground. The man and the vehicle slid out. And the vehicle and the body were covered with a lot of spider webs. Oh my god! What's going on? What the hell happened? The driver of the vehicle, the strong man, braked hard to stabilize it, so that he didn't fall to the ground. The strong man picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly inside. Brother Biao. Brother Biao. The drone suddenly exploded, and many brothers were killed. How could this happen? Why did the drone suddenly explode? Fortunately, I haven't started it yet. The voice came from the walkie-talkie soon. And all the players were very scared. The player who hadn't started the drone was lucky enough to save his life. And immediately threw the self-destructing drone in his hand far away. The surviving players quickly gathered together. All of them gathered together in fear and bewilderment. Damn it! What's going on? How could that damn drone explode? Seeing that more than 70% of the personnel had died. The bald man was instantly furious. At this moment, the intercoms in everyone's hands were turned on. And a cold male voice came out from inside. If you don't want to die, get out of here. If you want to continue to follow us, then die. Bang 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 bang. As this sentence was finished, the intercoms in everyone's hands suddenly exploded. The protective suits in their hands were damaged. And the leakage of oxygen caused the power of the protective suits to drop faster. Fuck. Ah. Retreat. Get out of this place. Retreat. Everyone immediately covered the holes in their hands and rode the electric motorcycles to rush outside. Looking at the players who kept going away. The tracking rocket on the left side of the armor retracted the storage box. They left. We continue to move forward. The front is the border of the forest. After Mo Ren finished speaking, Zhang Tian and others quickly put away their weapons and got on the electric motorcycles. And everyone drove deeper again. Just now, Mo Ren directly hacked into the other party's walkie-talkie. I heard what the other party said clearly, and also understood the other party's next move. The drones were hacked the moment they started. And then directly control the chips inside to detonate. Then control the walkie-talkie to destroy the protective suit. If the other party is rational, leave. Otherwise send him away in person. Chapter 243 Finding Iron Ore. The white spider webs around gradually disappeared, revealing the originally dark and rotten muddy ground. The cracked trees began to become sparse, until the last few were thrown behind everyone. Continuing to move deeper into the fog, the ground underfoot began to show a downward trend. Everyone soon came to a flat place. The ground was full of various large and small gravel and sand. From time to time, some huge stones and some slightly smaller stones can be seen. The wheels of the electric motorcycle rolled over, making various friction sounds. The convoy began to stop slowly, and Mo Ren landed on the ground from the air. The terrain is low, and there are gravels and sand underfoot. It seems that this is a dry riverbed. Looking at the images transmitted by the 3D terrain virtualization, Mo Ren thought that this place was very likely a riverbed. He bent down to pick up a stone on the ground and put it in front of his eyes for observation. The stone was neither big nor small, and the size was just right to hold in the palm of the hand. Unlike the pale stones around, this stone had some red parts distributed on it. So this is iron ore. It seems that there is a lot of iron ore in this riverbed. Mo Ren's eyes swept around and found that there was a lot of this kind of iron ore. There were large and small sizes, distributed in every corner of this area. Is this the iron ore? It feels heavy when I pick it up. Unlike ordinary stones. There is one here too. There is quite a lot of iron ore in this place. One grid can hold 20 pieces. 15 grids means 300 pieces. It feels like the amount that can be held is a bit small. First fill the box of the electric motorcycle. Everyone brings a backpack. And when the time comes, put as much as you can. Everyone started to get busy, picking up all the iron ore scattered on the ground into the box. After scanning, there is no danger nearby. But everyone should not go too far. Just pick up iron ore around. I will go to the downstream alone to check. After instructing everyone, Mo-Ran began to walk downstream along the river. As he walked, he collected the iron ore on the ground into his space bracelet. Mo-Ran picked up all the big ones along the way. After walking a distance, a huge object appeared on the 3D virtual screen. Mo-Ran went deep into the fog and approached. And a broken dinosaur corpse appeared in front of him. The dinosaur corpse was lying quietly on the riverbed, and its body was severely torn. The whole head had disappeared, and a huge and hideous gap appeared on the neck. Only half of the torn spine and irregular tears covered with mincemeat remained at the gap. The dinosaur's abdominal cavity had a big hole, and the organs inside had long disappeared. Only a black hole was left, and the purulent fluid filled inside. 2 of the hind legs had also disappeared, leaving 2 broken leg bones exposed. The whole body was highly decomposed, and the flesh on it was in a state of melting. Through the 2 rows of polygonal bone plates on its back and the spikes on its tail, Mo-Ran clearly knew that this was a Stegosaurus. This Stegosaurus has not mutated. It seems to have been dead for a long time. Mo-Ran circled around the Stegosaurus corpse and found that something seemed to be pressed under the corpse. Activating the perspective to look down, he found that there was a box under the corpse, and a drawing was placed in the box. This place is really a hell. Mo-Ran grabbed one of the Stegosaurus's front legs and tried to drag it aside. Squeak! The Stegosaurus's front legs were instantly torn off, leaving only half of the bones dangling on the flesh. This is really rotten. The meat is rotten like mud. Shaking off the sticky rotten meat on his hands, Mo-Ran began to try to pull multiple parts. After some attempts, he finally pulled the Stegosaurus corpse aside. He dug the box out of the ground and then opened it. The treasure chest was opened, and a blue drawing was lying quietly inside. Mo-Ran took out the drawing and unfolded it, and the information on the drawing appeared. Ship accessories balancing gyroscope. It can reduce the shaking of the ship by 90%, allowing it to travel smoothly in the waves. Materials required for construction. It turns out to be a gyroscope. This thing is really important for ships. Mo-Ran took out the blue folder from the space bracelet and put the blueprint into it. The blueprint turned into white light and merged into the folder. A new page of accessory blueprint soon appeared on the folder, and it also unlocked an accessory workbench to make this kind of ship accessories. Putting away the folder in his hand, Mo-Ran continued to walk downstream of the riverbed. After walking down for a while, a large building slowly appeared in the 3D shadow. Chapter 244 Rest Point. That is, a building. It looks like a viewing point. Mo-Ran selected the building and formed a 3D model on the screen. This is a building about 18 stories high, with a hexagonal shape. At the top is a circular platform floor, with 3 layers of such platforms stacked on top of each other. The entire floor is surrounded by transparent glass, and the thickness of these glasses is amazing. The entire building is also fixed with multiple steel frames, and the thickness of these steel frames is also very unusual. There is a circle of square iron cages around the building, which are about 5 stories high. The top of the iron cage is completely sealed and connected to the main body of the building with no gaps. There is also a round iron cage at the top of the building, and there is a sightseeing cable car inside. 2 thick steel cables extend through the iron net and extend all the way to the depths of the fog. It seems that this specially built building should be a place for tourists to observe dinosaurs. Mo-Ran immediately activated the armor and flew over there, and soon arrived at the entrance of the iron cage. There are 4 doors in the iron cage, in the form of double opening sliding doors. Looking inside through the iron cage, you can see some shops and cars parked in the corner. All these cars have been modified, not only with thickened glass, but also with strengthened structures. There are many modified steel frames on the periphery, covered with a lot of steel plates. The wide striped tires are modified at first glance, and look very thick and solid. He reached out and crushed the iron lock on the iron door, and then pushed the door to both sides. Creaky, creaky, creaky. A harsh friction sound came out, and the rusty door was slowly opened by Mo-Ran. Mo-Ran raised his foot and walked into it. Just as Mo-Ran entered, a panel suddenly popped up, presenting the contents inside in front of Mo-Ran. Repair point unrepaired. The damaged repair point will dispel the gray fog inside and around a certain range after repair. You can replenish the vehicle power in the rest point and rest, and adjust your own status. At the same time, you will get 5 protective electric vehicles and a cable car base. Place the cable car base at the shipbuilding point to build a cableway between the 2 points for mutual travel. Problems that need to be solved at present. Power generation room. Missing power generation components. Short circuit of wires and cables. And a large amount of accumulated water. Distribution room. Burn components. Short circuit of power supply. And a large amount of accumulated water. Control room. Missing components. Burn components. Short circuit of power supply. Underground pipeline. Broken water pipes. And a large amount of accumulated water. Missing and burned components can be found in the building. Find them and replace them. And fix all problems at the same time to repair them. Repair? There is a repair button at the bottom of the panel. But it is gray now. After browsing the information on the panel, Ren also knew all the contents. So that's it. It seems that this is a place for exploration and rest. As long as this rest point is repaired, you can take the cable car directly to this place. And you can also get 5 protective electric vehicles. Ren looked at the 5 cars in the corner. Hearing the name, he knew that this thing was an upgraded version of the electric motorcycle. Zhang Tian. I found a building. Bring all the team members here. The location has been sent to the screen in your hands. Ren conveyed the news to everyone. And it didn't take long. Several lights appeared in the fog. And then 12 electric motorcycles rushed out of the fog. One after another. All passed through the iron door and entered the iron cage. Ren, who was checking the 3D model, turned his head and saw Zhang Tian and others at a glance. At this moment, a panel also appeared in front of everyone. And everyone knew the content after browsing. Rest point. It turns out that this place is called a rest point. It looks like it needs to be repaired. After the repair is completed, we will get the cable car base. So we can take the cable car directly here. The speed is not ordinary fast. Brother Emo, I didn't expect you to find such a place. Look at the content on this panel. Do we need to repair some places to make it work again? Zhang Tian and others came to Ren and began to ask about the next steps. Yes, we need to repair the problems recorded above. And these are the places that need to be repaired. Ren stretched out his right hand. And a 3D image of a building appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 245 Entering the Interior. The 3D virtual image displayed is exactly this resting place. And some parts have been added below. Ren enlarged the 3D virtuality a little. And then pointed to the following parts and said, there are 3 layers of areas under the building. The bottom 2 layers have been accumulated with water. Through the internal scanning of the 3D terrain, these 3 underground areas should be the places that need to be repaired. The bottom 2 layers have been flooded. We will be divided into 2 teams at that time. While talking about the next things, everyone walked towards the door of the building. Before leaving, Ren closed the door of the iron cage entrance and tied a knot with an iron rod on the ground. Avoid mutant dinosaurs or players following in and causing unnecessary trouble to everyone. Along the way, you can see many abandoned shops and rotten weeds everywhere. Some scattered packaging garbage can be seen on the ground. And the fonts on it have long been blurred. Go up a few stairs to the platform. And there is a transparent door made of glass in front. The glass door is in a double leaf form. And there is an electronic sensor that has long been scrapped on top. An additional layer of iron fence is installed inside and outside the glass door, which seems to be a type of rolling shutter door. Ren grabbed the gap in the iron fence with both hands, and then tore it to both sides. The iron fence in front of him was like thin paper, and was easily torn apart by Ren. A huge tear appeared, revealing the glass door behind. Bang! Crash! Ren punched out, and the glass door in front of him was instantly pierced by a punch. Spiderweb-like cracks spread throughout the door, and some glass shards fell down. But the entire glass door was still intact. Ren punched out a few more times, and many holes appeared on the glass door instantly. Using these holes, Ren began to tear off the tempered glass on it piece by piece. This glass door is too thick. The thickness is estimated to be about 8 centimeters. Zhang Tian picked up a piece of broken tempered glass on the ground, and he was amazed at its thickness. Feeling that the hole in front of him was about the same thickness, Ren grabbed both sides with both hands and stretched it open. Creaky! Creaky! Snap! Snap! The glass door made a loud noise, and then slowly opened to both sides. After tearing open the last layer of iron fence inside, everyone finally entered the interior of the building. It was pitch black inside, and the lights of Zhang Tian and others dispelled the darkness around. As the darkness dissipated, everyone could see the current situation inside clearly. Items were scattered all over the ground in a disorderly manner, and garbage was everywhere. What came into view was a dilapidated scene, which made people feel like entering a garbage dump. Thick dust accumulated on the ground and the surface of objects, and the heavy dust made people wonder how many years had passed. The air was filled with a solidified atmosphere, as if time had stopped here for a long time. The feet of the people stepped on the ground, bringing the heavy dust into the air. The paint on the wall had long been peeled off, revealing a slightly yellowed base material. The gray fog from the outside world began to flow into the inside through the hole. Emoran grabbed a huge dinosaur doll next to him and stuffed it into the hole. The fibers on the dinosaur doll had long been hardened, and it broke into some powder with a little force. As the hole was blocked, the gray fog that was constantly pouring in was blocked outside. Zhang Tian and others gathered together and began to replace the batteries for the lights they carried. At the same time, they took out the flashlight from their backpacks and installed it in the guns in their hands. Emoran began to look around, and soon his eyes were fixed on an object on the counter beside him. It was a cylindrical object covered with a layer of metal shell. The object on the counter was very new and did not fit in with the surroundings covered with heavy dust. As Emoran continued to approach, he waited until he was close to a certain range. A small yellow light spot popped up in front of him, and a distance of 5 meters was marked next to the light spot. The position marked by the small light spot was exactly the cylindrical object on the counter. Chapter 246, I was scared to death. He came to the counter and picked up the cylindrical object on it. The moment he picked up the object, a panel appeared in front of him. Emoran. Missing parts in the distribution room. Capacitor January 15th. So this is the missing part. According to the prompt above, we need to find 14 more. Emoran returned with the capacitor and handed it to other players to check. Is this the part we need to find? It seems that we need to find 14 more. It turns out that within 5 meters of the part, there will be a yellow dot marking its location. Everyone search around. Maybe there are other parts here. The crowd began to separate, searching in groups of 2. As the search range continued to expand, the crowd began to gain some results. I found one, which is the missing computer board component in the main control room. I also found one here, which is the missing cable component in the power generation room. Voices rang out in the headphones one after another, and the crowd found the missing parts in the corners, flower pots, counters, and other places. Brother Zhang Tian, look over there. There is a pointer under the sofa over there. A player pointed to a seat in the rest area, and Zhang Tian turned around and saw the yellow pointer. The two immediately walked over there, and soon came to the place marked by the pointer. Hey, Brother Zhang, what is this thing? It's so disgusting. It looks like a person, but it looks like this. On the ground at the bottom of the chair, there was a highly decomposed humanoid corpse. Its body was covered with various festering holes, and some of them even showed the pale bones inside. The rotten flesh on the body had already hardened and turned black, tightly attached to the skeleton like a tights. In addition, this corpse was very strange. The 5 fingers of both hands had turned into 3 sharp claws. Under the light, these claws emitted a pale white light. The same was true for the 2 feet below, which had turned into 3 thick claws. At this moment, the body was lying on the ground, and a tail-like limb could be seen growing from the coccyx. A row of sharp bone spurs grew from the spine on the back, extending all the way to the tail-like limb. Although the face could not be seen, it was obvious that it must be very disgusting. It should be that the people here have mutated. We don't need to worry about it. We will take the parts and leave. The yellow mark was located under the chair. Zhang Tian looked down and found a resistor. Just as Zhang Tian wanted to bend down to pick up the resistor, the body lying on the ground suddenly moved. The body suddenly jumped up from the ground, and the sharp claws of the right hand swept towards Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this scene, and his body instinctively dodged backwards. Clang! Several sparks sprayed from Zhang Tian's chest, and the monster's claws scratched the steel plate on his chest heavily. Under the influence of this force, Zhang Tian instantly fell backwards and knocked down several chairs. Brother Zhang, you damn monster! Go to hell! The player next to him reacted immediately and kicked him hard. The monster was kicked in the abdomen and staggered to the ground. The monster struggled to get up from the ground, but the player would not give it this opportunity. Da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire rang out instantly, and countless bullets penetrated the ugly head. Roar! The monster didn't have time to scream before its head was torn to pieces by bullets. The headless body twitched a few times on the ground. And then, there was no more movement. Brother Zhang, are you okay? Is there anything serious? After confirming that the monster was completely dead, the player immediately went forward to check on Zhang Tian's condition. Oh! Damn it! I was scared to death. Fortunately, the outer steel plate of this armor is strong enough. Zhang Tian looked down at his chest, and there were 3 shallow scratches on the outer steel plate on his chest. Zhang Tian picked up the resistor from under the chair and slowly got up from the ground. The gunshot was particularly loud in this space, instantly attracting everyone around. Chapter 247, Start Pumping Water. Zhang Tian. How are you guys? Is there anything wrong? Mo Ren flew over first, and saw the rotten headless body on the ground. Brother Mo, don't worry. We are both fine. That monster can't break the outer steel plate of my armor. Zhang Tian patted the outer steel plate on his chest, which had 3 shallow scratches on it. The rest of the people came here quickly, and Zhang Tian told everyone that they were fine. This monster looks really disgusting. It feels like all the monsters in this place are rotten. Looking at its body shape, it seems to be a human, but it is really to have mutated into this state. The claws on these hands and feet look a bit like those of a dinosaur, and there's actually a tail behind it. Everyone gathered around the corpse, pointing and commenting on the strange parts. Everyone be careful. There must be a lot of monsters pretending to be dead. Whenever you encounter a monster corpse, you must pay more attention, and it's best to shoot it in the head. After checking the monster on the ground, Mo Ren turned around and said to everyone. After listening, everyone nodded heavily, and the safety of the weapons in their hands were ready to open at any time. The machete worn on the waist was also loosened, ready to be pulled out and chopped at any time. In the following search, everyone found some parts one after another. At the same time, gunshots were heard from time to time, and reports were made every time a monster was killed. It didn't take much time, and the first floor hall of the building was quickly searched by everyone. Everyone gathered together and began to count the parts that each person had found. At least 1/5 of the parts have been collected, and it seems that the remaining parts are upstairs. By counting all the collected parts, Mo Ren found out the number that everyone still lacked. There are 2 elevators in the center of the building, which are used to quickly go up and down. But the elevators are now abandoned and have become 2 rusty decorations. On both sides of the elevator are 2 fire escapes that can go all the way up. Everyone came to the fire escape on the right, and what caught their eyes was a staircase leading upstairs. Standing at the bottom and looking up, there were stairs on both sides of the dark passage. You go up to search for parts. I'll go down to check the water problem. Everyone be careful when searching, and notify me at any time if there is any situation. No problem. Understood. Everyone began to split into 2 groups, and Zhang Tian led 23 players up the stairs. The bright lights dispelled the darkness and kept moving upwards. Mo Ren walked down the stairs, and his figure disappeared in the darkness at the corner in a short while. After going down a flight of stairs and passing the corner, a large amount of water appeared on the ground in front of Mo Ren. The accumulated water has spread to this platform, and the area below has been completely submerged in water. The accumulated water is extremely dark, and there are some garbage floating on the water surface. If you look closely, you can even see a thin layer of mucous membrane attached to the water surface. Mo Ren stepped on it, and the mucous membrane on the water surface spread like jelly. Ah! The 3 layers below are all soaked in water. Isn't this too serious? Mo Ren activated the perspective and looked down. Below were various transformers, generators and other equipment soaked in water. It seems that these accumulated water needs to be cleaned up. Otherwise it will be useless even if the accessories are found. Mo Ren opened the private message panel and sent a message to the shipbuilding team group. After the team is established, a chat group will be automatically generated to facilitate communication between players. Does anyone have a water pump for pumping water? I need it here. Not long after Mo Ren sent the message, several players in the group sent 8 water pumps. Mo Ren clicked to receive it, and 8 water pumps appeared in front of him. Mo Ren unfolded 8 water pipes, and then pulled them all the way upstairs. Find the window closest to the fire escape. Open the window, and extend the 8 water pipes. The moment the window was opened, the gray fog outside couldn't wait to drill in. Mo Ren found some dinosaur dolls to block the gap, which prevented the spread of the gray fog. Then Mo-Ran returned downstairs and put all the 8 pumps into the water. He grabbed the plugs of the pumps with both hands and released some electricity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 8 pumps started working, and the 8 dry and flat water pipes swelled up instantly. The accumulated water was discharged to the outside through the pumps and pipes. The accumulated water on the staircase platform began to decrease, and the stairs below began to slowly appear. Chapter 248, Repairing the Underground Pipeline. The 8 pumps were running at full power, and the water below was falling very quickly. Before long, most of the stairs appeared, covered with various black mosses. But soon, Mo-Ran found something wrong. The water level, which had dropped by more than half, suddenly stopped. No matter how the pumps pumped, the water level not only did not drop, but there was a slight sign of rising. Something is wrong. Why do I feel that the water seems to be getting more and more? Seeing the water level line that stopped falling, Mo-Ran immediately stopped releasing the electricity on his hands. The 8 pumps stopped instantly, and the water level that had been falling rose rapidly at this moment. Soon, the rising water level spread to the platform of the stairs again. The water level has recovered. It seems that there is some mechanism below. Mo-Ran opened the panel of the rest point and began to browse it carefully. The underground pipeline and the water pipe were broken. It seems that this is the reason for the rising water level. I am afraid that I need to close a water valve below. Otherwise, the water level cannot be lowered no matter how much water is pumped. After reading the information on the panel, Mo-Ran immediately understood why the water level rose. After dragging the 8 pumps out of the water, Mo-Ran began to walk down the stairs. His body quickly disappeared in the accumulated water, and Mo-Ran began to walk down the stairs. It didn't take long for Mo-Ran to reach the bottom floor. A locked iron door appeared in front of him, and there was a notice board on the wall next to it. After wiping off the moss attached to it, a few big words appeared in front of Mo-Ran. Pipeline Control Room. Mo-Ran pulled off the iron lock on the door, and then pushed the big iron door in front of him open. The iron door opened inward, and the black moss attached to the surroundings floated, making the originally dark water even more turbid. Mo-Ran started flying and floated inside. Along the way, he could see various large and small iron pipes, as well as valves on them. There were many rooms and many areas crisscrossed inside. Through the 3D virtual terrain, Mo-Ran kept searching in various places. After a while of searching, a yellow mark appeared in front of Mo-Ran. Following the direction of the mark, Mo-Ran found a pipe in an iron cage. Inside was a thick pipe with a huge round valve at the end. There was a torn crack in the front area of the pipe. Found it. It seems that the valve needs to be closed first, and then the crack should be repaired. Pulling off the iron lock on the iron cage, Mo-Ran pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered the iron cage, the panel information appeared in front of Mo-Ran. Close the main valve. Find replacement parts for the damaged pipeline. Open the main valve after repair. According to the information, Mo-Ran came to the valve, stretched out his hands to grab the ring, and then began to rotate it in the direction of closing. Caw caw caw. The ring was turned up by Mo-Ran, and the valve inside made a series of harsh friction sounds. Clang. With a dull sound, the ring in Mo-Ran's hand also rotated to the end. There was one less task on the information panel, and Mo-Ran began to look for parts of the damaged pipeline. Open the 3D terrain for viewing, which recorded some places he had been to before. Now, except for the last room, the other places have recorded the route that Mo-Ran has walked. Activating the flying device behind him, Mo-Ran quickly floated towards the room. When he arrived at the door of the room, a yellow mark appeared in front of Mo-Ran, and the mark was pointing to the inside of the room. Bang! Mo-Ran punched through the door lock, and then pushed the door open. The next second after the door opened, a figure suddenly rushed out from inside. Mo-Ran's left hand, which had been raised long ago, slapped out and smashed the head of the figure directly. It was a rotten humanoid monster with sharp claws on both hands. There was a thin meat jerky growing on its hands and feet, which could move quickly in the water. The head is covered with dense long hair, which is more than 2 meters long. Each hair is very thick, and a lot of hair has been entangled with Mo-Ran. This kind of monster has been encountered several times before, and they move very fast in the water, especially the 2-meter-long dense hair, which can be entangled in an instant. Successfully found the iron pipe in the room, and Mo-Ran returned here with the iron pipe, replaced the broken iron pipe, and then reopened the valve at the back. After doing all this, The underground pipeline that needs to be repaired is now complete. Ren returned to the stairs, put 8 pumps into the water, and started pumping water. This time the water level continued to drop. And there was no situation that happened before. Chapter 249 Search. The accumulated water below receded rapidly, and soon the entrance door of the next floor was exposed. The turbid accumulated water was pouring out through the gap of the door. Ren put down the pump plug in his hand, turned around, and came to the door of the next floor. Clang! The lock block on the door was torn off by Ren, and it fell to the ground with a sound that was not too loud. Bang! Walalalo! The moment the bolt was pulled out, the accumulated water inside poured out like waves. Then Ren came to the second underground floor, destroyed the door lock on the door, and opened it at the same time. After doing all this, Ren returned upstairs, and the 8 pumps started running at full power again. Duh. Several flames gushed out of the gun barrel, and the 3 monsters lying on the staircase platform were instantly pierced through the head. The head was completely shattered by the bullet, and the rotten body twitched a few times before there was no movement, coming all the way up from the ground floor. It was not surprising that such monsters were lying down and pretending to be dead. Brother Zhang, we are now on the 18th floor. We can reach the upper platform by going up 1 floor. After taking a look at the floor number on the wall, a player turned his head and said to Zhang Tian next to him, "Everyone start to rest and replenish all the magazines consumed by shooting." Everyone began to rest in the stairwell and replenish the magazines consumed by shooting. After replenishing, the group continued to move forward, and soon they arrived at the entrance to the safety passage on this platform. The door to the safety passage was closed on one side and half open on the other. Zhang Tian shone a flashlight through the crack in the door and shone it inside. Inside was a very wide circular area, with many gift shops and beverage shops scattered around. These shops were in a mess, and some were even destroyed by some external force. The ground under his feet was a transparent floor composed of thick tempered glass embedded in a steel frame. The surrounding ground was also messy, with all kinds of debris and garbage everywhere. Not only that, wherever Zhang Tian's sight could reach, many monsters lying down and pretending to be dead can be seen, and the number is several times that of the original hull. Damn! There are too many monsters. Fortunately, these monsters can only stay on the ground stupidly. After taking a general look at the situation inside, Zhang Tian told the people behind him the news. Click! Click! Everyone opened the safety of their weapons and loaded them, and then pushed the door open. Duh. Bullets kept shooting from the gun barrels, and each one hit the monster's head accurately. The body of the monster that was shot in the head twitched for a while, and then there was no movement. These selected players are all accurate in shooting, and some have even been in the army. Everyone formed a fighting team and began to advance inside. All the monsters encountered along the way were killed by headshots. Then everyone split into 2 teams and advanced to the left and right. Duh. The gunshots continued, and everyone carefully searched the surroundings, not missing any corner. Duh. 2 bullets hit the monster's head directly, tearing the ugly head apart completely. The monster lying on the ground twitched for a while, and then there was no movement. This is the last monster. Next, everyone search carefully and don't miss any parts. After taking a look at the motionless monster on the ground, everyone dispersed to the surroundings. There were a lot of yellow markers along the way, so everyone found these parts very quickly. The parts on this floor were quickly searched, and everyone went to the second floor along the stairs. The second floor is the restaurant and dining area, where you can see many buffet tables and chairs. There are countless monsters pretending to be dead around, and a new monster has appeared. Roar! The moment the kitchen iron door was opened, a monster roared and rushed out from inside. The monster has a human-like appearance, and its body is thin and covered with rotten flesh. The fingers of both hands have grown into 5 claws, sharp and murderous. The whole head suddenly cracked, forming a huge bloody mouth, like a blooming rose. Zhang Tian dodged the attack by leaning sideways, then pulled out the machete from his waist and chopped it down. The machete hit the back of the monster's head, and more than half of the blade sank directly into it. Then he kicked it, and the monster's thin body rolled out instantly. The monster whose head was hit was not completely dead yet, and began to struggle to get up from the ground. Duh. Zhang Tian raised his gun and shot, and directly shot the monster's head with a burst of bullets. At this moment, the monster was completely motionless, and black sticky blood began to flow to the ground. Zhang Tian walked over and pulled out the machete on his forehead, wiped off the blood on it, and put it back into the scabbard. New monsters have appeared. It seems that we need to be more careful on the 3rd floor. After taking a look at the monsters on the ground, Zhang Tian turned around and continued to search inside, while conveying this information to others through the headset. The gunfire on the 2nd floor was more intense than before, accompanied by the roars of monsters. This new monster is good at sneak attacks and often hides in the dark corners. However, under the vigilant search of everyone, these monsters did not gain much advantage. Even if they were lucky enough to get close to launch an attack, their claws could not break the outer steel plate on the armor. Although the harassment of these monsters reduced the speed, the search on this floor was completed quickly. The materials are basically complete, and the rest should be on the top 3rd floor. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the safe passage and began to replenish ammunition and count the parts they found. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the 3rd floor, and a closed safe passage door appeared in front of them. Zhang Tian tried to push it, but found that the door could only be pushed open a small gap. Looking inside with the light of the flashlight, he found that a fallen cabinet was blocking the door. There is a cabinet blocking the door. Let's find something to knock this door open. Everyone returned to the 2nd floor and found a small rectangular cabinet in the kitchen. Stuff all kinds of heavy objects into the cabinet, and then lift the cabinet to the door of the passage on the 3rd floor. 3, 2, 1. Charge. Zhang Tian shouted the command, and everyone holding the cabinet rushed forward quickly. Bang! Clang! The passage door was knocked open with a particularly loud crash, and the cabinet behind was also pushed out. Chapter 250, the 3rd floor. Entering through the passage gate, everyone found that this was a cinema on the 1st floor. Roar! 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 At this moment, bursts of roars came from the surrounding passages, accompanied by a crackling sound. Hearing these sounds, everyone immediately recognized that they were the monsters encountered on the 2nd floor. There are monsters coming. Everyone be alert. Everyone quickly loaded their guns and pointed the muzzles at the passages on both sides. The roars and crackling sounds were getting closer and closer, and a monster with a big flower on its head rushed out from the corner. The skinny body moved quickly, and the bones inside made a series of crackling sounds. The torn head opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying roar continued to come out of it. The hands with sharp claws stretched forward, as if they would strangle people to death if they caught them. They are coming. Fire! Duh. The gunshots were loud, and the bullets flew towards the monsters like raindrops. They hit the bloody mouths directly and tore them into pieces. More and more monsters appeared at the corner, and some monsters rushed out of the cinema, chasing the sound and attacking this side. Gotcha! Zhang Tian pulled the ring of a grenade, and then threw it hard into the group of monsters in front. Boom! The grenade exploded, and the flying shrapnel instantly blew the surrounding monsters into pieces. Try this. It will burn you to death. A player pulled out the cylindrical grenade in his hand and threw it out. Bang! Whoosh whoosh. The moment the grenade exploded, the raging flames burst instantly. The flames stuck to the monsters like bone-eating maggots, and the monsters in the sea of fire let out a shrill roar. When the raging flames dissipated, there was only a pile of charred objects emitting white smoke on the ground. There were many monsters attacking, but they could not move forward under the fierce fire suppression. The battle soon came to an end, and the ground on both sides of the passage was full of monster corpses. After replenishing ammunition on the spot, everyone began to search deep into the theater. The feet stepped over the corpse of the monster on the ground, and the rotten flesh on the ground made a hissing sound. The theater on the 3rd floor was divided into 2 areas, east and west. The people were now in the west area. Everyone came to the nearest screening room, and the entrance door was open at this moment. There were many footprints on the dusty ground, which were left by the monster that just rushed out. The dazzling flashlight shone inside, and what came into view was a messy environment. Thick dust covered the surface of every surrounding area, and there were broken clothes and black rotten meat on the ground. Zhang Tian and others entered the search and soon found the missing parts under several seats. The materials are basically all found, and the remaining ones should be in the east area on the other side. After coming out of the last screening room, everyone counted the parts they had again. After replenishing the ammunition on the spot, everyone began to move towards the east area of the cinema. In the center of the cinema is a hall, which divides the left and right areas. There are some massage chairs in the hall, and several huge display screens hanging on the wall. There is also a huge rack hanging above, which seems to be a stage for performances. The rack is dragged by several steel cables, which are already rusty. I don't know how long it can last. There were movie ticket counters, and small shops selling snacks and drinks on both sides. Thick dust covered everything, and garbage and dinosaur dolls were scattered everywhere. Many cabinets and items were knocked over, as if some kind of riot had occurred here. Da-da-da. Da-da. Gunshots suddenly rang out, and those monsters lying down and pretending to be dead were shot. The crowd searched the hall for a while, and found several missing parts under some seats and counters. Going deep into the screening room in the east area, they began to search one by one. Gunshots were heard from the screening room from time to time, and they searched one after another, and soon there was only one left. After turning a corner, a closed door of a cinema appeared not far in front of them. Everyone started walking towards the cinema, and when they were 10 meters away from the cinema, What? Zhang Tian looked down and felt that his foot seemed to have tripped over something. Brother Zhang, what happened? Why did you stop suddenly? Zhang Tian's sudden stop immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all asked what happened. My foot seemed to have tripped over something. It seemed to be a silk thread. Zhang Tian answered while shining the light at his feet. When the other players heard this, they also shone the light around. Under the illumination of the light, a torn silk thread was found lying quietly on the ground. Just when everyone was wondering about the silk thread, a loud sound suddenly came out. Clang, clang, clang. The template of the ceiling in front was broken instantly, and several strings of things fell from it. A particularly loud noise came out, and the dust on the ground was blown up. The sudden movement scared everyone, and several lights shone in that direction instantly. Under the illumination of the light, everyone saw the fallen objects in front. It was a pile of cans connected by ropes, and the ropes had long been weathered. The cans that fell to the ground instantly scattered and rolled to the ground. Oh my God! I was shocked. How come so many cans suddenly fell to the ground? Those cans seem to have holes in them, and they are connected by a rope in the middle. Why are cans falling from the ceiling? Is there something fishy going on? Looking at the pile of cans in the distance, the players present were puzzled, but their vigilance suddenly increased. Looking at the pile of cans on the ground, Zhang Tian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Just then, a shrill roar suddenly came from the screening room in front. Roar! Ah! Ah! Roar! 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 The roar was shrill and piercing, mixed with some human wailing and screaming sounds. Bang! 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 A violent collision sounded, and the door of the cinema was hit violently. Under this violent collision, the dust on the surrounding walls fell down one after another. Retreat! Everyone! Retreat quickly! There is a big thing in the cinema. Retreat to the corner of the passage. Zhang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the scene. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately called everyone. Without hesitation, everyone immediately ran to the corner of the passage. What on earth is in there? The force of this collision is too terrifying. This can't be related to those cans just now. Damn! There is a trap here. Everyone quickly ran to the corner of the passage, and opened the safety of their weapons, and pointed them forward. Some players took out throwing weapons, and everyone stared at the gradually deformed door with a nervous look. Brother Imo, we are in trouble here. Wait a minute. I'll be there soon. Listening to Imo Rant's voice in the headset, Zhang Tian's nervous mood was relieved a little. Click! Zhang Tian loaded the gun in his hand, and pointed the muzzle at the severely deformed door. Chapter 251 Worm Monster. Buzz buzz buzz. The last of the accumulated water was quickly drained, revealing the surrounding area full of black sticky moss. The next second, the originally wet ground and walls began to evaporate. The black moss covering it also began to disappear bit by bit. In less than half a minute, the third underground floor, which had been soaked in accumulated water for an unknown period of time, had become like an ordinary staircase. Emoran put away the 8 water pumps, sent them back, and then turned around and started walking towards the first underground floor. The first underground floor is the power distribution room, which contains many boosters, electrical boxes, electric meters, and thick cables. Emoran walked in and found a circular aperture around these devices. He stood in the aperture, and a panel appeared in front of him. The panel recorded the missing parts of the current device. Ren searched in the space bracelet. He took out the missing parts of the device, and then put them in. The number of missing parts on the panel decreased. But the repair button below was still gray at the moment. As long as the missing parts are put in, the repair will be completed. I think it will be completed soon. Ren began to put the parts in the bracelet into the corresponding equipment. At this moment, Ren heard the voices of Zhang Tian and others coming from the headphones. Bang! 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 Clang! The door, which had been severely deformed for a long time, broke open instantly, flew out from the door frame, and fell heavily to the ground. A large amount of dust flew into the sky and fell slowly like silver frost. The dazzling light shone into the darkness of the screening room, presenting the unknown creatures hidden in the darkness in front of everyone. Oh my god! This. What the hell is this? This. It's a disgusting monster. Is it sure that this didn't crawl out of hell? Looking at the monster in front of them, everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. It was a worm-like monster, very huge in size. Its body surface is covered with countless human torsos, which are integrated with the worms, as if they grew out of the worms' bodies. These human bodies seem to have independent consciousness, and are waiting frantically at this moment, trying to struggle out of this terrible bondage. In front of the monster is a circular abyss mouth, which is full of various irregular sharp fangs. These irregular fangs flash cold light, which makes people feel chilled. The most disgusting thing is that green liquid keeps flowing out of the abyss mouth. These liquids are sticky and stringy, and white smoke rises instantly when they drip on the ground. Those humans who are fused to the surface of the worm have painful and distorted expressions. Their bodies had long since decayed, and their eyes had long since disappeared, leaving only 2 empty eye sockets. Even without eyes, one could feel the despair and fear. Their bodies were incomplete. Some with only a head, some with half a body, and some with human hands and feet. These human heads and hands and feet were wriggling on the surface of the worms, as if they were asking for help, or as if they were suffering unimaginable pain. The human heads on the surface of the worms were screaming miserably at this moment. Their screams were harsh and desolate, terrifying and soul-deep, as if the tormented souls in hell were roaring. These sounds are creepy and chilling, as if they can penetrate people's souls and make people feel unimaginable fear. Roar! 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 The monster roared and controlled several human limbs to rush over quickly. TM. This thing is rushing over. Fire! Fire quickly! Zhang Tian roared, and gunshots suddenly rang out in the passage. Duh. When the gun spewed out flames, the bullets attacked the monster like a storm. Puff! 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 The bullets bloomed small flowers on the monster's body, and green sticky blood spurted out from it. Blood sprayed on the surrounding walls and ground, and white smoke instantly rose from the walls and ground. Everyone be careful. The blood of this thing may be corrosive. Don't get stuck. Looking at the ground and walls with white smoke rising, Zhang Tian knew that this thing must be very wrong. See if I can't burn you to death. Monster! A player pulled out the ring of the burning grenade in his hand, and then threw it out with force. Bang! Whoosh whoosh. The moment the grenade exploded, the liquid contained in it was ignited, and the raging fire instantly enveloped the entire monster. Roar! 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 Ah! It's so hot! Ah! Hot! Ah! The monster roared in pain, and the human heads covered with them also screamed heartbreakingly. They opened their mouths and uttered intermittent, unclear human language. It works! Ha! It turns out that all carbon-based creatures are afraid of fire. It seems that this monster is not that strong, and a fire may burn it to death. Looking at the monster wrapped in raging flames, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone stopped shooting and watched the monster struggling in the flames. Just when everyone thought that things would be over soon, the monster quickly responded. Puff puff puff. Sizzle sizzle. The human heads growing on the monsters instantly spit out a lot of green mucus. Under the effect of these mucus, the blazing flames on the monsters began to be extinguished. Fuck. This works. It actually extinguished the flames on its body with mucus. Chow. So what if it's extinguished? Get him a few more to enjoy. The player pulled out another burning grenade and threw it hard. The grenade drew an arc in the air and flew straight towards the monster. But an unexpected scene appeared. and a human head on the monster bulged its mouth. Puff! Then a stream of green mucus gushed out instantly, and hit the burning grenade in the air directly. I'm Chow. Can you still play like this? When the player saw this, his eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. But it wasn't over yet. The human heads on the monster began to bulge their mouths one by one. Stop being in a daze and run. That thing is going to spit. Retreat quickly. Zhang Tian yelled when he saw the monster's reaction. And the other players immediately ran away. Puff puff puff. Bang bang bang. The next second, countless green mucus shells followed one after another, bombarding the corner where everyone was. The walls and floors that were hit were instantly corroded, and a large amount of white smoke kept coming out. I blanched it. That mucus must be a strong acid. The corrosive effect is too terrible. Looking at the scene on the wall behind them, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They even saw a trash can at the corner, which was corroded instantly when it was hit by the mucus. Everyone ran to the corner of the West District and saw Mo Ren flying downstairs. Brother Mo. You're here. Brother Mo. Seeing the person coming, Zhang Tian shouted out in joy. The rest of the people seemed to have found a guarantee, and their nervous moods relaxed. Well, leave the rest to me, Mo Ren responded, and then controlled the armor to rush out. Chapter 252, The Invincible Thunderbolt Fist of the Earth-Shattering Star. Flying around the corner and arriving at the cinema hall, you can see the monster rushing out from the corner. Roar! Roar! Kill! Kill him! Kill! Looking at Mo Ren floating in the air, the monster that rushed out let out a piercing roar. The human heads growing on the body also made a sharp and piercing sound at this moment. The rotten faces were hideous and terrifying, and their mouths opened to a very scary degree. Hey! This thing looks so disgusting. It's simply a monster stitched together by humans and worms. Looking at the rotten worm monster, Mo Ren couldn't help but frown deeply. Rotten monsters are not uncommon to Mo Ren, but the human screams of this kind of monsters are really uncomfortable. Puff puff puff. The human heads on the monsters bulged their cheeks, and then pools of green mucus spurted out of them. Bang bang bang. These green mucus were like shells, hitting the shield in front of Mo Ren directly. Paw pat pat. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The mucus on the shield slid to the ground, and bursts of white smoke instantly rose from the place where it fell. Spitting is disgusting. Let you taste the taste of being wrapped in flames. Mo Ren raised his left hand, loaded the improved dragon breath bullet, and then fired directly. Bang, bang, bang. Fierce silver sparks gushed out, like the stars in the night sky. Countless irregular fragments made of tungsten titanium alloy shot at the monster like sharp razors. The scorching temperature spread rapidly, and the gas in the air produced a slight ripple. Puff, 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 puff. Silver white flames ignited on the monster's body, spreading and burning like bone-eating maggots. The sharp irregular fragments tore through the rotten flesh on the surface, penetrated deep into the body, and continued to crush and destroy. The human bodies growing on the surface of the monster were also torn into pieces in an instant. Countless bloody holes were torn on the surface of the monster's body, and dark green blood was sprayed like a fountain. Squeak! Hoo-hoo! Hoo! Ah! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! The monster screamed in pain, and so did the human on its body. The rotten giant body kept rolling and twisting, and began to rampage in the theater hall. The human heads on its body kept spraying mucus, and began to extinguish the flames on their bodies. At the same time, some heads kept accumulating power to spray, and kept attacking Mo Ren flying in the air. But these attacks had no effect at all, and they were completely unable to penetrate Mo Ren's energy shield. As the green mucus covered the monster's body, the white flames burning on its body began to extinguish. The subsequent dragon breath bullets could no longer attach to the flames, but countless fragments still easily tore the monster's body. The surface of the monster's rotten body had been torn into pits, and countless hideous blood holes were constantly expanding. Looking at the helpless and furious monster in the theater hall, Zhang Tian and others at the corner quickly pulled the trigger in their hands. Countless bullets shot out like raindrops, and blood flowers bloomed on the monster's body. Roar! Roar roar! The monster in pain found the people at the corner, and immediately gave up Mo Ren, a hard bone to chew, and turned to rush towards Zhang Tian and others. Where are you going? Stand still! Seeing that the monster ignored him, Mo Ren pulled down the iron frame hanging in the hall. The rusty iron cable was instantly torn off, and the iron frame fixed on it quickly fell from the air. The falling iron frame hit the monster in the middle. The iron frame was very heavy, and it crushed the monster's body by nearly half. A large mouthful of green blood instantly spit out of the worm monster's mouth, and its body struggled like crazy. The mucus attached to the body began to corrode the iron frame, and the iron frame instantly emitted bursts of white smoke. One head corresponds to one center. It seems that if you want to kill this monster completely, you need to destroy all the head cores. Well now, the game is over. It's time to send this ugly thing off. Mo Ren stopped shooting and asked Zhang Tian and others to quickly run away. Zhang Tian and others immediately did as they were told, and their figures soon disappeared around the corner. Mo Ren spread his hands, and then began to release high-voltage electricity. Crackle, crackle. Countless thick purple currents jumped wildly on Mo Ren's hands, like a group of irritable elves. The purple current illuminated the hall, as if everything was shrouded in a purple filter. The surrounding walls and ceilings were all affected, and black holes were left by the manic current. The purple current attached to Mo Ren's fists, like two abnormally bright LED bulbs. Look at my invincible lightning fist of Chibaku Tensei, Mo Ren said in a very childish way, and then controlled the armor to rush downwards. Feeling the purple current, the monster instantly sensed the threat of death. It began to twist its body more frantically, and the head on its body was constantly spraying acid. The iron frame pressing on the monster continued to corrode and began to be unable to suppress the monster. But everything was in vain, and Mo Ren's fists hit the monster in an instant. Boom! The moment the two met, a violent thunderstorm sounded instantly. The purple current instantly penetrated the monster's body, like countless sharp spears piercing out of the monster's body. Under the stimulation of the strong current, the monster's body began to tremble and twist violently. The part hit by Mo Ren was exploded into countless carbon blocks in just an instant. Ola 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 ola. Mo Ren kept swinging his fists, and each blow was like an attack from a god. The sound of continuous thunderstorm sounded, and the hit torso began to explode and carbonize. The strong current pierced into the monster's body, then flowed to the ground, and then returned to Mo Ren's fist along the armor. After a long time, until Mo Ren stopped, there was no monster around, only charred and carbonized unknown fragments on the ground. Woohoo! This feels so good. I feel like a wizard who pokes lightning with his hands. Looking at the giant screen hanging on the ceiling, Mo Ren raised his right hand and spread his palm. Crackle. Boom. Several purple currents burst out instantly, smashing the screen on the ceiling directly. Looking at his fists with love, and then removing the current on them, Mo Ren turned and walked towards the last screening room, collect the last few missing parts inside, and then return to the bottom floor. Zhang Tian and others have been busy here for a long time, and began to put the missing parts into the corresponding equipment. Chapter 253 Repair completed. It didn't take much time to install all the missing parts in the power distribution room and power generation room. The options for these two on the panel also turned green. And now only the last control room is left. As long as it is repaired, this rest point can be completely completed. The control room is located on the left side of the fire escape, also located on the underground negative floor. Everyone came here with the remaining parts, and what came into view was a locked metal door. Oh! There is actually a mutant dinosaur waiting inside. Look at it. As long as this iron door is opened, this thing will rush out immediately. This method is quite insidious. Mo Ren activated the perspective to look inside, and found a Triceratops waiting behind the iron gate. This Triceratops has also mutated, and its appearance is completely different from the familiar Triceratops. The head of this mutated Triceratops is abnormally swollen. The three sharp horns have become larger and sharper, and the longest horn is even more than 2 meters long. The eyes are a very deep blood red, as if they will bleed in the next second. Its frills have also become wider, and covered with sharp bone spurs. It is like a huge saw that can easily tear the skin and flesh of its prey. Its body has become abnormally large, and all over its body are various pieces of bulging rotten meat. The smelly rotten liquid kept dripping onto the ground, forming a black sticky area on the ground. At this moment, the mutant Triceratops was staring at the door with its eyes fixed. Mo Ren believed that as long as he opened the door, the dinosaur would rush out in the next second. Zhang Tian, let everyone wait on the stairs. I have met a monster in the other door, so I guess there may be monsters in here too. So everyone should be careful. Imoren made up a reason. After all, he only knew about the ability of perspective. So that's how it is. I understand. It's better to be safe than sorry. Everyone go to the stairs and be on guard. Zhang Tian nodded and began to call other players to the stairs. Seeing that everyone had gone up the stairs, Imoren began to remove the iron lock on the door. Kabang! Imoren pulled off the iron lock on the door and then began to pull the bolt on it. The sound of the bolt moving was heard. Under the effect of perspective, Imoren clearly saw the mutant Triceratops inside, kicking its legs in place to accumulate strength. Squeak! The bolt on the iron door was pulled open, and Imoren pushed the door open. The iron door creaked and slowly opened, revealing the dark space inside. Roar! The moment the iron door opened, a roar came out from the darkness. Brother Imo, be careful. It's a mutant dinosaur. Under the light, a huge mutant Triceratops was rushing at him with the force of thunder. Imoren, who was well prepared, took a horse stance, then clenched his right hand into a fist, and then suddenly punched out. Bang! Crack! A clear and loud bone-breaking sound was heard, and Imoren's fist instantly pierced through the mouth of the Triceratops. A hole was pierced through the upper jaw of the Triceratops, and a part of the lower jaw was torn off. The action of force is mutual. Although the armor has a certain weight, Imoren also retreated backwards due to the reaction force, and then landed steadily on the half stairs. TSK. It was off target. This punch should have hit its forehead. Seeing that his punch missed, Imoren couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I've used too much glue, and my eyesight is not working well. But the Triceratops was not much better at the moment, and its head was drooping down. The force of the previous blow directly broke its spine. At this moment, the Triceratops was like a headless fly, turning around in place. Imoren rushed out from the stairs with one step, and stopped the spinning Triceratops with a punch. Then he gathered strength in his left hand, and hit the Triceratops' forehead hard. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, which was particularly loud in this empty environment. The entire head of the Triceratops instantly caved in, and the dark and sticky substance inside gushed out. Bang! Crack! Imoren punched out again, smashing the caved-in head into pieces again. After 2 punches, the Triceratops, which had been making a lot of noise just now, instantly collapsed to the ground. The 4 calves kept twitching at this moment, and soon there was no movement. Imoren went around the back of the Triceratops and directly pulled out the spine in its neck. I smashed the head, and now I've pulled the spine out, so there's no need to worry about it coming back to life. Throwing away the pale spine in his hand, Imoren began to call everyone in to install the parts. With the installation of the last device, all the options that needed to be repaired on the panel disappeared. The repair button at the bottom also changed from gray to green. Without hesitation, Imoren immediately pressed the repair button on the panel. As the repair button was pressed, a white light circle instantly spread outward with everyone as the center. Wherever the light circle passed, the ground covered with heavy dust instantly became white as before. The garbage and blood stains attached to it disappeared instantly, as if they had never existed. The broken and shattered windows began to be repaired, and became as new as before, shining brightly. The collapsed and damaged tables and cabinets disappeared, as did the damaged shops. The rusty and damaged elevators disappeared, replaced by 2 brand new elevators, with the floor indicators on them lighting up one after another. Click, click, click. The lights above turned on one after another, and the bright lights instantly dispelled the darkness inside. Not only that, the gray fog that permeated the outer perimeter of the building began to dissipate at this moment, moving away from the area 20 meters away from the iron cage of the building. As the gray fog in this area dissipated, the gray light above shone down at this moment. The rusty iron cage began to become brand new, as if it had just been forged. The rotting weeds below began to disappear, replaced by a solid and dry ground. The 5 cars parked next to them also began to undergo a transformation reaction at this moment. The surface that was originally covered with rust and dust began to disappear, replaced by a silver and white steel color. At the same time, several white pillars stretched out from the ground, each with a black charging cable. Wherever the white light circle passed, any traces of desolation and ruin disappeared instantly. The light circle quickly covered the entire building, and the originally desolate, dilapidated and damaged place now looked like it was brand new. Wow! This change is really amazing. It feels like a brand new building. And it can't be associated with the dilapidated feeling just now. Since this place has been repaired. Doesn't it mean that we can take off our protective suits and breathe freely? Many players present took off their protective suits and took a few deep breaths of the surrounding air. The air was plain and no different from a normal environment. And the foul smell had disappeared. Then, a panel appeared in front of Imo-ran. The rest point has been repaired. And the cable car base can now be placed. Do you want to place it at the shipbuilding point? Yes, no. It turns out that you can operate on it. I thought I needed to run back to install it again. Looking at the information on the panel, Imo-ran stretched out his finger and clicked on the Yes option. Chapter 254 Take the cable car. As the option key was pressed, the panel floating in front of him disappeared instantly. Then, a mechanical sound came from the air. Captain, Imo-ran. The player team led by him successfully repaired a rest point. Obtain round-trip function between the rest point and the shipbuilding point. Obtain resource rewards. Wood X 500. Stone X 300. Iron or X 150. The resource rewards have been issued to the planning step book of Captain Imo-ran and can be collected at any time. It actually prompted an announcement. Could it be that this rest point is quite important? Listening to the voice in the sky, everyone present felt a little surprised. Top floor cable car room. 4 thick steel cables extend from the base frame of the cable car. The 4 steel cables extend through an opening on the iron cage and begin to extend all the way to the depths of the fog. The 4 steel cables continue to extend and condense. And the direction they extend is exactly the shipbuilding point outside. Everyone came outside and looked up to see the 4 steel cables extending in the air. The floor is very high, but the 4 thick cables can still be seen clearly. Such thick steel cables. It seems that the cable car must be very large. Come and look at these cars. There are so many steel frames and steel plates covering the outside. Hey, look! There are 5 new protective suits in this car. Everyone gathered around the 5 cars and began to look them over carefully. The interior of this car can accommodate 5 people. And there is a detachable material box on the back. The box is a bit heavy, with a handle on each side. And the weight is just right if 2 people lift it at the same time. And no matter how much material is put in it, the weight of the box will not change. Not only that, there are 5 new sets of electric protective clothing inside. And the protection level of this set of protective clothing is higher than the one everyone is wearing. The battery life of the electric protective clothing has also increased from the original 1 hour to 3 hours. Such a good thing will naturally not be missed. 5 cars and 25 sets of new protective clothing. Everyone took them all away without hesitation. It's so solidly remodeled. It seems to be to deal with the danger of death. But there are a lot of iron ores nearby. It seems there is no need to continue to search deeper. Then why do these rest points and protective electric vehicles appear? Looking at the rest point where he is now, and the iron ores everywhere outside, Imo-ran always feels that things are not that simple. But he doesn't want to think too much now. After all, it's almost noon now. It's time to go back to rest and eat. Everyone decided to bring the collected resources back first, and then continue to collect after noon. Take off the box at the back of the electric motorcycle, and then take the box to the top floor through the elevator. The elevator door opened, and a very spacious 3rd floor area came into view. The movie theater that was originally on the 3rd floor has disappeared, along with the monster corpses that can be seen everywhere. There are 2 staircases leading up to the top floor behind the 3rd floor, and you can reach the cable car on the top floor through the stairs. As soon as you reach the top floor, you can see a large cable car that looks like a bus. The whole is silver white, and you can see square windows on both sides. Each window is equipped with a tempered glass with a thickness of at least 3 centimeters. The iron sheet outside the cable car has also been manufactured, which is not only very thick, but also very hard. At the same time, you can see an integrated metal frame that fits tightly in every corner. There was a control console next to the cable car, with a lighted start button on it. Press the button. Swish. The entrance door of the cable car slowly opened, and everyone filed in. The interior of the cable car was empty. Just a spacious rectangular area. There were a row of small square openings on both sides, and a cover was locked on it at the moment. Pull out the pin on it, and you can put down the cover. And the size of this small opening is just right for shooting with weapons. After everyone entered the cable car, Imo-ran pressed a button on the front of the car. There was a button at the front and back of the cable car, and the button leading to the depths was gray at the moment. Mo-Ren thought there must be a resting point at the end of this direction. But it has not been repaired yet, so it cannot be reached. The button leading to the shipbuilding point is green, indicating that it can be reached. As the button is pressed, the entrance door of the cable car slowly closes. Then the iron cage in front slowly opens, and the cable car begins to move outward driven by the pulley. Shipbuilding point. Listening to the mechanical sound in the sky. Many players, who are busy building, are confused and surprised. Those players who are patrolling and observing also discovered the 4 steel cables that are constantly extending and approaching. Look over there. There are 4 thick steel cables coming towards us. Could it be related to the rest point just mentioned? Could it be Mo-Ren and his team? As the 4 steel cables gradually approached, more and more players noticed the situation in the sky. The steel cables soon came in front of everyone, and then began to spread and to form. Not long after, a 4-story tower soon appeared in front of everyone. At the top of the tower, there was a base for hanging a cable car. Under the gaze of everyone, a cable car drove out of the deep fog. The speed of the cable car was not slow, and it soon approached the 4-story tower. It began to slow down 5 or 6 meters away from the tower, and then stopped steadily on the top base. Chapter 255. A large amount of materials. Creaky. The pulleys above the 2 cars began to break, and then locked on the base. Then the cable car door opened, and the figures of Mo-Ren and others walked out, going down the tower stairs. They soon appeared in front of everyone. It's Mo-Ren and his friends. They are back. It's really worrying that they have been here for so long. What is the situation in the fog? Are there a lot of monsters? Everyone, please tell me. Seeing everyone appear, the players present came forward to ask about the things in the fog, and told about the attacks of the players they encountered after everyone left. Although Mo-Ren had already known about it through Shushu, he also responded to several people accordingly. The players continued to push the original defense line outward, wrapping the tower outside. Finding an open flat land, Mo-Ren and others released the iron ore they had collected. The quantity was not large, but the scale was like a slope. There were 2 small hills of wood and stone next to it. If other players saw it, they would definitely shout that it was cheating. Mo-Ren looked around and found that the woodworking table sawing area and other equipment had been upgraded to stone type. Not only did the volume change, but the queues that could be manufactured at the same time also increased. Looking at docks 1, 2, and 3, the slides, slipways, and cranes in the docks have been built. At this moment, some of the remaining players are upgrading the slides and slipways to stone. This will greatly increase its load-bearing capacity and be used to carry higher-level ships in the later stage. The remaining players came to docks 4, 5, and 6 and began to build slides, slipways, and cranes. After these 3 basic things are built, we can officially start building ships. But the upgrade of this dock may also need to be put on the agenda. Looking at the dock upgrade option on the blue folder, Mo-Ren looked up at the 6 wooden docks. The dock is a place for ship construction and repair, but its main function is to protect the ships inside from damage. Since the dock has an upgrade option, it means that it will be attacked. As for whether it is a mutant dinosaur from the fog, or a human, it is hard to say. In short, build the basic things first. The beginning is often the most difficult. Subsequent upgrades are very simple. Just invest in the corresponding material components. The first construction not only needs to rely on the drawings, but also needs to follow each step in the step-by-step operation book. If the position order of a brick is wrong, the item corresponding to this blueprint cannot be manufactured. On the contrary, as long as the foundation is manufactured, then only more advanced parts can be replaced later. Mo-Ren extracted the rewards in the blue folder, and there was also the accessory workbench. Only 1 accessory workbench can be manufactured, and a large amount of iron is needed to manufacture it. All 6 furnaces for burning stone bricks have stopped, and the finished stone bricks have been piled up in most of the area. Such a large number of stone bricks is enough for everyone to use for a while. Add iron ore, and then put in a lot of wood as fuel. The 6 extinguished furnaces started working again, and the flames inside were burning fiercely. The temperature of wood is a little weak for iron ore. It seems that we need to find new fuel. The burning speed of iron ore is slow to begin with, and with the wood not being hot enough, the time required increases by half. Looking at the burning time of the 6 furnaces on the folder, Mo-Ren wrote down the task of finding fuel as a goal. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning, and the players present stopped their work and began to rest and eat. Mo-Ren also returned to the rat and began to make delicious dishes for lunch today. After the lunch break, everyone continued to build without stopping. So conscious, starting to work directly after resting for a while. It seems that as long as their own interests are tied together, no one will be lazy. Not to mention that this interest is related to life. Looking at the players who started to build one after another, Mo-Ren felt that this scene was quite magical. If the boss had such hard-working employees under his command, wouldn't he be very happy? The 25 sets of protective clothing that were brought back were quickly used, and the number of people in the team had expanded to 49 at this moment. Not only that, everyone also brought a large number of carts and loading and unloading tools. A car of people and a car of tools followed the cable car and slowly moved towards the fog deep in the forest. The cable car soon arrived at the rest point and took the elevator to the bottom floor. The next time was to pick up and sweep away the iron ore around the rest point. While collecting iron ore, Mo-Ren moved deeper. The ground around began to turn into soft sand. Judging from the terrain, it seemed to be a place similar to grassland. Rotten and black weeds can be seen everywhere on the ground, and the soil on the ground is black and soft. Mo-Ren grabbed a handful and held it in his hand. With a little force, strands of black liquid oozed out. The liquid was very black, and it was unclear whether it was water or blood. Well, this thing is a coal block. I didn't expect to find a fuel to replace wood so quickly. Mo-Ren found half a black stone buried on the ground. After digging it out, he found that it was a piece of coal. There were very few coal blocks around, and it was possible to find one at a distance. The size was about the size of a palm. It seems that if we want to get more and bigger coal blocks, we must go deeper. After taking a look at the unknown fog ahead, Mo-Ren activated his armor and returned to the rest point. It was already past 5 o'clock. After half an afternoon of collecting, everyone had collected a lot of iron ore, and even transported it back several times by cable car. Mo-Ren's space bracelet also collected 7 out of 10, and the total amount collected by everyone was extremely terrifying. After transporting the last batch of iron ore to the cable car, everyone also ended a full day of collecting. Chapter 256. So many people are not needed. Taking the cable car back to the shipbuilding site, the sky has begun to darken, like a candle that is about to go out. The light begins to become extremely weak. After unloading all the iron ore, another small mountain of resources appears on the open ground. At this moment, almost all resources have been piled up in the shipbuilding site, one pile after another, which is awesome. The slide rails, slipways, and cranes of docks 4, 5, and 6 have been built, and these 3 items of docks 1, 2, and 3 will basically be upgraded to stone. Time has come to more than 6 o'clock in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the sky has completely darkened, and the world is once again shrouded in darkness. After a busy day, the players stopped their work and began to rest and eat. At 2:17 a.m., 20 mutant velociraptors rushed out of the fog and began to approach the shipbuilding site. Ah! These dinosaurs are too annoying. They specifically choose this time period to attack in the early morning. Yes. The sound of the gunfire outside woke me up all of a sudden. I was sleeping well, but I was woken up directly. Now I am completely sleepy. Many players who were woken up joined the battle and vented their morning anger to the attacking mutant dinosaurs. At 2:29, the battle soon came to an end. The players began to clean up the bodies of the mutant dinosaurs and disinfected and covered the ground full of blood. At 5:31, the darkness began to dissipate, and the world began to become slightly brighter. At 6:07, light returned to the world, and the players present began to wash and eat. Mo-Ren, we now have 12 electric motorcycles and 5 electric cars, and we can send up to 49 people. Will this greatly increase our efficiency? Zhang Tian and others gathered together and began to discuss today's exploration. After listening to the conversation between the few people, Mo-Ren under the armor helmet felt speechless. What the hell? 24 burdens are not enough. And now there are 25 more. If it weren't for the so-called teamwork, my speed alone would definitely be unmatched. Mo-Ren thought so in his heart. But he couldn't be so honest when he said it. I don't think we need so many people. Too many people is not a good thing. After listening to Mo-Ren's words, Zhang Tian and others all looked at him. Mo-Ren continued to speak and said what he thought. We unlocked the rest point and obtained 5 electric cars and 25 sets of electric protective clothing. Everyone can find that the protection level of these two newly obtained items is very high. Such a high protection level means that there are more dangerous existences in the deeper parts. So if there are too many people, it will be difficult to look ahead and behind. Although Imoran has a shield, it is not a problem at all. But he does not want to be a babysitter for so many people. So it is better to have fewer people. After Imoran talked a lot of nonsense, half true and half false, Zhang Tian and others heard it. Yes, it makes sense. Very reasonable. The number of people was quickly determined. The same as yesterday. And then a new player was added. Brother Zhang. Today. Go. Go. Go and play on the other side. I'm busy. I'm leaving. Bye. Zhang Tian picked up a backpack of guns and ran away, leaving the player in the wind. This time, everyone brought a lot of heavy firepower, and a lot of ammunition and other things. The cable car at the top of the tower started, and slowly drove everyone to the rest point in the fog. The fog boundary of the forest below seems to have shortened a little. Is the fog receding over time? The cable car arrived above the boundary of the forest fog. But Imoran found that the gray fog had shrunk a little more than before. A tree that was originally shrouded in gray fog can now be seen vaguely. Pay attention, and check the location of this tree when you come back. Imoran recorded the current state of the tree in the armor. At this moment, the cable car has entered the fog. The thick gray fog swept over in an instant, wrapping the entire cable car tightly. After driving for a while, the thick gray fog in front of them disappeared. A bright building appeared in front of everyone, with bright lights, like a bright light in the dark. What a bright building! It won't be brightly lit 24 hours a day. The newly joined player looked at the tall building in front of him with curiosity in his eyes. Yes, it will work automatically after the repair is completed. And we didn't find any button to turn off the lights. But this building is really conspicuous. It feels very bright. The rest of the people also felt deeply. After all, this brightly lit building is really too conspicuous. The cable car slowly stopped at the top floor of the rest area, and everyone took the elevator to the bottom floor with large and small bags of weapons. Every 5 people were in an electric car, and all kinds of large and small bags of weapons were loaded into the car. Everyone was also surprised to find that the car had a function. That is, a 360-degree camera could be raised on the roof. And there was also an electric shock gun connected to the right side of the probe, which seemed to be used to observe the surrounding situation. I just don't know if this electric shock gun can still have the effect it should have on the mutant dinosaurs now. The electric car has a 4-hour battery life. But if the electric shock gun is used, it is another matter. The iron cage door of the rest point opened, and 5 electric cars lined up and drove out one by one. Looking at the brightly lit building, Imoran waved his hand, and 100 four-wing drones appeared instantly. Each four-wing drone carried 2 machine guns and a missile launcher. All drones, under the control of Shushu, lined up to fly into the building. Leave some protection to prevent mutant dinosaurs and people with impure minds. After doing all this, Imoran closed the iron cage door in front of him and locked it. Activate the jet device behind the armor, and then fly into the depths of the fog. Chapter 257 Invasion. Get new information. Following the extension direction of the cable car on the roof, everyone began to move deeper into the fog. The team adopted a formation of 3 in front and 2 in the back, and Imoran was flying above the center of the team. 32 minutes passed. After nearly half an hour of driving, everyone came to the plane where Imoran originally found the coal block. The dark and soft soil covered the ground, and the electric car rolled over it all the way. There were several obvious wheel marks on the ground, and there were also strands of black liquid oozing out of them. The soft black soil was thrown into the air by the wheels, and then fell to the ground due to gravity. Along the way, you can see rotten trees of different sizes, lying on the ground like stewed radishes. The bark of the trees is as soft as mud, and black viscous liquid can be seen flowing down from them. The camera of this car is good, and the field of view presented is much farther than the naked eye. The camera probe on the car keeps looking around, transmitting the collected images to a screen inside the car. Through the picture on the screen, everyone can clearly see the range within more than 100 meters. The convoy moves forward, and the hum of the motor becomes the only tiny sound in this world. In a pile of rotten trees, a tiny red light is flashing. I didn't expect. Only on the 3rd day, someone has already taken down a repair point, and come to such a deep place. It seems that the strength of this team is not simple. The shadow outside the surveillance screen looked at the screen, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his turbid and rotten eyes. Father, there are such fun toys. Then let your daughter go out and play with them well. A very soft and beautiful female voice came out from the darkness, as clear as a silver bell. Under the weak surveillance light, an extremely twisted and weird shadow appeared. Listening to the voice behind him, the humanoid monster in front of the monitor slowly turned his head, and a harsh and intermittent sound came from an unknown place. Haha. Don't worry, daughter. The time is not up yet. When the time comes, we have plenty of time to play with these toys. Now, let our pets go. Say hello to them. Haha. The intermittent and harsh sound continued to come out, and a cruel and grim smile appeared on the ugly and twisted head. Hee. Father, you are so bad. The silver bell-like female voice came from the shadow, with a strong sense of teasing. I didn't expect that there was a research institute under this island. It's a pity that many of the surveillance cameras inside have been damaged or the images are blurry. However, according to the available surveillance, the area of this underground research institute is really not small. It's a pity that there are no probes in all the monitoring rooms, so the true identity of the two voices cannot be seen. But I guess that if they can survive in this environment, they are probably not normal humans. Listening to the meaning of that male voice, trouble is coming. On the armor screen in front of him ran. A dilapidated underground research institute is floating. The dilapidated area is where the surveillance is damaged or cannot be covered. But the visible range is enough to prove the size of this research institute, since the camera probe was found inside. Ren asked Shushu to scan and pay attention to the surroundings at any time. Just now, Shushu successfully scanned a nearby surveillance probe. Then he used hackers to reach the host, and found the research institute under the island. Unfortunately, the equipment inside was very old and even damaged, and the information that could be obtained was very little. However, it was not without gain. The appearance of part of the underground base was obtained, and an unknown guy was found inside. At this time, Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out from the helmet. Report to the captain. There are multiple large targets approaching in the air above. As Shushu finished speaking, several piercing screams came from the sky. ALU! ALU! The sound was piercing and sharp, like an air defense alarm. Ren quickly removed the 3D topographic map in front of him, and then cast his eyes upwards. And the energy shield was also deployed at this moment. With the ability of perspective, Ren saw about 30 pterosaurs swooping down from above. These pterosaurs were very large, and their bodies were covered with rotten flesh like corpses. The two huge wingspans were tattered, but they could support their huge bodies. The two hind feet were huge and thick, and they grew many slender and sharp secondary claws, which looked weird and twisted. Countless scarlet tentacles stretched out from a pair of huge pointed mouths, like a bunch of red beards. And there were 3 such strange heads on this pterosaur. Pairs of red eyes that seemed to be bleeding were staring at the people below. All pterosaurs were diving down rapidly, and their broken wings were flowing through the air. There were bursts of whirring and buzzing sounds, like a diving and roaring bomber. Everyone, pay attention. There is a large group of mutant pterosaurs approaching our heads. Ren's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the headphones, except for the players who were driving. The players in other cars raised their weapons. Then he opened the firing port on the roof and stretched out weapons one by one and aimed them upwards. Shushu, aim the rear weapons upwards and fire freely. Understood, Commander. The heavy sniper rifle and rocket launcher behind the armor popped out instantly and started attacking the next second. Swoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Missiles flew out of the launcher one by one, and sniper bullets shot into the fog above at high speed. Chapter 258 Canyon. Boom! The missile hit a pterosaur directly, and a violent explosion fireball rose up instantly. However, the color of the flame was silver white, and the speed and range of the spread were extremely large. Any pterosaur that touched the flame was instantly stuck to the body by the silver flame and burned fiercely. The next second, several missiles followed closely, and silver explosion fireballs appeared one after another. Bang! A sniper bullet came with a sound of breaking through the air, directly smashing the head of a pterosaur into pieces. Then came the second and third heads. The pterosaur that lost 3 heads fell directly from the air. Then, pterosaurs fell from the sky like kites with their strings cut off. One even hit the shield. instantly exploding a ball of black liquid. Bang! 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 Ah! Ah! Several pterosaurs rushed out of the mist, and 2 pairs of huge twisted claws slammed into the shield fiercely. The shield was slightly rippled, but the hole was still unbreakable and undamaged. Bang, 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 bang. These pterosaurs waved their 3 heads and pecked at the shield with their sharp beaks. Fire! Aim at the head and hit hard. Ugly monsters. All of you die. Duh. The gunshots were loud, and several heavy machine guns spit out a large number of bullets in an instant. The bullets shot at the pterosaur's head like a storm, smashing the ugly head into pieces. Taste the power of the sniper. Zhang Tian loaded the Barrett in his hand, then aimed at the pterosaur's head above and fired a shot. Bang! A bullet was fired instantly, directly smashing the sharp beak in front of the pterosaur's head. Chow! Missed the target. Come again! Seeing that the first shot failed to hit, Zhang Tian instantly burst into a swear word, quickly pulled the gun to load and fired again. Bang! Bang caw! This time the bullet hit the target without any deviation, and directly smashed the ugly head into pieces. Looking at the pterosaurs above that were constantly attacking the shield, Imoran raised his left hand and sprayed them wildly. Bang, 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 bang. Silver-hot sparks gushed out, mixed with countless fatal irregular fragments. The rotten body and head of the pterosaur were instantly destroyed, and countless broken gaps were torn. Foul and black blood continued to flow out of it, flowing along the shield to the ground. Report to the commander. East. West. A large number of targets are approaching from the air. Shu Shu's cold mechanical voice came out again, accurately falling into Imoran's ears. Well, here they come again. But with such a thick gray fog, these monsters should also have limited vision. How did they find us? Was it the sound? But the sound of the tram was not that loud. Imoran began to look down, and then found the 2 dazzling headlights of the tram. The light of the headlights was very bright, illuminating a large foggy area in front. It was like a bright light in the dark, exposing everyone's position. Everyone turn off the headlights of the vehicle immediately, and then follow me in my direction. As soon as Imoran finished speaking, the screens in all electric cars instantly displayed a map. 5 marking points appeared on it, representing 5 electric cars. There was a yellow dot in the middle, which represented Imoran's position. Understood. Understood. The voices of the crowd came out one after another, and the headlights of all electric cars were instantly turned off. The driver of the car, looking at the light spot on the screen, began to follow Imoran closely. Ouch! With the last sharp cry, the last mutant pterosaur also fell off the shield. Everyone also quickly stopped firing, and the convoy quickly disappeared in the fog. Imoran was watching the road conditions on the 3D terrain while observing the 2 waves of pterosaurs in the air through the screen. The eye-catching lights disappeared, and the attacking pterosaurs instantly lost their attack targets. It began to hover in the air like a headless fly, observing non-stop. Led by Imoran, the group quickly left the area. The headlights were turned off for the rest of the journey, and everyone followed the light on the screen. After about 40 minutes of driving, the 3D terrain on the screen continued to extend, and then disappeared instantly not far ahead. Something is happening ahead. Looking at the ground that suddenly disappeared from the 3D terrain, Imoran immediately asked everyone to stop. All electric cars began to slow down, and then all stopped. Brother Imo, what happened? Yes. Why did you suddenly ask everyone to stop? Is there something happening ahead? After the vehicle stopped, the voices of the crowd came out. There seems to be something going on ahead. Everyone stay where you are and wait for me. I'll go ahead and investigate first. As Imoran finished speaking, the voices of the crowd's responses soon came out. Controlling the armor, Imoran quickly flew towards the area in front where the ground disappeared. Zhang Tian and others who stayed in place quickly loaded their weapons and turned on the safety. The shooting holes around the vehicle opened one after another, and weapons appeared from them. Imoran quickly came to the location where the ground disappeared, and also understood why this happened. I didn't expect that there was a huge canyon in front. No wonder the ground of the terrain disappeared from here. Imoran looked down and found himself on the edge of a cliff in a canyon. The distance from the top of the cliff to the bottom is at least 900 meters, and the surrounding cliffs are all vertical. From Imoran's side to the other side of the canyon, there is at least a distance of nearly 20 kilometers. A canyon spans here. It seems that we need to find another route to get there. Imoran began to search on both sides and soon found a way down on the left. It was a very long slope. And through this slope, we could reach the bottom of the canyon below. It seems that we need to pass this slope to reach the canyon below. With a place to go down, Ren immediately turned around and returned to the convoy. Chapter 259: The Giant Centipede in the Cave. After explaining the situation ahead to everyone, the convoy immediately turned around and started to drive to the left. Soon, everyone came to the side of the slope leading to the canyon below. The slope was V-shaped and slightly steep. The road in the middle was relatively flat and just big enough for an electric car to pass through. 5 electric cars lined up and entered the slope one by one. On the slopes on both sides, you can see many rotten and collapsed trees. Like rotten and sour radishes, they were squeezed together one after another, and black liquid seeped from them to the ground. The convoy went down the slope and encountered many trees blocking the road along the way. However, these trees were extremely rotten and were easily smashed by the electric car. After driving forward for a distance, they appeared at the top of the slope on the 3D terrain. At this moment, they began to converge in the middle and finally merged completely. Now, what appeared on the 3D terrain was a huge cave leading to the bottom. Everyone, please pay attention. We are about to enter the cave. Turn on all the lights on the vehicles. Understood. Understood. The voices of the crowd came out one after another, and the electric car in the front quickly turned on the headlights. The 4 cars behind turned on the small lights on the top and around them, and the dazzling lights instantly dispelled the surrounding gray fog. The convoy also entered the cave at this time. And after entering, everyone found that there was a different world inside. The originally thick gray fog began to dissipate after entering the cave, leaving only wisps in the air. Without the obstruction of the gray fog, the situation in the cave became clearly visible. The entire cave was dark and damp, and a yellowish mucus spread everywhere. And there were many large and small holes on the mountain walls on both sides of the cave. The cave entrance was deep and winding, and no one knew where it led. Bang! Crack! 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 Bones of different sizes began to appear on the ground, and the car rolled over them, making a series of crackling sounds. The bones that had existed for an unknown period of time turned into piles of crisp powder under the rolling of the car. And the deeper we went, the more bones there were on the ground, until the ground was almost made up of countless bones. Driving on these bones of different sizes, the car that was originally driving smoothly began to become bumpy. The sound of bones breaking rang out in the empty cave, which made people shudder. Goodoo! Why are there so many bones in this place? These bones seem to be from dinosaurs. The sound of bones breaking is too harsh, and it gave me goosebumps all over my body. What are these holes on both sides? There won't be anything hidden in them. Go to hell. Shut up your crow mouth, or you will say everything you have. The convoy continued to drive for a few minutes, and then several dinosaur skeletons appeared in front. These dinosaur skeletons were stacked on top of each other, directly blocking nearly half of the road ahead. Looking at the pile of skeletons in front, Ren threw several C4 bombs instantly. Boom boom boom. All the C4 bombs exploded instantly, and the violent explosion shock waves swept across. The hot and fierce flames gushed out, but they were blocked by the shield and did not hurt anyone at all. When the smoke and flames dissipated, the pile of skeletons in front had been blown into countless pieces. The obstacles on the road were cleared, and the stopped convoy moved again. Rustle. Rustle. Just then, a rustle of friction sound suddenly came out, and the sound became louder and louder, and the distance was getting closer and closer. The sound came from the hole. It seems that the things inside were attracted by the explosion just now. Through echolocation, Ren accurately locked the source of the sound, which was the surrounding holes. Everyone also heard the rustle sound, and without Ren's reminder, the weapons in their hands were loaded and aimed at the outside. Rustle. Rustle. The sound became louder and louder. And then, bang. Hiss. Bang bang bang. Several black long shadows rushed out of the holes on both sides in an instant, and then hit the shield fiercely. The shield instantly rippled, and everyone could see clearly what it was. I'm afraid. Centipede. What a big centipede. Damn. This centipede is probably thicker than a buffalo. Giant centipedes rushed out of the cave, for sharp and huge mouth parts open to the maximum, biting the shield tightly. In the mouth were teeth made of countless sharp barbs, accompanied by a sticky and smelly yellow liquid. Their carapaces were dark black and covered with many conical spikes. These spikes were so dense that you could even see some pale bones stuck in the gaps between the spikes. Each centipede has 5 whiskers on its head, which are also covered with various sharp barbs. At this moment, these whiskers are like sharp whips, whipping the shield fiercely. The number of centipedes is increasing, and they keep rushing out of these holes. Countless centipedes form a black tsunami, which instantly floods the shield. The heavy machine guns in the hands of the crowd open fire, and countless bullets hit the bodies of those centipedes. But the shells of these centipedes are extremely hard, and the bullets of the machine guns are instantly bounced off. Some bullets are lucky enough to shoot into the mouth of the centipede, instantly destroying the soft tissue inside. What a hard shell! It can withstand bullets. Everyone, get ready to explode. Seeing that bullets were ineffective against these monsters, Zhang Tian and others quickly changed their attack strategy. The heavy machine guns in their hands were quickly replaced with grenade launchers, and then the triggers were pulled at the countless centipedes outside. Bang 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 bang. Boom boom boom. One grenade after another was shot out and exploded in the dense group of centipedes. The effect of the explosion was very significant. No matter how hard the shell of the centipede was, the shock wave generated by the explosion could cause considerable damage to its interior. The pale yellow liquid continued to seep out of the shell, and many centipedes were blown to pieces. The number is really endless. It seems that all these centipedes must be eliminated, although they can't be hurt by the shield. It is a big trouble to follow them all the time. Mo Ren kept shaking his hands, and countless explosives, grenades, and Molotov cocktails were thrown out. If he didn't consider whether the cave would collapse, Mo Ren would definitely use more powerful aerial bombs. Boom 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 boom. The violent explosions continued, and the hot flames rose instantly. Hiss! 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 The piercing and mournful sounds continued. But these centipedes were still unwilling to give up and escape. They still kept attacking the shield. But everything they did from beginning to end was in vain. After more than 10 minutes, Mo Ren found through the 3D terrain that the cave exit was not far ahead. At this moment, the centipedes outside had been killed and wounded in large numbers, and only some half-dead ones were still attacking tenaciously. As the convoy rushed out of the cave, the thick gray fog enveloped everyone again. Mo Ren turned his head and looked back, and found that all the centipedes stopped at the cave entrance. They kept roaring in the direction of everyone, but they didn't take a step out of the cave. Can't get out? It seems that there are some restrictions. These monsters can only stay in specific areas. Chapter 260 Bottom. The thick gray fog around began to pour in through the firing port of the vehicle like a spring. The people in the car quickly closed the firing ports around them, which blocked the gray fog that kept pouring in. At this moment, the convoy had completely entered the bottom of the canyon, with a vertical steep cliff behind it. There were many black dead trees growing at the bottom of the canyon, and their branches were twisted and weird, like a pair of black claws. They were stretching towards the sky. The rotten bark had already peeled off, revealing the dark and dry trunk inside. The trunk was covered with cracks and wrinkles, as if it had been burned by a fierce fire. Many complete or broken dinosaur bones can be seen on the ground around. Some of the corpses had huge bite marks, which was shocking. In addition, Mo Ren also found a lot of coal blocks around. These coal blocks were large and small. The smallest was as big as a palm, and the largest was like a boulder. There are really a lot of coal blocks around here. It seems that we can collect some. After taking a look at the information on the 3D terrain, Mo Ren began to ask everyone to stop and collect on the spot. 5 electric cars slowly stopped, and everyone quickly got off the car and took down the big box behind the car body. The big boxes were opened one after another, and everyone quickly put the coal blocks scattered on the ground into them. No matter whether it is big or small, as long as it can be stuffed into the box, it will be picked up without error. Mo Ren waved his hand, and a huge piece of coal in front of him was instantly put into the space bracelet. In the following time, everyone picked up coal as they walked, and put all the coal blocks they encountered along the way into their pockets. Of course, in the process, they naturally encountered some harassment from mutant dinosaurs. Roar! Bang! Roar! A sharp roar came out, and then a thick black shadow was thrown out from the fog. The black shadow hit the shield heavily, and the light blue shield instantly rippled. It was the neck of a Diplodocus, but now it should be called a mutant Diplodocus. The neck of the mutated Diplodocus was abnormally thick and long, and a spiral tear appeared on the neck. The spiral tear spread to the entire neck, which was full of red strips like tentacles. This made the originally thick and long neck almost twice as long as before. Not only that, the skin outside the neck was covered with various scales, becoming extremely hard. The neck was now like a thick long whip, hitting the shield fiercely at this moment. What a magical mutant thing. Hitting its head like this, won't it be confused? Looking at the crazy dancing neck outside the shield, Ren couldn't help but have this doubt in his heart. He raised his right hand, aimed at the ugly and rotten little head, and then pulled the trigger. Shwa 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 shwa. The red kinetic projectile shot out instantly, like a red glow, instantly tearing the head into pieces. Boom boom. The huge neck fell down with a bang, crushing many twisted trees. The convoy continued to move forward, and the body of the Diplodocus in the mist gradually appeared. Hiss. It's really disgusting. This picture is really beautiful. If I hadn't seen it a lot in the past few days, I would have vomited by now. Looking at the dead and rotten body, everyone felt nauseous. The mutation of this Diplodocus was only in the neck, and the original body could not support such a thick and long neck. The entire front half of the body had already knelt on the ground, rubbing against the ground. The two front legs were already bloody and worn out. The skin and flesh inside were surging out, and the bones in the middle were also worn smooth. The same was true for the front half of the abdominal cavity, which was worn out into a bloody hole. The internal organs flowed out through the hole and were dragged under the body. The rear buttocks of the Diplodocus were raised high, and the two hind legs became the only driving force for forward movement. The crowd continued to move forward, and still encountered many of these mutant Diplodocus on the way, unless they stopped to collect coal. They didn't want to pay attention to this kind of Diplodocus. The Diplodocus, which could only rub slowly on the ground, was very slow and was soon left far behind by everyone. After walking and stopping for 20 kilometers, it took nearly an hour to finally reach the other side of the canyon. Along the way, everyone collected a lot of coal blocks, and the boxes behind the car were almost full. At this moment, in front of everyone was a steep slope formed by the collapse of the mountain wall. Ren took the lead to survey the road conditions and found that although the slope was steep, but the surface of the slope was relatively flat, and there were no protruding stones. There are no obstacles on the slope. Everyone can just step on the accelerator and rush up directly. Understood? No problem. The vehicle parked at the bottom of the steep slope started quickly and began to rush up at full speed. Chapter 261 Monsters and Scrapped Cars. Buzz buzz buzz. The hum of the motor was accompanied by a white light piercing from below, and the figures of 5 electric cars rushed up from the steep slope. Ren looked up to the right, and with the ability of perspective, he clearly saw the 4 steel cables in the air. After determining the direction of the steel cables, Ren led everyone to continue moving forward. Across the canyon was a dense jungle, and the surrounding terrain was also somewhat undulating. The vehicles kept shuttling through the dense jungle, and many fallen trees could be found along the way. These trees seemed to have been hit, and many dents could be seen on the trunks, and the fractures showed a tearing state. There were also large and small marks on the ground, all of which were the footprints of dinosaurs. The deeper we went, the more trees there were. Fortunately, these trees had become extremely rotten and were easily broken by cars. In addition, the bones of various dinosaurs gradually appeared on the ground. These bones were either intact or broken, and the deeper we went, the more they appeared. Looking at the situation around us, it seems that there was some kind of riot between dinosaurs. The 3D virtual terrain scanned the surroundings and presented all the surrounding situations on the screen in front of Ren. After half an hour of driving, everyone had already gone deep into the depths of this jungle. Nothing happened along the way, and such a calm situation made everyone more nervous. Well, there is something in front. It seems to be a scrapped car? The 3D terrain in front of Ren showed a car wreckage not far ahead. As everyone approached, they found that it was a 4-wheel off-road vehicle that had been modified for protection. The off-road vehicle has 4 wide tires and a very high car chassis. It's just that this off-road vehicle has become a wreckage, and the whole car has overturned under a big tree. The protective frame outside the off-road vehicle is severely deformed. Several windows have been shattered, and the overall structure of the vehicle has also been deformed and damaged. Humph. There are some small things hidden in this car. It looks like it is a trigger-type monster, with the ability of perspective. The things hidden in the off-road vehicle were easily discovered by Ren. However, Ren did not make a sound, but quietly loaded the shotgun in his left hand. When the convoy was a few meters away from the off-road vehicle, the door of the off-road vehicle that was originally closed suddenly opened. Then 3 black shadows rushed out of it, as fast as lightning, like a trace of afterimage. Bang, bang, bang. Aiming and firing. Ren's speed was also very fast, with the auxiliary shooting of shoo shoo. 3 single-headed bullets flashed in the air and accurately hit the 3 figures. Plop, plop. 3 black shadows hit the shield hard, and a faint wave appeared on the surface of the shield. The sudden scene startled everyone, and everyone immediately looked at the shield in front of them. With just one glance, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. I'm so scared. Fuck. What is that? There were several human corpses lying on the shield, which were mutated humans. The bones all over their bodies became very large, and their height was at least 2 meters at this moment. The charred skin was tightly attached to the bones, and there were a pair of sharp claws on the slender arms. But this is not enough to make people feel sick. The most horrifying thing is their chest. The ribs on the entire chest cavity burst out and turned outward, like a huge open fong. The belly below was torn, and various organs and intestines flowed out, hanging down and drifting in the wind. The foreheads of these 3 mutant humans were pierced, and the single-headed bullet directly pried open their tops and broke nearly half of their heads. But through the remaining half of the head, you can still clearly see this ugly face. Their entire mouth is very wide, and the upper and lower jaws are almost separated by more than 100 degrees. At the same time, the bones of the lower jaw are broken in the middle, like a python with its mouth wide open to eat. Several scarlet tentacles with thorns stretched out from the mouth, wrapped in a black viscous liquid. 3 monster bodies with their heads broken fell to the ground along the shield. Any strange creature similar to the same race can arouse the fear of the same race. The player controlling the car was shocked for a moment, and the vehicles almost collided. As you go deeper, the chance of encountering such scrapped cars is gradually increasing. In each scrapped car, there will be several humanoid monsters rushing out, and this monster can also make a harsh sound, which makes everyone feel very uncomfortable and unwell. However, for Ren, who used the armor to collect information from the outside world, this sound had no effect on him. Sharp screams continued to be heard, awakening some dark shadows in the fog. Bang! As a tree blocking the road ahead was smashed, the convoy entered a road that was mined by humans. Following this road, the silhouette of a building slowly loomed among the trees. It was the destination that everyone was looking for this time. The second rest point. Chapter 262. The second resting point. Looking at the building in the distance, Ren couldn't help but frown slightly. This resting point is so badly damaged. It seems to have experienced something incredible. Following this artificial road, asphalt roads began to appear on the ground under your feet. Although there are fallen trees on the road from time to time, compared to the ups and downs of the jungle road, such a road can already support very stable driving. Bang! As the scrapped car in the middle of the road crashed away, everyone now entered a huge open space that had been mined. On this empty land, a tall building was standing quietly here. However, the building was severely damaged at this moment, as if it had experienced a fierce attack. The iron cages on the outer periphery of the bottom floor were completely unrecognizable and severely deformed. Some areas had already been damaged, revealing huge and hideous tears. The tempered glass on the outer periphery of the building was not spared, and many window frames were uprooted. The most shocking thing was the top area of the building, where the situation was simply shocking. The upper 2/5 area was severely damaged, and more than half of the building had long disappeared. The remaining half of the building was alone on top, and it looked shaky and seemed to collapse in the next second. In particular, the cable car base at the top floor was now only fixed by a few steel frames. The steel bars at the broken part of the building were twisted and deformed, as if twisted into a knot by a giant hand. The concrete filling outside was also broken and torn, revealing the steel skeleton inside. Several particularly large cracks spread from top to the bottom of the building. These huge cracks were shocking. And on the ground behind the building, a huge pile of ruins was collapsing. If you look closely, you can see that this is the top 3-story area building. At this moment, they have completely collapsed and become a wreckage. Some items and furniture can still be seen in the ruins, but these things have been crushed beyond recognition and have become part of the ruins. This This. What's going on? How did this rest stop become like this? Damn. The top 3 floors are so badly damaged. And the hideous fracture, TSK. Isn't the protection of this building very strong? How could it be destroyed like this? Oh my god. This. How can we repair it? How long will it take to repair it if it is damaged like this? Looking at the picture transmitted by Mo ran to the car screen. Everyone in the car was shocked and unbelievable. They would never have thought that the damage to this second rest stop would be so serious. Bang! Clang! The iron cage door, which had long been shaky, was knocked open, and everyone drove the electric car into the iron cage. As soon as they entered the iron cage, a panel appeared in front of everyone. Repair point unrepaired. The repair point is severely damaged. After repair, the gray fog inside and around a certain range will be dispelled. At the same time, the vehicle power can be replenished in the rest point, and the vehicle can rest, and it can connect to the cable car of the first rest point, so as to achieve a quick round trip between the 2 points. The current problems to be solved. The outer iron cage of the ground floor. The structure is deformed and the hull is damaged. The main body of the building, the upper area is damaged and collapsed, and the main structure is damaged. Inside the building, there are a certain number of monsters wandering around. The materials needed to repair the building structure can be found near the current area. All the monsters inside the building need to be eliminated. Otherwise the rest point cannot be repaired. Repair? After browsing the information on the panel, everyone also understood the current situation of this rest point. This building is so damaged. It seems that it will not be easy to repair. Yes, not to mention that there are monsters inside. If the monsters are not cleared, it cannot be repaired. 5 electric cars slowly stopped in front of the building, and all players got off the car fully armed with weapons. As soon as they came outside, many yellow marking points appeared in front of everyone. Looking towards the mark point, you can see some bricks, tiles and iron blocks scattered on the ground. Zhang Tian walked to a piece of iron block, bent down and picked it up from the ground. With the iron block in his hand, a panel appeared in front of him. Outer iron cage repair parts, 1/1589. His. So many. The main building. This number is not. Seeing the current number of missing, Zhang Tian couldn't help but take a breath. When I think of the more damaged main building, it's quite outrageous. The players present picked up the bricks, tiles and iron blocks on the ground one after another, and after seeing the number of missing, they couldn't help but take a breath. Mo Ren picked up a piece of iron on the ground and was secretly surprised when he saw the number marked on it. The materials needed to repair the iron cage are all around. Let's repair the outer iron cage first, and then deal with the rest of the building. Mo Ren came to a broken gap in the iron cage. As soon as he approached, he could see a white circle on the ground. Standing in the white circle, the panel for repairing the iron cage appeared in front of Mo Ren. Mo Ren put the iron block in his hand into it, and the number of materials needed above was reduced by 1. Everyone started to get busy, collecting all the iron blocks scattered on the ground around, and put them into repair. Some bricks scattered on the ground were collected and piled on the platform in front of the building. Through the glass of the door, many black figures can be seen flashing in the building. About an hour later, Zhang Tian took the last piece of iron in his hand, and then threw it into the iron cage. With the last piece of material thrown in, the originally damaged iron cage began to be repaired at this moment. The steel bars on it began to be connected and entangled with each other like flexible loaches. The deformed iron cage began to be corrected bit by bit, and the torn and damaged holes began to be sutured. This process did not last long. Soon, a brand new iron cage appeared in front of everyone. The steel bars on the iron cage were shiny and bright, as if they had just been made, which was completely incomparable to the previous situation. Next, it's this building. Looking at the 3 steel doors of the defense line in front of him, Mo Ren began to open the door. Zhang Tian and others behind him quickly loaded their guns and prepared for the upcoming battle. Sizzle! As the innermost iron bars were torn open by Mo Ren, the dark environment inside suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 263. The second rest point was repaired. A dark inner hole appeared, followed by a black shadow rushing in. Mo Ren, who had been prepared, clenched his right fist and threw a heavy punch. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Mo Ren's fist went straight through the monster's head. A black viscous liquid popped out from the back of the monster's head and slowly dripped down along Mo Ran's fist. The monster's body twitched violently, and then it went limp. Mo Ran swung his right hand, and the monster with its head split open was thrown to the ground. Everyone looked and found that this kind of monster was the mutant humans they met on the way here. Everyone be careful. There may be a lot of these monsters inside. Reminding everyone, Mo Ran opened the shield and walked into the interior first. Zhang Tian and others behind him picked up the machine guns in their hands and began to enter in batches. The dazzling light tore through the darkness and shone on those ugly monsters. Ah! 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 The monster screamed shrilly and began to rush towards everyone with all four limbs. Fire! Zhang Tian roared and quickly pulled the trigger of the machine gun in his hand. The rest of the people followed closely, and the roar of the machine gun instantly resounded. Da-da-da-da. Countless bullets sprayed out and hit the monsters like a storm. Puff! 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 Black blood flowers bloomed on the monster, and its thin body was shattered under the crush of the machine gun. Bang! 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 Swish! Swish! Mo Ran raised his left and right hands, and the shotgun and kinetic machine gun kept spraying firepower forward. While advancing the attack, Mo Ran began to browse the situation of the building. The area on the upper right side is almost destroyed and collapsed. It seems that only the left side can reach the top. However, the situation on the left side is not optimistic. I hope it is not as fragile as imagined. Looking at the 3D terrain map on the screen, Mo Ran found that the damage to the building was far more serious than it looked on the surface. The first floor hall was ablaze with fire, and the screams of monsters and the roars of machine guns blended together like a beautiful symphony. The broken limbs and sticky black blood of monsters covered the ground, making the dusty and garbage-covered ground less monotonous. Mo Ran and his group were like a group of musicians and painters, and began to add elements of color and joy to this area. Monsters rushed out from the safety stairs on both sides from time to time, running together to join the performance. For a long time. Bang! Puff! As the head of the last monster was blown open, black tissue and blood spilled like petals. The delicate body staggered, and then fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. This nearly half-hour composition ended perfectly at this moment. Everyone dispersed to find the missing repair materials, but at the same time be careful of the remaining monsters. I will explore the area above to prevent sudden building collapse. Understood. Understood. Mo Ran removed the covering shield, and after a few words of advice to everyone, he turned and flew into the fire escape on the right. Zhang Tian and others quickly dispersed and began to collect the repair materials scattered around. Mo Ran controlled the armor to fly up the stairs, constantly collecting repair materials scattered on the platform and stairs along the way. However, this repair point does not seem to have an underground area. Mo Ran did not see the way down when he arrived at the entrance of the passage. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the 7th floor. He did not encounter any monsters along the way. They must have been killed in the previous cleaning. Mo Ran stood on the platform of the 7th floor stairs. The stairs leading up had disappeared. Now there is only a broken platform left, exposed alone. Although it was severely damaged, the heavy armor did not collapse when standing on it. The thick gray fog outside passed through the damaged area and filled the interior of the building tightly. The right side has been cleaned up, and the next step is the left area. Mo Ran controlled the armor to continue flying to the top floor, and then began to pick up items from the top to the bottom. Time passed silently for more than 2 hours, so quietly that no one noticed. When Mo Ran came out of the passage, Zhang Tian and others had already piled up the collected materials. With a wave of his hand, the piles of bricks and tiles disappeared in an instant, and all entered the space bracelet, putting the materials outside into the space bracelet as well. Mo Ran activated the armor and flew upstairs for repair. Standing in the aperture at the edge of the damage, Mo Ran began to continuously put the repair materials in the bracelet into it. As the materials were continuously put in, the materials needed for the repair above were also constantly decreasing. The whole building seemed to come alive, stretching and merging. The huge cracks on the main body began to slowly disappear, like a wound slowly healing. The concrete on the surface began to grow and bond, as if it had life and kept surging. The damaged area above began to repair, and the steel frame inside began to grow higher and higher. It was as if the skeleton of the building was being reshaped, making its body stronger. The reinforced concrete wrapped inside followed closely. Like blood vessels, and flesh began to grow and intertwine. The tempered glass that was missing on the surface began to appear, and the steel frame for external protection also began to extend. The repair process was neither too slow nor too fast. Ren opened the repair point panel, and when the gray repair button below lit up, he pressed it without hesitation. In an instant, a white light began to spread rapidly outward with Ren as the center. Wherever the white light passed, the dusty and garbage-covered ground instantly became brand new. The monster bodies scattered everywhere, and the blood stains all over the ground also disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. The insignificant items and shops disappeared in an instant, and everything seemed to have returned to the state at the beginning. Click, click. The lights above lit up one after another, and the whole building was brightly lit in an instant. The gray fog inside began to disappear, and the gray fog outside also did the same, and instantly dissipated beyond a certain range. Huh? These 2 hours are really tiring. That's right. I experienced the feeling of moving bricks again. I can finally take off this protective suit. Such high-intensity exercise almost suffocated me. Working in this protective suit, I feel like I'm in a sauna. The players present opened their protective suits one after another and began to breathe in the air outside. Everyone's forehead was covered with sweat beads, and their clothes were all wet with sweat. Everyone took out mineral water from their backpacks and began to replenish their lost water. This repair did not provide electric cars. Can we only have 5 at most? Ren looked outside and found that the venue was empty, with only 5 cars parked by everyone. Report to the captain. There are 13 large targets approaching this side rapidly, and the intention is judged to be highly aggressive. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice of Shushu suddenly came out. Hearing this, Ren quickly turned his head to look over there, and then activated the perspective. Layers of fog were pushed away by the perspective, and the things hidden in it instantly fell into Ren's eyes. That is, a mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 264 Hiss. It hurt so much. That's a mutant Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the huge monsters in the mist, Ren couldn't help but frown deeply. Nothing else. This mutant Tyrannosaurus is really shocking. Its current size is completely 3 times larger than itself. The current mutant Tyrannosaurus is 37 meters long and more than 15 meters tall. Such a huge body must weigh at least 40 tons. These 13 mutant Tyrannosaurus are like trains, rushing through the woods. The big tree that requires several people to hug in a circle collapsed easily like wheat under its impact. The terrifying tonnage brought by its huge body makes each of its claws leave deep pits on the ground. The moment it fell, the ground trembled, and the surrounding dust was shaken into the air. A scrapped off-road vehicle blocked the road and was directly stepped on by the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex into a discus. The appearance of these mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex is the same as that seen on the previous paper. Weird, ugly, disgusting. Completely a weird creature produced by some kind of mutation. With such a huge mutant volume, it is no wonder that this repair point is so severely damaged. It seems that the deeper you go, the larger the mutant dinosaur itself is. Shoo. Let the Mecha come to support. The noise of 13 mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex is so loud that it will definitely attract a lot of things. Let the Mecha come to support. Which is actually a good guarantee. Understood? Captain! Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out. Finally, after taking a look at the forest outside the window, Ren activated the armor and quickly flew downstairs. Everyone, pay attention. There are 13 mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex attacking us. They will reach us soon. I have called for Mecha support. Everyone start to prepare for resistance. Ren's voice was transmitted to the ears of everyone below through the headphones. The players who were resting were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted with a start. I'm Chow. There are mutant dinosaurs. Hurry up. Pick up your weapons and get ready. Chow. Tyrannosaurus Rex. The strongest in the late Cretaceous period. And it is still mutated now. Hurry up. Take all the heavy firepower off the car immediately. The players who were resting in place quickly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the electric car parked outside. Heavy weapons such as heavy sniper rifles, RPG rocket launchers, grenade launchers, etc. were all taken off the car by everyone. Everyone began to prepare ammunition and refill these weapons. Ren also came to the iron cage below at this moment and began to stare at the fog in the forest in the distance. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sound came closer and closer from a distance, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Is it coming? Ren looked at the fog in front of him with a serious face. outside the fog shipbuilding site. The mecha that was carrying out the transportation operation paused, and then quickly put down the items in its hands. It turned around and rushed out of the dock, jumped directly into the air, and then all the jet devices on its body were activated. Whoosh whoosh. The mecha dragged a long blue tail flame, and its figure quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Hey, what happened? Hen? Seeing the mecha flying away, the players stared at each other in confusion. Could it be that they were in danger? So Mo-Ran called for mecha support. Looking at the mecha going away, Xi and Yin spoke slowly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sweat. Sister, Mo-Ran and the others won't be in danger. After all, the mecha is used. Xi and Yao slowly came to Xi and Yin and asked in a low voice. Don't worry. The strength of the mecha is not something you haven't seen before. Don't worry. They are fine. Xi and Yin smiled and scratched Xi and Yao's nose, and the latter blushed immediately. Boom boom. The vibration and rumble of the ground became louder and louder, and everyone stared at the fog in front of them nervously. The safety of the weapons in their hands was opened, and their fingers were all on the triggers of the weapons. It seemed to be located deep inside. The fog diffusion area outside this rest point reached 50 meters, more than half of the previous one. Mo-Ran stood above the iron cage outside, and the indication on the screen in front of him had already locked on a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bang! Whoosh whoosh. The launcher that had already been ejected instantly fired a missile, and the missile dragged the tail flame into the fog. The missile shuttled through the woods all the way, flexibly dodging the trees that appeared in front. Then it accelerated and flew straight to the head of a mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex. When the missile was 5 meters away from the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Rex twisted its head violently. The speed was so fast that the missile rubbed the scalp and flew to the back in an instant. Hey hey. Seeing this scene, Mo-Ran was stunned for a moment. Are you playing? Can you still play like this? So missiles can be dodged? Watching the missile flying into the fog behind, the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex also turned its head 180 degrees. A playful smile appeared on the rotten and mutated head. But soon it couldn't laugh anymore. The missile that missed the target quickly adjusted its direction, and after a big turn, it rushed from behind again. The missile that had disappeared in the fog reappeared, and the distance between the two began to shrink. Then, in the shocking expression on the other side, the missile hit firmly the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex. The warhead easily penetrated into it, and then exploded inside. Boom! A silver-white fireball instantly rose behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The powerful explosion shock waves swept across, instantly tearing the entire buttocks of the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex into pieces. The rotten organs inside the abdominal cavity flowed out directly through the hole. The mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex felt a sharp pain in the back, and then all the strength in the body seemed to be drained. The body collapsed to the ground, knocking down several trees before stopping. Then it was roar, 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 roar. The heart-wrenching roar suddenly sounded, and people could feel the extremely strong pain in it. Hiss. Mo-Ran took a breath of cold air when he saw this scene, and his buttocks could not help but clamp subconsciously. This can't be blamed on me. You wanted to hide yourself. It has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. Mo-Ran quickly turned his head to look elsewhere. The miserable scene was really unbearable to look at. Pain. Too painful. Hearing the heart-wrenching roar, Zhang Tian and the others subconsciously clamped their buttocks. Hiss. This sound. Why does it feel a bit miserable? Why did I subconsciously clamp my buttocks when I heard this sound? Me too. What's going on? The players present looked at each other, not understanding what kind of horrific thing was happening in front of them. Chapter 265. It's not over yet. Hearing the miserable roar, the other mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex that attacked were very confused. However, they did not stop, but continued to rush towards the rest point. Soon, the gray fog under the light in front of them surged, and 3 mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out. The moment the 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out, the 2 heads on their bodies quickly opened their mouths. A red flame appeared in the dark mouth, and a burning fireball blasted out of it the next second. 6 fireballs spread in the air, like a crazy expanding red cloth. Looking at the red flames rushing all over the sky, everyone present was confused. Seeing this scene, Mo-Ran's pupils shrank, and he quickly released a shield covering a large area. Fuck. Which Tyrannosaurus can spit fire? Isn't this a joke? Damn it. Mo Ren couldn't help but curse. He just saw clearly how these three mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex spit fire. There seems to be an ignition device hidden under the tongue of those Tyrannosaurus Rex. As long as the tongue is bent, the ignition device can quickly shoot out a wisp of flame. At the same time, the fireball is actually a ball of mucus. A ball of extremely flammable mucus. Just like napalm. It is pushed up from the inside, and then spit out under pressure. The mucus was ignited by the ignition device under the tongue, and then spread into a large-scale fire rain in the air. Crackle, crackle. The blazing flames pressed down, and the shield instantly had ripples. It was like raindrops from the air dripping into a calm lake, and circles of ripples appeared. The black smoke produced by the burning rose up, covering the sky that was originally free of gray fog with a layer of black smoke. Three mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped at the edge of the fog, and a playful smile appeared on their two ugly heads. Just standing here quietly, admiring what was destined to happen next. But soon, the joking on their faces disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. The mucus covering the shield began to slide off, forming a circle of blazing flames outside the shield. Through the light blue energy shield, they saw that the inside was intact. Oh my god! I was really shocked just now. That's right. The flames splashing all over the sky are really shocking. Stop talking nonsense. Open fire. Kill these bastards. The people gathered around the iron cage quickly opened fire, and the muzzles of the guns extending through the iron cage instantly spewed out flames. Da-da-da. Boom. 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 Bang bang bang. Heavy machine gun bullets, grenade launcher grenades, sniper rifle bullets, all attacked the dinosaurs like a violent storm. Puff. Puff. Boom. Boom. Countless bullets were embedded in the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, and grenades continued to explode on it. The mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex's skin was extremely hard, and these heavy firepower could not cause much damage to it. Roar! Roar! The three mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex were instantly enraged and rushed towards the crowd with roars. Mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in succession in the fog on both sides, and rushed towards the rest point in a group. Faced with more than a dozen mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex rushing at a rapid speed, Mo Ren did not attack at all. Instead, it stood quietly, as if waiting for something. Humph. Now that you're here, let me enjoy a waltz of steel and blood. The next second after Mo Ren finished speaking, a black figure fell from the sky with a bang. The first three mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex noticed something strange and quickly looked up. They only saw an object gradually enlarging. The mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex at the front widened its eyes, and then its vision turned black forever. Boom boom! The mecha fell from the sky with a bang, and stepped directly on the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex in front. The two ugly heads shattered with a bang, turning into a black paste that spread all over the ground. Under this violent impact, the dark soil on the ground instantly shook up from the ground and threw high into the air. Watching this scene, the two mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex in the back were stunned for a moment. The next second, a cold light suddenly appeared from the flying soil, and a chainsaw knife swept out instantly. The mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex on the right was startled and quickly retreated to avoid this fatal blow. But the mecha had already predicted its movements, and the cold knife light flashed by. Two ugly heads flew high in an instant, and the smelly black blood gushed out in an instant. But it's not over yet. A giant steel hand stretched out from the soil and quickly grabbed one of the heads of the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the left. Then, it smashed down hard. Boom! The ground shook. The soil splashed, and a pit appeared on the ground instantly. The head of the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex instantly formed a 90-degree right angle with the body. A loud bone-breaking sound could be heard, which seemed to come from the neck of the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex. The head was pressed hard on the ground by the mecha, and the complete head had become fragmented. The black tissue inside gushed out instantly, and the whole head was flattened to the point where it could not be flatter. The giant sword in the right hand of the mecha made a circular motion and slashed at the two heads of the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex on the ground. Clang! Half of the giant sword slammed into the ground fiercely, and the head and neck were instantly separated from the huge body. This scene happened in just a moment. The soil that was shaken into the air has not yet fallen back to the ground, and the three mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex that attacked had become three headless bodies on the ground. The flying black soil fell to the ground, and the figure of the mecha was revealed at this moment. The LED lights on the body emitted a faint light, which filled the entire mecha with a mysterious color. This time, not only Zhang Tian and others were stunned, But also the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex that rushed over were all stunned in place. The eyes of the people present stared at the mecha blankly, and then looked at the three headless bodies on the ground. But the mecha would not give them time to be stunned. The thruster behind it ejected, and the figure of the mecha flashed out like a ghost. The sawtooth sword in his right hand swept across, and the two heads of a mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex were thrown high. The headless body staggered, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Roar! Roar! The other Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted, and rushed over quickly with roars. Several mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex opened their big mouths, and several red fireballs gushed out. Then they spread in the air, turning into a rain of fire that pressed towards the mecha. Seeing this scene, the mecha did not retreat but advanced, and quickly dodged and rushed towards the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex. The rain of fire instantly enveloped the mecha, but in the next moment, the mecha rushed out of it intact. The moment the fire rain touched the mecha, a layer of purple shield rose on the surface of the mecha. The sawtooth sword in the right hand swept across, and 6 mutant Tyrannosaurus heads were thrown high. 3 bodies fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a lot of black mud on the ground. A mutant Tyrannosaurus roared out of the fog, trying to attack the mecha from behind. The left area on the back of the mecha opened instantly, and the super heavy shotgun quickly deformed and appeared. The super heavy shotgun is similar to a rectangle, with tiny holes, like honeycombs at the muzzle. The heavy shotgun turned around, aimed at the mutant Tyrannosaurus, and fired instantly in the face of the other party's confused expression. Bang! A sound of moderate size was heard. But if you listen carefully, you can find that there is more than one such sound. The head and neck of the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex that rushed over disappeared in an instant. Yes, disappeared. Disappeared in the true physical sense. But if you look closely, you can see the red mincemeat that keeps floating in the air. Everything soon settled down, like a burning candle. When the flame disappeared, only a pile of wax was left. Schwa! The mecha swung his right hand, and the broken pieces and blood on the big sword were thrown off, and then put back on his back. Not bad. Not bad. It's a perfect waltz. So beautiful. So beautiful. The stage built with blood and debris, plus this incomparably graceful wail, is awesome. Mo ran in the armor was all smiles. His eyes were filled with joy. Report to the captain. There are multiple large targets approaching in the air, and a large number of targets approaching on the ground. Shu Shu's cold mechanical voice sounded in the helmet. Oh! It seems that this waltz is not over yet. Chapter 266 Artificially Modified Dinosaurs. Shu Shu's cold mechanical voice sounded in the helmet. Oh! It seems that this waltz has not yet ended. Mo Ran looked at the armor screen in front of him and found that there were a large number of red dots approaching this side. Is it over? It seems so. This is too shocking. The mecha of Mo Ran is too terrifying. Looking at the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex corpses scattered around outside, Zhang Tian and others in the iron cage were all shocked. But soon, Mo Ran's voice sounded in the headset, breaking everyone out of their shocked thoughts. It's not over yet. There are more monsters approaching us. Let's prepare for the battle. The relaxed mood of the crowd immediately tensed up, and they began to reload the weapons in their hands. There are dozens of large targets approaching in the air, arriving earlier than the ground targets. Mo Ran looked up at the sky in front of him, and found that these dozens of large targets were the mutant pterosaurs he encountered before. Unlike before, the feet of these mutant pterosaurs were holding some kind of round object. The object was round, about 3 meters in size, and there were several protrusions on the surface that looked like antennas. That thing, why does it feel a bit like a mine? Looking at the objects grabbed by the mutant pterosaurs, Mo Ran found that they seemed to be very similar to some weapons in the past. No matter if it looks like it or not. It looks like some kind of bomb. And it wants to bomb us directly. Shoo shoo. Intercept the large target coming from the air. Understood. Captain. Shoo Shoo's cold mechanical voice came out. Whoosh whoosh. The propulsion system of the mecha was fully activated, and it flew into the air with a leap. Kacha kacha. The left and right hands of the mecha instantly deformed, and 2 energy machine guns appeared instantly, aiming at the mutant pterosaurs approaching in the air. The next second, the roar of the energy machine gun sounded instantly. Boom boom boom. Countless energy bullets gushed out, like 2 sharp swords slashing forward. Bang bang bang. Ah, vomit. The energy bullets instantly smashed the head of the mutant pterosaur, and various black substances exploded from it. The headless body lost control, and began to fall rapidly from the air. Boom! Boom! Two violent explosions were heard, and two huge fireballs appeared in the misty forest in the distance. The shock wave generated by the explosion was extremely powerful, and it instantly blew the surrounding trees in half. Under this powerful shock wave, the thick gray fog around was blown away and faded. But it was soon filled. This bomb is really powerful. It looks like it has been modified. Looking at the two rising fireballs, Mo-Ren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Boom boom boom. The overloaded energy cannon roared continuously as time went by. The temperature inside the cannon continued to rise, and its own firing rate continued to increase. The ugly heads of the mutant pterosaurs that attacked from the sky exploded one after another. One by one, the planes fell downwards like they had lost control. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, and huge fireballs rose from the forest. The strong light produced by the explosion pierced the thick gray fog, flashing like a flash. Ah! A mutant pterosaur let out a sharp roar. Then, he used all his strength to throw the bombs on his feet. The next moment after the two bombs were thrown, an energy bullet tore through the air and instantly blasted the head of the mutant pterosaur into pieces. The two bombs cut through the air and began to whistle and chase downward. Buzz! The mecha instantly activated the super quantum shield, and a layer of purple shield instantly took the mecha as the center. It spread out rapidly, and soon covered a certain range including the rest point. The next second, the two bombs arrived and instantly detonated on the shield. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and two huge fireballs rose up instantly. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept around, instantly blowing down all the surrounding trees. However, this had no effect on the weight under the shield, and not even a sound was heard. Boom! 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 The two high-speed rotating machine guns slowly stopped, and the last two remaining mutant pterosaurs fell from the sky with a roar. Boom! Boom! For fierce fireballs rose slowly in the forest. Mo-Ren looked at the screen on the armor, and found that in the pterosaurs attack just now, many red dots that attacked from the ground disappeared, as if they were destroyed by the falling bombs. At this time, Mo-Ren found that the red dots gathered around him began to fade. Everyone started to retreat. It seems that these monsters are commanded by someone. In order to confirm what he thought, Mo-Ren activated the armor and fell back to the ground. He came to a relatively complete mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse. At this moment, the mecha in the air also slowly landed, and the energy bubbles in his hands turned back into steel arms. Shoo shoo. Pick up this head on the ground. Understood, Captain. The mecha slowly came to Mo-Ren and grabbed the mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex head on the ground with both hands. Grab the upper and lower jaws of the mouth, and then tear it apart with force. Hiss. She. Kaka. There was a sound of flesh and bones tearing apart, and the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was instantly torn in half. The upper part of the head was thrown aside, and the lower part was brought to Mo-Ren. Mo-Ren stepped forward to observe carefully, and found that a black iron pipe was piercing from the root of the tongue. Mo-Ren pointed, and the mecha quickly grabbed the tongue, and then tore it out with force. Sizzle! The tongue covered with mucus was pulled out as a whole, shaking continuously in the air, and black blood kept dripping from it. Sure enough, this dinosaur has been modified. There was a small device at the root of the tongue, and below it was a black iron can, which stored some fuel. The upper part is an ignition device. As long as the tongue is bent, the ignition device inside can be activated. The principle is just like a lighter. Press it to produce a flame. At this moment, Zhang Tian and others also came out of the iron cage and gathered around Mo-Ren. How could there be such a thing in the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex? And it seems to be installed. This island is a man-made dinosaur island. Did the people inside make dinosaurs into war machines? I think it is very likely. After all, there is no such thing in the body of a dinosaur. And it can also drop bombs. Looking at the parts installed on this tongue, everyone gathered together and chattered non-stop. Mo-Ren had the mecha dig open the abdomen of a mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex, and indeed found a large storage tank inside. It also had a set of pressurizing devices to pressurize the liquid in the storage tank. The liquid in the storage tank seemed to be napalm, which could burn quickly with just a little flame. This scene shocked everyone again. It was hard to imagine that a dinosaur was stuffed with so many things. Chapter 267 Return. Shipbuilding at full speed. The liquid in the storage tank seemed to be gasoline, which could burn quickly with just a little flame. This scene shocked everyone again. It was hard to imagine that a dinosaur was stuffed with so many things. Everyone present returned to the iron cage and unloaded all the large boxes on the electric car. 2 people carried a box each and started to take the elevator to the top floor cable car. Before leaving, Ren looked back at the fog in front of him. He could see a Tyrannosaurus Rex lying on the ground with its back raised high. The explosion of the missile destroyed the storage tank inside, and the pressurized liquid inside was constantly spraying out from the cracks. The ejected pressurized liquid was ignited, and it continued to eject from the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The ejected flames burned fiercely and began to spread to the entire body. But it could not ignite the surrounding grass and trees, which seemed to be related to the rotten mucus covering the surface. The mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its rotten eyes wide open, and the same was true of its mouth, seemed to be telling a silent story. The expression on its face was extremely painful, and it could not be dispelled even after death. The scene was particularly spectacular and unbearable to watch. It's really burning my ass. Ren shuddered all over and hurriedly left this sinful place. Before leaving, he threw out 100 drones again to monitor and protect this rest point. But Ren had a hunch that this rest point might not be of any use later. Going up the stairs on the 3rd floor to the top floor, he saw an empty cable car base. Ren looked up at the base frame above and found that the cable leading to the back had disappeared. Only 4 cables leading to the front were left, standing alone on the base frame. Pressing a button on the control button next to it, the cable car at the first rest point began to start slowly. Waited for a while. A cable car appeared from the fog and slowly stopped in front of everyone. The door of the cable car opened, and everyone entered with their boxes. Ren entered and looked back, and found the start button at the back. A big cross was displayed, and the indicator light turned red. The cross and red light are different from the first rest point. Does this mean that the next rest point cannot be reached, or has been destroyed, combined with the 4 steel cables that disappeared from the base? Ren thought this possibility was very high. Clang. The door closed. The cable car started, and then slowly disappeared into the fog. Whoosh whoosh. The jet device on the Mecha started, and disappeared into the fog with the cable car. In the Underground Research Institute, on a blurry screen with some snowflakes, countless dots were marked. Some of them gathered in a circle, and now they are accelerating to disperse away. Father, why did you retreat suddenly? You have already sent so many people. Why don't you just surround them? A sweet female voice came out again in the darkness, with a little doubt in it. Hearing this, the mutant man standing in front of the screen slowly spoke. Those mutant Tyrannosaurus died too fast. And there are pterosaurs in the air. They must have some powerful weapons. The monitoring there is damaged. I can't, no. It's still early, and the quantity has not been replenished. When the last time comes, they will have something to see. Hee. A harsh and intermittent sound continued to be heard, and a grim smile that had already predicted the ending appeared in the rotten eyeballs. Hee. I understand. Father. A sweet sound like a silver bell was heard again in the darkness. And then the whole space fell into deathly silence again. Listening to what these 2 guys said, there are bigger problems waiting for us later. The conversation between the 2 was known to Ren without missing a word. The materials are now fully sufficient, and the next step is to speed up the shipbuilding. The faster we make the boat, the more we can deal with the problems that may arise next. As the cable car continued to run, the gray fog in front began to thin. Finally, the gray fog in front of us completely disappeared and was thrown far behind by the cable car. The dense forest in front came into view, and in the distance was the endless Black Sea and 6 docks located on the shore. Ren stood by the cable car window and looked down. The marked tree below had now completely emerged from the gray fog. Sure enough, the gray fog on this island is shrinking inward as time goes by. Looking at the completely exposed tree below, Ren's thoughts became more certain. Crack! The pulley on the cable car began to slow down, and then the entire cable car stopped steadily at the top of the tower. The door opened, and Zhang Tian and others walked out with large boxes in their hands. Go downstairs and place materials. A small mountain of coal appeared instantly, even more than before. After repairing this rest point, some materials were also obtained, and the quantity was more than the first one. Not only that, a ship blueprint was also obtained. Thicken the outer layer of the bottom of the ship. After learning, a thickened outer layer can be made, which can be installed on the bottom of the ship to greatly improve defense. The content of the blueprint is very brief, but it brings a message. In that black ocean, there must be monsters related to dinosaurs. Now the shipbuilding site is full of materials, and all players are busy making them. In the following time, all players are engaged in the manufacture of ships. The materials are now overflowing, and there is no need to collect them. As for the supply boxes scattered everywhere, they are all some common food, water, and fuel. It is not worth spending time to collect these things. Time goes on day by day, and light and darkness continue to alternate. All the slides, slipways, and cranes in the dock have been upgraded to the highest iron level. Together with the 6 boathouses, they have all been upgraded to iron sheet form. All the beams in the dock were replaced with more solid iron beams. Time passed day by day, and it was the 15th day in a blink of an eye. At this time, 6 large ships were parked steadily on the slipway in the 6 iron docks. Each ship was 100 meters long and 24 meters wide. The appearance of the ship was similar to that of a cargo ship, and the front 3/4 area was very flat. At the back was a captain's room with beds for 100 people and a hall. Below was the drive room of the entire ship, which had 2 huge boilers. Above the boiler was a huge chimney that ran all the way to the top of the ship. Along the shell of the boiler, you can see many complex pipes and valves. The 2 boilers are so tightly attached to the wall, and the strange layout is very difficult to understand. There are 4 propellers at the tail of the ship, connected to the interior through 4 thick transmission shafts. Fuel injection failed. The fuel is not suitable for boiler operation. Looking at the panel that popped up in front of him, Mo Ren couldn't help but frown slightly. It can't be used for boiler operation. Even coal doesn't work. Do we need another new fuel? Looking at the 2 huge boilers in front of him, Mo Ren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, a hurried voice interrupted his thoughts. Mutated dinosaurs are coming. Mutated dinosaurs are coming. Chapter 268 Day 15. Mutated dinosaurs are coming. Mutated dinosaurs are coming. The hurried voice came through the loudspeaker and echoed throughout the shipbuilding site. In the distance, the thick gray fog began to surge and began to brew a small vortex that kept spinning. The busy players quickly put down their work, ran out of the dock, and came to the weapons that had been built. In the open space in front of the dock, many heavy weapons had already been built. There were 3 88mm anti-aircraft guns, which were now in a flat state. The anti-aircraft guns of these 3 boats were modified and a magazine system was added. A magazine can hold 10 shells, which are loaded using the hydraulic struts on the side. It can cause extremely considerable range damage in a very short time. There are dozens of heavy mortars around, with a range of more than 10 kilometers. Firing at the same time can cause continuous bombing of any existence within a large range in front. Boom boom boom. Not long after, continuous explosions continued to sound from a distance. Groups of black smoke exploded from a distance, and a lot of black soil was thrown into the sky with some fragments. Zooming in, you can see dense, high explosive mines on the ground. Shushu went out and walked around, and a net of mines was laid in the forest in front. The effect of the mine launcher is really useful, and various mines are sprayed like flowers scattered by fairies. Soon, a death-restricted zone will be set up in a large area ahead, so that no living creature can set foot. Countless mutant dinosaurs rushed out of the fog and began to move quickly through the forest. At this moment, the fog has advanced a long distance inward, exposing a large part of the island. The location of the first rest point has now been exposed outside the fog. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions continued to be heard from a distance, and the players on the dock held telescopes and watched the situation ahead. In the telescope, groups of black smoke and dust continued to appear. All mutant dinosaurs that stepped on high explosive mines were instantly blown to pieces. Woohoo! Take off. The broken limbs were thrown high into the air under the impact of the explosion, and fell to the ground like hail. But even so, a large number of mutant dinosaurs can still be seen rushing out of the fog. The number of dinosaurs today is not right. There are too many. Notify them to bomb. Looking at the mutant dinosaurs pouring out in front, Lao's son quickly turned his head and said to his son next to him, "Start bombing at the border of the fog." Start bombing. Lao's son quickly shouted to the bottom, and the players who had been prepared for a long time immediately took action. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of mortars roared continuously, and shells whizzed into the distance. Bang, 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 bang. The first round of shells had not yet landed, and the second wave of shells had already whizzed out of the mortars. The shells flew in the air for a while, and then fell like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. The endless explosion sounded wildly, and fireballs rose up at the edge of the fog. Countless fireballs connected together, densely packed like a sea of flames. The mud in the sea of fire splashed, and rotten limbs kept falling to the ground, and then were thrown high by the aftermath of the explosion. After 5 minutes of bombing, everyone stopped loading shells. Something is wrong. The dinosaurs that are coming this time are definitely not over yet. The small vortex in the gray fog has not disappeared yet. Lao Sun found through the telescope in his hand that the small vortex in the fog has not disappeared yet. After 15 days of defense, everyone has also discovered the pattern of the appearance of mutant dinosaurs. That is the fog above the border. As long as the fog begins to surge and gradually forms a small vortex, that indicates that the mutant dinosaurs inside are about to appear, and defense preparations must be made immediately. On the contrary, as long as the small vortex begins to disappear, it indicates that the invasion of mutant dinosaurs is about to end. Over the past 10 days, the number of mutant dinosaur invasions has been gradually increasing, and the number of times has also been increasing. Not only Lao Sun, but other players on the dock also found something wrong in front. Lao Sun, what's the situation? Has the vortex disappeared? Why haven't you notified everyone yet? Is there anything new? Normally, the mines explode once, and we bomb them again, and it's basically over. What happened? Seeing that the players above had not made any notifications, the players below felt strange and puzzled. That's pterosaurs. At this moment, Lao Sun suddenly found 5 black figures flying out of the fog. Upon closer observation, they were huge mutant pterosaurs. The mutant pterosaurs flapped their wings quickly and rushed here, and each pterosaur had a bomb in its claws. Seeing this scene through the telescope, Lao Sun's pupils shrank suddenly, especially seeing the 2 bombs with a diameter of 3 meters. He broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to delay at all. Lao Sun immediately picked up the loudspeaker on his waist and shouted, "It's not over yet. It's not over yet. There are pterosaurs. There are 5 pterosaurs flying towards us, and each pterosaur has 2 bombs in its claws." The next second after Lao Sun finished speaking, the missile launcher on the rat turret instantly popped out. Then a missile whistled through the air and flew rapidly towards the pterosaurs in the distance. Under the gaze of all the players, the missile exploded in the pterosaurs in the distance. The bomb under the pterosaur's claws was detonated, causing a chain reaction in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Groups of fierce fireballs appeared in the air, and the scene was extremely shocking and spectacular. Such a huge fireball shocked all the players present. It was hard to imagine how much explosives were contained in it. I didn't expect that pterosaurs would appear on the 15th day, and they were carrying bombs. However, the equivalent of this bomb seems to be very small, but the fierce flames look scary. It seems that it is just for us to adapt. There will definitely be a lot of them in the future, and the power is definitely not comparable to today. I hope other players have already found a way to deal with it. Mo Ran's figure slowly emerged from the dock, looking at the slowly dissipating flames in the sky. Report: 5 mutant pterosaurs were found, carrying 2 round bombs with a diameter of 3 meters. A soldier looked at the situation on the screen and quickly turned to report to Gu Lao and others. Launch missiles immediately to intercept those mutant pterosaurs at the border of the fog and prevent them from moving forward. Yes. After receiving the order, the soldier immediately turned around and operated. The missile on the roof quickly turned around after being launched, and then a missile roared into the sky. The missile cut through the sky, leaving a long white tail flame wherever it passed. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Looking at the huge explosion flame in the picture, Gu Lao and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Emoran reminded us, otherwise if this kind of dinosaur was released, once it exploded, it would have a very big impact on us. Yes, but why do I feel that the equivalent of this bomb seems to be very small, but the flame is very huge? I have this feeling too. If it is a high-yield explosive, the explosion effect cannot be like this. Many people who have studied explosives have found that the power of this explosive is not as great as expected. In short, no matter what, no mutant dinosaur is allowed to be released. The sudden appearance of the mutant pterosaur did have an impact on some players. But after more than 10 days of experience, many players have built a strong defense line and successfully shot down the pterosaur remotely. The blazing flames instantly left a heavy mark in their hearts, and some careless players were baptized by the flames from the bombs. Many people were buried in the sea of fire, and some of the docks were burned. In addition, another hidden crisis is quietly happening. Chapter 269 Infection. Outbreak. Spread. Many people died in the sea of fire, and some of the docks were burned. In addition, another hidden crisis is quietly happening. There was a heated discussion in the World Channel about the sudden appearance of mutant pterosaurs. Oh my god! Mutated pterosaurs. The strongest air overlords in the dinosaur era have appeared. Is this outrageous? The most outrageous thing should be this thing. Why is it holding 2 bombs? This is simply an aerial bomber. Directly drop. Bomb. A large area. In the past 10 days, we have encountered some small carnivorous dinosaurs, and most of them are herbivorous dinosaurs. There will be no powerful land kings like Tyrannosaurus Rex later. I think it's very likely. After all, even mutant pterosaurs have appeared. The World Channel was buzzing with many comments. At the same time, some players who went deep inside and completed the repair of the second repair point explained the situation of the pterosaurs inside. The explosive power of its bombs is completely incomparable to the bombs dropped today. There are even mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex with 2 heads, 3 times the size, and able to spit fire. As soon as these comments came out, a large number of players were shocked. The arrival of the 15th day seemed to have unlocked some kind of ban. In a blink of an eye, it was the 16th day. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Chow. Why are you coughing all of a sudden? Cough, cough, cough. Me too. I feel like my throat is uncomfortable. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you coughing all of a sudden today? Some players suddenly started coughing non-stop, and the people around them hurriedly moved away after seeing them, fearing that they would be infected. Looking at this scene, Hao couldn't help but frown slightly, turned his head, and looked at a young player next to him and asked, "What's wrong with him? Why are they coughing all of a sudden today?" Hao was the deputy leader of the convoy that attacked the shipyard before, but now he has become the leader. Those strong men and others who failed to attack him ran and others and escaped instead, have drifted far away and embarked on an unknown journey, and will never speak again. The young player with glasses thought for a while, and then seemed to think of something and spoke immediately. Those who are coughing seem to have not worn protection when handling the corpse yesterday, and may have been infected by something on the corpse, which is why this happened. After the young man with glasses finished speaking, Hao frowned even deeper. What a bunch of idiots. Isolate all those who cough. Give them some antibiotics. And if the effect is not improved, just throw them away. Brother Hao. I understand. The young man with glasses quickly went down to take care of it. Soon, the players who were coughing were isolated in a separate tent. Everyone was given an antibiotic, and the rest were left to fate. And this situation continued one after another, and more players began to cough violently. And these players did not take good protection when handling the corpses, or did not properly handle the mutant dinosaur corpses. This situation became more and more, and the news soon spread on the World Channel. What's going on? Many people here have started coughing non-stop. Cough, cough, cough. I've been coughing for a while, and now my throat hurts like it's on fire. It seems that these people didn't protect themselves when handling the bodies of the mutant dinosaurs. It must be. Those mutant dinosaurs have been rotting for who knows how long, and they must carry some kind of virus. When handling the bodies left over from the battle, you must protect yourself, and you must clean yourself afterward. There are more and more messages in the channel, and many people suggest that antibiotics can be injected. There are also many people who doubt whether it is too sudden to directly use antibiotics. Not long after, the answer was presented to everyone. After the players who kept coughing were injected with antibiotics, they stopped coughing and their health began to improve. As soon as the news came out, the antibiotics that were originally unpopular in the market were instantly sold out. Even if they were available, the price was soaring. In addition, some different voices also appeared in the World Channel. Humph! You are really a group of cowards. You just give antibiotics for a little cough. I drank a few cups of hot water in a row and I stopped coughing. That's right. Just soak a cup of honey or hot water, and you won't cough directly after drinking it. Why are you still using antibiotics? I really don't understand what you think. Don't spend a lot of money on those useless antibiotics. It's just a small cough, and a mouthful of hot water can solve it directly. The corpse of the mutant dinosaur just stinks. There's not even a fly or worm on it. What do you think can grow from it? There were more and more voices like this. The players who were frantically buying antibiotics were stunned, and their ideas began to waver at this moment. What a group of people with strange ideas. But time will give the final answer. I just want to see what will happen. Looking at the players who sent more hot water, Mo-Ren couldn't help but give them a big thumbs up. The time came to the 17th day. Those players suddenly developed a high fever, and the violent coughing sound turned into a heavy cough. The whole person began to become weak. His hands and feet were weak, and his whole body was warm. And as time went by, with a slight cough, yellow sputum with some red threads began to cough out from his mouth. Seeing this scene, the hesitant players made a quick decision. Inject antibiotics. And such a decision will be the most correct thing they have ever done in their lives. With the injection of antibiotics, the high fever began to slowly subside, and the whole person's condition began to gradually improve. Of course, not everyone is like this. There are still many people who are not afraid of death. Time came to the 18th day. Those players have turned from high fever to coma, and their skin has become extremely red. The chest began to rise and fall violently, as if making a final struggle, but the whole person was still calm and unconscious. Sweat continued to seep out from the surface of the skin, and the sweat was very sticky, like mucus. The skin on the body began to become soft and rotten, and it could be peeled off from the body with a little force. At the same time, pustules began to swell one after another on various parts of the body. When it was punctured, an extremely disgusting green liquid continued to flow out. Seeing this scene, the players who didn't care could no longer say anything. The accomplices around him injected antibiotics frantically, but there was no effect at all. The antibiotics entered the body, just like raindrops sinking into the sea, without a single ripple. Not only that, anyone who had close contact with these players began to cough and have a fever. At that moment, these people were really scared and quickly isolated these half-dead players. As time went by, the chests of those unconscious players, which were originally rising and falling, began to weaken little by little, until finally, they completely calmed down. Chapter 270. Joining in the fun is an extremely wrong choice. As time goes by, the chests of the unconscious players, which were originally rising and falling, began to gradually weaken, until finally, they completely calmed down. A group of players began to observe the situation inside through the transparent film on the window of the tent. There were many simple beds set up inside, and there were many people covered with sheets on the beds. All these people were motionless, as if they were in a deep sleep. Dead. They can't really be dead. It must be. Their chests are not rising and falling. They must have died. It seems to be getting very hot inside, and the transparent film is full of water vapor. Should we ventilate them? At this moment, a famous player found a layer of water vapor on the transparent film in front of him. The water vapor blocked the view, and the situation inside began to become blurred. The player touched the tent with his hand and could feel a hint of warm heat. As soon as this idea came out, it was immediately strongly opposed by other players around. You are crazy. Give them ventilation. I am afraid that it has become a paradise for viruses. Even if this place is a little far from the shipbuilding point, it must not be like this. If they keep it here, if a mutant dinosaur attacks and breaks it, then we will be in trouble. Those people inside, including any items such as sheets, must be thrown away far away. Don't join in the fun. Let's go quickly. Be careful not to get so close. It will be over if you get contaminated by the things inside. That's right. Let's go quickly. I don't want this trouble to fall on my head. These players were about to leave, and when they turned around, they saw a domineering thin young man walking over with 5 or 6 gun-wielding strong men. One of the strong men was carrying a large package, which seemed to contain something, and the other strong man next to him also had a few shovels in his hands. Seeing the people coming, the eyes of the players next to the tent changed instantly, and a bad feeling appeared in their hearts. There was disgust, dissatisfaction, anger, and helplessness in each other's eyes. 1, 2, 3. 10. Just 10 people. So I don't have to call for help. Hey! Everyone. Listen up. There are protective suits and masks in here. Wrap them up tightly, and then pack up the bodies inside, including the beds, sheets and tents. and take them to another place to bury them. At the same time, turn over the soil underneath and sprinkle disinfectant. Don't be lazy. I will watch all of you from a distance. The arrogant young man shouted with disdain at the players present. 2 strong men behind him came forward and threw the packages they were holding on the ground, along with several shovels. The package was opened, and there were many white protective suits inside, which were the kind of disposable thin style. There were also many masks, foot covers, some large urea bags, and several buckets of disinfectant. The faces of the 10 players on the opposite side turned pale when they heard this. They would never have thought that they would be assigned such a dangerous job just to join in the fun. Second boss. Don't we have electrical protective clothing? Let the brothers wear those. Otherwise these protective clothing and masks may. A player suddenly spoke up and said carefully. But before he finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by the young man. What the hell? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? There are only 24 sets of that thing. Can you bear the responsibility if one set is broken? Stop talking nonsense over there. Hurry up and work, or I'll shoot you, the young man said, and several strong men beside him quickly raised their rifles. Under the black muzzle of the gun, the 10 players on the opposite side immediately shut their mouths and began to put on protective clothing in a hurry. Bah! A bunch of LJs. Dare to talk back to me. The second in command spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm, and then left here without looking back. He stopped far away from here and started sitting on a chair and staring at this place. MD, I really want to go up and kick this skinny monkey. This is too fucking bullying. Okay. Stop talking. Hurry up and work. That guy is watching over there. The 10 players were extremely upset, but they could only curse quietly. After all, they had guns, and they would not be so stupid as to go up and die unarmed. They took out disposable protective clothing from the package and began to put it on. Each person put on 2 or 3 protective clothing, and the most even wore 4 or 5. The same was true for foot covers, gloves, and masks. After all, they didn't want to become that kind of thing. After putting on the protective clothing, everyone picked up 5 shovels scattered on the ground. Then, they gritted their teeth and stomped their feet, and directly unzipped the tent. As soon as they stepped in, a stream of heat instantly came from all directions, wrapping everyone inside. It's so hot in here. It feels like entering a steamer. No matter what. Let's get to work. Finish early and don't get tired. There were about 17 bodies in the tent, all covered with sheets. Everyone came to the front of the body, and one person stepped forward and pulled the sheet off. The sheet seemed to be stuck to something, and the man could feel a little resistance when pulling it. As the sheet fell, an extremely disgusting body appeared in front of everyone. The skin of the whole person seemed to have been drained of water, becoming extremely dry, and the skeleton was clearly visible. The soft and rotten skin on the body began to harden, and now it feels like plastic. The pustules on his body had already burst, forming huge holes on his body. Some holes were so deep that the bones could be seen, which looked very hideous and terrifying. A large piece of skin on his face was torn off and stuck to the bed sheet. A bloody and rotten face was revealed in front of everyone. This, what the hell is this? This is too scary. I vomit. Vomit. Cough, cough, cough. Vomit. A player with poor tolerance vomited instantly, and various food residues accumulated in the mask. The player subconsciously took a deep breath, sucking a lot of residue into the trachea, and the whole person instantly coughed violently. He subconsciously wanted to tear off the mask on his face, but was stopped by the people around him and quickly pushed outside. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Ugh, ugh. The mask was pulled off, and the player knelt on the ground and vomited continuously, with all kinds of food residues on his face. Duh. Pa. Just then, a gunshot sounded from a distance. Then a bullet fell beside him, splashing some dirt on the ground. The player was startled and looked up immediately. At a glance, he saw the gloomy face of the second in command in the distance, and a gun pointed at him. The player shuddered all over, immediately wiped off the residue on his face, changed into a new mask, and turned to get into the tent. Chapter 271 Processing. In the tent, the other 9 players have started to work. The back skin of all the corpses has been stuck to the bed board below, using a shovel to shovel it up. The back skin stuck to the bed board was torn off piece by piece, This scene made everyone present shudder. But they could only bite the bullet and continue to operate. A player also turned on the video function in the panel and filmed all the scenes. Don't take pictures there. Come over and help quickly. It's too hot in here. And I'm sweating all over now. After uploading this video to the World channel, the player immediately got busy. The bodies were wrapped in sheets one by one, and then put into urea bags. Before long, urea bags were piled up on the ground. At a glance, you can see a lot of bed boards with skin and flesh stuck to them, which looks very creepy. 3 players were left to deal with the bed boards, and the remaining 7 players carried a urea bag every 2. They took the shovel and left the tent, carrying the urea bags into a bush in the distance. They found a flat open space in the bushes and started digging. 5 players kept digging the ground with shovels, while the other 2 continued to return to carry the urea bags. Soon, a not too deep rectangular pit appeared in front of everyone. Everyone did not consider the depth of the pit, wearing so many protective gear to work, especially wearing such thick masks. Every second was a great test of physical strength in themselves, and sweat had already soaked their whole bodies. The heat had already eroded their minds, making everyone very irritable and uncomfortable. Throw urea into the pit one by one, and then use a shovel to backfill the excavated soil. Not long after, a large bulging mound of soil soon appeared on the ground. Open a bucket of disinfectant and sprinkle it on the mound casually. After doing all this, the players present couldn't wait to take off their protective clothing. Boil. These things are too smelly. They haven't been dead for long, and they already smell like rotten meat. It's really hot, and I'm going to die. My pants are wet, and I can wring out a lot of water. Let's go. Let's leave this place quickly. I really don't want to stay here for a second. The players present cursed and left quickly without looking back. Came to the previous location. The tent has disappeared at this moment, replaced by a piece of overturned soil. There are also several empty disinfectant buckets scattered next to it, and the whole piece of soil has been sprinkled with disinfectant. The figure of the young man in the distance had long disappeared, leaving a chair in its place. 10 players dragged their tired bodies and began to walk towards the shipbuilding site little by little. In the distance, in the urea bag under the soil, a shriveled and rotten hand suddenly twitched at this moment. It seems that if the infected person does not use antibiotics in time, his fate will become like this. But looking at this, it seems to be somewhat similar to the humanoid monster encountered in the fog. These people will not be resurrected like zombies? Looking at the video uploaded in the World channel, Ren suddenly felt that this possibility was quite high. After the video was released, it instantly caused quite a stir. Many people felt extremely disgusted and frightened after seeing the appearance of those people. Many people were also worried that they would suddenly revive like zombies. Some people also thought that their heads should be smashed to prevent this from happening. There were a lot of messages, and Ren took a rough look and then turned off the panel. Looking up and looking forward, Shushu, who had rearranged the sea of minds, was slowly returning. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening, and groups of dinosaurs attacked again. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions continued to come from a distance, and the flames produced flickered in the darkness. Those who didn't know what was going on thought that there was a disco in the distance. Bang, 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 bang. Countless mortar shells streaked across the night sky, flying at high speed to the foggy border in the distance. Groups of dazzling fireballs rose up, forming a sea of fire. On the other side, the roar of artillery fire and the continuous flashing of dazzling flashes. All of these stimulated the spirits of many players present. Under the reflection of the lights, haggard faces continued to appear. Damn it! What kind of luck is this today? It came 4 times in one night. Can't you let me rest well? A burly man looked at the battle situation in front of him and kept cursing. Brother, calm down. Calm down. Just let me take care of these things. You can go and have a rest. The young man next to him said with a flattering face and a smile. The strong man next to him heard this and glared at him with disgust. You are such a worthless guy. What else can you do except pretending to be cool in front of those guys? Don't come to me and point fingers. Get out of here. Stay where you want, the burly man said, his eyes filled with disgust that he couldn't hide. The young man froze when he heard this, but he immediately came back to his senses and said with a flattering face, Yes, yes, brother. You are right. I will get out of here immediately. Ha ha ha. The young man smiled and turned away. but his eyes became extremely vicious the moment he turned around. Just when everyone's attention was on the mutant dinosaur in the distance. In the distance, there was an open space in the bushes. The mound of earth on the open space surged. And finally a pair of rotten and dry claws suddenly poked out from the bushes. Then came the second pair. The third pair. The soil on the mound of earth was turned over. And a series of dark figures slowly crawled out of the bushes. These were the dead players buried during the day. But now they have all changed. Their bodies seem to be stretched. And now they are more than 2 meters long. The 2 arms were dry and slender. And the 5 fingers of both hands had grown extremely sharp claws. The shrunken skin was tightly attached to the skeleton, like a set of black tights. The whole head was stretched and deformed, looking extremely weird. Roar, 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 roar. Their mouths opened and closed, making a low roar. Their rotten and swollen eyeballs rolled around, and their sight was instantly locked on the bright shipbuilding site in the distance. Roar, 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 roar. These mutated players began to use their hands and feet, rushing towards that place like monkeys. Under the cover of the night, the black skin was like a set of invisibility cloak for them. They were very fast, and soon came close to these players. By the time those players reacted, the sharp claws had already swung down heavily. Chapter 272. The rear was stolen. Puff! The sharp claws fell heavily, instantly tearing open a player's chest. The ribs were broken, and the internal organs were instantly torn out by the claws. But this is not over yet. The mutant player quickly pounced on him, and his mouth quickly opened 120 degrees. A mouthful of sharp and irregular fangs quickly bit down on the player's head. Hiss! Puff! Snap! The player's head was instantly separated from his body, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Looking at this scene, the stunned players around reacted quickly, and everyone's face was full of horror and disbelief. They never thought that monsters would suddenly rush out from the left and right sides. After more than 10 days of defense, everyone thought that the mutant dinosaurs would only attack from the front. Over time, they didn't care so much about the situation on the side, and never thought that such a monster would suddenly appear. Ah! Monster! There is a monster on the left. Everyone be careful. Damn! Where did this monster come from? Open fire, and quickly destroy them. The surrounding players began to pick up guns in a hurry, ready to destroy the monster that kept tearing the corpse. But the next second, more monsters appeared, roaring and rushing towards these players. Ah! Help! Help! Damn it! Come on! Someone come and get this monster off me! Ah! These players were caught off guard and fell to the ground one after another. Sharp claws tore, mouths full of fangs opened, and only fear and death greeted them. These players were in the rear, operating some mortars and howitzers to provide long-range fire support for the front line. These people were basically wearing thin clothes, which was convenient for operation and filling shells, so they didn't carry any weapons. It was like their own long-range AD was cut by an assassin, and the tanks and soldiers in the front were still there without knowing it. The sound of various artillery and heavy machine guns in the front roared continuously, suppressing all the screams of the people in the back. What's going on? Why did the long-range artillery bombardment end? Seeing that the artillery fire that was originally bombarding in front suddenly stopped, the burly man turned his head with a suspicious look, seeing that more than a dozen hideous humanoid monsters were killing people behind them. The players who controlled the artillery fire had no resistance at all, and were easily torn into pieces and swallowed by the monsters. Fuck! The back row was cut off. What the hell? Where did this monster come from? In order to deal with the continuous dinosaur attacks and the large number of corpses piled up, many people would push the defense line forward, thereby destroying the mutant dinosaurs in the forest, so that the problem of dealing with corpses can be saved. Moreover, the route of the mutant dinosaurs' attack was fixed in front, and over time, not many people paid attention to the side positions. The burly man was the same, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing today. There was a monster that went around from the side and directly cut off his own back row AD. Not daring to delay, the burly man immediately picked up the loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "Team 3, immediately send out 20 light machine guns. Hurry to the back to kill those monsters. Quick!" The players of the third team who were called were confused, but when they turned around to look at what was happening behind them, everyone's face was full of shock and disbelief. And soon 20 players withdrew from the attack queue. Each of them held a light machine gun and immediately ran to the back without stopping. With a strongman shout, the other players also realized that something was wrong and turned their heads to look back. Oh my god! Why are there monsters behind us? Damn! All the ADs in the back row were cut off. What the hell? Fuck. Those monsters turned around and rushed towards us. Quickly send people to deal with them. In the back, the players who controlled the mortars and artillery died one after another, and the ground was full of various torn limbs and arms. There was fresh blood hanging from the monsters' mouths, and some were even chewing the meat in their mouths. These monsters set their new targets on the people in front, and began to rush forward with all four limbs. In front, without the large-scale killing bombing of artillery, many players were attracted by the situation in the rear. The mutant dinosaurs that were continuously suppressed got a break at this moment, and quickly rushed towards the direction where everyone was. Roar! Roar! The roaring sound gradually got closer, and the figure of the mutant dinosaur gradually enlarged under the illumination of the searchlight. Zhao! Look at the back. The dinosaurs in front are about to rush into our faces. Seeing this group of fools eating melons, the strongman almost spit out blood. Under this roar, those players were also awakened immediately, and continued to suppress the front. The sound of artillery fire, which had been sharply reduced, sounded again, and the group of mutant dinosaurs rushing in was instantly suppressed in the forest in front. However, as time went by, the mutant dinosaurs were advancing little by little. Some huge dinosaurs formed a defense line, using their bodies to provide cover for the dinosaurs behind them, blocking a large number of bullets and shells. Without the large-scale bombing and killing of the artillery in the rear, everyone was in trouble for a while. Several anti-aircraft guns used to deal with aerial targets were all laid flat for suppressive shooting at this moment. But it seemed that the sky was just joking with everyone, and several loud roars came from the sky. 5 mutant pterosaurs carrying bombs began to rush towards this side rapidly. The pterosaurs are coming! Turn the anti-aircraft guns immediately. Hurry up! Shoot down those pterosaurs in the air for me! The burly man yelled at the top of his lungs. He knew very well that once these pterosaurs dropped their bombs, they would be greeted with death. Boom! 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 The player who controlled the anti-aircraft gun quickly turned the handle, and countless bullets came out in the next second. The bullets formed a large steel net in the air, quickly covering the mutant pterosaurs. Although everyone reacted quickly, a pterosaur still approached and dropped the bomb under its feet before dying. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the surging flames and shock waves instantly enveloped the players in front. Ah! Ears! My ears can't hear. Feet! My feet are gone. Who can save me? Help! Help! The players closest to the explosion died instantly, and those who were a little further away had their eardrum shattered by the impact of the explosion. In the back, more than 20 players held light machine guns and pulled the trigger at the dozen monsters rushing towards them. Duh. Hearing the loud gunshots, the iron curtain of bullets instantly shot at the monsters. Facing these bullets, the monsters kept jumping up and down to avoid them. The players were unable to accurately hit the head for a while, and it was difficult to quickly eliminate these monsters. Not only that, these monsters were also extremely smart, and they grabbed the players' bodies that were bitten to pieces. He threw it over with a swing of his hand, knocking down several players. The other monsters followed suit, picking up items on the ground and throwing them at the players. With this operation, the monsters only lost 2 of their number and rushed to the front of the 20 players. With the sharp claws swinging down, the players were instantly torn into pieces. Chapter 273 Betrayal. After this operation, the monsters only lost 2 of their numbers and rushed to the front of the 20 players. With the sharp claws, the players were instantly torn into pieces. The ground was full of various broken limbs and arms, and the bright red blood spread on the ground, like a slowly blooming red flower. Ah! Die! Die! A player who was torn in half fell to the ground, and his lower body was gone. Only the broken pelvis and the torn wounds around were bleeding continuously. The player grabbed the machine gun that fell next to him and shot at the monsters like crazy, roaring angrily, his eyes full of endless murderous intent and anger. Bang! Crack! A bullet tore through the air, pierced through a monster's head, and flew out from the other side. Roar! Hiss! Hiss! The monster let out a shrill roar, fell to the ground and kept rolling and twitching. And soon there was no movement. A monster that was enjoying flesh and blood saw this, and instantly rushed over with a roar. The player fell to the ground, holding the machine gun in both hands and firing continuously. In his sight, a pair of rotten claws were gradually enlarging. Puff! Crack! The monster's claws fell heavily, and the player's head instantly turned into pieces. All kinds of red and white things exploded and sprayed on the surrounding ground. The player's hand slowly dropped, and the machine gun that was continuously firing also stopped instantly. Looking at the broken and flattened head, the monster roared and began to tear the player's chest. Shua! What are those people doing for a living? And those monsters? Why are they using items to attack? This IQ is a bit wrong. Looking at the one-sided situation behind, the strongman's face was full of astonishment. He would never have thought that this kind of monster that can only roar and use claws and teeth to attack would actually use the surrounding objects to interfere, thereby disrupting the player's rapid approach. But the current situation does not allow him to think too much, and he must send some more people to eliminate these monsters. Otherwise, if these monsters approach and form a double cheese sandwich with the mutant dinosaurs in front, then all of them present will be doomed. Fuck. What are those people in front doing? Why are they fighting their own people and snatching weapons and ammunition? Isn't the second in command the leader? What is he doing? What is going on now? Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in front. The strongman was startled, and an extremely bad feeling came over him. Immediately turned around and looked forward. I saw that in the front line of defense, several players were snatching weapons and ammunition. Some even shot at other players and snatched the weapons they were using directly from their hands. One of them looked very familiar. It was the arrogant young man. Fuck you. What are you doing? Stop it. The sturdy man who watched this scene was so angry that he almost lost his mind. The extremely angry roar came from the loudspeaker, even suppressing the fierce artillery fire. Seeing that the matter was exposed, those people quickly rushed to a vehicle with weapons and ammunition. The vehicle instantly accelerated and rushed out, knocking down many attacking players along the way. It didn't stop at all, but ran over these players directly. A group of players who were crying and howling instantly fell to the ground, and many of them were injured to varying degrees. Ah! I'm a asterisk asterisk. I'm a asterisk asterisk. You asterisk asterisk. All kinds of obscene words spewed out of the strongman's mouth, and the loudspeaker in his hand was smashed to pieces. He quickly came to a heavy machine gun next to him and decided to make these guys pay a heavy price. At this moment, the passenger window of the car was lowered. The figure of the young man appeared from it, and the assault rifle in his hand was facing the strong man. Pull the trigger, and a series of bullets quickly shot towards the strong man. Blaze! The strong man was shocked and squatted down to avoid it, but the speed of the bullet was faster, and a bullet flew past his left scalp and directly knocked off his left ear. TSK! I missed the target. Forget it. These mutant dinosaurs will take care of it for me. Let's go! We'll speed up and leave here. Seeing that the shot failed to kill the strong man, the young man immediately rolled up the window. The vehicle began to accelerate and soon disappeared into the darkness. Tick-tock. The bright red blood kept dripping, forming small red dots on the ground. The strong man only felt that his left ear and scalp were burning, and his whole head was buzzing, as if it had been hit hard. A stream of warm liquid slowly flowed down, and he stretched out his left hand to touch it. Hiss! A piercing pain came out instantly, and the strong man immediately looked down. He found that his left hand was full of red blood, hot and still flowing. Brother! Brother is injured. Stop the bleeding. Several players nearby rushed over immediately, took out the hemostatic cloth, and pressed it on the left side of the strong man's head. Hiss! I'm so hurt! It hurts so much. Be gentle. The strong man took a breath of cold air, and the piercing pain kept stimulating his soul. Brother, let's retreat quickly. The brothers in the first row are almost dead. We can't let the brothers in the back rows fall into danger. But what about the shipbuilding point behind us? Our ships have been built. Is the ship more important than life? It's right to run away now. At worst, we can rob others. That's right. Big brother. Let's retreat quickly. If we don't leave, more brothers will die. Several players nearby chattered and wanted to help the strongman leave here. The strongman shook off the hands of the players around him, and then took out a small tablet from his pocket with one hand. Damn! There are only 3 chances left, but they are used in this place. It's so fucking frustrating. The small tablet lit up, and a green grid terrain map appeared on it. There was a 3/5 number mark in the upper left corner of the small tablet, which seemed to record something. The appearance shown on the green map was exactly the area where everyone was. The strongman stretched out a finger, slid it on a certain area in front, and then pressed the confirmation button next to it. The number mark in the upper left corner immediately decreased by 1, leaving only February 5th. The next second, the humming sound of the plane instantly sounded in the sky behind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The strongman and others looked up and saw a huge bomber appeared in the sky at some point. The bomber roared forward, and a huge rectangular hole slowly opened under the belly of the plane. Looking inside through the rectangular hole, 4 rows of aerial bombs can be seen hanging inside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arriving above the predetermined target, aerial bombs fell off the racks one by one. The bombs fell in the air for a while, and then fell to the ground like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions continued, and balls of fire rose up among the mutant dinosaurs. A road made of explosive flame slowly spread out in front of them. Chapter 274, Day 29. The sound of violent explosions continued, and balls of fire rose up among the mutant dinosaurs. A road made of explosion flame slowly spread out in front of them. All the dinosaurs and trees inside this road were instantly turned into fragments. The violent explosions continued to blast like firecrackers, stimulating the eardrums of everyone present. After reaching the end of the designated target, the bomber that was originally flying in the air suddenly disappeared, as if it had never been there. As the violent explosion slowly dissipated, a road full of craters slowly appeared in front of everyone. Countless craters were densely packed tightly together, and many of them were still burning with flames. The mutant dinosaurs that were coming in front of them disappeared without a trace. Jua! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened tonight. Looking at the head-blasted mutant player's body on the ground, the strongman kept kicking and kicking angrily, venting the endless anger in his heart. A thick white gauze was wrapped around the left side of his head, stopping the continuous flow of blood. Wait for me. I will pay you back double for what happened today. I will never let you go. Looking at the direction the young man left, the strongman's eyes were filled with unstoppable murderous intent. Time is both visible and invisible. It always slips away without anyone noticing, making it hard for people to notice. As 6 o'clock came, the darkness slowly disappeared, and the bright light filled the whole world again. Along with the light came the voice from the sky. Good morning, all ants. The voice came from the sky, but it could accurately fall into everyone's ears. Those players who were drowsy or even hadn't gotten up yet suddenly woke up after hearing the voice. The voice in the sky continued. How have you been doing in the past 28 days? Have you eaten well and slept well? I believe everyone has had a good rest. Ha ha ha. When the voice said this, it actually burst into laughter, and the laughter was full of sarcasm. The players present felt that blood almost spurted out when they heard this. Fuck you. What the hell do you mean? Do you know how we spent these 28 days? Listen. Listen to what you say. Is this human language? Look at my 2 dark panda eyes. How can you still say such words? Shua. I am almost confused by the continuous sound of artillery fire and the roar of mutant dinosaurs. Many players were angry, pointing at the sky and cursing, and all kinds of beautiful words kept coming out of their mouths. The laughter slowly stopped, and the voice in the sky ignored the abuse of the crowd and continued to speak. Today is the 29th day. There will be no mutant dinosaur attacks throughout the day. Everyone can have a good rest. Remember, have a good rest. I will inform you of the rest tomorrow at 8:30. At the same time, those ants who have not built their ships yet, hurry up, today will be your last chance. The voice in the sky slowly disappeared, and the whole world fell into silence again. After listening to what the voice said, all the players felt incredible. What? What do you mean? There will be no mutant dinosaur attacks today. Indeed, since 12 o'clock in the evening, no mutant dinosaurs have been encountered. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and sleep. I've been going crazy for the past 20 days. Hurry up and sleep to replenish your energy. Something bad will definitely be waiting for us tomorrow. Some players who got up immediately fell asleep, and the snoring became louder and louder. Boom! Boom! The mecha jumped up from the lifting platform and landed on the open space in front. Zhang Tian. Let everyone have a good rest today, and the patrol will be left to the mecha. If I'm not mistaken, we will be busy tomorrow, so let everyone stay in good spirits. After listening to what the voice in the sky said, Mo Ran turned to Zhang Tian next to him and said, "Yeah, I see. From what this guy said, something bad must be waiting for us." Zhang Tian nodded and said, just from that mean tone, he knew that something would happen tomorrow. After breakfast, the players began to rest, and the shipbuilding site that was noisy in the past was suddenly empty. The mecha stood in the open space at the front, looking around, alert to any sudden situation. If I'm not mistaken, the things that need to be solved tomorrow must be related to fuel. Looking at the steel ships parked in the dock, Mo Ran turned his head to look at the volcano shrouded in fog in the distance. The fog had almost dissipated at this time, and only the volcano in the center was still shrouded in it. At the bottom of the volcano is a huge city, which directly surrounds the entire volcano. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a huge donut, with a towering volcano in the middle. The edge of the city is built with towering walls, and there is a sky made of iron nets in the sky above. When Mo Ran saw the layout of this city for the first time, he could only say that it was awesome. Show. It's really show. The city was built directly next to the volcano, and it was close to it. However, after using the Hummingbird drone bomber and perspective observation, Mo Ran also understood the reason. This huge volcano is not a real volcano, but an artificial volcano built by humans. Under the city, there is a huge research institute, the size of which is simply a reflection of the city above. The institute is divided into many areas, and the research content is mainly dinosaurs. Mo Ran can only describe the specific things used in the dinosaur research as inhumane. Mo Ran found a lot of large servers in it, but all of them were damaged and decayed. It was like a row of garbage piled there, and Mo Ran instantly lost interest in collecting it. He didn't want to collect a pile of garbage for Shu Shu. However, after looking down at the entire institute, Mo Ran did not find the guy corresponding to the two voices. The entire institute was filled with only garbage and ruins, and no other existence could be seen. However, according to the information obtained a few days ago, they seem to be preparing for something. Forget it. It's useless to think so much. Let tomorrow's affairs be left to tomorrow's self. Just take a good rest and relax today. After turning off the 3D topographic map full of red dots, Mo Ran hummed a little tune and returned to the inside of Shu Shu. Chapter 275 Fuel. Forget it. It's useless to think so much. Let tomorrow's affairs be left to tomorrow's self. Just take a good rest and relax today. Turning off the 3D topographic map full of red dots, Mo Ran hummed a little tune and returned to the inside of Shu Shu. The hands of time never stop, and they keep rotating. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and endless darkness enveloped the world again. All day long, there were players who took a rest to replenish their long-term lack of energy, and there were players who were busy repairing damage and upgrading the level of their ships. Of course, there were some alternative players whose ships had not been completed due to certain circumstances. When many players were busy resting and their vigilance was at its lowest, these players quietly launched a sneak attack, occupy the magpie's nest, and rob the supplies. Such situations are not uncommon. Some people successfully sneak attack, while others fail to defend. The winners cheered on the bodies of the losers, celebrating the victory of this battle. Of course, Mo Ran and other shipbuilding site had nothing to do all day. After all, such a big mecha stood there, and anyone who wanted to take action had to weigh it and see if they were qualified. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the time pointer clicked and stopped precisely at 12 o'clock. Boom! A thunderous sound instantly came from a distance, and the ground was shaking slightly. Feeling this strangeness, the players who were originally sleeping woke up one after another, and everyone immediately put on their clothes and went outside. Once outside, the shaking from the ground became more obvious. Standing on the ground, there was a numb and shaking feeling. Damn! What's going on? Isn't it an earthquake? I feel that this earthquake seems a bit strange, as if something huge is moving. More and more players gathered outside, and suddenly a player pointed to the distance and shouted loudly, "Oh my God! Look over there!" With this exclamation, everyone looked in the direction that person pointed. I saw a huge volcano shrouded in mist in the distance, and its top actually emitted a red light. The light was fiery red, like a flame but not really. The fiery red light penetrated the thick gray fog, revealing a hazy texture. The rumbling sound coming from afar came from the huge volcano. No way! Is the volcano going to erupt? This sounds scary. Is it really going to erupt? Just as the players were discussing, the rumbling sound coming from afar stopped abruptly, and the slight tremor on the ground began to gradually disappear. The whole world fell into silence again, and what happened just now seemed like a non-existent dream. Baji. Ren smacked his lips. Dreaming a sweet dream. Not affected by the outside world at all. Although there are mecha patrols. We should send some people to keep watch tonight to avoid any emergencies. Retracting his gaze from a distance, Zhang Tian spoke to the person next to him. Well, I see. After listening, everyone nodded in approval. The sudden situation really woke many people up from their sleep, and many people lost all sleepiness. Time, 8:30 in the morning. The time has come, and the voice in the sky came out again. The many players who had been waiting outside immediately pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Good morning, fellow ants. Today is 8:30 on the 30th. From now on, you have 6.5 hours. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, this giant volcano in the center of the island will begin to erupt. Upon hearing this, many players' faces changed. The voice in the sky continued. I guess everyone here has built a ship. Are you worried about the fuel used for the ship now? But don't worry, I have already delivered the fuel needed for the ship. As soon as the words fell, boom boom boom, a loud booming sound instantly came from afar, and everyone was instantly attracted by the sound, and their eyes all looked at the volcano in the distance. In the sight, an orange flower bloomed in the crater, which was the high-temperature magma in the volcano. The temperature of these magmas was extremely high, and the surrounding air was deformed and distorted due to the high temperature. Thick black smoke rose into the sky and quickly spread to the sky above the volcano, making the already gloomy sky even gloomier. Then, countless orange meteors flew out from the flowers, dragging long flame tails behind them, like thousands of silk threads hanging from the sky. But compared to this huge volcano, this fiery red flower still looked so small. The armor screen in front of him Ren quickly zoomed in, and he could see the objects in the meteors clearly. They were lava rocks as big as basketballs, with a round and regular appearance, and were extremely standard round objects. The surface of the lava rock was covered with cracks, and red magma could be seen under the cracks. Report to the captain. The volume of the object matches the fuel groove in the ship's furnace. After listening to Shu's report, Ren's thoughts were completely certain. It seems that my previous guess was correct. The energy needed for the ship comes from the volcano. However, the appearance of this volcano now is really a bit, Ren's eyes were on the current volcano, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. The fog on the volcano has now completely disappeared, revealing the rock surface full of cracks and gullies. The volcano is very high, almost towering into the clouds. But in order to make the city less surrounded, the volume of this volcano has shrunk. Now it looks like a huge mountain that soars straight into the sky. Plus the lava gushing out of the crater now. The magma slowly flows down the crater, and the picture is like a bull after the eruption. Cough cough cough. Don't shiver. Not only Ren. Other players also had the same idea. Why does this volcano feel like a giant bull rising into the sky? A player suddenly said, but was immediately slapped on the back of his head. Brother, how can you be so perverted? A female player stared at him with an angry face, making him look confused. Poochie poochie. Ha ha. Ha. A burst of laughter rang out around, and many people covered their mouths and laughed while watching the scene. Fuck. What are you laughing at? And Xiao you idiot. You are the only one who talks about dirty things all day long. Why are you pretending to be pure now? What are you laughing at? I told you to laugh. The player rushed forward and yelled, which caused the rest of the crowd to laugh wildly. The sound in the sky continued to be heard at this moment. I guess everyone has seen the meteors flying out of the magma. Right? Each meteor corresponds to a lava stone, which is the fuel used by ships to provide power. A furnace requires a lava stone, so each ship needs two. So be sure to arrange the manpower. These stones are now scattered in the deep city. You need to drive in to find these stones. I will provide you with containers to carry these lava stones. All you need to do is to bring these stones back alive within 6.5 hours. Remember, you must come back alive otherwise it's useless to find the stones. Chapter 276 The last 6.5 hours. Remember, you must come back alive otherwise it's useless to find the stone. The voice in the sky slowly disappeared, And then 2 iron barrels appeared in front of each captain. The iron barrel was cylindrical, 50 centimeters high and about 45 centimeters wide. There was an iron pull ring in the middle of each side, and a 5 centimeters thick lid on the top. There were 4 buckles around the cover. After the buckles were opened, a circular groove could be seen inside, which was about the size of a basketball. The groove was several centimeters away from the wall of the barrel, and some cement-like substances were filled in the middle. The weight of the iron barrel is about 50 pounds. Similar to the weight of 2 hollow bricks added together. It would be a bit heavy for one person to carry, but it would be just right for 2 people. Then, a new panel appeared in front of everyone. It marked the new task, and the countdown for the last 6.5 hours. Mo-Ran looked at the panel in front of him, which showed a total of 4 tasks. Countdown to volcanic eruption, 6 hours and 27 minutes. Task 1, collect lava rocks scattered in the city. The current number of completed 0/12. Task 2, place the collected lava rocks into the ship's furnace. The current number of completed 0/6. Task 3, start the ship. Secure the vehicles on the ship, and evacuate the personnel. Task 4, press the release button in the captain's room to allow the ship to enter the ocean through the slide rail. The first wave of mutant dinosaurs will attack in 27 minutes. Please organize personnel to resist. Hint, after destroying the mutant dinosaurs, the ammunition they attacked will be dropped. The ammunition will appear in the form of a box with a random number of ammunition inside. Number of waves to resist required, 0 out of 6. I see. Looking at the following line of prompts, I'm afraid the number of mutant dinosaurs attacking is not a small number. But there doesn't seem to be any competition rankings this time. Is there no prompt this time? Or is it that the time has not come yet? Forget it. Let's go collect lava rocks first. And think about this kind of thing slowly later. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Mo-Ran turned off the panel and turned to look at Zhang Tian and others and said, give me all the iron barrels. I will take the mecha to collect lava rocks. And all of you will defend the shipbuilding point. Understood? Xin. Mo-Ran waved his hand, and 12 iron barrels were instantly stored in the space bracelet. Puff! Whoosh! Puff! Whoosh! Mo-Ran and the mecha activated the jet device, and one jumped into the sky, and the figure quickly became smaller in the eyes of everyone. Quick! 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 Everyone move. All weapons are loaded, and the required shells are ready. Everyone, get ready. Gather at your respective weapon positions. Zhang Tian and several other captains gave orders, and the players on the scene quickly took action. The various artillery pieces slowly turned their direction and aimed directly at the front. Dozens of mortars in the rear began to take their positions, and various ammunition was taken out of the vehicles and placed next to the weapons. Everyone was ready, just waiting for the mutant dinosaurs to attack. This happened at every player's shipbuilding point, and those players who moved forward immediately retreated. After all, today was the last day left, so who cared about the dinosaur corpses and whether the defense was done well? The trees in the woods have become sparse, which seems to be for the players' vehicles to enter more easily. This is quite kind. Mo-Ran looked down at the forest and found that it had become much sparser than the first day. As long as it was not a very large vehicle, it could move freely in the forest. After all, it was going to go deep into the innermost part, and it was impossible for players to drive electric cars without any weapons and equipment. Looking around, he could see many vehicles driving into the depths from all directions. Of course, the other party also saw Mo-Ran. After all, such a big mecha was flying in the sky, and there was almost no obstruction from the trees now, so it was difficult not to notice it. Oh my god! Such a big mecha! And it can still fly in the sky. This speed is too fast. There seems to be a figure in front of the mecha. That can't be Mo-Ran, the boss. This speed is too amazing. It's great to be able to fly. We can quickly collect the lava rocks and leave the island directly. Looking at the figure gradually disappearing in the sky, many players who were driving on the road were envious. TSK? What's there to envy? He's fast. So what? Let him explore the way inside first. If there are monsters, we can definitely kill some of them. Then we can have a great guarantee of survival. That's right. Bringing a mecha means he doesn't know the situation inside. Maybe we can secretly shoot him. He must have a lot of treasures on him. Especially the mecha. Players have all kinds of ideas. But what they need to pay attention to now is the road ahead, and the mutant dinosaurs that may appear at any time. When he arrived above the city, Ren found that the dome that originally covered the city had disappeared. Many mutant pterosaurs were hovering over the city, and more were perched on high-rise buildings. At the same time, many lava rocks emitting high temperatures were seen scattered in every corner of the city. In addition, there were various mutant dinosaurs wandering in the streets and alleys of the city. No wonder the number of people I met on the road seemed to have decreased. It turned out that they all came to this city. But why did the dome that originally covered it disappear? It was still there yesterday. Ren was too lazy to think about the disappearance of the dome, because the group of pterosaurs hovering in the air had already discovered him. Ayo! Ayo! Countless mutant pterosaurs roared and flapped their huge wings to rush towards Ren. There are still a lot of lava rocks. It seems that it will be over soon. Shoo shoo. Cover me. Understood. Captain. Shoo shoo's cold mechanical voice came out, and Ren accelerated and rushed down. Countless mutant pterosaurs followed closely and began to pounce towards Ren with great momentum, like an overwhelming black net. Kacha! Kacha! The mecha hovered in the air, and its hands instantly turned into energy machine guns. Boom! 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 Countless energy bullets roared and shot out, like two scarlet swords piercing into the dense group of pterosaurs. The red sword slashed left and right, and the torn pterosaur corpses kept falling from the air. Crack! The energy-heavy cannon on the right shoulder deformed and popped out, and red lighting began to jump continuously on the entire cannon body. The creepy red light slowly appeared at the muzzle and then began to deepen. Energy charging is complete. The target has been aimed, and the bombardment begins. The cold mechanical sound of shoo-shoo came out, and the energy-heavy cannon on the right shoulder fired instantly. Bang boom! A thick red beam of light shot out instantly, carrying extremely terrifying and powerful energy. Boom boom boom! The beam of light hit a pterosaur solidly, and instantly caused a violent explosion. Then, within 200 meters of the explosion center, countless chaotic and powerful red lightnings bombarded crazily. All the mutant pterosaurs within this range were instantly evaporated into countless ashes floating in the air. The originally powerful group of mutant pterosaurs now only had a few lonely figures flying in the sky. Boom boom boom! The energy machine gun swept across, and the sky of the city instantly became quiet. The mecha suspended in the air turned around, and quickly flew towards Ren below. Chapter 277 Collection. Defense. The mecha suspended in the air turned around, and quickly flew towards Ren below. The movement in the sky was very loud, instantly attracting all the mutant dinosaurs nearby. Countless mutant dinosaurs ran on the roads of the city, gathering below Ren like a tide. The mutant dinosaurs trampled on each other's bodies, and soon piled up into a small mountain of dinosaurs below. These mutant dinosaurs roared to the sky, and their rotten eye sockets without eyeballs were staring at Ren coming down from the sky. This scene, it really feels like a zombie siege. Hey, let's go! Looking at the scene below, Ren waved his left hand, and dozens of aerial bombs appeared instantly, whistling and falling downwards. Boom boom boom! A violent explosion sounded in the next second, and several huge fireballs spread rapidly around. The fireball was like a blooming flower of death, with infinite destructive power, covering everything around it in its shadow. A violent shock wave swept across the four directions, causing violent vibrations in the air. The shock wave was like an invisible giant beast, knocking down and destroying any buildings around. Gravel, glass, and tiles flew everywhere, and a large-scale earthquake occurred on the ground. As the thick smoke dissipated, the densely packed mutant dinosaurs below had already disappeared without a trace. All the surrounding buildings collapsed into ruins, and dozens of huge pits appeared on the ground. Woohoo! It's so cool. One move can clear the field directly. This is better than turning on invisibility and sneaking down. This feeling is really wonderful. Wonderful. But this underground research institute is buried really deep, and such a deep pit has not been blown through. Ren adjusted his body shape in the air and then landed steadily on the ground. After just experiencing a violent explosion, the temperature around is at a very high level at this moment, and even some blazing flames can be seen scattered everywhere. This lava rock should have been protected in some way. It is intact under such a violent explosion. However, it seems that it has gone too far. This area has become a ruin, and some lava rocks are buried in the ruins. Looking around, You can see a lot of intact lava rocks buried under the ruins. Boom! The mecha fell to the ground, splashing a lot of dust on the ground. Rand's eyes were locked on a tilted wall, under which 2 lava rocks were buried. Shoo shoo. Remove that tilted wall. Understood. Captain. The mecha took a step to the tilted wall, then grabbed a corner of the wall and pulled it hard. Boom! The heavy wall collapsed, revealing 2 red lava stones below. Rand came to the lava stone and took out 2 iron buckets from the space bracelet. He put the iron bucket on the ground, unbuttoned the 4 buttons, and opened the lid on top. Then Rand bent down and picked up a lava stone on the ground. The surface temperature of the lava stone was very high, and the surrounding air produced wavy heat waves due to the high temperature. The lava stone was placed in the iron bucket, and the body fit perfectly with the groove in the iron bucket. Cover the lid and buckle the 4 buckles again. The same was done for the other one. And then the 2 iron buckets were put back into the space bracelet. After finishing all this, Rand opened the panel. Countdown to volcanic eruption, 5 hours and 57 minutes. Task 1, collect lava rocks scattered in the city. Currently completed February 12th. Task 2, place the collected lava rocks into the ship's furnace. Currently completed 0/6. Task 3, start the ship. Secure the vehicles bound for the ship, and conduct the final evacuation of personnel. Task 4, press the platform release button in the captain's room to allow the ship to enter the ocean through the slide. The first wave of mutant dinosaurs has arrived. Please organize personnel to resist. Tip, after destroying the mutant dinosaurs, the ammunition they attacked will be dropped. The ammunition will appear in the form of a box with a random number of ammunition inside. Number of waves to resist, 1/6. We've dealt with 2. And now we need 10. I think we'll be able to deal with them soon. Look at the information on this panel. The mutant dinosaurs at the shipbuilding site have begun to invade. With Shushu there, those dinosaurs can't cause any trouble. After turning off the panel, Rand began to head to the next street. The mecha walked in the front, and the big sword on the back had been drawn and held in his hand. On the street ahead, groups of mutant dinosaurs were rushing towards here. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion sounded from a distance, and a huge flame shot straight into the sky. Huh? It's only been a short time. How could someone get here so quickly? What happened over there? Looking at the movement of the city in the distance, the mutant figure named Father felt very confused. Father, let me go and see your daughter. I'm going to have a good time today. A sweet female voice came from the darkness. After listening, Father slowly turned his rotten head and showed an extremely disgusting smile. Okay, let's go out and play. I haven't been out for a long time, so it's just right to go out and play with you. As soon as the words fell, an extremely strange friction sound suddenly sounded in the darkness. Time is up. Mutant dinosaurs are coming. As the countdown ended, a red panel appeared in front of everyone, in the forest in the distance. As the countdown ended, the dark ground began to surge like a pot of boiling water. Then, the black soil on the ground began to swell up in clumps, and then began to expand continuously. After the expansion of the black soil, a mutant dinosaur was formed in an instant. 1, 2, 10. Hundreds of mutant dinosaurs were constantly generated from the soil. Roar! 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 These mutant dinosaurs were excited and raised their heads to the sky to make all kinds of harsh and unpleasant roars. Then he moved his claws and rushed towards the shipbuilding site. Boom boom boom. The high explosive mines scattered on the ground were stepped on, and the explosions continued in an instant. The mutant dinosaurs that were blown up by the mines instantly turned into black mud and fell to the ground, leaving a square metal box on the spot. Damn! Mutated dinosaurs growing out of the ground. This is too ridiculous. Looking at the scenes happening in the distance through the telescope, Zhang Tian was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Hearing the continuous explosions of mines coming from a distance, Zhang Tian immediately shouted loudly, "Fire! Destroy them!" Chapter 278 Attack. Boss. Hearing the continuous explosion of mines coming from afar, Zhang Tian immediately shouted loudly, "Fire! Destroy them!" Bang 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 bang. Dozens of mortars that had been waiting for a long time opened fire instantly, firing mortar shells one by one into the distance. Before the first round of shells landed, The second round of shells had already been fired from the barrel. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion of high-explosive mines and the bombardment of mortar shells began to baptize this forest with a devastating force. All the mutant dinosaurs that had just emerged from the ground were immediately blown into dust before they could make any moves. As the ground below was constantly bombarded, the sky above the forest began to change. A huge gray vortex suddenly appeared, and then one mutant pterosaur after another flew out of it. These pterosaurs have different shapes, including ancient god pterosaurs, toothless pterosaurs, wind god pterosaurs, etc. All of them have undergone mutations. Not only have their sizes changed dramatically, but also have various strange limbs grown on their bodies. Ah! 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 These mutant pterosaurs flapped their huge wings, like fighter planes flying in the air, and flew quickly towards the direction where everyone was. There is something in the air. 88mm continuous anti-aircraft guns are ready. Adjust the explosive fuse. Fire! Looking at the situation in the sky, Zhang Tian shouted loudly. 3 88mm anti-aircraft guns aimed at the mutant pterosaurs flying in the air, and then pulled the trigger. Boom! 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 3 88mm anti-aircraft guns fired instantly, and high-explosive shells blasted out of the barrels and shot rapidly into the air. The 10-loaded magazine system can form a very terrifying output in an instant. One after another, high-explosive bombs exploded in the pterosaur group, and dozens of black clouds appeared in the sky instantly. The exploding and flying shrapnel was like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, pouring madly towards the surrounding pterosaurs. Puff! 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 The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and the flying shrapnel cut through the thin wings of the pterosaurs, tore open the rotten flesh, and pierced their bodies. The mutant pterosaurs howled and fell from the sky, and fell heavily into the jungle below. The 10 shells in the magazine were quickly used up, and the player who had been waiting for a long time immediately controlled the mechanical arm to replace them. Pull out the empty magazine, and then insert the 10-round magazine that has been filled. The players who had been waiting nearby immediately stepped forward and began to reload the empty magazine. The first wave of defense is over, and there are still 37 minutes before the next wave of mutant dinosaurs attack. In less than half of the time, the aggressive group of mutant dinosaurs was completely wiped out by everyone. There are countless square treasure chests scattered in the jungle, which are randomly loaded with ammunition to destroy the dinosaur. However, the crowd did not go to collect them. After all, every corner of the forest ahead is full of mines. In the remaining 37 minutes, everyone began to reload ammunition and wait for the next attack. Clang! The giant sword swept across, leaving a flash of cold light in the air. A mutant Tyrannosaurus Rex that pounced on it was instantly beheaded, and the two heads were thrown high and then fell to the ground. Boom! Another Tyrannosaurus Rex pounced on the left and was instantly hit by the left fist of the Mecha. The moment the fist hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the whole body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex shook like a wave. Then, the body instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist, and it was stuck on a nearby wall. If you look closely, you can find that the Mecha's fists seem different now, as if they are covered with black gloves. This is Imorant's newly developed weapon, Shockwave Boxing Gloves. This weapon can generate extremely high shock waves, making the Mecha's fists more lethal. It can transmit extremely high shock waves to the inside of the object at the moment of hitting it. It can crush it under strong shock. And this principle is also true for living things. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and another dinosaur instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist. Bang! The heavy shotgun on the left shoulder fired, instantly evaporating a large area of mutant dinosaurs in front. The Mecha flew up in front, like a meat grinder that never stops, turning any dinosaurs that rushed over into pieces. Ram was humming a little tune in the back, leisurely picking up lava stones. Metro burgers. Metro burgers. I just love to eat Metro. He was so leisurely, as if he was on vacation, and what happened in front had nothing to do with him. Report to the captain. There are 2 large targets approaching us in front. Just as Ram was happily picking up stones, the cold mechanical voice of Shushu suddenly sounded in the helmet. Something is coming? After buckling the last iron bucket, Ram looked up and looked forward. The mutant dinosaurs that were rushing towards us suddenly began to retreat. They quickly moved away from here, as if they were afraid of something. Oh my god! What the hell is that? It looks so weird. Looking around, two huge and curious creatures were approaching this side. One of them was the largest, and it looked like a strange tree. Its image was creepy, as if it was an evil thing rising from the abyss. This tree was composed of thousands of dinosaur parts, sewn together by unknown means. Various dinosaur claws were located below, like the tracks of a tank, providing power for its body to move forward. The parts of different dinosaurs were stitched together to form the main trunk, and the dinosaur species used were varied. Above was a tree crown made up of countless dinosaur necks and heads, among which there were many dark green thick tentacles. These necks and heads were intertwined, and at this moment, they were constantly making various roars. A crack appeared in the middle of the trunk, and a long neck stretched out from it. The head in the front was a rotten and disgusting head. Its facial muscles had been necrotic, revealing white bones. The eyes were deeply sunken, as if they were two empty black holes. The mouth was open, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and the mouth was full of mucus. The other one next to it was slightly smaller, and it looked like a human. Corrupted skin covered its entire body, and all kinds of disgusting sticky blood mixed with pus and blood kept dripping. Two huge ears grew on its deformed head, which were full of black pus. Various mutant limbs grew all over its body, and it kept wriggling on its own as if it had life. The pair of wings on its back had long been rotten, and now only a small amount of rotten meat was attached to the skeleton. When Imo-Ran saw these two monsters for the first time, an idea came to his mind. Boss! These two are definitely boss. There must be something good after killing them. Imo-Ran couldn't help but get excited, and the look he gave the other party had turned greedy. Chapter 279 Two Newbies. Boss! These two are definitely boss. There must be something good after they are killed. Imo-Ran couldn't help but get excited, and his eyes turned greedy when he looked at the other party. The two strange monsters stopped at a distance of nearly 100 meters, and the two sides just looked at each other from a distance. Putting the last iron bucket into the space bracelet, Imo-Ran stood up and came to the side of the armor. Imo-Ran kept looking at the other party, and the other party was also observing Imo-Ran. Father, let my daughter play with these two toys. You just watch from the side. The rotten head on the long neck opened, and a soft female voice came out from it. Go, be careful. That huge mecha may be different. The humanoid monster next to him spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and intermittent. Listening to the conversation, Imo-Ran couldn't help but be slightly shocked. These two monsters can actually communicate with each other, and they seem to be a pair of father and daughter. I didn't expect that after such a serious mutation. They can still maintain their own mental clarity. Looking at these two, they are definitely the boss. The jet device on the back was activated, and Imo-Ran's figure quickly floated in the air. The sight of the two mutant creatures was instantly attracted, and they looked up at Imo-Ran in the air, looking down at the two mutant monsters below. Imo-Ran's voice came out through the armor loudspeaker. Ah! 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 Two ugly things. The one with a long neck. Turn on your voice changer. It looks like a piece of feces. And you? There is really a lot of earwax in your big ears. You must have eaten a lot every day. Two noobs. Come and fight me. Imo-Ran directly amplified his voice by 50%, and made an extreme taunt, while making a very standard international friendly gesture with both hands. If it weren't for the armor he was wearing now, this handsome face would definitely have a fierce expression. I have to say, the effect is really great. Ah! 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 I will kill you and cut you into pieces. How dare you say that to me? A sharp and piercing female voice came out, and the tree-like mutant monster instantly became irritable. It twisted its limbs wildly, and it felt like it was about to jump up from the ground. My daughter? Calm down. You, go and destroy that mech. Let me deal with this smelly boy who humiliated you. I will definitely cut him into pieces and pull out his tendons and bones. After the humanoid mutant monster finished speaking, the rotten wings behind it instantly opened. Then, all kinds of rotten meat instantly spread from its back and began to stick to the wings that only had skeletons left. Soon, a pair of wings made of rotten flesh and blood appeared on its back. With its wings flapping, the humanoid monster leaped into the sky. Kill! I'm going to tear your pile of broken copper and iron into pieces. The mutant monster with a long neck turned its sight and stared at the mecha. It decided to vent all the humiliation it had just suffered on the mecha. The long neck and head retracted into the tree trunk, leaving only a gap to observe the situation outside. Then the countless dinosaur claws at the bottom began to exert force and rush towards the mecha. Boom! Boom! The ground was shaking at high speed. The monster rushed into the city like a high-speed train, running rampant on the road. Looking at the mutant monster rushing towards it, the mecha stood still and then grabbed the giant sword with both hands. With the blade facing outward, the mecha raised the giant sword above its head. Crackle, crackle. Red lightning began to appear in the mecha's hands, and these lightnings quickly covered the entire giant sword, like a series of agile poisonous snakes, winding, twisting, and spreading on the sword. They intertwined with each other, increasing in number and density, and finally formed a scarlet electric net, completely wrapping the giant sword in it. Countless scarlet arcs jumped wildly on the giant sword, as gorgeous as fireworks. They flashed with dazzling light and released amazing energy. The blade side of the giant sword began to turn red, and then the color quickly deepened. An extremely terrifying high temperature spread from the sword, and the surrounding air was distorted. In the distance, the mutant monster that was rushing over trembled in its heart, and an extremely strong sense of fear instantly filled its soul, and its body instinctively dodged. The next second, the mecha moved. The left foot took a step forward and stepped heavily on the ground. And then the giant sword held in both hands slashed down. Clang! The giant sword slashed down, making a particularly loud sword sound, accompanied by a violent sonic boom, as if the air was cut open in an instant. Then a scarlet light blade with an arc was instantly slashed out from the blade of the giant sword. The scarlet light flashed, and the blade slashed at the mutant monster with supreme destructive power. Schwa! Puff! No matter how fast the monster's instinctive speed was, it could not dodge this deadly blade. The blade flashed, and instantly cut off nearly half of the monster's body. The flesh, bones and organs were separated in an instant. And then the blade continued to move forward with undiminished power. It stopped after cutting through several buildings in succession, and a violent explosion occurred in the last building. Boom! The red lightning storm spread instantly, destroying several surrounding buildings into ruins. Ah! It hurts! It hurts so much! Ah! Ah! A piercing scream was heard, and the head on the long neck was extremely twisted and painful. The huge wound was exposed, and the dark blood gushed out like a fountain. The intense pain hit the soul directly, and the mutant monster rolled on the ground in pain. Ah! Daughter, daughter, daughter! Are you okay? Hearing this shrill scream, the humanoid monster that was originally rushing into the air turned back suddenly, and saw the daughter rolling on the ground in pain. You old bitch! What the hell are you looking at? Mo Rant's voice came from the side, and the humanoid monster was suddenly startled. It didn't even notice Mo Rant's approach, and turned its head suddenly to take a look. I saw a fist as big as a sandbag was constantly enlarging in its eyes. Boom! Under the effect of invisibility, Mo Ran came to its side without anyone noticing, and then gave it a solid punch. The fist enchanted with electric shock punched down, and the powerful current directly blew the ugly head into pieces. Bang! Clang clang! The body of the monster fell on the top floor of a building, and after rolling a few times, it barely stopped. At this moment, the monster was lying on the roof in a hip-raised posture, and some arcs could be seen jumping on the body. Then the body of the monster began to break into pieces, turning into a pile of black mud. Run! Run! I have to run quickly, or I will die here. I don't want to die here. The monster, whose body was mostly cut off, propped up its body and began to flee frantically by controlling the trunk under its feet. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and then a huge sword pierced through the monster's body and nailed it to a building. The mecha jetted to the front of the monster in an instant, and then punched out with its right fist. Looking at the fist that was constantly enlarging in its sight, the monster let out a heart-wrenching cry. No! No, no, no! Don't! The long neck swung wildly, and it looked like a small windmill. Boom, boom, boom! The monster's body exploded into a rain of fragments, and then continued to fall from the sky. Crack! Crack! Bang! The huge force was transmitted to the building behind, and the whole building collapsed in an instant. Just a little energy has such power. If the full core output, looking at everything below that had settled, Mo Ran turned his eyes back to the tube of reagent in his hand. Gene mutation reagent. After taking it, the body will be randomly transformed and a random mutant form will be produced. The mutation effect is unknown, and the side effects are unknown. But this monster is really low class. I thought it would have something good, but it turned out to be a bottle of broken potion. Ren didn't want this thing. It was an unknown product with nothing. He didn't want to turn himself into such an ugly monster. He casually flicked the reagent in his hand and started to return to the shipbuilding point with the mecha. The 12 pieces of lava stones have been collected. The next step is to place them in the furnace. Then start the ship and leave this island forever. Chapter 280. The ship is launched. Ren casually flicked the reagents in his hand and began to return to the shipbuilding site with the mecha. The 12 pieces of lava stones have been collected. The next step is to place them in the furnace. Then start the ship and leave this island forever. Below, several figures poked their heads out from the side of the building and looked at Ren and the mecha that were getting farther and farther away in the air. Brother, he seems to be leaving. When will we start? A player next to him suddenly spoke up, with unstoppable doubts in his eyes. Fuck you. When did I say that? The man in the front immediately replied and gave the player a slap on the head. I remember it very clearly. Big brother. You just... The player was about to say something, but when he saw the man raise his head again, he immediately covered his mouth. Seeing this scene, the man was speechless. What a joke. Fighting with that guy. Isn't this a sure death? Just then, a player ran over from the corner of the street, holding a tube of reagent in his hand. It was the tube that Ren had just thrown away. It must be said that this tube of reagent was really hard. It didn't break even when thrown from such a high place. Big brother. Big brother. I found it. I know. The player ran up and immediately handed over the reagent in his hand. The man immediately took it in his hand, his eyes showing joy. Only Ren can throw away purple-grade items. The man began to examine the information of the reagent in his hand, and the people around him gathered around to watch. It produces unknown mutations. The randomness of this thing is too strong. Isn't it? Yes. And this reagent exploded from that monster. It won't turn into that monster after using it? No wonder Ren threw it away. The uncertainty of this thing is too great. After reading the information on the reagent, many people thought it was garbage. But the man was an exception, and he immediately refuted what everyone said. You are wrong to say that. As the saying goes, a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle if you try hard. The mutation of this reagent must be related to dinosaurs. Maybe you can directly transform into a dinosaur hero after using it. Everyone. More and more vehicles entered through the gap in the city wall and began to collect the lava rocks scattered everywhere. Ren's wave of static almost wiped out most of the mutant dinosaurs, which was a bargain for these players. The second wave of invasion defense is over, and there are still 32 minutes before the third wave of invasion. The second wave of invasion ended, and the players present began to refill their weapons with ammunition. Look! Ren is back. It's Boss Missouri Ran. He's back after collecting lava rocks. The player who was patrolling with a telescope spotted Ren and the mecha returning from the air, and immediately told everyone present the news. Everyone looked up at the sky, only to see two figures gradually getting bigger and closer. Everyone, pack up your things immediately, and load the lava rocks into the ship's furnace. We're about to leave the island. Ren and the mecha landed at the shipbuilding site, and then waved his left hand, and 12 iron barrels instantly appeared on the ground. Nearby players immediately stepped forward, and two people each carried an iron barrel to the inside of the ship. Open the lid of the iron barrel, lift it directly, and aim it mouth to mouth at the furnace. The lava stone rolled directly into the furnace and stuck precisely in a groove inside. As the cover outside the furnace was closed, the entire furnace started to operate in an instant. A humming sound came from the pipe, and the pointers on the various meters began to rotate. The players outside began to get busy, collecting and packing various weapons and items into their respective vehicles. Ren took out the blue folder and then opened it. Task 2. Place the collected lava stones into the ship furnace. The current number of completed June 6th. You can start loading personnel and vehicles. Looking at the information above, Ren reached out and clicked on it directly. A loading sign suddenly appeared on it, and the team members and vehicles were scanned. Not long after, several designated areas appeared on the deck of each ship. Each area was of different size, corresponding to the vehicles in the current team. There were 4 pull rings at each corner of the area, and several iron chains were placed next to it. The vehicle area is marked on the corresponding ship of each team. Everyone drives the corresponding vehicle up and secures it with the iron chains next to it. The vehicles that had packed up their belongings drove onto the ship one after another using the expansion planks placed on both sides of the ship. Soon, the vehicles of each team were parked on the corresponding ship and began to be secured with the iron chains next to it. The third wave of defensive invasion begins. All players please prepare for it. Looking at the panel that appeared in front of them, everyone once again accelerated the loading speed of the vehicle. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sound of continuous explosions began to come from far away, and countless mutant dinosaurs were attacking the shipbuilding point. As the last few vehicles were loaded onto the ship, all the players also boarded the ships belonging to their own teams. Ren activated the flying device and came to the back of the shipbuilding point, removing all the blocking walls at the back. This wall is to prevent monsters from appearing in the sea. Now that the ship needs to enter the sea through the slide rail, these naturally have to be removed. Seeing the fence behind being removed, the captains of all the ships immediately pressed the release button on the control panel. The layout of the captain's room was very simple, with only a small control panel in the front and 2 buttons on it. Bang, 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 bang. The docks that fixed the ships below were released one after another, and all the ships were immediately pressed on the slide rails. Then the start button was pressed, and the protruding chimneys instantly emitted billowing black smoke. Then 6 large steel ships slid into the sea along the slide rails. The ships entering the sea began to speed up, and the exposed chimneys emitted thicker black smoke. These ships seemed to be programmed to move in one direction, and the speed began to gradually increase.